3 ways, countless roaring sounds of demonic beasts, from an unknown distance away, flew towards the western gate of Sanqing City and converged, forming a shockingly huge wave of sound. Beast Tide. Sanqing City was adjacent to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and on average, a small beast tide would erupt every 4 or 5 years. Sometimes it was dozens of demonic beasts, sometimes it was hundreds of them, launching an attack on Sanqing City in late fall or early winter, when the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was running low on food. Every time this time, Taimu Chun would lead his generals to defend the city. With his Yuandan Great Circle strength, plus thousands of iron armor guards, it was more than enough to deal with these demonic beasts, and the city walls never failed to defend. However, this time, Iron General, above the walls of Sanqing City, a city defense sergeant holding a horn stared from afar at the frenzied herd of beasts charging from the west. With the horn raised high in his hand, he let out a violently trembling cry of fear. Beast Tide. Beast Tide. It's not a small beast tide. It's the number of demonic beasts that can't be judged. It's at least more than 5,000. Large beast tides. Demon beasts attacked the city. Inside and outside Sanqing City, those street vendors doing business, pedestrians wandering around the city gate, everyone, feeling the strong tremor coming from the ground, and looking far away at the fierce winds and sands lifting up from the western sky. They were so scared that no one could see their faces, and frantically hid within the nearby residential houses. The gates are closed and the beams are dropped. A 10-foot thick giant wooden beam slowly descended from above the city gate, dead across the center of the gate, holding the 7-foot mouth bronze giant gate firmly in place. In the long street at the back, the city defense generals who had heard the news, all of their faces turned white and their lances trembled in their hands. They were not the iron armor elites under the command of Taimu Chun, but ordinary soldiers who followed the orders of the city lord's office and were drawn from all parts of the city, having been in the army for a longer or shorter period of time, and had never faced a beast tide of such a scale before. If the city gates weren't broken, they didn't need to ascend the city walls to fight the demonic beasts. However, once the city gates shattered, they would have to bear the brunt and fight in close combat with the demonic beasts that rushed through the gates. The Iron General is here. The Iron Armor Guard is here. As the shouts rang out, a burly figure ran wildly, pulling a long distance away from the Iron Armored Guards in the rear. Rushing to the bottom of the city gate, he leapt up and jumped directly onto the 10-feet-high greenstone city wall. Looking at the rapidly approaching beast tide from afar, he couldn't help but suck in cool air. Large beast tide. Even he, Yuandan great perfection martial artist who had repelled beast tides many times, Taimu Chun, was seeing such a huge beast tide for the first time. Thousands of first-order demonic beasts, which are even interspersed with dozens of incredibly powerful aura. The owners of those scents were all second-order demonic beasts. Iron General, another iron-armored figure, from the bottom of the city wall, leaped up and stood beside Taimu Chun, staring dead on at the wave of beasts that were about to arrive, his two fists clenching tighter and tighter. The new lord of Sanqing City, Yuan Shoucheng, he was only at the 7th level of Yuandan, with a 3-foot broadsword hanging from his waist, and his face had almost lost all color of blood as he felt the aura of the second-order demonic beasts in the midst of the beast tide. Second-order demonic beasts. So many second-order demonic beasts. Iron General, this beast tide is extraordinary. We are afraid. The words that follow are too daring to be said, and cannot be said. A beast tide of this scale was no longer something that the Iron Armor Guards and the city defense army could withstand, and it wouldn't take more than 2 hours at most for the city walls and gates to be completely destroyed by those demonic beasts. The entire city of Sanqing, the people living in Sanqing, not a single one of them could be spared. It's not late fall, and there's no shortage of food inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Taimu Chun tightly pressed the hilt of the broken sword at his waist, his teeth clenched. It's only right that a beast tide can happen in this kind of season. But, however, the beast tide not only occurs, but also on an unprecedented scale, which is hard to see in 100 years. Since the establishment of the Zhongxian Empire, it had been 1,000 years since then, and a total of 2 or 3 beast tides of this scale like today had occurred, and each time, corpses were everywhere, and countless civilians had been slaughtered. In order to withstand the beast tide, the city walls were constantly reinforced, with defensive formations engraved on the surface, enough to withstand the impact of second-order demonic beasts, and even dug into the ground for 10 feet, similarly constructing defensive barriers. But, this time, the beast tide, it wasn't just ground demonic beasts that impacted the city, there were also ferocious birds that flew in mid-air, strong bowmen at the ready, beast-hunting crossbows at the ready. The bowstrings of the stone throwers are drawn to full strength, the stone bombs are drenched in kerosene and ready to be thrown. The iron armored guards mount the walls and prepare to fight to the death. A military order roared out from the mouth of Taimu Chun, while he and Yuan Shoucheng stepped onto the wall at the same time, each drawing their swords from their belts. the Yuan Dan shadow above their heads slowly rising. People are in the city. The city is broken. Regardless of why this beast tide occurred, and regardless of what these demonic beasts wanted to do, as the town general and as the lord of Sanqing City, it was their mission to protect the city and the people. Even if you know you're going to die, you absolutely have no choice. Battle. Deadly battle. War. Under the gradually darkening canopy, all 3,000 iron armor guards mounted the city wall, their lances shaking the ground in their hands, and their mouths letting out a hiss. People are in the city. Battle. 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 He is fearless and brave. Looking down from the city wall at the wave of beasts that were about to crash into the city wall, and looking up at those ferocious fowls that flew in from midair, although these iron-armored elites were fearful in their hearts, none of them retreated, ready to fight for their lives. The torches lit on the ramparts illuminated a young face, illuminating everything around it. The same shines through. Little friend Lu? On top of the wall. If Taimu-chun felt something, he violently turned his head and looked at the green-shirted man standing beside him, and his pupils abruptly shrunk. When did he come? I can't believe I didn't notice it in the slightest. The beast tide is not small in power, so how could I not notice it? Lu Chenxian held his unsheathed wooden sword in his hand, indifferently gazing at the overwhelming tide of demonic beasts, the purple gold light under his eyes flickering slightly. The eyes crossed over the tide of beasts and the endless darkness, as if looking into the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and seeing the mountain fortress hidden in the mountains and forests. You guys don't have to make a move for this beast tide. He leapt and floated down towards the bottom of the city wall, leaving only a faint voice that echoed endlessly in Temujin's ears, including these demonic beasts, as well as the person behind the mastermind. I will eradicate them all. Leave no stone unturned. Chapter 85. A sword retreats the beast tide. Mr. Lu. That's Mr. Lu. The moment Lu Chenxian leapt off the city wall, countless cries of alarm sounded almost simultaneously. 3,000 iron-armored elites, strong archers all over the walls, garrison sergeants manning the catapults, and column crossbowmen in the rear. Everyone, deadly staring at the figure that jumped off the city wall. All of them were filled with horror. What's he up to? Could it be that he didn't see that underneath the city wall were thousands of crazy demonic beasts, terrifying ferocious birds that covered the sky, and a terrifying tide of beasts that couldn't be seen at a glance? How many is that? How many heads? Densely packed and countless. The total number is feared to be more than 10,000. Morning Gen. Also on top of the wall, the Su clan's crowd stood at the forefront of those martial arts families that were assisting in defending the city, their gazes tightly watching Lu Chenxuan's back as their hearts couldn't help but clench up viciously. He wants to fight against tens of thousands of demonic beasts with his own strength and fight against this unprecedented beast tide. The previous battles that had occurred time and time again had proved his strength, and he was definitely the strongest person in Luoyang County that deserved it. But what he was facing this time was not a human martial artist, but a cold-blooded and merciless demonic beast. Compared to human martial artists of the same realm, demonic beasts had stronger physiques, faster speeds, and thick skin and incomparably amazing defenses. The most frightening thing was that in every previous beast tide, all the demonic beasts seemed as if they were not afraid of pain, and when they fought with the soldiers guarding the city, they were considered to be fierce and unrelenting. On the scale of this beast wave, even if that supreme elder of the South Mountain sect who was at the Yuan fetus realm personally took action, he might not be able to stop this beast tide onslaught. And Lu Chenxian, having only just condensed the Yuan Dan, there was a difference of 2 great realms between a Yuan fetus patriarch and a Yuan fetus patriarch. Brother-in-law, the tower, the 3 Suns Soul Suppressor Tower. Among the crowd, Su Yu's face was incomparably anxious, and the white light of the 3 Suns Soul Suppressor Tower in his hand flashed, making a gesture that he was about to throw it at Lu Chenxian. In his opinion, what his brother-in-law needed most right now was the tower. The 3 Suns Soul Suppressor Tower. The defense is said to be unbreakable. Even if the beast tide impacts, it will surely be as stable as Mount Taishan. If anyone could survive this beast tide, then this earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact was the last hope for the entire Sanqing city. No need. At this moment, Lu Chenxian was in mid-air, with less than the last 2 meters left from the ground. First, he made a faint remark, and then with a movement of his mind, he let out a soft shout from his mouth. Thunder-striped twin wings, open, swish, feather stretching. 2 thunder-light flashing thunder rock feather wings stretched out from behind Lu Chenxuan's back. The surface of the chi whistled, and the air currents swirled below, driving his body, instantly rushing up 100 feet into the air. This was the feathers condensed from the purple golden dragon breath within the Dantian, a naturally gifted secret technique after devouring Li Pengcheng's bloodline spirit charm, a great divine ability that countless martial artists had dreamed of for a long time, a means that could only be grasped by a superpower of the sky realm. Sentinel flight. Fly up. On top of the rear wall, everyone's jaws dropped and they could hardly believe their eyes. Where did those wings come from? Why could Lu Chenxian gather wings? Just how many more secrets did he have? How many more undercards did he have? And how many more great aptitudes were unimaginable to normal people? I'm afraid that the person behind the scenes who catalyzed the beast tide is not targeting these 3 green cities, but me, Lu Chenxian. Lu Chenxian stood tall, looking down on the beast tide in front of him, and likewise looking down on the flying demonic birds that were charging. The unsheathed wooden sword in his hand shines brightly. In the past, the Green Sky Immortal Region's invincible war god, no matter if he fought alone or was outnumbered, the most important thing he lacked was the means to fight. And at the moment, above the tip of this wooden sword, a ball of magnificent flickering purple and gold light was like a bright moon appearing in the night sky, blooming with a killing light that had never appeared in the history of the Xintian continent. One of the strongest war gods in the immortal world, one of the supreme martial arts that traversed the battlefields of all races. Dala, muddy sky chop. Countless purple and gold sword light burst out from above this purple and gold bright moon, enveloping the ground below, enveloping the sky in front of them, and instantly enveloping the herd of hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts. Blood light rushed to the sky, those roaring wildly running ground demonic beasts, shrill hissing flying demonic birds, under the shroud of the sword light, either their bodies were shattered, or their physiques collapsed, or their necks were cut off and their heads were separated, or their limbs were thrown flying and their beast's blood was spilled, including dozens of peak second-order demonic beasts, except for the few demonic beasts that were in the edge position or didn't follow. None of the beast tide group that intended to forcefully attack the western city gate head-on were spared. 1 second with the sword. All the demonic beasts, all the flying birds, all of them were killed under the sword. Rumble. Under one blow. The rest of the remaining demonic beasts under the remnants were so frightened that they actually turned their heads and fled back to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in a panic in a split second. In a few moments, the rolling tide of beasts, the demonic beasts that made the martial artists of Sanqing City chill to attack the city, came fast and went faster. So that's the end. The end? Above the rear city wall, Tai Mu Chun, Yuan Shoucheng, the Su family crowd, assisting the martial arts family defending the city, looking at the remnants of the demonic beasts outside the city gates, looking at the corpses of the birds of prey falling from midair, and looking at the young figure flying high in the sky, eyes completely frozen. It was an unimaginable scene, an unbelievable scene, an astonishing scene that could never have been dreamed of. Lu Chenxian, not only did he exterminate thousands of demonic beasts, but also scared off the entire beast tide? Just one move. After a single move, the calamity of annihilation facing the entire Sanqing city was so easily dissolved, as if it had never happened. There was no grueling fight, no despair of a broken city. Defending generals don't have to fight to the death and blood. The people in the city can live in peace and happiness, all because of that man. With so many demonic beasts, the spiritual rhythm contained should not be small, right? Don't let me down. At this moment, Lu Chenxian was in midair, not caring about the crowd's reactions, looking down at the corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground in front of him, his mind pushed violently. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique. Devour. Within the Dantian, the purple gold little dragon was clearly overjoyed. Its head raised high and the devouring vortex in its mouth turned rapidly. Phew! An invisible and qualitative devouring force quietly emerged from the void, enveloping all the demonic beast corpses, putting their residual demonic energy, broken demon Dan, demonic beast body. However, all the spiritual rhythms possessed by the demonic beasts were all devoured by the purple gold little dragon, instantly refined and absorbed, and incorporated into the purple gold Yuan Dan in its belly. That was Lu Chenxuan's Yuan Dan. 1920. A strand of Lu Chenxuan's divine thought immersed into the Dantian, gazing closely at the secret pattern above the Yuan Dan as his gaze grew brighter and brighter. Realm enhancement. As the 20th Dan pattern coalesced successfully, the previous peak of the second Yuan Dan was as if it had been watered down and naturally promoted to the third Yuan Dan. Only, although there were quite a few demonic beasts that were devoured this time, the vast majority of them were only of the first rank, and the number of second-ranked demonic beasts was pitifully small, providing not enough spiritual rhythm to advance again. The secret lines on top of the Yuan Dan had finally condensed 26 of them, and there was still a long way to go before the fourth level of Yuan Dan. So, next, as the demonic beast spirit rhyme devouring ended, Lu Chenxuan's mind withdrew from the Dantian and looked far away in the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the thunder rock feathered wings behind his back unfolding once again, the person behind the manipulation of the beast tide. Now, damn it! Chapter 86 Single Man Slaughtering Beast Sect. At the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the Beast Soul Sect's mountain fortress, time, almost, on top of the clan's pagoda, Si Kong Blood was clad in a long robe, looking in the direction of Sanqing City, a sinister smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. This evening, the large beast tide that stormed Sanqing City was concocted by none other than him. The payoff was just a small half bottle of lost beast powder. All the demonic beasts within a radius of hundreds of miles all went berserk, driven by the bewitching beast powder, creating this plague of berserk beasts. And his purpose, of course, was to deal with Lu Qinxian. Clan disciples at your service. Sikong Blood's robe sleeve was rolled up, and his mouth shouted in a stern low voice, under the impact of the beast tide, Sanqing City is bound to be in great chaos. Now follow me to set off and take advantage of the chaos to kill into Sanqing City. Destroy the entire Su family and kill Lu Qinxian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figure swept below the pagoda. Some of them were key criminals wanted by the imperial court. Some were vicious river bandits, and there were also evil cultivators following Sikong Blood, totaling more than 400 martial artists, charging in the direction of Sanqing City. Although their original origins were not the same, but the techniques they cultivated nowadays were all beast blood transforming Dan forbidden techniques, and their human appearance had long since changed, with the typical characteristics of demonic beasts appearing on their bodies. Some were covered in scales, some had grown 2 extra arms, and others crawled on all fours, apparently losing the ability to walk. Half human, half beast, disgraceful to the righteous martial artists. Where's that old guy from the Thousand Autumn Hall? Sikong Blood leaped and floated down from the top of the pagoda, his eyes scanning the surroundings, his brows slightly frowning. Didn't he want to see Lu Qinxuan's body die with his own eyes? Why is he missing? The 6th Hall Master of the Hall of a Thousand Autumns, Yang Qianshou. Ever since he waved the bewitching beast powder and catalyzed the beast tide to storm Sanqing City, he had neither returned to the mountain fortress, nor had any news come in. At this moment, the beast soul sect was pouring out all their nests and were about to kill Sanqing City. If Yang Qianshou couldn't see Lu Qinxuan's corpse, what if he reneged on the 9 bottles of beast enchanting powder that he had promised? The people of the Thousand Autumn Hall are not gentlemen who keep their promises. Sovereign, a burly and strong man with a back covered in dark green armor, as big as a giant tortoise, with a body as tall as Tu Zhang. His voice was dull and mellow. Let's rush into Sanqing City, exterminate the entire Su family, leaving only Lu Qinxuan's corpse behind, and send someone to send it over to the Thousand Autumn Hall. If Yang Qianshou dares to go back on his word, he will destroy the Thousand Autumn Palace along with him. The beast soul sect acts in such a ruthless and overbearing manner. Even the court of the Zhongxian Empire dared to mess with it. Would they still be afraid of a mere Thousand Autumn Hall? It was just a matter of honoring the promise, and if they really dared to go back on their word, the beast soul sect was definitely not a soft target. Well said. Sikong Blood laughed hideously, and then without any more nonsense, he brought this turtle shell strong man and stepped in the direction of Sanqing City. 100 miles, 80 miles, 50 miles. In less than half an hour, the beast soul sect disciples had already rushed out of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and were only the last 30 miles away from Sanqing City. An athletic green shirt man, quietly standing on top of the official road in front of him, looking from afar at the oncoming rush of the beast soul sect's crowd, as if he had already known that they were coming. That's at the forefront of the crowd. A beast soul sect disciple whose palms were like beast claws stared at this green-shirt man with his pupils abruptly shrinking. Lu Qinxian. Just this evening, the entire beast soul sect had already seen Lu Qinxuan's portrait and were familiar with his appearance. The man standing in front was the target of this kill. Lu Qinxian, if you don't want to be a good man, you have to be a beast, and you don't deserve to die. Lu Qinxuan's face was expressionless as his gaze swept past the group of half-human, half-beast evil Dao martial practitioners, and the unsheathed wooden sword in his hand was slowly raised. Thumbs up. The sword swept out. A purple-gold arc-shaped sword aura, like an incomparably bright curved moon, swept out from the sword and instantly flew out hundreds of feet. It wasn't any strong martial arts skill, just a casual sword. A light sword. After one sword, above the entire official road, there were more than 400 beast soul sect disciples, and many of them hadn't even gotten a good look at Lu Qinxuan's appearance before a brilliant and eye-catching purple light suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. A moment of splendor, an instant of death. Due to the difference in height, the vast majority of them were beheaded on the spot, and there was also a very small portion that was directly cut off at the waist by this curved moon sword blade. Regardless of whether they were beheaded or beheaded at the waist, their life breath, demonic beast bloodline, was all taken away by this sword aura, and it even shattered the demonic Dan within their dantian. These people can no longer be called people. Looking at the corpses all over the ground in front of him, Lu Qinxuan's gaze was cold, and the purple and gold little dragon within his dantian was disinterested, apparently not having the idea of devouring them. Although spirit rhyme was a good thing, but these beast soul sect disciples in front of them, with the fusion of martial spirit rhythm and demonic beast spirit rhythm, had turned into an extremely special existence. In one word, it's dirty. After devouring it, although it could similarly enhance one's strength, this kind of filth would only make one feel sick. Sovereign? Extremely far behind. The burly man with the turtle shell who was following beside Seacone Blood was already dumbstruck at this moment. The purple gold sword awnings from earlier, he and Seacone Blood were farther away and did not suffer from the waves. However, all of the beast soul sect disciples were dead, and the bloody stench of those who had risen to the sky had filled a circle of hundreds of feet. And the figure that stood on the official road ahead, the one who had struck the sword, Lu Chunxian, more than 300 chi gathering realm, more than 100 demonic Dan realm. Next to him, the muscles on Seacone Blood's face twitched, and the bloodlight under his eyes flashed madly. This was a force that he had built with great difficulty. It was his heart and soul for hundreds of years, and it was his greatest reliance in gaining a foothold in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Now, it's all gone. Lu Chen. Under extreme anger, Seacone Blood howled miserably in rage. The two blood-colored curved horns on top of his head trembled violently, and his body expanded rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the body of the demonic beast bloodline completely exploded. From the half-human, half-beast body completely animalized, two thighs covered with black hair, hands like a rhino front hooves, the back arched high, like a rhinoceros back. In addition to walking upright, there is no longer the slightest human characteristics, and the top of the head is floating a black rhinoceros silhouette, a third-ranked demonic beast, equivalent to a human Tri-Yang martial artist, the earth-splitting Moonwatcher rhinoceros, huffing and puffing. Besides Seacone Blood, that turtle-shelled strongman similarly exploded his bloodline, and his animalization flew to completion. Although he did not advance to the Three Yangs realm, he was equivalent to the human Yuan Dan Great Perfection, and the one he had absorbed to advance to Yuan Dan that year was a green rock giant tortoise. And after his animalization, his limbs crouched on the ground, and on his back appeared a dark green tortoise shell with a square circle of 2 zhang, only revealing half of his rounded head. Green rock giant turtle. Among the peak second stage demonic beasts, the attack power was not the strongest, but it was definitely the first in defense that deserved it. Chapter 87, Not worthless, not really, nothing, Earth-splitting Moonwatcher Rhinoceros, Green Rock Giant Tortoise, and Earth Spiritual Artifact Fist Gloves? At this moment, in front of the center of the official road, Lu Chenxian watched from afar the dark gloves on top of Seacone Blood's front hooves. Eyes flickered and immediately shook his head darkly. The gloves were originally quite good. However, they were now thoroughly refined and tainted with the filthy aura of a half-man, half-beast, losing their devouring value. And, if there was no mistake, these two monsters in front of them should be the ones behind this beast tide. I just didn't know that I had no past grievances or enmity with them. So why did they urge the beast tide to launch an onslaught on Sanqing City? In this world, there is never hatred without a reason. If I ask you directly, you're afraid you won't answer. So I'll ask you after I've beaten you into submission. Lu Chenxuan's right hand shook, and the wooden sword in his hand swung up once again. There was no need to have any mercy at all towards the two inhuman monsters. In the past, one of the self-created martial arts that had spread across the green sky immortal region, the sword curtain Tianluo, a shimmering and intertwined sword-like canopy, like a dense and impermeable net covering the sky, descended from this side of the night sky, carrying the might of 100 feet of heaven and earth, instantly enveloping the two people in front of them. Cracked Earth Moonwatch Rhinoceros, Earth-grade Spiritual Artifact Fist Gloves, the strongest secondary defense, the Green Rock Giant Turtle, under this sword-like canopy, without even making a decent resistance, the rhinoceros skin on the surface of his body crumbled, the turtle shell on his back collapsed, and his body was drenched in blood, with almost every wound deep enough to see through to the bone. Even on top of the rhinoceros demonic beast's front hooves, the surface luster of the pair of earth-shaking fist gloves of the low grade of the earth grade had completely dimmed, clearly suffering from an unimaginably heavy blow. Ho wow, huffing and puffing, Seacone Blood and Turtle Shell Strongman were completely bestialized. Their temperament was as if they were real demonic beasts, staring dead ahead at Lu Chenxian, and instead of emitting human voices, they let out a demonic beast's general frantic hissing. The severe pain of 1,000 cuts once again stimulated their ferocity, and without the suppression of the sword Luo heavenly curtain, at this moment, they were afraid that they would have already lost their sanity and gone completely berserk. Undo the bestialization, regain your human body, and answer my questions. Lu Chenxian held his wooden sword in his hand, always keeping the sword Luo heavenly curtain, and spoke indifferently. Why did you urge the beast tide, and why are you my enemy? Answer to my satisfaction and I'll make your deaths a little more painful. If not satisfied, thumbs up. With the sinking of the wooden sword in his hand, The purple light of the sword Luo heavenly curtain blazed out, and Seacone Blood and the turtle shell stalwart hissed and howled miserably, as countless sword threads had already sliced into their bones. I say, cutting bone pain. The turtle shell stout man obviously could not support it anymore. The turtle shell on his back quickly shrunk, and once again resumed the normal form of a half-human, half-beast. Looking at the expressionless Lu Chenxian, it was like seeing a demon walking out of hell, paralyzed with fear. Mr. Lu, the beast tide has nothing to do with us. It's the 6th Hall Master of the Thousand Autumn Hall who messed up. It was he who invited us, the Beast Soul Sect, to make a move, urging the beast tide to impact Sanqing City, so that we could take the opportunity to enter the city and exterminate the Su family's entire clan. And by the way, even you, his name is Yang Qianshou, Inqi's master, the 6th Hall Master of the Hall of a Thousand Autumns. Yang Qianshou. Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he stared intently into the eyes of the burly man with the turtle shell. Only these? The turtle shell strong man was shaken, subconsciously turned his head to look at Seacone Blood beside him. His face was incomparably tangled. Still, there. Boom! Blood splattered everywhere, and flesh and bones were thrown flying. Next to him, Seacone Blood, who had just lifted his bestialization, suddenly stormed out, and the earth-shaking fist gloves, despite their dimmed black light, still easily blew up the turtle-shelled burly man's head. He's in the Three Yang's realm. Even with the suppression of the sword Luo heavenly curtain, he is still a genuine Three Yang's realm. Human martial arts skills, coupled with a demonic beast body that far exceeds that of martial arts practitioners of the same realm. Blasting this defenseless turtle-shell strong man to death was obviously not a difficult task. Lu Chenxian, sneak attack 1. Seacone Blood was drenched in blood, with a hysterical and bizarre maniacal smile on his face. Taking someone's money and eliminating someone's disaster. It's only natural. The old man is not as skilled as someone else. There's nothing to be said about losing, but it's a pipe dream if you wanna pry my mouth open. Old man. Hey. Speaking here, his voice came to an abrupt end. His body slowly stiffened down, turning his head incomparably mechanically, looking far away in the direction of the Nanshan sect, the fierce color in his eyes gradually turning into a touch of tenderness. Sister Chu, those old guys were right. I really am a waste of space. Even though I obtained an Earth-grade spiritual armament, I still can't even beat a junior like Lu Chenxian. However, it's not all bad, at least on this occasion. It preserved you in the South Mountain sect, and did not give Lu Chenxian the opportunity to force a confession. How could he possibly think that a mere 1,000 Autumn Hall could possibly make me work for them? What is the lost beast powder to yourself? Boo! The last thought in the sea of consciousness finally dissipated completely, and Seacone Blood's body collapsed to the ground, plunging into boundless darkness before his eyes. Only the rare hint of tenderness in the bottom of his eyes never faded until he died. Spontaneous combustion of the sea of consciousness, burning of the Yuan Shen. Lu Chenxian casually waved his hand, and the sword curtain Tian Luo enveloping Seacone Blood's body instantly disappeared. And looking at the corpse in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a few emotions. This man, although he has gone astray, is not entirely without redeeming qualities. In order to keep the secret, actually use this most tragic way. Directly burned the sea of consciousness spirit, even the opportunity to reincarnation willing to give up. It can be imagined that the last touch of tenderness in the bottom of his eyes must have been reserved for the person he loved the most in his life. The Hall of a Thousand Autumns. After a short period of emotion, Lu Chenxuan's gaze turned cold, and then he slowly turned around and stepped in the direction of the Thousand Autumn Hall, prompting the beast tide, poisoning the people of the city with the intention of destroying the Su family. The crime is unforgivable, although there were still some hidden agendas that hadn't been completely revealed. But, since it had been determined that it was related to the Thousand Autumn Hall, then they absolutely couldn't be allowed to get away with it. One of the 4 great clans of Luoyang County? There's a price to pay for doing something wrong, no matter who it is. Northeast of Sanqing City, about 100 miles away, the Thousand Autumn Hall. Grand Hall Master. An incomparably urgent shout suddenly resounded in the Thousand Autumn Hall. Lord of the 6th Hall, Yang Qianshou. The figure was like a wild wind, dashing into the hall, looking at the grey-robed middle-aged man sitting on top of the steps, not even bothering to arch his hand and salute. Please, Great Hall Master, hurry up and pass on the order for the disciples of all halls to flee for their lives to preserve the clan's fragrance. Lu Chenxian fought 1 against 10,000, killing back thousands of demonic beasts with a single sword. His strength far exceeds the Three Yang realm. I'm afraid, even the Grand Hall Master is not an opponent. What? Within the Great Hall, including the Great Hall Master, a total of 5 Hall Masters all rose and stared dead in the eyes of Yang Qianshou. Are you telling the truth? Lu Chenxian can really be comparable to above the Three Yang realm? Chapter 88, Lu Chenxian. Unbeatable. Lu Chenxian is comparable to those above the Three Yang's realm? Just now said very clearly, This person's strength is not 3 yang comparable, but overrides 3 yang. Grand Hall Master, Senior Brothers. Yang Qianzhou's face was full of anxiety, stomping his feet in a hurry. This is not the time to talk nonsense. Lu Chenxian will soon kill the mountain gate. I watched from a distance in Sanqing City and saw Lu Chenxian strike with my own eyes. His strength has definitely reached the 3 Yang's great circle, not even inferior to that supreme elder of the South Mountain sect. Boom! Within the Great Hall, the 5 Hall Masters of the Thousand Autumn Hall, 5 veteran powerhouses who had ranked in the 3 Yang's realm, were as if they were being bombarded by 5 thunders and were completely subdued by these few words. They knew Yang Qianzhou's character, and they knew even more about the dreadfulness of the Yuan fetus realm. This is a major event related to the survival of the clan. Yang Qianzhou can never lie. But, how can Lu Chenxian's strength be so exaggerated? The strength was no less than the Yuan fetus realm. What did that mean? It meant that even if the 6 Great Hall Masters joined hands, they definitely wouldn't be able to support 10 breaths under Lu Chenxian. All of you Senior Brothers, be at ease. As the Grand Hall Master was at the 7th level of the Triple Yang realm, and even the head of a clan, he was obviously much calmer than the other few. Senior Brother Yang, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lu Chenxian Yang Qianzhou wanted to cry. Just half an hour ago, he had sneaked into Sanqing City and sprinkled misty beast powder near the city gate, attracting the demonic beasts from the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, creating this large beast tide of unprecedented scale. When the wave of beasts struck the city gates, he was hidden among those martial arts families assisting in defending the city, and watched from afar as Lu Chenxian struck out, waving his sword to cut out a round purple and gold moon, killing the demonic beasts that had shrouded the entry with a single stroke of his sword, then scare off the beasts. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have killed him to believe it. However, now that the so-called beast tide had completely dissipated, Lu Chenxian spread his wings and flew towards the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, surely to pursue the cause of this beast tide. With the terrifying strength he had displayed outside of Sanqing City, it was impossible for Sikong Blood and the group of losers under his hand to resist, and I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for Lu Chenxian to gain insight into everything and kill the Thousand Autumn Hall with his sword. At that time, the entire clan would be afraid of being in danger. Don't panic. Looking at Yang Qianzhou's expression, the Grand Hall Master's heart thumped for a moment, then forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, although Lu Chenxian is strong, our Thousand Autumn Hall is by no means a generalized generation. Don't forget, we have an unrivaled life preservation card. Even if he is ruthless, he can't threaten us. To be able to gain a foothold in Luoyang County and become one of the 4 great sects, the Thousand Autumn Hall naturally had its own unique features. Having started the sect for more than 500 years, the successive generations of ancestors of the Thousand Autumn Hall had painstakingly studied the method of taming beasts, and had refined hundreds of special pills, which had a great attraction to all types of demonic beasts. It was like the 1 second on the subterranean dragon ranking and core disciple of the Thousand Autumn Hall, Yin Qi, who had managed to tame the peak 2nd stage iron-winged eagle by virtue of the sect's secret medicine. At this moment, the 6 Hall Masters present all possessed their own flying demonic beasts. Even if the clan was destroyed, they could still take the demonic birds to escape, and unless there was an air immortalization powerhouse to take action, absolutely no one would be able to injure them. The Grand Master of the Hall. In the center of the hall, Yang Qianzhou's face turned pale as he let out a helpless and miserable laugh. Lu Chenxian, he doesn't know what secret technique he's using. He can condense feathered wings behind his back, and his flying speed is extremely astonishing. Those second-ranked demonic beasts that we tamed, I am afraid. Buzz, the Grand Hall Master was struck by lightning, and the other 4 elders were filled with horror, no longer having the slightest confidence in the so-called life-preserving undercard. Lu Chenxian, actually, can fly. The strength is no less than a Yuan fetus Grandmaster, and has the ability to fly. How could the 3 green cities give birth to such a demon? And the Thousand Autumn Hall has offended this demon ruthlessly. Report! The look of fear on the faces of the several Hall Masters hadn't yet faded, when another incomparably mournful and miserable scream came in from far beyond the Great Hall. Lu Chenxian trespassed into this clan and is attacking the mountain protection array. The array is about to hold up. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, as if by reflex, the 6 Hall Masters swept out from the entrance of the hall and jumped onto the roof of the hall at the same time. Looking in the direction of the mountain gate from afar, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. There, a colorful defensive barrier, under the bombardment of the purple golden sword light, had appeared countless tiny cracks, and at the foot of the Thousand Autumn Hall's sect gate, the medium-grade Xianstone used to catalyze the mountain protection formation, its internal Xian Qi was being drastically depleted, and it obviously couldn't hold out for too long. This was already the last defense of the Thousand Autumn Hall, costing a total of more than 1 600 medium-grade Xian stones, and it was the 1000 Autumn Hall that had paid a huge price, specially inviting array masters to personally set it up from Guangping Prefecture thousands of miles away, and it was enough to withstand dozens of full-force attacks from Yuan Fetus realm powerhouses. However, after that purple gold sword light had appeared just twice, the Grand Formation was already shaking, and it looked like it was about to completely collapse. Grand Hall Master, Master, Senior Uncle, in front of the main hall, a total of more than 800,000 Autumn Hall disciples. Their hearts were scared to look at the defense barriers that were about to collapse, and their faces were white. The big formation is about to break. Let us escape. These sect disciples, Qi Gathering Realm or Yuan Dan Realm, although their qualifications were different, no one was a cutie. Even the patriarchal formation couldn't stop Lu Qinxian. What could the 6 Hall Masters do? Before the Grand Formation was completely breached, hurry up and scatter to escape in all directions, counting the number of people who could escape. If they resisted, I'm afraid that none of the entire 1000 Autumn Hall would be able to survive. Shut up, all of you. Above the ridge of the Great Hall, the Great Hall Master let out a furious cry, staring dead on at the green shirt figure outside the Great Formation. His teeth clenched up. My 1000 Autumn Hall has been passed down for more than 500 years. How could it be easily overthrown? Lu Qinxian is only one person even if he is strong, whereas we have 800 disciples, 6 Hall Masters, and the deep heritage of the clan's forefathers. Everyone surge forward, surround and kill Lu Qinxian, and live and die with the clan. These words were spoken in a neutral and domineering manner. However, including the Grand Hall Master, all 6 Hall Masters quietly took out their spirit beast waist tags, and a wisp of divine thought flew into them, frantically summoning their flying demonic beasts. What's a sect disciple? It's all cannon fodder. Once the Grand Formation broke, letting these cannon fodder drag Lu Qinxian down, they could escape and the demonic birds, as long as the 6 of them didn't die, the 1000 Autumn Hall wouldn't be considered completely destroyed, and there might not be no chance to rebuild the sect in the future. The Grand Hall Master is right. Lu Qinxian is alone. He can't possibly be a match for so many of us. Swear to guard the clan to the death. Fight with Lu Qinxian. Under the encouragement of the Grand Hall Master, almost all of the 1000 Autumn Hall disciples all inspired their bloodlust, either with a sword in his hand or wielding a battle sword. He charged towards the green shirt figure outside the mountain gate. Right around the same time, swish, a total of 6 huge demonic birds, all of them at the peak of the second stage, flew from the back of the mountain with their wings spread out and landed steadily above the Great Hall. The demonic bird mounts tamed by the 6 Hall Masters, looking at those disciples who were sparing their lives to guard the clan, without even the slightest bit of movement, he directly jumped onto the back of the demonic bird, and his divine thoughts were violently urged. Escape! Chapter 89 Branding of Divine Sense. Trying to escape? Outside of the 1000 Autumn Hall's patriarchal formation, Lu Qinxian's feathered wings behind his back vibrated as his figure floated in midair, watching the absurd scene in front of him from afar. A touch of coldness gradually surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. What a great hall of 1000 autumns! As the top level of a 3-yang realm martial artist, they actually let their clan disciples act as cannon fodder and escape themselves in the chaos. Thanks to them. On the contrary, these disciples of the Qi Gathering Realm and Yuan Dan Realm, knowing that their strength was insufficient, were brazenly moving forward, quite bloodthirsty. In contrast to the two, these few Hall Masters of the 1000 Autumn Hall were simply delusional martial artists. Even the unrelenting heart of martial arts was left behind them. Originally, I only wanted to settle the score with Yang Qianshou, but now it seems that the entire 1000 Autumn Hall, there is no need to continue to exist. The purple gold light under Lu Qinxian's eyes flickered slightly, and across the not yet broken sect protector formation, his gaze was firmly fixed on the 6 figures in the distance, and the wooden sword in his hand was slowly raised. Thumbs up. It ignores defenses, ignores boundaries, and specializes in breaking through all protective barriers. Dala boundary breaking chop. A formless and qualitative purple gold sword chi passed through the barrier of the great formation in front of him without a sound, spilling a long rainbow of brilliant light in the air. At this time, the two sides were hundreds of feet apart. Within the defensive boundary, in the midair of the 1000 Autumn Hall, the 6 Hall Masters shook violently, as if they had encountered something unbelievable, and the pupils of all 6 of them dilated at the same time. A long rainbow reflects the sky. This distance of several hundred feet was instantly spanned by this long rainbow sword light, easily enveloping their entire bodies, enveloping the flying demonic birds they were sitting on. 6 Triple Yang Realm. 6 peak second stage demonic beasts had only just begun to flee when a mind-shattering purple light lit up in front of their eyes, before their consciousness completely blurred and they fell powerlessly from midair. Yuan Shen Yang Dan within the sea of consciousness, solid as gold and iron demonic beast body. Under this sword light, they were like candles in the wind, unable to make even the slightest bit of resistance. having their divine sense chopped off, their souls chopped off, and their flames of life chopped off. This was the dreadfulness of the great Luo boundary-breaking / spiritual sense defense, body defense, Thousand Autumn Hall Grand Formation defense. All can be called defense things. By this sword light all ignore, directly kill life essence. Even the 10,000 demon boundary set up by the Lord of 10,000 demons leading the 10 great demon emperors in the former Green Sky immortal domain was likewise without the slightest significance in the face of this sword. Dead. Dead? The 6 hall masters are dead. No, shouldn't have died there. No, it can't be. Almost at the same time that the 6 hall masters fell, those 1,000 Autumn Hall disciples who were charging towards Lu Chenxian seemed to vaguely sense something, and their footsteps involuntarily slowed to a halt. Turn around, turn back, looking at the corpses of the 6 hall masters and the 6 demonic birds, and looking at the location where they had fallen. His eyes, which were originally filled with grief and anger, suddenly turned blood red. Instead of striking out with everyone, they took flying demonic beasts, intending to leave everyone behind to escape. What was said about swearing to guard the clan to the death? What was said about living and dying with the clan? False, all false. They never intended to fight Lu Chenxian, but rather used everyone as cannon fodder to give themselves a chance to escape. What a temple master. That S6. There's only one chance. Until this moment, Lu Chenxian swung his sword once again, completely breaking the tattered and torn protector formation. The feathered wings on his back vibrated as he slowly flew above the 1,000 Autumn Hall, looking down from the sky at the more than 800 people below. His voice was like a vast heavenly thunderstorm that boomed out on this mountain. The chief evil has been put to death. You may now choose to continue fighting or to submit. Now state your answer. Submission, or death. Fighting? What are you fighting for? For the sake of this inhumane clan? For the sake of these 6 pigs and dogs? They don't deserve it. Dangling among the crowd. I don't know who was the first to throw away his weapon, slowly kneeling down with both knees, his forehead touching the ground, making a submissive gesture of throwing himself to the ground. It's not such a hard choice. Even a 3-yang realm martial artist couldn't block a single sword from Lu Chenxian, and even the clan protection formation couldn't protect their mountain gate. So what waves could they, these chi-gathering Yuan Dan, make? Compared to death, swearing submission to a true martial arts genius was obviously easier for them to accept. Dangling, with the first disciple kneeling down, it was like a chain reaction. More than 800 people kneeled down one after another, all the blades in their hands thrown aside, no longer able to raise any resistance. They're alive. However, the 1,000 Autumn Hall had already declared its de facto destruction, and there was no longer the so-called 4 great sects in Luoyang County, rewriting the pattern of sects that had been maintained for hundreds of years. You have chosen wisely. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was calm as he slowly descended from mid-air, lightly looking at these former 1,000 Autumn Hall disciples. From this moment onwards, the 1,000 Autumn Hall has become history. You, on the other hand, will become the Su family guards, protecting the safety of the Su residents. Now, buzz, the heavens and the earth shook. Lu Chenxuan's gaze condensed, and a ripple of divine sense imperceptible to the naked eye spread out from the center of his brow, instantly spreading 100 feet in circumference, sweeping past the foreheads of the 800 or so thousand Autumn Hall disciples. Divine sense branding. The depths of everyone's sea of consciousness had been marked with an everlasting imprint of divine consciousness, but wherever the heart of betrayal was born, the imprint was immediately inspired, annihilating their souls directly. Even if their martial realm exceeded Lu Chenxuan's, this seal still existed, and unless Lu Chenxian retrieved it himself, absolutely no one under the immortal realm could crack it. I'll do as I'm told. Affected by the branding, the 800 or so people's complexion changed slightly, and then they kowtowed once again and cried out in unison. I am willing to swear allegiance to my master for life. Lu Chenxian secretly nodded his head. In this way, with the Su family having the 3 sons soul-suppressing pagoda to protect their lives, and these 800 or so thousand Autumn Hall disciples, the Su family was already the strongest force in the 3 green cities, and deservedly so. When you leave, you won't have to worry about it. Master. A 1,000 Autumn Hall disciple who was kneeling on the ground carefully surveyed Lu Chenxuan's face and spoke respectfully. The 1,000 Autumn Hall Alchemy Workshop, Alchemy Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Book Pavilion also have quite a lot of resources, all of which have been accumulated by the clan over the years, and may be useful to the master. Master. Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled. What good things could a third-rate sect in the mundane world have? Even if they did, it would be impossible to put it in those places. The spirit chimes of those 6 3-yang realm martial artists and the earth-grade spiritual weapons they were carrying were the biggest gains this time. All stand up. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was calm as he stepped towards the corpses of the 6 hall masters while speaking faintly. Pick up your weapons and search the various parts of the sect to collect all the resources, and afterward bring them back to the Su family for the Su family master to personally count them. The Su family master's orders are my orders. Those who disobey will be killed without pardon. Chapter 90, Destroying a Sect in One Day. As Lu Qinchuan's words fell, the 800 or so thousand Autumn Hall disciples immediately got up, picked up their own portable weapons, and split up to rush to the various parts of the mountain gate. Wow! In just less than an incense stick, the Thousand Autumn Hall, which had been inherited for more than 500 years, was raided by the crowd, and even the beads inlaid within the sect's main hall were deducted. It's quite a harvest, a total of more than 800 people, all carrying parcels. There were also people carrying bamboo baskets filled with exotic flowers and herbs, all of which were medicine refining plants grown in the medicine fields of the Thousand Autumn Hall, and there were also large and small black wooden boxes containing secret books of martial arts techniques, which were the heritage of the Thousand Autumn Hall to the present day. Lu Chunxian naturally disdained it. However, to the Su family, all of these were unimaginably amazing riches, enough to make many martial arts families go crazy. Master, my subordinate will immediately head to the Su family. After packing up, the crowd bowed respectfully to Lu Qinxian before turning to leave. Many of them even brought along their own tamed demonic beasts, and there were dozens of low-ranked ferocious birds in the air as well, along with the vast procession, swept towards the direction of Sanqing City. Although he had already submitted to Lu Qinxian, however, his heart was inevitably filled with emotions. The Hall of 1,000 Autumns, gone. The 4 great clans that had shaken Luoyang County were annihilated by Lu Qinxian alone, and now there were only 3 left. After only 1 month, that ruined son-in-law of the Su family, who had been reduced to a laughingstock, had grown to a terrifying level comparable to the Yuan Tire realm, crushing all the geniuses of Luoyang County and killing 6 triple Yang realms with a single sword. With this kind of strength, even if there was no divine sense branding, how would they dare to resist? The Thousand Autumn Hall is very poor. At this moment, Lu Qinxian operated the chaotic heaven-swallowing skill and had already devoured all the remaining spirit chimes within the corpses of the 6 hall masters. Slightly disappointed, among these 6 people, there was only 1 person at the 7th level of the 3 Yangs realm and 1 person at the 5th level of the 3 Yangs realm who each possessed an earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact. Other than that, the spiritual artifacts in use were actually merely of the Xian grade high grade. It can be imagined that the Thousand Autumn Hall is not proficient in the method of refining weapons. That is, the art of refining medicines is still barely a handful, and also belongs to the bottom of the 4 major clans in the past. And, after the martial spiritual rhythms of the 6 Three Yangs realm martial artists, plus the spiritual weapons and treasures on their bodies, all of which were devoured, the Yuan Dan in the belly of the small violet gold dragon in the Dantian had only coalesced a total of 34 Dan lines. Yuan Dan realm, 4th level. For every great realm of martial arts, there was a rather distinct watershed every 3 levels. The harvest from this battle wasn't too great, but it had finally broken through the first watershed of the Yuan Dan realm, and the purple gold dragon breath spewed out by the little purple gold dragon was even more pure, and it was already no less than ordinary Yuan Tire Qi. Although it's pure, it still can't fly for long. Lu Qinxian felt the power of the dragon's breath filling his dantian and secretly shook his head in his heart. Flying through the air is too consuming. The Thunder Rock's wings that had been devoured from Li Pengcheng didn't have a real form, but were condensed from the purple golden dragon breath, and a short flight was certainly not a problem. After all, although the flying martial skill was strong, it was not something that could have been mastered by a Yuan Dan martial artist in the first place, and even if it was the 9-stripe Yuan Dan that Li Pengcheng had condensed, it was only used to escape in times of crisis, and it might not even be able to fly out a few dozen miles. To be able to activate the wings at will, it was estimated that, at the very least, one would have to reach above the 7th level of Yuan Dan, or even the Great Circle of Yuan Dan, to be able to do so. Even at this moment, Lu Qinxian, if the long-distance flight, the consumption speed will inevitably be a little overwhelmed. It would be better to have a foot on the ground. Shrinking the ground, rushing the road is not slow at all. It's time to go back. With the destruction of the Thousand Autumn Hall, this empty mountain gate no longer had any value. Lu Qinxian no longer stayed and stepped in the direction of Sanqing City. Return to the Su family. Triple Green City. The panic brought about by the onslaught of the beast tide had just dispersed, and almost all of the martial arts families still remained near the city gates. There were also many ordinary people who had just stepped out of their homes, taking advantage of the torches lit up on both sides of the street to gaze warily into the distance. Mr. Lu is invincible. Mr. Lu is mighty. The crisis is over. The demonic beasts have been driven away by Mr. Lu. The Su family's wise son-in-law is unrivaled in the world. Congratulations to the Su family head. Near the city gate, Taimu Chan and the new city lord Yuan Shoucheng, listening to the mountainous cheers, had the same rich smile on their faces. The Su family is fortunate, and Sanqing City is fortunate. Their duty, originally, was to guard the city and protect its people. Every time the beast tide is repelled, it will be reported to the court, either promoted to a higher rank or given a heavy reward, or at the very least, some military supplies will be rewarded to replenish the barracks wear and tear. Like this long knife in the hands of Taimu-chan, it was the accumulation of successes from previous battles, personally rewarded by the current saint, once stained with the essence blood of a 4th-grade demonic beast, and was no less than a general low-grade earth-grade spiritual artifact. However, all the previous battle credits combined were far less than this beast tide. Demonic beasts on the scale of tens of thousands did not damage a single soldier, did not shake the walls of the city, and did not injure a single civilian. Such a feat was even enough to go down in history and add color to his own career in the military, and it possessed the same extraordinary importance to the Iron family in the capital. Everything is thanks to Lu Chenxian, Master Su. Everyone, congratulations. Taimu-chan in a good mood. Darkface almost smiled into a flower. Lu Xiaoyu protect the city has merit. I will definitely report truthfully. The saint's dragon face is pleased. The Su family is equally less reward. As for beheading Gu Cheng father and son, hey, compared to this monstrous feat, what is killing them? His Holiness will definitely not pursue this matter any further, so you can all rest assured. Next to him, Yuan Shoucheng similarly arched his hands and clasped his fists, his joy overflowing. He is only the first day of the office. Picked up such a big credit for no reason, said the pie in the sky is almost the same. The Holy Spirit on merit, at least one level of official promotion. And, after this battle, he and Taimu-chan rapport a lot. And the Su family is also considered to be close to the relationship. The future career must be smooth sailing. The mood can be imagined. You two are welcome. You're welcome. Although Su Changlong's mouth said polite, the smile on his face has long been unable to hold back. Su Mao, what virtue and ability. Only, the voice came to an abrupt halt. Outside the just opened city gates, a large, black-packed figure, in which there were hidden demonic beasts roaring, also mixed with unusually sharp hissing of ferocious birds, approached sharply from afar. Beasts, demonic beasts, many demonic beasts? Could it be that the beast tide is here again? Close the gates, quick! Near the city gate, the soldiers guarding the city shouted in terror, and Temujin and Yuan Shoucheng's faces changed steeply, and they were about to jump up to the top of the city. Just then, swish, outside the city gates, all the black shadows all stopped, the demonic beasts were silent, even the demonic birds in the air all landed and came down, and all their might was all converged. In all, more than 800 people, on one knee, spoke in unison, disciples of the Thousand Autumn Hall, by order of their master, pay respects to the Su family master, please show me what to do. Su family master, chapter 91, uninvited guests, Thousand Autumn Hall, near the city gates, Taimu-chan, Yuan Shoucheng, all the major martial arts families, looking at the more than 800 disciples of the Thousand Autumn Hall who were half kneeling on the ground, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and even began to doubt their own eyes and ears. These martial artists who dragged their families and rode demonic beasts here, what did they just say? Master? Paying respects to the Su family master? Who is their master and who can take over the entire Thousand Autumn Hall? And, where are the 6 hall masters of the Thousand Autumn Hall? Why didn't they step in to stop them? Exactly what happened? Greetings, Su family master. Outside the city gates, the person at the head of the 800 disciples was none other than a core disciple at the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm. Arching his hand at Su Changlong from afar, his attitude was incomparably respectful. Our master is none other than the Su family's aunt, Mr. Lu Chenxian Lu. Just half an hour ago, Mr. Lu, one man and one sword, beheaded 6 hall masters and has uprooted the Thousand Autumn Hall. Now that we have sworn allegiance to Lord Lu, in his name, we will deliver the Thousand Autumn Hall treasures. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the words fell, all of the Thousand Autumn Hall disciples all moved their hands and opened all of the parcel boxes on their backs. Fragrant and bejeweled, Thousand Autumn Hall accumulated more than 500 years of heritage, endless spiritual flowers and medicinal herbs, hundreds of metaphysical spiritual weapons, worldly rare precious jewelry, 10,000 gold hard to find martial arts secret books, fully more than 500 parcels and more than 300 boxes, as well as more than 200 bamboo baskets, under the noses of the major families of Sanqing City, filled almost all of the open space in front of the city gates. Hiss! A chorus of backwards breaths rang out. Near the city gate, Taimu-chan, Yuan Shoucheng, the Wudao family, the Su family crowd, everyone, looking at the collection of the Thousand Autumn Hall over the past 500 years and listening to everything this person had told them, their mouths all grew and their eyes all opened wide. Unbelievable. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, even if they heard it with their own ears, they still couldn't believe what was in front of them. Lu Chenxian, one man, one sword, killed all 6 hall masters and wiped out the Thousand Autumn Hall? He also took in the disciples of the Thousand Autumn Hall and moved the entire clan's collection to the Su clan? It's unbelievable and amazing. Little friend Lu is awesome. After a long time, Taimu-chan let out a long sigh, his face indescribably wonderful. If it happened to someone else, I said I would not believe anything, but Lu Xiaoyu, old Tai has lived most of his life, and there aren't many that he admires from the bottom of his heart, and little friend Lu is definitely one of them. The sons of the Iron family are high-minded and proud. Regardless of whether it was in the imperial court or a martial arts sect, it could be said that there were very few people who could be valued by the Iron family. However, Lu Chenchuan's performance had completely convinced this Xinqing general who was guarding the borderlands. The martial arts qualification was hard to find in 10,000 years, and his strength was astonishing. Definitely the first person ever in Luoyang County. Congratulations to Family Master Su. Congratulations to Family Master Su. Those people from the martial arts families surrounded Su Chenglong. Su family master has this virtuous son-in-law. Congratulations. The Su family is blessed with deep fortune. And Mr. Lu is wise and brave, truly envious of others. As I recall, it seems that Mr. Su Yu has not yet gotten married, right? My daughter is 28 years old and is in her prime. If Mr. Su does not abandon him, I will arrange a time for my daughter and Mr. Su to meet. The competition for compliments is so great that they are afraid of being left behind. It's not what it used to be. Just a month ago, the Su family was still the last family in Sanqing City, losing the shelter of Su's old master Su Haotian. The family history has declined dramatically, and suffered from the suppression of Gu Chang, almost precarious. However, today, with the rise of Lu Qinxian, the Su family's status soared to the sky, and it was already second to none in this Sanqing City, and was one of the best in the entire Luoyang County when looking at it. What's more, now there are these more than 800,000 Autumn Hall disciples who have sworn allegiance, plus the 500 years of heritage of the Thousand Autumn Hall. At this moment, the Su family was not even too much to call the Luoyang County's #1 powerful family, enough to be on par with the other three great sects. You're welcome, everyone, so very welcome. The corners of Su Chenglong's mouth couldn't close with a smile, arching his hand and clasping his fists in a group bow. Today's matter, Su Mao, is also quite unexpected. As for all of you's good intentions, it's better to wait for that son-in-law of mine to come back to say. With that, he turned his head to look at the Thousand Autumn Hall disciple from earlier and asked tentatively, Mr. Su's son-in-law, Lu Chenxian, did he say anything else? Like, when will he return? Not afraid of returning late, but afraid of him not returning. Just 2 days ago, Lu Chenxian had killed Li Pengchang and handed over the Three Suns soul-suppressing pagoda to Su Yu for his use, once slightly revealing that he would be leaving the Su family soon, although he knew that he couldn't be retained. However, the day Lu Chenxian stayed in the Su family would be able to have one more point of strength. In the current Sanqing City, these surrounding family heads of the world, what they feared was not the Su family, but the Su family's superfluous son-in-law. Lu Chenxian, please forgive me, Su family master. The master did not explain when he would return. Not far from the opposite side, that Thousand Autumn Hall disciple still maintains a half-kneeling posture, and respectfully opens his mouth. My subordinate dares to guess that the master. Snap. Footfall. Outside the city gates, a green-shirted figure, stepping from the middle of the night, was 100 feet away a moment ago, but at this moment, it had already appeared in front of Su Chenglong. Ignoring all of the others, he merely nodded his head at Taimo-chan, and then he turned his head to look at the people of the Thousand Autumn Hall who were kneeling on the ground and spoke softly. Don't kneel. Follow me back to the Su family. After saying that, he took a big stride in the direction of Su's house. Swish, swish, swish. At the back, more than 800,000 Autumn Hall disciples got up at the same time, moving in a neat and tidy manner, packing up all the medicinal herbs and spiritual weapons on the ground, all following behind Lu Chenxian, not daring to overstep their bounds in the slightest. Above the long street, countless people escorting, guarding the city sergeant lance raised. One can't hide their excitement, shouting in unison, Mr. Lu is mighty. Greetings to Mr. Lu. To be able to recruit such a son-in-law, it's all because of the Su family's ancestors' good fortune. Su Chenglong looked at the scene in front of him from afar. His heart was filled with emotion, and he led the Su family to follow up quickly. Unconsciously, 3 days had passed since the overthrow of the Thousand Autumn Hall. Within these 3 days, the Su family was inundated with family heads from all the major cities in Luoyang County, all sending generous gifts and making deliberate friendships with the Su family. As for the more than 800,000 Autumn Hall disciples, under the arrangement of the Su family elders, they either went to various properties or stayed in the Su family to guard the mansion, and the weather was brand new. What no one knows is that, late at night on the third day, one of the once four great sects of Luoyang County, the Red Molten Sect, welcomed an uninvited guest. I've heard that in the recent Luoyang County, there's a young genius who can challenge over the levels, and his name is Lu Chenxian? In the main hall of the Red Molten Sect, a shadowy young man wearing a fiery red robe looked in the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range from afar, his eyes flickering with undisguised greed. The Beast Soul sect in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was destroyed by Lu Chenxian? Then, he should be familiar with the environment of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Chapter 92 News about Heavenly Spiritual Treasures. In front of this youth, a total of 5 young realm martial artists, including the Red Melting sect master, all arched their hands and bowed. No one dares to disrespect it. Although this person was only a Yuan Dan great perfection, however, his identity was not trivial. The genius disciple of one of the 6 major clans in Guangdong province, the Haoyang sect, Zhou Tianxue. The Red Melting sect had been based in Luoyang County for more than 400 years, and the method of refining weapons was unique. There were no Yuan fetus powerhouses sitting within the sect. However, they were able to refine earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons. By virtue of that, it wasn't the Red Melting sect's own underpinnings, but rather, it was dependent under the Haoyang sect, and had received the secret art of refining weapons that they had rewarded them with. So, as a disciple of the upper sect and a core genius, even the current Red Molten sect leader Wei Yan would have to be a head shorter in front of Zhou Tianxue. Mr. Zhou is right. Wei Yan clasped his fists with both hands and respectfully said, in these recent days, Lu Chenxuan's reputation has risen, and the commotion is not small. 5 days ago, a disciple of this clan, Qi Danxia, was killed by Lu Chenxian. As for the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Beast Soul sect has been lurking for a long time, and was uprooted by Lu Chenxian, so I'm sure, he must be very familiar with the environment within the mountain range. As he spoke, Wei Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light, his expression extremely sinister. Lu Chenxian, the once 12th on the subterranean dragon ranking, Red Molten sect's genius disciple, Red Danxia, was none other than his Wei Yan's personal disciple, and he might even succeed to the position of patriarch in the future. However, he was mercilessly beheaded by Lu Chenxian in the blood-refining valley at the foot of the South Mountain sect. The hatred of killing a disciple was not shared, so how could Wei Yan stop so easily? Only, without waiting for the Red Molten sect to make a move, the beast tide of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range stirred, launching an onslaught on Sanqing City, while Lu Chenxian wielded his sword to exterminate the beast tide, then the Beast Soul sect, and then the Thousand Autumn Hall, revealing a horrifying strength that was not inferior to that of the Yuan fetus Grandmaster. Under such circumstances, Wei Yan could only hold his tongue and didn't dare to make the slightest move even if his heart was not willing to do so. Not anymore. In front of him, this Zhou Tianxue Zhou Gongzi, is the best among the inner disciples of the Haoyang sect, although it is only Yuan Dan Great Circle, but once crossed the level to kill a 3 young peak martial artist, can be called 1,000 years of rare to see the supreme genius, and it just so happened that he needed a leader to take him to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range this time he came over. According to the disposition of this Zhou Gongzi, no matter who leads the way, they don't want to come back alive at the end. Familiarity is good. Zhou Tianxue's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and a hideous smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Mountains of the Beasts. There's a big secret hidden inside. More than 400 years ago, the Haoyang sect ranked number 1 among the 6 major sects in Guangdong Prefecture, possessing 2 Imperial Sky Realm Supreme Elders in attendance. Under the joint efforts of the 2, it was even possible to refine an Earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapon, only that many attempts had failed, and instead, a lot of precious materials had been wasted for nothing. After the last failure, one of the Supreme Elders, Lu Xingkong, went into the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range alone, looking for the heavenly materials and treasures needed for refining weapons, and as a result, in less than half a month, the sole jade tablet left within the sect suddenly shattered, and the entire sect was shocked. The shattering of the jade token meant that Lu Xingkong had met an untimely death in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Since then, the Haoyang sect was left with only 1 Sky Realm Profounder, and its status among the 6 great sects gradually declined. It wasn't until half a month ago that Zhou Tianxue's master was reaching the end of his lifespan and told him a shocking secret that no one knew about. Before Lu Xingkong died, he most likely discovered a heavenly spirit weapon. One must know that heavenly grade spiritual weapons on the Xiantian continent were extremely rare, and even the super sects that were above the major empires were afraid that the number of heavenly grade spiritual weapons they possessed were just a handful. For a second-rate sect like the Haoyang sect, if they could obtain a heavenly grade spiritual artifact, even if it was just a heavenly grade low grade, they could immediately be promoted to a first-rate sect. The power of a heavenly grade spiritual weapon was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary martial artists. This time when he went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he didn't report to the senior management of the sect, but instead, he brought his master's relics and went down the mountain privately, to look for that suspected heavenly spiritual weapon. And his mentor, It was the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder Lu Xingkong 400 years ago. Go! Zhou Tianque's heart was on fire as he turned around and walked towards the red melting sex mountain gate in large strides. Come with me to the Su family and let Lu Chenxian lead the way. To the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Sanqing City, Su family. Ever since he had taken in the disciples of the Thousand Autumn Hall, Lu Chenxian rarely showed his face and spent the vast majority of his time cultivating in his bedroom. Lifting is very slow. The exotic flowers and herbs obtained from the Thousand Autumn Hall, all kinds of pills, a small portion of which was left to the Su family, the vast majority of which had been devoured and absorbed. However, the Yuan Dan in the belly of the purple gold little dragon had only condensed 36 danlines so far, and its realm had always remained at the 4th level of Yuan Dan. The cultivation level transformed from absorbing the aura of heaven and earth was not much different from the speed of devouring these pills and flowers. At this rate, advancing to the Three Yang's realm would only be a distant prospect. Where is Lu Chenxian? A low, hoarse, authoritative voice resounded steeply in the sky above the Su residence. Duke Zhou of the Haoyang sect is approaching. Why don't you hurry to come out and greet him? Haoyang sect. Within the Su residence, the Su family members were at a loss. Only the family head, Su Chenglong, had his face change violently. He knew the horror of the Haoyang sect. Luoyang County was under the Guangping Prefecture, and each of the 6 major clans in the Guangping Prefecture could easily overthrow the Nanshan sect. While the Haoyang sect specializes in refining weapons, the clan elders almost manually have an earth-grade spiritual weapon. And although there is only one empty realm powerhouse sitting in the town, it is still able to stand steadily in the ranks of second-rate clans. What was even more frightening was that the Haoyang sect had a long history of inheritance, having existed before the founding of the Tsunchuan Empire, and possessed several types of earth-grade techniques, as well as similarly monstrously powerful earth-grade martial arts. It was no exaggeration to say that a Triang martial artist from the Haoyan sect could definitely easily decapitate that Yuan fetus elder of the Nanshan sect. This was the strength suppression of a second-rate sect against a third-rate sect, an absolute crushing that was unresistible. All of the Su family, welcome Mr. Zhou. After the brief shock, Su Chenglong didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran out of the mansion with a few elders, bowed and lowered his head. His face was incomparably reverent. My little son-in-law, Lu Chenxian, is in seclusion for cultivation. I don't know that Mr. Zhou is not aware of it. Phew, a strong wind swept through. Zhou Tianque's face was arrogant, his robe sleeve casually flung out, and a fiery wind force roared out, blasting the Su family's crowd to the ground. And then, like no one was there, he swaggered into the Su residence with a cold grunt from his nose. Lu Chenxian, I heard that you are very familiar with the terrain of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. As long as you lead the way for me, there is absolutely no shortage of benefits for you. If you dare to refuse, this is what will happen to you and the Su family. As the words fell, he raised his hand and swung it again. Boom! The palm swept across the room. 10 feet away in front, the greenstone wigwam standing in the front garden of the Su residence was directly burned into a puddle of fiery red magma under the shroud of this palm force. Chapter 93, The Scent of Fragments. This Zhou Gengzi is really strong. Outside the door of the Su residence, the Su family members who had just gotten up in a mess couldn't help but be secretly shocked as they looked at the magma formed by the melting of the wigwam from afar. Wave your hand to dissolve the stubborn stone. It should be known that the wigwam within the Su family's garden was mined from the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and if it was smelted, a lot of fine iron molten pulp could be extracted from it, which was commonly used to refine yellow-grade spiritual weapons. Even if it was placed in a refining furnace, it would require a Yuan Dan powerhouse's Dan Qi to quench it for at least 2 hours before the stubborn stone could be completely burned and melted. This young genius from the Haoyang sect, his strength, at the very least, was at the peak of the Three Yangs. Father, within the Su residence, a figure came flying, a small white tower in his hand shining with light. It was the Su family's eldest young man, Su Yu. Earlier, when Zhou Tianque came to the door, he was meditating and practicing in the back garden, and when he heard that low voice in the sky above the Su residence, he immediately rushed here. Unexpectedly, the first thing I saw was the sight of the wigwam burning and melting. You're Duke Zhou of the Haoyang sect? With the Three Suns soul suppressor tower in his hand, Su Yu had no fear. Quickly walking to Su Chenglong and the others, he coldly stared at Zhou Tianque in front of him. My brother-in-law is in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb him. If you dare to break into the Su family, by force, come on people now. Swish, swish, swish. In the backyard of the Su residence, hundreds of thousand Autumn Hall disciples poured out, all of them above the 7th level of Yuan Dan. In the air, there was also a 2-foot-sized black ferocious bird, with 2 wings waving violently, fanning up gusts of wind, blowing the clothes of the crowd in a hunting manner. That's the bottom line for the Su family. Lu Chenxian had created a lineup for the Su family, with peak second-order iron-winged eagles and elite disciples of the Thousand Autumn Hall. the regiment was arching over the Su family crowd. With this kind of strength, even if they were to face the three major clans of Luoyang County, they would not lose out in the slightest. The pagoda spirit vessel. Zhou Tianxue raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze swept past the small tower in Su Yu's hand, and a flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Such a treasure was not rare even in the Haoyang sect. Not only did it require a large amount of refining materials, the person refining the weapon must also be in peak condition. Even so, the success rate of refining is less than 50%, and after refining, almost all of them are used by the senior management of the sect, and will not fall into the hands of the disciples. What's more, this kind of pagoda spiritual weapon, not only attack and defense, can also be used to seal the martial arts detained in it, as if the cage, unless it is a yuan tire strong, otherwise absolutely cannot get out of the trap. In terms of value, a spiritual artifact pagoda could be exchanged for at least 10 attack-type spiritual artifacts. No wonder the tone is so arrogant. It turns out that he possesses such a pagoda. After a short period of surprise, Zhou Tianxue snorted coldly in a low voice, his face steepening. Don't think that, with this tower in hand, I can't do anything about your Su family. Within my Haoyang sect, if I casually invite a Yuan fetus elder, I can completely wipe out your Su family. There is absolutely no trace of water in this statement. As one of the 6 major clans in Guangdong Prefecture, the Haoyang clan had 8 Yuan fetus powerhouses alone, as well as that heaven-flying Sky Realm Imperial Air Realm Supreme Elder. Not to mention dealing with a mere Su family, even sweeping across Luoyang County would not be a problem. Shut up. Su Chenglong was well aware of the terrifying nature of the Haoyang sect, and gave Su Yu several faces in a row before he was full of compensatory smiles. My dog's son is young and ignorant, so please don't be ignorant with him, Duke Zhou. However, my little son-in-law Lu Chenxian is indeed in seclusion. So, aha! Zhou Tianxue's gaze was ruthless, and behind him, Wei Yan and the 4 elders of the Red Molten sect stepped forward at the same time, coldly forcing their eyes on Su Chenglong, and all of them lit up their weapons in their hands. 5 triple Yang realms, 5 Earth-grade spiritual weapons. They, the senior members of the Red Melting sect, obviously felt Zhou Tianxue's anger, and if Su Chenglong dared to say half a word again, he would definitely make a blatant move and raise the Su family to the ground. Young and ignorant. Oh, the ignorant one is obviously you, Su Chenglong. Zhou Tianxue laughed in a low voice. His right hand violently flipped, and a crimson wooden stick appeared in his palm. The surface of the secret pattern intertwined and flickered, emanating volcano eruption-like crimson inflammation waves. I personally came to the Su clan, but I was only looking for Lu Chenxian to lead the way, and you guys actually had the audacity to refuse? Is an Earth-grade spirit tower great? Let me show you all today. The words came to an abrupt end. At the moment he lit up the crimson wooden stick. Within the bedroom of the Su family's back residence, Lu Chenxian's eyes opened abruptly, and his mouth let out a soft eek sound. This feeling is somewhat familiar. In the past, Xiao Ding Tian, the easy immortal king of the Qingtian immortal domain, held in his hands that innate treasure, the 24 bridges in bright moonlight. The treasure scent actually appeared outside the Su family's door. Whoosh! Shouting Tian's request was always in Lu Chenxian's mind, and at this moment, without hesitation, he stepped out from his bedroom, and with his feet shrinking into inches, he instantly appeared in the front garden of the Su residence. Gaze, which fell directly on top of the wooden stick in Zhou Tianxue's hand. This is, after a glance, Lu Chenxian secretly shook his head. It's not. Originally, he thought that a fragment of the 24 bridges and the moonlit night had appeared here after its disintegration, but it turned out that it was only a similarity in the secret pattern, and was very different from the real fragment. Only, why were the secret patterns on top of this wooden stick similar to the debris? Even if it's not a real fragment, it's definitely related to a fragment. You are Lu Chenxian? At the same time Lu Chenxian was observing the wooden stick, Zhou Tianxue was also observing Lu Chenxian, and a light laugh suddenly escaped from his mouth. Since you've already shown yourself, I'm going to tell you plainly. I'm going to make a trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, so you'll lead the way. After this is accomplished, what reward do you want? Just ask. My lord will definitely not let you down. The Beast Mountains? Lu Chenxian's brows were just about to refuse when his gaze suddenly brightened slightly. Is this trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range related to the wooden stick in your hand? Oh, Zhou Tianxue's face did not change at all, but his heart was secretly surprised. This wooden stick in his hand is the relic handed over to him by his master before he sat down, and the secret pattern on the surface is even engraved by his master himself. 400 years ago, his master ancestor, the Haoyang sect's supreme elder Lu Xingkong, tragically fell in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Just before he fell, He passed the method of inscribing these secret patterns to his master through a transmission token. This trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was precisely in accordance with his master's last orders to search for the place where Lu Xingkong had fallen. Master Teacher himself had said that these secret patterns left behind by Master Ancestor were likely to involve an infinitely powerful heavenly-grade spiritual weapon. You ask too many questions. With a wave of his backhand, Zhou Tianxue retrieved the crimson wooden rod back into his dantian, while then grunting in a low, cold voice, "All you need to do is to tell me whether or not you are willing to lead the way for me." If refused, without waiting for Zhou Tianxue to finish speaking, Lu Chenxian wore a smile on his face and had obviously guessed the answer to the question just now. He didn't deny it. That means, the wooden stick in his hand was indeed related to the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon debris. Chapter 94. Go. Since the news of the debris was confirmed, Lu Chenxian naturally wouldn't reject it. Simply nodding his head at the Su family's crowd, he did not even look at Zhou Tianxue or Wei Yan and the others behind him, and directly stepped towards the door of the Su residence. Mountains of the Beasts. A trip inside is indeed necessary. 3 years ago, Su Haotian, the old master of Su, went deep into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in order to look for a cure for deafness and mute disability, and since then his life and death have become a mystery. Now, it was suspected that there were remnants of old Zhao's treasures, so it was only logical that they should be explored in depth. What's more, this Zhou Tianxue in front of him, since he intends to explore the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he must have some clues in his hands, either a map to guide him, or some directions and routes. Traveling with them saves you a lot of trouble. 2. Chen Xian, Auntie. Behind them, the Su family crowd looked at Lu Chenxuan's back from afar and couldn't help but be filled with worry. A guide to lead the way. That's not a good job. Sanqing City was adjacent to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and there had been times in the past when people from other counties and clans from other prefectures had searched for hunters from Sanqing City to lead the way into the depths of the mountain range in search of medicinal herbs and sandstones. However, without exception, none of those who led the way came back alive. Although Lu Chenxuan's strength was profound and unfathomable, far from being comparable to those ordinary hunters. However, this time, the one who had asked him to lead the way was Zhou Tianxue, who was no less than a Yuan fetus powerhouse, as well as the Red Molten Patriarch and the 4 Triple Yang Realm Elders. Ha! Looking at the looks on the faces of the Su family, Zhou Tianxue laughed lowly and caricaturedly. Don't worry, I'll do what I say, and I definitely won't treat this son-in-law of your Su family poorly. After saying that, he took 5 Triple Yang powerhouses with him and followed behind Lu Chenxian, heading towards the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In the history of the Tsangshuan continent, countless martial artists had explored the mountain range, yet no one had ever been able to enter the core of the mountain range. It is said that it is the territory of the 7th-level demonic beast heaven-swallowing dragon python, which is equivalent to a human martial artist in the realm of life and death, and is only one step away from ascending to the upper realm. Thousands of years ago, the then lord of the Tianxian Holy Land had once invited a close friend and traveled to the core of the mountain range together, and before he could enter the surrounding area, he was startled back by the fated carapace of the heaven-swallowing dragon python. Just a mere shell already contained a terrifying pressure that crushed everything, so it could be seen that within the same realm, the more ancient the bloodline of the demonic beast, the more terrifying the power would be. It's 300 miles deep. After entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lu Chenxian was not in a hurry and led Zhou Tianxue and the others for 3 days and 3 nights, killing dozens of low-ranked demonic beasts along the way, and finally entering the 3rd-level demonic beast territory. Grade 3 demonic beasts, equivalent to the human Triyang realm, could already perform their innate divine abilities, and it was difficult for an ordinary Triyang martial artist to match them, and even the geniuses of the major clans had to be careful. Along the way, Zhou Tianxue often took out the crimson wooden stick and carefully observed the secret patterns on it. According to Lu Chenxuan's observation, as he went deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, this secret pattern likewise changed, and after each observation, Zhou Tianxue adjusted his forward route, and the excitement on his face grew stronger. If the guess is right, it's not too far from the final goal. What is it? On top of the road, Wei Yan's footsteps suddenly lurched, reaching out and pointing at a thick ancient tree next to the mountain path. It doesn't seem to be the work of demonic beasts, but rather like it was left behind by humans. Zhou Tianxue's gaze flinched as he immediately leaped out and rushed to the front of this ancient tree. It's a pike seal. On the surface of the tree trunk, a seal pattern in the shape of a flying shuttle was clearly visible, and the tip of the shuttle was pointing to the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, due west by north. No good. After reading the seal, Zhou Tianxue's face changed abruptly, and his fists instantly clenched. The unique symbol of the Thousand Illusions sect, one of the 6 major sects in Guangping Prefecture. The Thousand Illusions sect has come to? Impossible. Impossible. Zhou Tianque's eyes flashed rapidly, puzzled. The 6 great sects exploring the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was not something unimaginable. However, the route he had picked to advance was guided by the secret pattern left behind by Lu Xingkong. But on top of this path, how could the 1,000 Illusion sect's guiding marks appear? One must know that the 1,000 Illusion sect's techniques were strange. The sect's disciples were deceptive and their stances were incomparably sharp. And if they were to face each other, even he, Zhou Tianque, did not have the certainty of victory. Regarding the heavenly grade spiritual weapon, there was absolutely no room for sloppiness. And no matter if the 1,000 Illusion sect knew of the existence of the spiritual weapon, there could not be any accidents. Lu Chunxian, Zhou Tianque waved his hand violently, and a wave of scorching fire roared out, completely burning the 1,000 Illusion sect's pointing mark. And then he turned to look angrily at Lu Chunxian, and let out a cold cry under his breath. Speed up. Continue to go deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Don't delay any longer. Don't dare to take your time again. Believe me. Lu Chunxian paused in his steps. The gaze was like a sharp sword, slowly falling on Zhou Tianji's face. It ends here. After the past few days together, the secret pattern on the crimson stick has been familiar with the chest, and Zhou Tianque and Wei Yan and others, all the way to the high and mighty, obviously did not put him this Su family son-in-law in the eyes. The trick of crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, has the former strongest war god of the immortal world seen less? Not to mention, when they had broken into Su's house by force, their death sentence had long been pronounced. What do you want? Besides Zhou Tianque, Wei Yan and the 4 great elders, if they were aware of it, the light in their hands flickered, and the earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons immediately surfaced in their palms. The killing machine was austere. They had long known that Zhou Tianque was bound to kill Lu Chunxian. It was just a matter of time. Ever since entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lu Chunxian was called a guide, but in reality, he had no respect for the crowd and always acted on his own. Coupled with the revenge for the murder of Wei Yan's personal disciple Red Danxia, he, Lu Chunxian, would not be sorry to die. I had thought that having you lead the way would save me time. Zhou Tianque's gaze was gloomy as he coldly locked eyes with Lu Chunxian. Now it seems to be nothing more than superfluous. In that case, there is no need for you to live this life. Speaking here, he turned his head to look at Wei Yan and smiled sorrowfully. Patriarch Wei, your disciple's revenge can now be avenged. Make it quick and keep going. Swish. The moment Zhou Tianque's words fell, Wei Yan and the 4 great elders leaped out, either holding their battle knives or long swords, standing in different directions and surrounding Lu Chunxian. 5 elements red mango formation. This was a ground-level formation rewarded by the Haoyang sect, and with the combined strength of 5 people, it was enough to counteract an ordinary Yuan fetus martial artist, which was also the red melting sect's biggest reliance in being able to gain a foothold in Luoyang County. Their formation had only just been completed when they had already lost sight of Lu Chunxian before their eyes. An incomparably bright purple-gold light, which rapidly enlarged in their field of vision, instantly enveloped Wei Yan and the 4 great elders, and likewise enveloped Zhou Tianque next to them. At the same time, an emotionless, faint syllable whispered in their ears. Die. Chapter 95, 50 Great Ways, 49 Heavenly Diffusions. Lu Chunxuan's word death exited, and the purple-gold sword light instantly descended. One of the group attack martial arts that used to traverse the green sky immortal domain, the Luohun Tian Chop. Earlier, when the beast tide had stormed Sanqing City, Lu Chunxian had killed tens of thousands of demonic beasts with a single sword, and it was this martial skill that he had executed. Undifferentiated wide-range attack, a round of rising purple and gold full moon, flickering endlessly in mid-air. The sword light fell as if it were a meteor falling from the sky, covering 100 feet square. Indestructible, piercing everything. No. Under the shroud of purple-gold swordlight, Wei Yan and the 4 great elders let out screams of misery. Other than that, there was no way to react in any other way at all, and he was run through and torn apart by the countless swordlights, his screams stopping abruptly, and his body almost bursting into slag. Don't you dare. On the other side, Zhou Tianque's face changed drastically, his mouth let out a bellowing cry, and made a gesture that he was going to make a move to resist. However, the body also merely lit up with a golden barrier before collapsing instantly, following in the footsteps of Wei Yan and the others. Just this one move, the 5-3 Yang realm martial artists, plus this inner sect genius from the Haoyang sect, all died. The so-called 5 elements red mango formation was not even in time to be executed. I've let you live for 3 more days. You should be satisfied. With a wave of his palm, Lu Chunxian withdrew the palm's unsheathed wooden sword back into his dantian, and then his mind moved. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique. Devour. Within the dantian, the purple gold little dragon raised its neck. The devouring vortex in its mouth turned rapidly, and a swallowing and sucking force descended and descended, and from within the broken corpses of Zhou Tianxue and the others, it rapidly extracted their residual spiritual rhythms. 1 breath, 2 breaths, buzz. Lu Chenxuan's body shook as his gaze glowed slightly. Promote to the 5th level of Yuan Dan. At this moment, all the spirit rhythms had been completely devoured, and Wei Yan and the others' earth-grade spiritual weapons and Zhou Tianxue's crimson wooden stick had also been completely scrapped. As for the Yuan Dan in the belly of the small purple gold dragon, the secret lines on its surface were bright and dark, reaching exactly 40. Next, one must hurry. Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he quickly pondered over the secret pattern guiding the surface of the crimson wooden rod before stepping out and swept deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Old Shaw's 24 bridges and a moonlit night fragment. It should never fall into the hands of anyone else. 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In the middle of a ring-shaped valley that was rarely visited by people. Hiss, hiss. A snow-white huge python, body coiled like a small mountain, slowly spitting snake letters in the mouth. A pair of dark vertical pupils tightly closed, triangular-shaped head lying on top of the body, 2 well-sized nostrils constantly spraying scarlet aerosol, the entire valley filled with an unusually pungent fishy odor. And behind this giant python, it was the steep stone wall at the edge of the valley, and it was not known whether it was scraped by the python's tail or formed naturally, revealing an unfathomably deep and dark cave. Swish, a green-shirted figure swept from the entrance of the valley and came to a steep stop 10 feet away in front of the giant python. It was Lu Chenxian, looking at the snow-white python in front of him. His brows inadvertently frowned slightly. A 4th-level demonic beast, equivalent to the human Yuan fetus realm, the silver-scaled spotted python. Looking at it, it seemed to be sleeping, while the fishy odor that filled the air was not emanating from the python, but rather like it was coming from the cave in the back. If the guess is right, the 24 bridges to the Moon Knight fragment is in this cave. Since it's slumbering, I'm not going to be polite. Enhancing one's own strength was important. Lu Chenxian was not a person with a soft heart, let alone dealing with a mere demonic beast. The 5 fingers of his right hand were spread out in the air, aiming at the 7 inches of the python, and he let out a low gulp from his mouth. Devour. Boom. Devouring a behemoth that has reached the 4th level. The purple and gold little dragon within the Dantian naturally has no reservations. The devouring vortex in its mouth rotates crazily, and an unprecedented huge tearing force descends, instantly connecting to the 4th level demonic Dan in the python's body. And the demonic beast's spirit rhyme is like a torrential river, coalescing rapidly towards the Yuan Dan in the dragon's abdomen. Hiss. At this moment, if the silver scale spotted python felt something, the huge body of dozens of feet in length trembled violently, and the pitch-black vertical pupil opened steeply, staring at the tiny human in front. Unfortunately, Mirai rage, in fact, did not help at all. The spiritual rhythm flowed away as if it was being drawn out and stripped of its marrow, and even if it was a 4th-level demonic beast, it could not resist the devouring power of the purple and gold little dragon. What's more, there was also Lu Chenxuan's supreme will that firmly suppressed this behemoth, not allowing it to make the slightest resistance. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways. As time passed, in the belly of the small purple gold dragon, the secret lines on the surface of the Yuan Dan finally increased to 45, and in front of this silver scale spotted python, the snake pupil in the divine light gradually dissipated, replaced by a blank. Demonic beast promotion opened the spirit of wisdom with the spiritual rhyme flow completely disappeared. The body of the demon Dan has completely turned into a mass of nothingness. Cultivation was abolished, reduced to the most common but ordinary demonic beast. Even the physical strength of a 4th-level demonic beast completely declined, only leaving behind this huge body that far exceeded that of an ordinary demonic beast. It's kind of a no-brainer for you. As the devouring ended, Lu Chenxian was clearly in a good mood, raising his hand and gently swinging it. I'll leave you alive today. Go! Brush la la. The silver-scaled spotted python seemed to have understood something, dragging its bulky and huge body, shaking its head and crawling towards the outside of the valley. Halfway through the climb, he looked back at the deep, dark cave, and a touch of humanized awe passed through his vertical pupils. It found this cave here and has been cultivating by gulping the breath of its kind at the entrance of the cave for about 5 years now. However, it has never dared to enter the cave. Inside there existed extremely terrifying things that were absolutely impenetrable forbidden areas for it. 45 secret lines, closer to the 3 Yang's realm. Lu Chenxian no longer paid any attention to this giant python, and a wisp of divine thought observed the Dantian, secretly shaking his head in his heart. Gathering the secret lines and advancing to the 3 Yang's realm was much slower than one would have thought. Just now, devouring all the spiritual rhythm of this level 4 python had actually only increased 5 secret lines, and as the secret lines continued to increase, the amount of spiritual rhythm needed for each additional secret line was also increasing. Let's just say, cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing technique. One's own martial arts background is indeed incomparably deep, but it also increases the difficulty of advancing. I just don't know. Is this what the heaven-swallowing Divine Lord Senior said? Is not perfect? There are 50 great roads and 49 heavenly derivations. How can there be a perfect and flawless gong method between heaven and earth? Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled. Then without further thought, he stepped towards the cave ahead. A moment after entering the cave, buzz, a space ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the entrance of the cave, which was vaguely mixed with countless illusions and strange beast roars, as well as an extremely ferocious demonic beast aura that blasted Lu Chenxian head-on. Chapter 96. Old Xiao. This place is really related to Old Xiao. Feeling the spatial ripples that came upon him, Lu Chenxuan's body loomed large. The surrounding illusions, the hissing of foreign beasts, and the aura of demonic beasts were all but ignored. Underneath his eyes, a faint hint of joy flowed instead. You can be sure, in this area of the mortal realm, other than Old Xiao's treasure remnants, what else could catalyze the laws of space and time at the same time? These illusions surfacing at this moment, if a martial artist from the Xiantian continent were to see them, it would be absolutely impossible for them to recognize them in the slightest. However, he, a close friend of the former easy immortal King Xiaoding Tian, had more than once comprehended the might of the 24 bridges in Bright Moon Night, suppressing seals, opening up space, changing the flow of time, changing the seasons. Within this cave in front of me, there must exist the 20 bridges Bright Moon Night fragment, and it is the core of this innate treasure. However, this demonic beast's aura is a bit odd. 24 bridges and a bright moonlit night. When has it ever suppressed such a weak demonic beast? Lu Chenxian took another step and continued to advance deeper into the cave, feeling the pressure of the demonic beasts that filled the air. It shouldn't. The demonic beasts that were qualified to be suppressed by Xiaoding Tian were at least at the level of a demon king of the Qingtian immortal domain, and the pressure that was being felt right now was at most at the peak of the 5th level, which was equivalent to a human's royal sky realm. Did Lu Chenxuan's gaze brightened slightly, vaguely guessing a certain possibility, before his footsteps quickened and he swept forward. The end of the cave. Extrapolating from the distance, this place was already located in the center of the mountain's belly, and it seemed that a shocking battle had once taken place, with almost all of the mountain walls collapsing along the way, dropping countless pieces of debris, and in the pile of rubble at the end, there was a withered old man sitting on a plate. His clothes were full of holes and had already lost their original color. He was holding a broken copper sword hilt in his hand, and his chest had collapsed so badly that it had almost been attached to his back. However, the strange thing was that after receiving such a serious injury, the old man's tattered clothes were actually not stained with the slightest bit of blood, only that his breath was completely absent, and it was obvious that he had been dead for many years. Around the old man, not far from the pile of rocks, there were more than 20 broken puppets, all holding weapon fragments in their hands. The biggest puppet among them was about a zhang tall, and the copper halberd in its hand was rusty and seemed to have been subjected to some kind of strong corrosion. The only distinguishable thing is that in this copper halberd handle position, can also faintly see an ancient Lu character. He is the Haoyang sect's supreme elder, Lu Xingkong, who fell in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range 400 years ago. Lu Chenxuan's footsteps paused as he gazed at the withered old man in front of him, his brows furrowing slightly. The identity should be correct. On the way with Zhou Tianxue, Wei Yan and others did not less compliments. Lu Xingkong blowing god, flying all the way to the sky. Extrapolating according to the number of years, Lu Xingkong had been dead for more than 400 years, a time that was about the same as the time when the ancestor of the Su family had obtained the 20 bridges in Bright Moon Night fragment. Then, the reason why Lu Xingkong had fallen was most likely related to the debris. A martial artist of the sky realm, with condensed essence and blood, and solid internal organs. Even after sitting down, the flesh can remain incorruptible for 1,000 years. As for these spiritual weapons, Lu Chenxian stepped forward and grabbed the broken copper sword in Lu Xingkong's hand in the air, then looked at the weapons in the hands of those broken puppets and couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. The copper sword was earth grade middle grade, and the golem weapon was earth grade low grade. If the spirit weapons were intact, they could at least condense 3 Dan lines after devouring them. However, these spirit weapons had been strongly corroded by the demonic beast's natural aptitude, and their spirituality had been wiped out, leaving no value for devouring. On the contrary, it was this Lu Xingkong who actually possessed so many earth-grade spiritual weapons, which was considered a small fortune amongst the Sky Realm martial artists of the Xiantian continent. After all, it is the Haoyang sect's supreme elder, and the proficient method is really quite proficient. No debris? Lu Chenxian threw away the broken copper sword, and then his divine sense radiated out, instantly sweeping across the entire cave, his eyebrows lifting slightly. Under the exploration of divine sense, the entire cave is slim, and there is no discovery of the whereabouts of the 24 bridges in Bright Moon Night debris. However, it was not without its rewards. Right behind Lu Xingkong's corpse, a spatial fluctuation, if there was one, appeared a minuscule twisting change as the divine sense swept through. Such a subtle spatial power can never be mastered by the martial artists of the Xiantian continent, and that would be only the remnants. Instead of being in the cave, the fragment had cast a spatial aptitude and hidden itself. Lao Shao, you're getting me into trouble. After a short period of contemplation, Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled bitterly. With my current strength, it's not normally difficult to crack the spatial barrier. Luckily, this is the mundane world. If it was in the green sky immortal domain, one would have to at least advance to the imperial sky realm to have a glimmer of hope. But, since I promised you, I'll do it no matter what. In the past, the strongest god of war in the immortal world, a promise weighs 1,000 words, and even if it is difficult and heavy, he will never renege on his promise. It was nothing more than cracking the spatial barrier left behind by the 24 bridges and the moonlit night debris, and to Lu Chenxian at this moment, although it was not difficult, it was not impossible to accomplish. Performing one's own martial arts can break through, but it consumes too much and is not desirable. Lu Chenxian stepped forward, reaching out to caress the direction where the spatial barrier was located, and after a moment of contemplation, his gaze gradually brightened up. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique. The heaven swallowing god master senior had said that this technique could swallow nothing, so could the laws of space be swallowed? It seems, could be a good place to try. Try it and use something else if it doesn't work. Lu Chenxuan's mind was made up, and then without any further hesitation, a thought was violently urged. The power of devouring, catalyzing. In the Dantian, the purple and gold little dragon leaped forward. The devouring vortex in its mouth reappeared, and a devouring force that was very different from the previous one was emitted, vaguely emitting a certain unprecedented esoteric aura as it slowly approached the spatial barriers in front of it. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, an indescribably majestic greatness pressed towards Lu Chenxian as the devouring force appeared. However, this oppressive force did not oppress Lu Chenxuan's body, but rather, it directly acted on the small abdominal dantian, acting on top of the purple and gold little dragon's body. It seemed that the will of heaven and earth did not allow the laws of space to be swallowed up by it, and compared to martial arts cultivation, this was truly heaven-defying. Halao. In the center of the dantian, the small purple gold dragon suffered from the oppression of heaven and earth, and the dragon's body trembled violently, similarly affecting Lu Chenxian himself. Zijin Shaolong. Originally, it was the cohesion of the Gongfu, the materialization of the heaven-swallowing chaos decree, and it was indistinguishable from Lu Chenxian. The spatial laws of the mundane world are far worse than the green sky immortal region. Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed, his supreme will firmly supporting the body of the purple and gold little dragon, the devouring vortex in his mouth turning slowly but firmly, never faltering. Click, 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 click. A substantial porcelain shattering sound resounded abruptly in the depths of Lu Chenxuan's sea of consciousness. Laws dissipated, barriers shattered. Under the devouring of the violet gold little dragon, the spatial barrier cast by the 24 bridges and moonlit night debris was hardened and ripped out an opening of 1 square foot in circumference. Independent space, just around the corner. Chapter 97. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time that Lu Chenxian cracked the spatial barrier, deep within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a total of more than 100 figures approached rapidly in the direction of this valley. The power is amazing. These more than 100 people, with different costumes on their bodies, either wearing pitch-black robes or white power suits. There were also young women with playful looks, as well as bronzed youths with strong bodies. Without exception, their goals were very much the same. Originally coming from different directions, they finally converged on the same path of necessity when they were still about 10 miles away from the nameless valley. In total, 5 forces. Ha 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 ha. A few rather strange skyward laughs suddenly rang out from amongst these 100 people. 4 white-haired old men in disguise, and a white-haired crone with a black veil covering her face, slowly walked up to the crowd. Eyes met each other, and after laughing, they each sneered in a low voice. Guangpingfu, the 5th of the 6 great clans. Among their respective clans, they were all clan elders of the Yuan fetus realm, and even if Zhao Zhuang changed their faces, they could still easily recognize each other's identities. This time, when they explored the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the 5 major clans secretly contacted each other, but only the Haoyang sect was not notified. It was because, what they were going to explore, was the place where Lu Xingkong was seated, and it was likely to be related to a heavenly grade spiritual artifact. One must know that before Lu Xingkong sat down, he was one of the Haoyang sect's supreme elders, and if the news leaked out, that heavenly spiritual artifact would most likely fall into the hands of the Haoyang sect. If they were to forcefully seize it, it would inevitably set off a clan war, an outcome that they were obviously not willing to see. Spirit Tree Mountain, Ice Spring Valley, Thick Earth Sect, Iron Eve's Gate. The white-haired crone held a pitch-black walking stick in her hand. Her voice was sometimes like a young girl's, sometimes hoarse and old. A few of you say it. If we find a heavenly-grade spiritual artifact, how will we distribute it among the 5 families? It would be fine if there were multiple spirit weapons. If there is only one, Old Body still wants to live for a few more years, and does not want to fight with you to the death. As a Yuan fetus powerhouse, he valued his life immensely. Highly elevated elders like them, backed by the resources of the sect, pursued nothing more than martial realms to increase their longevity for themselves. With the guidance of the Supreme Elder, their certainty of advancing to the Sky Realm was much greater than that of an ordinary cultivator, and once they had condensed their essence and blood, stabilized their internal organs, and merged the Yuan fetus and Yuan Shenyang Dan into a single unit, they would be able to fly in the air and have a long lifespan of up to 2,000 years. Under the temptation of longevity, unless there is a great calamity in the clan, it will definitely not be easy to strike to avoid damaging the foundation of the martial arts. At this point, but not as good as those lower generation disciples of the clan, killing when the courage and fearless, put life and death outside the degree. I do have an idea. A stout old man with a majestic figure had a rough smile on his face. The 5 of us don't have to make a move. Let the disciples in the sect each rely on their own skills, and use this to decide where the heavenly spiritual weapons belong. 1,000 illusions. What do you think? He was the 6th elder of the Iron Eves sect, a Yuan Tire Realm 5th level powerhouse. Tong Tijie, the white-haired crone just now, is also the 5th level of the Yuan fetus, known as the 1,000 Illusions Granny. Although the realm is not too high, the status in the clan is extraordinary, because her father was none other than the current 1,000 Illusions sect's Supreme Elder, a martial Dao powerhouse of the Imperial Sky Realm. The Old Body has no objections. Granny 1,000 Illusions' eyes lowered as she swept her gaze over the other 3. What about you guys? If you agree with fellow Daoist Tong's proposal, let's set off together and let the sect disciples show their own tricks. The other 3 Yuan fetus powerhouses were Spirit Tree Mountain's 4th Elder Xian Changling and Ice Spring Valley's 7th Elder Chen Hanquan. The last one, on the other hand, was a pygmy elder of the Thick Earth sect, less than 5 feet tall, and his name was Xiong Kai Chun. This time, when they explored the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they led all the elite disciples of the inner sect, the most outstanding people of the younger generation. As you two wish. Xiong Kai Dust arched his hand and heatedly laughed lowly a few times. When the time comes, the 5 of us will supervise each other, and no one will be allowed to get involved, leaving the disciples to fight. Although heavenly-grade spiritual weapons are precious, however, even if they are snatched into the hands, they will definitely be handed over to the Supreme Elder for use after returning to the sect. So, the implication is unspoken. For the sake of this suspected heavenly artifact, it wasn't worth it for them to fight to the death. As for what is really in their hearts, that is only clear to themselves, at least on the surface. It is considered to have reached a gentleman's agreement. That would be best. Granny 1,000 Illusions giggled, her voice turning into a delicate young girl again. Fellow Taoists, let's set off. Whoosh! The 5 Yuan fetus powerhouses moved at the same time, and the sect disciples followed. The target, 10 miles away, the nameless valley where Lu Xingkong was seated, about an incense stick later. In front of the crowd, Granny 1,000 Illusions frowned, looking at the silver-colored serpent creeping in the middle of the dense forest from afar, and her gaze instantly froze. It's not right. Just a few months ago, disciples of the 1,000 Illusions sect entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and stumbled upon the existence of this valley. At that time, this level 4 demonic beast was blocking the entrance of the cave, and the disciples of the Triple Yang realm didn't dare to mess with it at all, so they returned to the clan to report it. Until today, led by Granny 1,000 Illusions, a Yuan fetus powerhouse herself, came to kill the demonic beasts before entering the cave. What he didn't expect was that this level 4 silver-scaled spotted python had actually lost all of its cultivation and no longer had the slightest bit of might to speak of. Could someone have gotten there first? Granny 1,000 Illusions' mind moved, and she suddenly let out a stern cry. It's most likely people from the Haoyang sect. They've already arrived. Swish swish swish. The faces of the people changed abruptly, and they all accelerated their pace, darting and rushing inside the cave. Everything as usual. Lu Xingkong's corpse was still sitting on the pile of rubble, and the broken puppet next to him had not changed in the slightest, and pieces of Earth-grade spiritual weapons like scrap iron were scattered all over the place, including the Earth-grade medium-grade spiritual weapons that Lu Xingkong himself had used. What's really amazing is that a spatial vortex of about 1 zhang in circumference slowly rotated behind Lu Xingkong's corpse, which was filled with incomparably dense spatial power, and was obviously a special space that was absolutely independent. Independent space. Grandmother 1,000 Illusions' gaze flickered rapidly, and the pitch-black walking stick in her hand slowly lifted up, gently probing towards the spatial vortex in front of her. Boo! An incomparably strong suppressive force directly blasted on top of the walking stick, Thousand Illusion Granny had already taken precautions, but she was still shaken back 3 steps, and the black veil covering her face nearly fell off. This, can't get in? Shonkai Dust was filled with astonishment and turned his head to look at Granny Thousand Illusions before his heart crossed and he slowly walked towards the spatial vortex, just a moment before it was about to come into contact with the power of space. Boom! A suppressive force that was even more astonishing than the previous one shook Shonkai-One's midget body directly back 3 feet, with blood hidden at the corners of his mouth, obviously not lightly injured. Since you can't enter, then, how did the people from the Haoyang sect get in? Chen Hanquan, the 7th elder of Ice Spring Valley, stared dead ahead at the spatial vortex. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly turned his head to look at a white-robed youth behind him. Senior Nephew Liang, go ahead and try. Chapter 98 Battle Images. Master Liang's nephew, Liang Luohan. In the younger generation of Ice Spring Valley, there were numerous martial arts geniuses, and he, Liang Luohan, was definitely the strongest among them. At the age of 5, he came into contact with martial arts cultivation. At the age of 7, he gathered qi. At the age of 12, he was Yuan Dan, and at the age of 22, he managed to condense 9 Dan lines, and in a perfect state, he ranked in the Triple Yang realm, and to this day, he has already been in the Triple Yang 9 gravity. Even the Ice Spring Valley's Supreme Elder had personally said that Liang Luohan would most likely become the first person to conceive a Yuan fetus before the age of 30 in the history of Ice Spring Valley. It is an exceptional genius that is rare to see in 10,000 years. With such a qualification, as long as there are no surprises, he can definitely become the next strong air rocketeer of Ice Spring Valley. And even more so, he is the right choice for the future Ice Spring Valley Lord. And, this time, when exploring the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, if he was really able to find a heavenly grade spiritual artifact, then sooner or later, this top-notch treasure that could be encountered but could not be sought out, would fall into Liang Luohan's hands. Ah, the power of space. Liang Luohan's face was expressionless, and a layer of crystal white frost like jade rose from the cold air in the palm of his right hand, wrapping all of his palm. Swish! Taking a step forward, he slowly reached out toward the space vortex ahead. Nothing different. As Liang Luohan's palm approached, the spatial vortex actually didn't react in any way, and the entire right hand easily entered within the vortex, isolating all sight. Nothing? Behind Liang Luohan, Granny Thousand Illusions and the others looked at each other, all seeing the surprise on each other's faces. Why is he okay? And, where's his right hand? Can it still be retrieved? The disciples did not find anything wrong. Liang Luohan's face relaxed, his right hand gently retracted, and he turned around to arch his hand and clasp his fist. Uncle Chen, if disciples' expectation is correct, within this spatial vortex, there should be some sort of prohibition that cannot be entered above the Yuan fetus realm. Under the Yuan fetus realm, you can pass through unhindered. The secret ban. Chen Hanquan and the 1,000 illusory grannies exchanged glances, the look of surprise on their faces gradually fading. The existence of a forbidden secret method within an independent space was not something unimaginable. Just like 1,000 years ago, the Underworld Holy Land, which was on par with the Tianqian Holy Land, had once held a genius event to select the current generation of saints for the Holy Land. At that time, the elders of the Holy Land had once teamed up to set up a forbidden secret method that could only be entered under the Yuan fetus realm, and if anyone broke in hard, they would inevitably suffer a powerful backlash. Within this independent space in front of him, there was clearly a similarity between it and the martial arts fighting ring set up by the Sacred Land Elders. In that case, it's much easier. Granny Thousand Illusions held her pitch-black walking stick in her hand. Her eyes exposed beyond her veil took on a few more shades of joy. We originally had a word in advance that the battle for the heavenly grade spiritual weapons would be fought by the disciples on behalf of the disciples. Now that the prohibitions are isolated and it saves us from monitoring each other, let the disciples make a trip in and see who can bring out the heavenly spiritual weapon. As soon as the words fell, a group of young geniuses rubbed their fists and couldn't help but jump into action. The power of the heavenly grade spiritual weapon was too great. The temptation for these young geniuses could be imagined, although they couldn't use it personally. But, if they could snatch it and make heavenly achievements for the sect, they would definitely receive unimaginable rewards, and might even be rewarded by the Supreme Elder's personal rewards. And, being the strongest geniuses of the same 5 great clans, they had long wanted to compete. There was no first in literature and no second in martial arts. To see who was the number 1 of the younger generation in Guangpingfu. One more thing, the 4th elder of Spirit Tree Mountain, Xin Changling, swept his gaze over these young geniuses, his tone gloomy and vicious. Within the independent space, if you find someone from the Haoyang sect, you don't have to show mercy, and directly kill them. If not for the Haoyang sect, no matter who it is, all of them will be killed without amnesty. Swish, a total of more than 100 young geniuses bowed to their respective sect elders, and then without any further hesitation, they flew into the spatial vortex, heavenly spirit weapon, Aspire. On the other side, within the independent space, buzz, an invisible and qualitative spatial ripple emanated from the void, and a green-shirt figure quietly emerged from the ripples. Space teleportation. After entering the independent space, the body was involuntarily, completely wrapped by the spatial ripples, and then randomly appeared in this area. If it was an unusual martial artist, after going through spatial teleportation, he would definitely be dizzy and even have difficulty standing still. However, Lu Chenxian had his feet on the ground and his gaze was always incomparably clear, not affected in the slightest. Here is, seeing the illusory image in front of him, Lu Chenxian stood in place, his pupils shrinking slightly as his heart set off an uproar. I can't believe it's Green Sky Immortal Domain. At this moment, in the midair in front of them, what was presented was a treacherous mountain range in the former Green Sky Immortal Domain, millions of miles away from the Violet Imperial Dynasty. Back then, during the Immortal World War, Lu Chenxian led a million Xian Tian army to fight in the 8 directions, and had also passed by this place, and did not explore it in depth. Although there were demonic beasts present among them, they were only Demon King level ants, and of course, they could not enter the eyes of this immortal world's strongest war god. However, in the midst of this illusory image, there actually existed a magnificent pillar of light that reached through the heavens, rising up from the center of the mountain range, directly tearing through the dome of the sky and entering the endless heights. Rumble. Foreign objects come out of the world. Below the pillar of light, a treasure silhouette that was difficult to observe with the naked eye slowly rose from the depths of the earth, blossoming with an indescribable blinding light. It was also at this instant that a lofty black shadow with 9 growing heads descended from above the dome of the sky, stretching out a huge black claw that covered the sky and grabbed down towards this mysterious treasure. Only, it didn't work. As the 9-headed silhouette descended, another supreme figure emanating billions of golden light similarly waved its palm and easily shattered this 9-headed demon god, leaving behind only an extremely blurry Yuanshan body that was suppressed within this mountain range. After completing all of this, that supreme figure once again reached out and easily grabbed the mysterious treasure, returning back up to the celestial dome. The dust has settled. In the sky above the dome of heaven, the dimensional barrier that had been torn apart by the 9-headed demon god was instantly restored, as if the previous scene had never happened, and even the treacherous mountain ranges below were restored as before. The only thing that hasn't recovered is, just hundreds of thousands of miles away from this treacherous mountain range, a tiny figure that was just like a mole cricket was directly shattered by the aftermath of the battle, transforming into dozens of streams of light that fell in different directions. Is that Old Shaw? Seeing this, Lu Chenxuan's heart shook dramatically, and an extremely rare look of shock appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Easy Immortal King, Xiao Ding Tian. The silhouette that surfaced in midair just now was exactly the scene that occurred tens of thousands of years ago when Xiao Ding Tian fell. Under the protection of the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Knight, the main body fell on the spot, and only the Yuanshan survived, and along with the remnants of the treasures, they were scattered to the various realms. Just, Xiao Tian's strength at its peak could definitely be ranked in the top 5 in the Green Sky Immortal Domain, but he actually couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the battle between those two existences. Chapter 99, Fat Sheep. Old Xiao didn't die unjustly. After watching this image, Lu Chenxuan's heart was filled with emotions. That supreme figure that had crossed the border and descended into the Green Sky Immortal region was truly too strong. Not only him, even the 9-headed demon god that had been tragically suppressed was definitely not something that someone from the Green Sky Immortal Domain could contend with. Even if it was himself in his heyday, I was afraid that if he met this god or demon, he would only have one way to fall. Fortunately, Xiao Ding Tian had the innate weapon 24 Bridges and a Bright Moon Knight, which protected his Yuanshan after disintegrating and splitting. Otherwise, the once famous Easy Immortal King of the Immortal World would definitely have his divine soul destroyed, completely losing the possibility of rebirth. Only, Old Xiao, I promised to remodel your Yuanshan earlier. This is a huge hole I dug for myself. Lu Chenxian smiled darkly, recalling the images he had seen earlier, and couldn't help but feel a bit headstrong. The treasures disintegrated and turned into streams of light that fell down to all the major realms, and to find all the fragments together was like finding a needle in a haystack. It should be realized that these realms included 3,000 small worlds, the middle 1,000 worlds, and likewise some debris that had crashed into the great 1,000 worlds. It may seem like there are only dozens of fragments, but in reality, who knows how many fragments there are. To remodel Xiao Ding Tian's Yuanshan, it must have taken a long time, and it must have been necessary to travel through countless realms to collect the fragments one by one. Shuttle realm. Even if you cultivate the chaos swallowing skill, you have to at least reach the life and death realm to have a few certainties. and your current self is too far away from the life and death realm to be able to find this most central piece of debris in the Xiantian continent. One can only say that old Zhao's luck is quite good. Luck, I should say. In just over a month, 2 fragments were obtained from the Su family ancestral hall and the Luotang clan of the Luo family in Sanqing City, especially the Su family's piece, which possessed a piece of pure immortal power left over from before Shouting Tian's fall, was precisely the strongest card in Lu Qinchuan's hand that was in the bottom of the box, and within this independent space, if the core fragment of the 24 bridges and the Moonlit Night really existed, then it would definitely be much easier to find other fragments in the future. The innate artifact that nurtures the spirit of the artifact. After the disintegration of the treasure, the artifact spirit was bound to sleep within the core fragments, and as long as the artifact spirit was awakened, it would definitely have a sense of the location of the other fragments. Shouting Tian's chances of remodeling his Yuanshan would naturally increase greatly. I hope that within this debris, there is also the residual immortal energy of old Shao. Lu Qinchuan's gaze was vaguely expectant, and then he stopped stopping and continued deeper into the independent space. There is certainly no wrong way forward. Now in the Dantian, 2 pieces of debris have been collected, and the debris within the independent space echoes, vaguely able to perceive where the debris is located. The location of that debris, just north, so dizzy, in independent space, above a boundless ocean, spatial ripples slowly spread, and a delicate woman's figure fell out of the void, staggering and swaying for a few steps, and then flying to stand firmly, feet on the sea as if walking on a flat surface, a pair of peach blossom-like charming eyes looking around. Thousand Illusions Sect Inner Disciple, Tang Jiaojiu. After entering the spatial vortex within the cave, she similarly experienced spatial teleportation and randomly appeared in this sea area, with no other fellow disciples found around her. They should have been transported by the spatial vortex to a random orientation like me. Tang Jiaojiu stood on the surface of the sea, observing the surroundings for a moment, and then her hands pinched up her seal, and she let out a dainty cry under her breath. Open! Buzz! Above his head, the 3 Yuan Shenyangdan shadows slowly rose, coalescing into a huge eyeball the size of a water tank, the depths of the pupil streaming with light, constantly presenting infinite illusions. Thousand Illusions Sect Earth-grade low-level secret technique, Thousand Illusions Eye. Under the probing of this eyeball, as long as there was no obstruction along the way, it was enough to probe 100 miles in circumference, and even an ant could be seen clearly. In the sect, there were countless disciples who practiced this secret method. However, those who were able to cultivate it successfully could be called 1 in 10,000. And she, Tang Jiaojiu, as the top genius of the younger generation of the 6 major clans in Guangping Prefecture, had not only refined the secret method, but had also completely consummated it, and was able to perform all the variations of the 1,000 illusory eyes, creating countless illusions according to her heart, and had never been defeated among her peers. Right after the eye of 1,000 illusions floated up into mid-air, Tang Jiajiao's eyes were tightly closed, and her delicate cheeks, which were enough to charm all beings, suddenly appeared with a flash of surprise. Saw it, directly south, about 70 miles away. A green-shirted man who had never been seen before was rapidly approaching this way with the waves churning under his feet. As for his appearance, he was clearly not the disciples of the 5 great sects who had previously entered the independent space with her, and likewise not the several supreme geniuses of the Haoyang sect. Then, who is he? No matter who it was definitely for the heavenly spiritual weapon within this separate space. Moreover, the spatial vortex within the cave was guarded by the 5 great sects Yuan feudal elders, and outsiders were absolutely unable to break in. So this green-shirted man must have arrived at this independent space before the 5 great sects entered. From him, there may be news about this separate space. More importantly, anyone who snatched a heavenly spiritual weapon, even if they were a disciple of the 5 great clans, would be killed without pardon as long as they were not a fellow disciple of her 1,000 Illusions sect. LOL, this girl's luck is as good as ever. This has only just entered the independent space and she has met this fat sheep. Tang Jiaojiu let out a soft laugh before her mind moved. Buzz! In midair, the eye of 1,000 illusions slowly rotated, and the surrounding sea air instantly blurred, transforming into a jagged stone island 100 feet in circumference. In the center of the island, a dilapidated hall stood majestically, and in the center of the hall was placed a huge bronze tripod with a halo of flickering light, and on the tripod sat a white-haired old woman with a withered appearance. The 1,000 Illusions secret technique, the Great 1,000 Illusions. Whether it was the jagged stone island or the crumbling hall, all of them were transformed by the 1,000 illusory eyes secret technique. And this white-haired crone was Tang Jiajiao's original body. Little fat sheep, after seeing this island, this girl will see if you fall for it. Giggle. After laughing again, Tang Jiajiao's mouth hung a touch of playfulness, quietly waiting for the fat sheep door. About half a column of incense later, swish, Lu Qinshan stepped on the waves and slowly stopped in front of the stone island. The purple gold light under his eyes flickered, and then, expressionless, he stepped onto this island in large strides and directly entered the dilapidated hall. Looking at the bronze tripod in front of him, and then looking at the white-haired crone Tang Jiajiao, faintly opened his mouth. This little trick is just to fool a 3-year-old, a mere 3-yang realm, actually pretending to be a god in front of me. It's not a laughing matter. What? Tang Jiajiao's face changed abruptly as she leapt down from the bronze giant tripod, staring dead at Lu Chenxuan's eyes, unable to help but be filled with horror. The unbeatable thousand illusions secret method was actually easily recognized by this person? What's his strength? Chapter 100, The Great Luo Soul Suppressor Lock. How long has it been since you entered this separate space? The expression on Tang Jiajiao's face, Lu Chenxian was oblivious to it. His voice was always indifferent, performing illusions and waiting for rabbits here. What exactly do you want to do? Say, this woman, obviously, has evil intentions. If one is a man of honor and integrity, why would one need to resort to such machinations? Not daring to show her true face, she deliberately made this illusion. It is obvious that she must be harboring evil intentions, and she is definitely not kind to herself. Why are you so mean? After a brief moment of surprise, Tang Jiajiao collected her mind, and the surrounding illusionary realm instantly dissipated, revealing the vast sea beneath her feet. Looking at Lu Chenxian with charming eyes, her voice was sweet and soft, indescribably seductive. Good brother, I was trying to play a joke with you. Don't scare me. I was just wondering, how long has brother been here? Did you find anything here? Don't. Swish, a plain, unsheathed wooden sword appeared out of thin air in Lu Chenxuan's palm, and the tip of the sword directly pointed at Tang Jiajiao's throat. The art of mesmerization. The woman in front of him, every move and every smile, always performing the art of mesmerization, confusing the minds of martial artists, and her power was quite extraordinary. Only, this so-called extraordinary was for ordinary 3-yang realm martial artists, and in front of him, Lu Chenxian, it could not play any role at all. Tang Jiajiao's face changed again, and it was difficult to maintain the secret spell of ecstasy, as unbelievable fear flowed from her eyes. This man is simply horrible. From his body, not the slightest bit of might was felt, nor was the slightest trace of him casting a secret spell detected. However, his own secret method of mesmerization was actually completely ineffective against him, and the speed of his wooden sword strikes was even more appalling. Absolutely no less than any genius from the 6 major clans of Guangpingfu, even the Yuan Fetus realm elders striking out would not necessarily be able to be so swift. When did such a character appear in Guangping Mansion? Did he come from Guangping Mansion? Who the hell is he? Good brother, are you trying to kill people? Tang Jiajiao lightly bit her thin lips, her brilliant peach blossom eyes filled with tears. Indescribably miserable and pitiful. I have absolutely no ill will towards my brother. Instead, it's my brother, pointing his sword at me, scaring my heart and liver into pieces. When people come here to explore, of course they want to look for treasures, but before the treasures are found, they meet such a heartless brother. Brother, do you really have no compassion at all and don't like people at all? At the same time she spoke, her jade hand gently lifted, her soft jade-like fingers slowly ripped open the neckline of the sarong, revealing delicate skin as white as snow. All over his body, he exuded an incomparably rich fragrant fragrance, which directly drilled into Lu Chenxuan's nostrils, and even into the depths of the sea of consciousness. The Thousand Illusions Sect's unique secret medicine, soul confusion incense. Under this fragrance, unless one was promoted to the 3-yang realm in a perfect state after condensing the 9 danlines, one would still have to be at the peak of the 3-yang realm, infinitely close to the Yuan Fetus realm, to be able to resist it slightly. Otherwise, once the aroma enters the sea of consciousness, one's soul is immediately turned upside down and at the mercy of the drive. It was similar to the Hao-yang sect's art of manipulating puppets. Unfortunately, thumbs up, a soft thud. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was indifferent, his face always without the slightest emotion, and with a flash of sword light in his hand, he directly pierced through Tang Jiajiao's throat. Blood spattered. This purple gold sword light not only penetrated Tang Jiajiao's neck, it likewise took away all of her vitality. Even if she was in the 3-yang realm without exception, a sword kills. Tang Jiajiao's gaze was blank, the gleam in her eyes fading fast, and the only ray of light left in front of her eyes began to dim rapidly. Until death came, she still couldn't figure out that this green-shirted man hadn't shown any might since the beginning, and the slight breath that was revealed when he struck out definitely didn't exceed the 3-yang's realm. Why was the soul confusion incense ineffective? And why had the secret method he had performed become a joke? Snap! The delicate body fell helplessly and sank into the boundless ocean at her feet. Cultivating the soul enchantment technique, spiritual awareness is unusual. Lu Chenxian held his wooden sword in his hand and looked at the vast sea of undulating waves at his feet, and suddenly let out a soft cry from his mouth. Come out to me. Phew! Below the surface of the sea, an illusory silhouette of a hand floated out, its eyes in a daze. It was Tang Jiajiao's residual soul body that had just died not long ago. You were given the opportunity earlier, and you're the one who didn't appreciate it. Lu Chenxuan's left hand was clasped in vain, and the purple and gold light at his fingertips flickered slightly, coalescing into a vague cage of nothingness that deadlocked the vague remnant soul in the air. The living won't answer, so I'll see for myself. Buzz. Heaven and earth quake. In the sky above this oceanic sea, an incomparably arcane and strange fluctuation slowly dispersed, and Tang Jiajiao's residual soul trembled violently, and a scene that she had experienced in her lifetime suddenly surfaced in her eyes. 5 great clans gather in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Enter the cave hinterland, find the space vortex and enter the separate space. Everything that had happened a little over half an hour ago was all presented in front of Lu Chenxian. The young generation of the 5 great clans, totaling more than 100 people, have all entered this independent space. Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as his mind raced with thoughts. The disciples of the 5 great sects were not enough to worry about. However, after entering the independent space, the spatial vortex randomly teleported, and anyone's teleportation orientation was different. If someone was lucky enough, the location after teleportation would probably be near the core fragment of the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon. The likelihood of this is slim, but not completely absent. There's no time to lose. Lu Chenxuan's heart flinched. His mind pushed violently, and Tang Jiajiao's residual soul body trembled once again, the images projected from her eyes slowly disappearing. Just for a moment. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, an irresistible and massive force of swallowing and sucking spread out from the void, crazily tearing at the purple and gold cage in the air, tearing at Tang Jiajiao's remnant soul. This was the supreme greatness of rule condensation, the power of reincarnation from the 9 hells, and it simply could not be resisted. Time's up. Lu Chenxuan's face changed slightly. The purple and gold light on his fingertips instantly dissipated, while Tang Jiajiao's residual soul immediately returned to nothingness, and the tearing force similarly disappeared, never to be seen again. Forced soul searching is supposed to go against the grain. The Dala soul suppressor lock that was previously cast, locking up the residual souls of the dead and searching the memories of the dead, was not tolerated by heaven and earth. With his current strength, locking Tang Jiajiao for 10 breaths of time was already the limit. If he continued to search his soul, the heaven and earth's backlash was bound to be extremely terrifying. Even Lu Chenxian would find it difficult to withstand. Old Zhao's treasure fragment absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the 5 great sects, although time was short. But Lu Chenxian didn't immediately rush, but instead, his mind moved and stared tightly at the sea below. Although Tang Jiajiao was dead, but the spiritual rhythms within the corpse, as well as the spiritual artifacts and pills that she carried with her, were all great tonics for herself. Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Technique. Devour. Chapter 101 100-story high platform. A moment later, the devouring had ended. Within Lu Chenxuan's dantian, in the belly of the small purple gold dragon, the secret lines on the surface of the Yuan Dan increased to 46. It was just one more than before the devouring. Less pathetic, since advancing to the 5th level of Yuan Dan, the secret patterns continued to increase, requiring more and more spirit chimes. Before that, it was the devouring of that peak 4th order silver scale spotted python that increased the secret line slightly more. After all, it was the body of a demonic beast, and its blood essence and demonic Dan spirit charm far exceeded that of a human martial artist, which was why it was so rewarding. And this time, devouring Tang Jiajiao, a triple yang realm, along with the Xian high-grade spiritual artifacts and a few bottles of unusual elixirs that she was carrying with her. Being able to add a secret pattern was already considered very good luck. It was worth mentioning that because the Thousand Illusions sect's Gongfu was special, very few spirit weapons could match the Gongfu. Therefore, including Tang Jiajiao, the vast majority of the Thousand Illusions sect's inner disciples used weapons that were of a high Xian grade. According to the memories within Tang Jiajiao's residual soul, there was one and only one person in the younger generation of the clan who possessed an earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapon. The sovereign's personal disciple, known as the Thousand Changes Illusionary Lady. Her strength had already reached the great circle of the Triple Yang realm, and she was the first of all the disciples who deserved to be there. It's time to go now. With regards to this Thousand Changes fantasy lady, Lu Chenxian naturally wouldn't put the slightest bit of thought into it. Following the guidance of the debris within his dantian, he stepped on the vast ocean waves and flew in the direction of due north. Deep within the independent space, a 100-story high platform that was 1,000 feet high, with a brilliant golden light all over, was suspended majestically in midair. Above the high platform, scarlet mist filled and tumbled, in which a shadow of an orb emerged, with red light hidden on its surface, intermingled with the golden light emanating from the high platform, appearing particularly strange. And in this orb shadow below, there is an extremely dim golden silhouette, less than 3 feet tall, lying quietly in mid-air. eyes tightly closed, apparently fell into a long slumber. Golden silhouette hands, holding a palm-sized piece of jade debris. Around the wind, snow, rain and fog floating phantom, as well as unheard of exotic flowers and grasses. In the rapid change of the 4 seasons between the weather, constantly growing and withering, it looks incomparable mystery. Swish, swish, the 2 young figures that came in pairs flew to a stop below the high platform. Tilting his head back to look high into the sky, his gaze narrowed steeply. Illusions abound. At this moment, above 1,000 feet in the air, it was an extremely spectacular scene that appeared. A slim old man wearing a grayish-white Taoist robe, holding a dark blue longsword in his hand, urged more than 20 humanoid puppets to fight with a huge python with blood-colored sharp horns, constantly exchanging blows and killing each other, waving out one piece of the python's blood after another. While they were exchanging blows, there was also an extremely fuzzy jade fragment floating next to them, and no matter if it was the slim old man or this sharp-horned python, every time they tried to snatch the fragment, they were easily blocked by a layer of golden light, and were unable to get close at all. The 2 sides fought for a full day and night, and the old man was not strong enough to be swept across by the python's flinging tail, his chest instantly collapsing, and he fell into the mountains below. The sharp-horned python was likewise very bad, having been pierced through its torso by the old man. Its entire body was drenched in blood and flesh, shedding countless scales, and many of the wounds exposed the white bones of Mori. Until the end of the battle, the sharp-horned giant python once again approached the shattered pieces of jade. The layer of golden light shield suddenly expanded rapidly, wrapping the sharp-horned giant python completely before disappearing into thin air. That's the Hao Yang sect's supreme elder, Lu Xingkong. Below the high platform, a young genius with a long sword in his hand was filled with shock. The corpse we saw before we entered the spatial vortex was none other than Senior Lu Xingkong Lu. As it turns out, he died fighting with the 5th-ranked demonic beast Dragon Blood Gel Python, and even the puppets he refined were all scrapped. 400 years ago, the Hao Yang sect's supreme elder, Lu Xingkong, went deep into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and then disappeared without a trace, shocking the entire Guangping province. The 6 big clans had sent people to search many times, but never found the whereabouts of Lu Xingkong, and the Hao Yang sect is very secretive about this, and does not admit that Lu Xingkong has fallen, but warns the disciples of the sect to go out and act more restrained, and try not to clash with the other 5 big clans. The strongest sect in the past was precisely because of Lu Xingkong's fall, and its might gradually declined, never regaining its former glory. And what are those scarlet mists, and the orb silhouettes, and the jade remnants? Another young genius, staring dead ahead at the high platform, his gaze suddenly incomparably greedy. Jade debris, although he didn't know what those things on it were. However, among the battle images he had seen earlier, Lu Xingkong and that dragon blood Jiao Python had fought desperately, precisely for the sake of fighting for this piece of jade fragment. It was conceivable that this was bound to be a very remarkable treasure. It was likely that it was the heavenly spiritual artifact they were looking for. The jade fragment. It's in the hands of that golden silhouette. The young genius with the long sword in his hand clearly had a much more delicate mind, and his gaze flickered slightly. I'm much more curious about this golden silhouette than the debris. Guess who this golden silhouette is? Who he is? Who is it? It's a friend of mine. An incomparably calm and faint voice suddenly sounded in the ears of these 2 young geniuses. Lu Chunxian, looking at the golden figure above the high platform from afar, a touch of relief surfaced in his gaze. Old Xiao Ding Tian, since entering the independent space, those earlier guesses were indeed correct. The core fragments of the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon did exist here, and this golden silhouette, which was part of Xiao Dingtian's Yuan Shun, was very well protected by this piece of debris. Who are you? Seeing Lu Chunxian appear, the 2 young geniuses were like enemies, the long swords in their hands steeply gripped tightly, and 3 Yuan Shenyang Dan rose above their heads at the same time. The 3 Sons Realm. They were the inner sect elite disciples of one of the 5 great sects, Spirit Tree Mountain, and Lu Chunxian had already had an understanding of their identities when he searched Tang Jiajiao's memories earlier. Don't know their names, but what does it matter? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that here, you shouldn't be here. Lu Chinchuan's face was expressionless as he continued to step forward towards the 100-story high platform floating in midair. Leave or die. The choice is yours. In the time it took to speak, it had already brushed past these 2 Spirit Tree Mountain disciples. What a cocky kid. The 2 young geniuses exchanged glances, their eyes showing killing intent. This man must die. Before entering the spatial vortex, the 4th elder of Spirit Tree Mountain, Xin Changling, had personally explained that no matter who was found within the independent space, absolutely no one would be left alive. Then, snort, snort, 2 incomparably sharp emerald green sword lights, which contained an extremely astonishing aura of life and death. Almost the instant it struck, it had stabbed Lu Chinchuan's back. Chapter 102. The Spirit Tree Mountain technique is extremely heavy on killing. About 1,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Spirit Tree Mountain, the Spirit Tree Master of the Empty Sky Realm, accidentally discovered a seedling of an ancient spirit tree in the cooling mountain range to the east of Guanping Prefecture. After more than 10 years of careful cultivation, the seedling gradually grew into a sky-high tree with a trunk of secret lines intertwined. Clearly extraordinary. The Spirit Tree realist painstakingly studied and realized the suspected ancient era's techniques and martial arts from the secret patterns, and used this as the foundation to create the Spirit Tree Mountain that had been passed down for thousands of years, and his name Spirit Tree Realist also came from this. All the disciples of the sect practiced the Spirit Tree secret marks technique, and when they fought with the enemy, they carried a ferocious and savage aura originating from the ancient times, and not only were their stances bizarre, but they were also extremely powerful. Moreover, due to meditating and cultivating near this spirit tree for many years, naturally imbued with the spirit tree's own breath, the vitality in his body was extremely large, and when he fought, he would instead release an extremely shocking aura of death. The names of the feats and martial arts are equally relevant. The Spirit Tree Mountain's unique mastery, the Gongfu and martial skill were both at the middle level of the Earth grade. The Gongfu Spirit Tree Birth and Destruction skill, and the martial skill Birth and Destruction Killing Sword, Breath of Life and Death. Feeling the two swords stabbing at his back, Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows slightly, and the wooden sword in his hand steeply emerged. The sword light cleansed. The two young geniuses struck out extremely fast, but no faster than Lu Chenxian's purple gold sword light, a sword through the heart. Almost at the moment when the tips of their swords were about to pierce Lu Chenxian's back green shirt, this purple gold sword light that was faster than lightning had already pierced through the hearts of the two men, directly destroying all of the two men's vitality and taking away every ounce of their strength. Snap! Dangling! Both long swords landed at the same time, and both bodies planted themselves at the same time. The tips of their swords were not even half an inch away from the green shirt on Lu Chenxian's body. It's that half inch that becomes the never-to-be-crossed moat. 2 Xian-grade high-grade spirit swords, 2 bottles of earth-grade pills, and 2 people's spirit rhymes. Lu Chenxian's mind moved, and the little purple and gold dragon within his dantian immediately opened its mouth and swallowed, devouring everything. Very little was gained. After devouring these two, the secret lines above the Yuan Dan only increased by 1, and the 47th secret line coalesced even less than half. In comparison, they were pretty much on the same level as that Tang Jiaojiao from earlier. Old Shah. After doing so, Lu Chenxian's gaze turned and he tilted his head to look at the 100-story high platform above, his eyes narrowing slightly, shouting Tian's Yuan Shun. Compared to other things, old Zhao's Yuan Shun was the most important thing, and absolutely could not tolerate the slightest damage. However, the orb shadow above the platform was the demonic pills of the 5th-ranked demonic beast Dragon Blood Scalp Python, and the scarlet mist that filled the surrounding area was the pure demonic blood of the Dragon Blood Scalp Python's body. This Dragon Blood Jiao Python, which contained a trace of true dragon bloodline in its body, although minuscule, could warm up Zhao's Yuan Shen, and was more or less a treasure. Moreover, the 5th-order demonic beasts, equivalent to human sky realm powerhouses, contained an extremely strong demonic beast pressure within their bloodline, shrouding the entire high platform and treating each other as if they were one. If it was easily shaken, it would only affect old Zhao's Yuanshan solidity, which was obviously not desirable. Get up there! Lu Chenxian thought for a moment, his body slightly shook, and the Thunder Rock's wings behind him stretched out as he swept toward the high platform in front of him. Just a moment after entering the range of the high platform, boom! Not the least bit different from the expected result, an incomparably huge demonic beast pressure, which contained a trace of true dragon chi, violently suppressed Lu Chenxian. Kind of. Lu Chenxian's face remained unchanged, and the feathered wings behind his back immediately closed in, landing steadily on top of the first step. It's not that you can't fly, it's that you can't fly. If he forced himself to fly up to the high platform, the demonic beast's pressure would inevitably backfire, and at that time, old Zhao's Yuanshan would only be shattered, and even that core fragment would be difficult to preserve. Obviously, this core fragment after the disintegration of the 24 bridges in Bright Moon Night, it was this extremely subtle method that was used, utilizing the 5th-order demon pill and demon beast essence blood to construct the delicate balance at this moment, which was used to warm and nourish Xiao Yuanshan, and should definitely not be easily destroyed. Adapt to the demonic beast pressure, ascend to the top of the high platform, and collect all of this fragment in old Zhao's Yuanshan. Lu Chenxuan's mind moved and immediately decided on the method of ascending the stage, and then without hesitation, he raised his feet and walked towards the high platform above. First order, second order, third order. When he reached the 10th step, his footsteps suddenly gave a slight lurch. The pressure has increased. At this moment, the intensity of the pressure has been no less than the ordinary first level of the Imperial Air Power. If it is not after practicing the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, The physical refinement is far beyond the same realm. Now Lu Chenxian, I am afraid that has long been on his knees and prostrate. On the platform is simply impossible to remain standing. At this rate, I won't be able to hold out before I reach the top. Lu Chenxian stopped in his tracks. His eyes flickered for a moment, and his heart skipped a beat. Demonic beast pressure? The chaotic heaven swallowing skill, swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, could be described as swallowing nothing. Then, could the pressure of the demonic beast above this high platform engulf it? Try it. Lu Chenxuan's eyes shone with a brilliant light, and his mind immediately urged on. Roar! Within the Dantian, the purple and gold little dragon raised its neck, and the devouring vortex in its mouth slowly turned. A thread, a wisp, at an extremely slow pace, gradually swallowed the demonic beast pressure above the 10th step. About 10 breaths later, it's done. After the mighty pressure was swallowed, in the belly of the purple gold little dragon, the 47th secret pattern on the surface of the Yuan Dan slightly coalesced, and the effect was almost identical to the effect of swallowing a martial artist's spirit rhyme. More importantly, the demonic beast pressure disappeared, and continuing to ascend the stage was no longer a concern. Just like just now, progressing in a gradual manner, devouring the mighty pressure on each level of the steps continuously, would not affect the delicate balance of this high platform, but would also increase the secret patterns above the Yuan Dan. Truly, two birds with one stone. 11, 12, 13. Lu Chenxian followed the step-by-step procedure. Before ascending each layer of steps, he immediately exerted the power of swallowing the sky, devouring all the demonic beast pressure above the steps, and then continued to climb the steps. The whole process was incomparably smooth, and it really didn't affect Shouting Tian's Yuan Shen's body. Just, boom, 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 boom. Just as Lu Chenxian ascended the 37th step, an incomparably dull sound of feet treading on the ground approached quickly from afar. The people of the 5 great clans, a stout young man with a bare back and bare shoulders. His skin color was like bronze, his body was like a heavy iron tower, and every step he took left a footprint more than half a foot deep on the ground. On his back, he was also carrying a huge lapis lazuli sword strewn with cracks, its surface surrounded by secret patterns, emitting an extremely appalling spirit weapon pressure. Earth-grade low-grade stone sword, infinitely close to earth-grade middle grade. The identity of this person had also been called out, and it was especially profound in the memory of Tang Jiajiao's residual soul. Iron Eve's sixth strongest person of the younger generation, a grand round of the 3 Yang realm, an unparalleled genius who was only one step away from conceiving a Yuan fetus. Stone Warrior Sky. Chapter 103, Strange Physique Still Kills in Seconds. Battle Image. 5th Order Demon Beast. Due to the different orientation, Shi Zhantian, who had stepped in, did not discover Lu Chenxian, who was on top of the high platform, at the first moment. However, the images of the battle that kept surfacing in the air were incomparably clear into his vision. And, above the ground, the 2 Spirit Tree Mountain disciples who had just been killed by Lu Chenxian. Someone from Spirit Tree Mountain? Shi Zhantian raised his eyebrows and immediately stepped forward, gazing down at the 2 corpses, a flash of surprise steeply surfacing in the bottom of his eyes. It's not right. Both corpses had been pierced through the heart, and other than that there were no more injuries. However, the bizarre thing was that the Shinpin high-grade spirit swords that had crashed down beside the 2 of them had already been reduced to scrap metal, losing all their spirituality. The body is still a few degrees warmer. The killer can't have gotten too far away. Shi Zhantian squatted down, raised his hand to touch the corpse of one of them, and slowly raised his head again, glancing toward the 100-story stone platform floating in midair above. Swish! The pupils shrunk slightly. Saw it. Above the stone platform, on top of the 37th layer of steps, there was indeed a green-shirt figure that was slowly climbing. Did you kill them? Shi Zhantian held his head high, backhandedly gripped the huge lapis lazuli sword behind his back, and let out a bellowing cry under his breath. Come down here. Boom! Sword chi across the sky. On the surface of the huge lapis lazuli sword, countless secret patterns intertwined and flickered, and a magnificent and heavy white sword light burst out, containing an incomparably astonishing oppressive aura, directly blasting towards Lu Chenxian on top of the stone platform. Sure enough, someone is coming. On top of the stone platform, Lu Chenxian secretly shook his head. His body shape flew backwards through the air, tumbling down from the 37 layers of steps, easily avoiding the sword light, and landing steadily on top of the ground, about 10 feet away from Shi Zhantian. Rumble. The steps roar. The white sword light did not hit Lu Chenxian, but it solidly bombarded the 37th floor steps, and the entire stone platform slightly trembled. And even the 5th order demonic beast pressure above the platform reacted, and an even more massive pressure rumbled down to recover the entire platform. The previous work is gone. Lu Chenxian took one step at a time, climbing this distance with great difficulty, and with the mighty pressure resurfacing, it was all for naught. The disciples of the 5 great clans will surely arrive one after another behind them. In order to climb the high platform, I'm afraid that I have to take care of all of them before I can. Lu Chenxian tilted his head and glanced at the high platform before his gaze turned and silently gazed at Shi Zhantian in front of him. To this Iron Eve sect's first person of the younger generation, it was obvious that he did not have the slightest regard for him. From the moment he struck, it was already destined that only one of the two sides could live on. Under the greenstone sword, never kill nameless people. Shi Zhantian held his stone sword in his hand, coldly forcing his eyes at Lu Chenxian, his voice like iron rubbing against stone, his body rising with battle intent. Say, what's your name and when did you enter this independent space? Just be honest and I can give you a hard time. Otherwise, thumbs up. A soft thud. Lu Chenxian's face was expressionless. His unsheathed wooden sword surfaced in his palm, slowly lifting the sword. The tip of the sword pointed far away from Shi Zhantian's forehead, and only one word came out of his mouth. Die. The sword is brightly extinguished. A purple and gold sword chi, if any, flickered rapidly in the void, and did not seem to be exerted by the wooden sword, but more like it appeared out of thin air, directly tearing apart Shi Zhantian's brow. There's no bloodshed. Shi Zhantian's forehead crumbled, the entire head almost cracking into 2 halves. However, instead of blood flowing out, there was likewise no splattering of brain matter. It was as if his body was built entirely of stubborn stone, and he was oblivious even when his head shattered. You are strong. Under such injuries, Shi Zhantian was actually able to speak, and his head injuries recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just less than 2 breaths, the injury had already recovered as before, and there was no longer the slightest scar on his forehead. At some point, his eyes had turned a morose white color, like 2 stone beads polished from mountain rocks, staring tightly at Lu Chenxian in front of him, his gaze always indifferent. If it was an ordinary triple yang great perfection, under this sword of yours, I'm only afraid that he would have already died on the spot. And yet, it is I whom you have met. The words came to an abrupt end. 10 feet away in front, Lu Chenxian's face did not change at all, and the wooden sword in his hand was raised once again. The sword chi transformed into silk, and the sword's silk became a net. A purple golden sword silk web instantly enveloped Shi Zhantian's body, as if it were 1,000 cuts, slicing his sturdy body directly into countless pieces. Still no blood coming out. These scattered pieces of broken stone, as if they all possessed life, the moment they were broken, they immediately recoalesced and once again returned to the original body of Shi Zhantian. It seemed that this extremely rare special physique could ignore any injuries. Shattered rock body. Lu Chenxian held his wooden sword in his hand, and a touch of extremely rare appreciation appeared in the bottom of his eyes. The physique isn't strong, but it's considered very rare in the Green Sky Immortal region. With this shattered rock physique, if you have enough cultivation resources, you might be able to grow into a giant of a party. Unfortunately, this is only the lower realm after all, and there are too few resources. Green Sky Immortal region? Shattered rock body? Shi Zhantian's pupils shrunk, and for the first time, a few subtle changes appeared in his eyes. Since stepping into martial arts cultivation, he had killed and fought and suffered fatal injuries more than once. However, it was by virtue of this special physique that it was able to turn the danger into a success every time. After entering the Iron Eve sect, whether it was the disciples of the sect, or the sect master elders, or even the lofty supreme elders, they all scared at this qualification of his. Even the various canonical books collected within the sect had never recorded about this specific prana. Until today, finally, from the mouth of this green-shirted man in front of him, he heard news related to this. Turns out, it's called a crushed rock body? You recognize my physique? Shi Zhantian's gaze sank low, and the huge lapis lazuli sword in his hand fiercely clenched. Then, the Qingtian immortal domain that you just mentioned. What is that place? Have you seen a similar body there? Seems like a bit too much to say. Why continue to bull him when he's already a dead man anyway? You shouldn't have taken a shot at me earlier. The look of appreciation on Lu Chenxian's face slowly tightened as the unsheathed wooden sword was raised once again and he spoke softly. In your next life, if you can still become a martial artist, you must be honest. Remember? As the words fell, the sword flashed. A sword-shaped ripple without form or substance emerged from the surface of the wooden sword, as if it ignored space, distance, and body, and did not leave any wounds on Shi Zhantian's body, but instead directly pierced within his sea of consciousness. Dala, chopper sword. You. In this instant, Shi Zhantian seemed to have realized what was going on. His face suddenly changed, and he reflexively made a defensive movement with the lapis lazuli giant sword in his hand. However, it's too late. The great Luo spirit beheading sword, specializing in cutting the spirit consciousness Yuan Shun. Unless one possesses a soul defense treasure or has cultivated the secret method of soul defense, one cannot resist it at all. Plastic body. What was strong was merely the physical body. The spiritual sense and Yuanshen were almost indistinguishable from ordinary martial artists, and under this sword, they were virtually nothing. Chapter 104, The Common Enemy. Shi Zhantian is dead. The shattered rock body, which was extremely rare in the 3,000 small worlds, a unique physique with unlimited future achievements, was easily destroyed by Lu Chenxuan's casual chopping of this sword. The sea of consciousness collapsed and the Yuanshen perished. The huge lapis lazuli sword in his hand, as well as the strong physique he was so proud of, all became useless decorations. In front of Lu Chenxian, the Grand Circle realm of the Triple Yang realm was nothing but futility, and the so-called name of genius was nothing but a meaningless joke. Shattered rock body. This spiritual charm is not bad. As Shi Zhantian's body fell to the ground, Lu Chenxuan's gaze was vaguely expectant as he gently clenched the 5 fingers of his left hand before his mind urged him on. Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Technique. Devour. Within the Dantian, the purple gold little dragon tilted its head back and swallowed, the devouring vortex in its mouth turning rapidly. Phew. Within Shi Zhantian's corpse, the martial spiritual rhythm, the shattered rock body, and all the spiritual chi contained in that huge lapis lazuli sword were all devoured and absorbed by the little purple gold dragon in a short span of 3 breaths. Gathering Dan lines. In the belly of the purple gold little dragon, the secret lines above the Yuan Dan had indeed increased once again, and the 47th secret line that was only half completed earlier was successfully replenished, and the 48th secret line had also coalesced for the most part. Now condensing the Dan lines requires too much spirit rhyme. Lu Chenxian looked inwardly at his Dantian, looking at the secret patterns on the surface of the Yuan Dan, and secretly shook his head in his heart. A strong martial arts background is certainly a good thing to seek. However, cultivating this chaotic heaven swallowing skill, the martial arts background was not too deep, and now, although it was only the 5th level of Yuan Dan, however, judging by the cultivation experience of yesteryear, the total amount of purple and gold dragon breath in the body was definitely no less than the ordinary peak of the 3 Yangs, and even more than that. What's more, the quality of the purple gold dragon's breath is not comparable to the purity of the Dan Qi within the Dantian of an ordinary martial artist. Who would have thought that a seemingly mediocre Yuan Dan martial artist actually possessed a terrifying strength that was enough to crush the Yuan entire realm, coupled with the endless secret techniques and supreme martial arts that span the immortal realm, as well as the devoured thunder rock twin wings. Even if they faced a great power of the sky realm, they would have the power to fight. It's a little early to be on stage. After the devouring ended, Lu Chenxian did not climb the stone platform again, but stood below it, eyes on the nose on the heart, waiting silently in place. Earlier, he had probed Tang Jiajiao's residual soul memories and knew the situation within this independent space like the back of his hand. The 5 major clans of Guangping Prefecture, totaling more than 100 disciples, appeared in different directions after going through spatial teleportation. Sooner or later, everyone must all be here. In order to reach the top of the stone platform and collect Shouting Tian's Yuan Shin body, it was necessary to make sure that nothing could go wrong in the middle of the process. Then, unless they knew better and chose to leave of their own accord, they would all be killed without amnesty. Whoosh, whoosh, about 50 miles away from the stone platform area, more than 10 silhouettes leaping and darting, the leader of the youth waist hanging pestle and mortar, wearing an earth-colored robe. His feet did not move, the ground under his feet undulating, obviously some kind of extremely special body secret technique. The method of earth escape, one of the 6 major clans in Guangping Prefecture, the Thick Earth sect, had been passed down for more than 300 years, and its earth attribute techniques and martial arts were unique and extremely affinity with the power of the earth. And this iron pestle and mortar young man, although his appearance was unimpressive, his identity was not trivial. He was a direct descendant of the Thick Earth sect's supreme elder, Senior Brother Wang. A talented disciple of the inner sect of the Thick Earth sect looked at the heights ahead from afar with a shocked expression on his face. Quickly look ahead. Already seen it. The iron pestle youth did not change his face, turning a blind eye to the 100-story stone platform suspended in midair, instead casting his gaze to the mountain forest on the left, and letting out a low shout under his breath. Come out. Sand, sand, sand. In the middle of the mountain forest, a footstep, if any, sounded softly along with the falling leaves. A dainty woman wearing a thin veil, with more than 20 young maidens, slowly walked out from the mountain forest, cackling and giggling as she walked in front of the iron pestle youth. Wang Songma. The dainty woman gathered a strand of green silk around her ear and threw a wink at the iron pestle youth. Such a coincidence. You guys are also heading for that stone platform? Wang Songma let out a cold snort. Crap. The high platform stood in midair and could be seen clearly from a distance of dozens of miles, and the suspected heavenly spiritual artifact that the 5 great clans had entered this independent space to look for was likely to be there. Thick Earth Sect, Ice Spring Valley, Iron Eve Sect, Thousand Illusions Sect, Spirit Tree Mountain. In total, Hundreds of elite disciples were going to meet there sooner or later. The battle for the heavenly grade spiritual weapons, each depending on their means, would eventually erupt into a bloody battle of life and death. Things are afraid that it is not as simple as you think. Oh, the delicate woman smiled charmingly, and her expression was slightly solemn. A red light flickered slightly in the center of her eyebrows, and then her vermilion lips lightly opened. Condensation. Buzz. Above its head, 3 pink Yuan Shenyang Dan slowly emerged and quickly coalesced into 1,000 illusory eyes, the pink eyeballs rotating rapidly and staring tightly in the direction of the stone platform. On this journey, I had cast the eye of 1,000 illusions many times and scouted out quite a few things. The delicate woman's eyes were tightly closed, her mind apparently already resting on the pink eyeballs, and her tone was extremely cold and stern. About an hour ago, my fellow teacher's sister, Tang Jiaojiu, whose body floated above the surface of the sea, was beheaded by an unidentified person. 1 incense stick ago, Spirit Tree Mountain's Chen Jiqiu had just converged with fellow disciples, and was now less than 100 miles away from that stone platform. As for the Iron Eve sect, the unkillable Shi Zhantian, he has already been killed. What? Wang Songma's face changed slightly, and his right hand violently grabbed the iron pestle at his waist. Iron Eve's sect Shi Zhantian, with an extremely special physique, was known to almost no one in the 6 great sects. The Thick Earth sect's supreme elder had once asserted that it might not be difficult to defeat Shi Zhantian under the Sky Realm. However, if he wanted to kill him, it would definitely be as difficult as climbing into the sky. The greatness of this kind of physique lies in its terrifying recovery ability, and unless a great power in the Imperial Sky steps in and destroys its Yuanshan with the power of its divine sense, it can only be suppressed, and it is by no means possible to kill it. Within this independent space, there was actually someone who could take out that freak Shi Zhantian? Is it Chen Jiqiu from Spirit Tree Mountain or Liang Luohan from Ice Spring Valley? Or this demonic woman in front of her, the strongest of the young generation of the Thousand Illusions sect, the personal disciple of the Thousand Illusions patriarch, the Thousand Changes illusionary woman, Yang Jianlian? If not them, who else? Our 5 great clans. I'm afraid we'll have to join forces this time. Yang Jianlian activated the Eye of 1,000 Illusions, and the huge pink eyeballs rotated once again as 3 invisible ripples spread out, and then he opened his eyes, his tone revealing unprecedented caution. I've already summoned Chen Jiqiu and Liang Luohan, telling them to come immediately and join you and me. Within this separate space, we have a common enemy. The one who killed Shi Zhantian was none other than this person. Chapter 105. Time flew by. In the midst of the rather tense wait, there was finally another sound of footsteps, ringing lowly from the dense forest in the distance. A green-robed man with a face like a crown of jade, his fingers pinching an emerald green spirit leaf, with more than 20 Spirit Tree Mountain disciples behind him, his eyebrows picking up a thin arc as he slowly stopped 10 feet away. The strongest person of the younger generation of Spirit Tree Mountain, Chen Jiqiu. This time when he entered the independent space, he was unlucky and was randomly transported to the depths of a cliff. It took several hours of rolling around before they met up with the sect disciples one after another and found the right direction to go. A few moments ago, when Yang Fianchan executed the 1,000 illusory eyes to send a message across the sky, he sensed it in his heart and immediately led his disciples to come. If there were only Yang Jianlian and the 1,000 Illusions sect disciples, he might have gone up and climbed up for a few words. However, beside Yang Jianlian, there was actually Wang Songma of the Thick Earth sect. Who knows if these two have joined forces? There is absolutely no room for carelessness. Brother Chen doesn't have to worry much. Yang Fianchan was naturally aware of Chen Jiqiu's concerns. Her pretty face hung with a flirtatious smile. My little sister's spaced-out transmission didn't just contact Brother Chen. There was also, oh, here it comes, Ice Spring Valley's unprecedented genius, Liang Luohan. Similarly with more than 20 Ice Spring Valley disciples, he slowly walked out from the distant mountains and forests, carrying an ice crystal longsword on his back, exuding a chilling aura that no one should approach. In terms of realms, the 5 geniuses who entered the independent space this time, Yang Jianlian, Chen Jiqiu, Wang Songma, and Shi Zhantian, who was killed by Lu Chenxian earlier, had all reached the level of the 3 Yang's great perfection. As for him, Liang Luhan, although he was only at the triple Yang 9th realm, his aura was vaguely overpowering them. The younger generation of Guangpingfu was recognized as the strongest. This was related to the Gong method that had been passed down for 1,000 years in Ice Spring Valley. In the Ice Spring Valley, there exists a cold spring that has flowed for thousands of years in a mysterious pool, but all the disciples of the inner disciples of the Ice Spring Valley cultivate next to this cold spring, absorbing the breath of the cold spring, and naturally possessing the supreme coldness of freezing everything in their Gong methods. The difference was that the ordinary inner disciples, although they cultivated the sect's strongest technique, the extremely cold frozen sky technique, however, the level of this technique was only at the low grade of the earth grade. slightly inferior to the town techniques of the other 5 major sects in Guangdong province. However, the Gongfu grade of the extreme cold frozen sky skill was not set in stone. Cultivating this technique next to the cold springs of the secluded pool could be said to be half the work with half the effort. And if the qualifications were high enough and the talent was strong enough, this technique would even vary from person to person, and the actual effect might even be upgraded to the middle class level of the Earth grade. Like nowadays, the Ice Spring Valley Supreme Elder, as well as the contemporary patriarch and a few sect elders, had long cultivated this technique to the highest level, enough to compete with the other 5 great sects' middle-ranked Earth grade techniques. It wasn't until more than 10 years ago that Liang Luohan came out of nowhere and, in an unparalleled manner, raised the effect of the extreme cold frozen sky skills technique to the high grade of the Earth grade. Truly, no one has gone before, and no one will necessarily come after. With such a genius, the entire Ice Spring Valley naturally regarded him as a treasure. Usually, there were patriarchal elders who taught him attentively, and the Imperial Sky Realm Taishang Elder would even show up occasionally to personally guide his cultivation, and he even spent a huge amount of money to use the water of the pure pool spring to quench the sword blade, refining the ice crystal longsword of this Earth grade middle rank for him. With this sword in his hand, even if he faced a peak Yuan fetus powerhouse who possessed an Earth grade ground level spiritual weapon, he would not only be able to save his life, but even possess the power to fight. The number 1 person of the younger generation in Guangdong Prefecture is well deserved. Are you all waiting for me? Liang Luohan carried his long sword on his back and coldly swept his eyes at young Jianlian and the others. The battle for the heavenly grade spiritual weapon. Ice Spring Valley, aspire to win. Could it be that you guys want to join forces in 3 parties and compete with me? Thousand Illusions Sects Yang Jianlian, Thick Earth Sects Wang Songma, and Spirit Tree Mountains Chen Jiqiu. Although all 3 of them were supreme geniuses that were rare to see in 1,000 years, but to him, Liang Luohan, even if the 3 parties joined forces, he had no fear. He's a once-in-a-million-years genius. Brother Liang is joking. Yang Fianchen's face changed slightly before she took a few steps forward, her smile 1,000 times more charming. My little sister cast the eye of 1,000 illusions and specially invited Brother Liang to come here in order to discuss the matter of joining forces. Brother Liang, please look. When he finished speaking, his eyes slowly approached, and the 1,000 illusory eyes floating above his head blinked violently. Swish, a haloed and misty image of nothingness was projected, gradually becoming clearer in front of everyone's eyes. 100-story high platform. Within this void image, what was presented was none other than the lofty high platform dozens of miles away, including the 3-foot golden silhouette on top of the platform, as well as the jade shards in the silhouette's hands, and likewise the silhouette of the orb floating in the sky above, emitting a demonic red light that enveloped the entire platform in its entirety, and a view of everything below the high platform. Above the ground, the corpses of the 2 Spirit Tree Mountain disciples were clearly visible. Shi Zhantian was likewise dead on the ground, and there was also an unfamiliar-looking green-shirted man standing quietly under the high platform, seemingly oblivious to the probing of Yang Fiber's 1,000 illusory eyes. Not long ago, my little sister cast her 1,000 illusory eyes and probed the high platform over there many times. The scene of nothingness lasted about 3 breaths. Yang Fianchen opened her eyes. Her tone was quite grave. Shi Zhantian and the Spirit Tree Mountain duo, both killed by this person. His strength is by no means inferior to any of our parties. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. Among the 6 major clans in Guangdong Prefecture, the 1,000 Illusions sect ranked 6th. However, the clan had been founded for more than 1,000 years, but had never suffered from too serious a disaster, precisely because, with the 1,000 Illusions secret method, one could anticipate the enemy's opportunities and perceive all dangers. Earlier, when Lu Qinxian killed Shi Zhantian with his sword, Yang Jianlian was dozens of miles away and observed clearly. At this moment, the intention of projecting the images of the battle was already very clear. In order to grab the heavenly spiritual weapon on the high platform, the 5 great clans must join forces. You mean to say that this person's strength is such that even I have to retreat? After watching the projected image, Wang Songma and Chen Jiqiu were silent, while Liang Luohan let out a cold snort as his body's battle intent rose. The stronger the opponent, the more interested I am. You guys can join forces if you want to. Don't count me out. It's a disgrace to have more than you can handle. You, Wang Songma and Chen Jiqiu steeply clenched their fists, and Yang Jianlian likewise frowned slightly, clearly somewhat surprised by Liang Luohan's reaction. His strength, Liang Luohan, was indeed above the 3. However, the strength of that green-shirted man should not be underestimated as well. It was about the heavenly grade spiritual weapon. Did he really dare to be bent on fighting that green-shirted man alone? The 5 great sects have entered the independent space. Shi Zhantian has fallen, and the few remaining 3-legged cats of the Iron Eve sect are not climatic, so naturally they can be excluded. After a short period of pondering, Yang Fianchen smiled charmingly and spoke softly. In my opinion, it would be better for the four of us to temporarily form an alliance, and after killing this person, then each of us will compete for the belonging of the heavenly spiritual artifacts by our own means. Snipers and muscles fight. Fishers win. This reasoning, does Brother Liang still need little sister to explain? Chapter 106. Snipes and Snipes. Liang Luohan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a wisp of refined light flickered slightly underneath his eyes. He certainly understands this. Although that green-shirted man's strength was extraordinary, he, Liang Luohan, carried the name of a genius, so of course he had no fear. However, under single combat, even if he could kill him, he himself would definitely be greatly injured. At that time, Yang Jianlian, Wang Songma, Chen Zhiqiu, leading the three big sect disciples to attack. He and the group of Ice Spring Valley disciples behind him. How many chances of winning? Even if he could save his own life, his fellow disciples would hardly be spared, and there was no way to grab a heavenly spiritual artifact. Then, temporarily joining forces with the three great sects to kill the green-shirted man before grabbing the heavenly spirit weapon was clearly the best option right now. After killing this person and grabbing the heavenly grade spiritual weapon, Mr. Liang will not stay behind. Coldly uttering these words, Liang Luohan slowly turned around. Taking the 20 or so inner disciples of Ice Spring Valley with him, he stepped in the direction where the floating stone platform was located. The so-called joint efforts were obviously disdained, but it was only for the sake of competing for the heavenly spiritual weapons that they had no choice but to do so. The high-mindedness is evident. Asshole. Wang Songma and Chen Zhiqiu looked at each other, both seeing the viciousness in each other's eyes. What kind of ally is that? Since an alliance had been reached, it was natural to treat each other as equals. Also being the strongest genius of the younger generation of Guangpingfu, who wasn't just as high-minded. Being ignored so much by Liang Luohan, he could not help but be annoyed in his heart for a long time. If it wasn't for the fear of Liang Luohan's amazing strength, he was afraid that he would have already torn his face off and directly fought with him. Brother Wang, Brother Chen, it's time for us to set off. Yang Jianlian walked to the side of the two with a delicate smile on her feet, looking at Liang Luohan and the others' backs from afar. A slight flash of dissimilarity flashed in the bottom of her eyes. No matter what, at least kill that green-shirted man first. As for the heavenly grade spiritual artifact, giggle. When the time comes, please have mercy on the two brothers. My little sister doesn't want to put her life on the line for such a treasure. Mercy? Wang Songma laughed coldly in a low voice, while Chen Zhiqiu did not say a word, his eyes chilling. Don't look at Yang Jianlian showing weakness at every turn. But if she could become the personal disciple of the Thousand Illusions Patriarch, wouldn't she be a generalist? A needle in a wasp's tail is the most poisonous of all. When it truly came time to snatch the heavenly grade spiritual weapon, she didn't know what kind of undercard she would take out, and if she dared to treat her with the slightest bit of contempt, a single slip would result in a death without a burial place. Let's go. Wang Songmo raised his hand and waved his hand, leading more than 20 disciples of the Thick Earth sect to follow closely behind Liang Luohan and the others, and walked quickly in the direction of the stone platform. Behind him, Yang Jianlian, Chen Zhiqiu, similarly waved their hands and led their fellow disciples to follow afterward. The objectives are agreed upon for the time being. First kill the green-shirted man, then seize the heavenly spiritual weapon. As for the Iron Eve sect's 20-odd intersect junior geniuses, they were silent in place for a moment before their gazes met, their faces rather hesitant. This time when they explored the independent space, the strongest person of their Iron Eve sect, the great perfection of the Three Yang realm who possessed a special physique, Shi Zhantian, had already been killed by that green-shirted man with a sword in the Thousand Illusions projection that they had seen earlier. Of the 5 great sects today, it was their Iron Eve sect that was the weakest. Senior White, a young genius with a slim figure, turned his head to look at the white-robed youth beside him and said in a low voice, "Over there on the stone platform, should we still go? Liang Luohan and the 4 of them are joining forces. The man in the green shirt will surely die if we participate in the fight for the heavenly spirit weapon. We are only afraid." Afraid of what? The white-robed young man by Jing Xian. The cold light under his eyes flickered rapidly, and a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it. Watching the Thousand Illusions projection just now, the strength displayed by that green-shirted man was obviously not trivial. Even if Liang Luohan and the others could kill this person, they would definitely be seriously injured. That's Iron Eve's gate's chance. Let's follow. Bai Jingxian stepped out, his tone of voice morose. Everyone listen to my order. As long as the green-shirted man dies, immediately set up a large formation to surround all the people from the 4 great sects. Under the Iron Eve's grand formation, Liang Luohan or Yang Jianlian, if they forcefully break the formation, then kill them all. Iron Eve's grand formation, the bodies of the 20-odd junior geniuses shook, and their battle spirit boiled over. They, the Iron Eve sect, had stood for 1,000 years and relied on this undefeatable formation. which could be formed by 1,000 people or 100. And even if there were only 20-odd people, they could still utilize some of the might of the Great Formation. From the day they entered the sect, the method of laying formations was one of the things they had to practice, blending each other's chi. All the people laying formations were like one, able to burst out far more than the usual horrifying power at the time of the formation. According to the sect's records, about 600 years ago, when the Iron Eve's sect's supreme elder had just sat down, and the sect was green and yellow, it was relying on the Iron Eve's grand formation set up by the 9 Yuan fetus elders, to block an imperious realm powerhouse who had secretly sneaked up on them. It wasn't until 200 years later, when the then Iron Eve sect patriarch was promoted to the Imperial Sky Realm and later assumed the position of the Supreme Elder, that the sect was considered to be stabilized once again. It was also for this reason that the entire Iron Eve sect possessed an unrivaled and powerful confidence in the Iron Eve's grand formation. As long as the grand formation was formed, the heavenly spiritual weapon on top of that floating stone platform would definitely fall into their Iron Eve sect's hands. Swish, swish, swish. Under Bai Jingxuan's leadership, the 20-odd people were confident and rushed swiftly in the direction of the floating stone platform. Success or failure is at stake. They, the Iron Eve sect, would never allow anyone to underestimate them even if they lost Shi Zhantian. At this very moment, Lu Chenxian, dressed in a green shirt, stood quietly below the stone platform. It's time. It's always time. Although no figure appeared in his field of vision, however, with the strength of his divine thoughts, he had long since detected the presence of the 5 great sects. There were a total of 103 people, all of whom were in the Three Yang's realm. As long as they were resolved, they could gracefully ascend the stage and collect old Zhao's Yuanshan, and by the way, collect the 24 bridges and bright moon nights and the orb silhouette over the stone platform together. That was the Yuan Dan of the 5th order demonic beast Dragon Blood Jiao Python, and the demonic beast pressure that enveloped the stone platform was all released from this object. Snap, snap, snap. If anything, footsteps slowly approached from a distance. Liang Luohan carried the ice crystal longsword on his back, turning a blind eye to the corpses of Shi Zhantian and the 2 Spirit Tree Mountain disciples on the ground, and slowly stopped 10 feet away from Lu Chenxian. Swish, sword in hand, gazing coldly at Lu Chenxian, he spoke in a chilling voice. Being able to kill Shi Zhantian, you are qualified for me to draw my sword, although it wasn't my intention. However, in order to avoid certain unnecessary troubles, I can only make some compromises and join forces with other sects for the time being. If there are any last words, you can say them now. Chapter 107, If you want to die, I'll help you. A last word? Lu Chenxian was dumbfounded. Previously viewed Tang Jiajiao's residual soul memory. In front of this, Liang Luohan is naturally not unfamiliar with the so-called first day of talent in Guangping province, is also considered to be true to its name. Pity, he doesn't know who he's dealing with yet, not to mention a mere little genius of the 9th level of the Three Yang realm. Even if it was the entire Ice Spring Valley, would it be placed in Lu Chenxuan's eyes? Even if today's strength was not even a billionth of what it was in its heyday, why would one need to be the slightest bit afraid of the minuscule sects of this mundane world? Brother Liang drew his sword. Not far behind, the Thousand Illusions sects Yang Jianlian, Spirit Tree Mountains Chen Jiqiu, and the Thick Earth sects Wang Songma, the 3 of them leading their fellow disciples, had already arrived one after another. Staring closely at the ice crystal longsword in Liang Luohan's hand, a cautious look appeared in all of their eyes. Earth-grade middle-grade attack spiritual weapon. The 6 major clans in Guangpingfu had only a handful of Earth-grade middle-rank spiritual weapons, almost all of which were in the hands of the major patriarchs and elders. And there were even many elders who merely possessed a single Earth-grade low-rank spiritual weapon. It was important to know that when the level of a spirit weapon reached Earth-grade, the power contained in it would increase several times with each rising grade. The value of one Earth-grade medium-grade spiritual artifact definitely exceeded 10 Earth-grade low-grade. The reason why Liang Luohan was able to become the first person in the young generation of Guangping Prefecture. Of course, the most important thing was his own martial arts qualification. However, this ice spirit sword in his hand also occupies a lot of weight. And, ever since Liang Luohan had advanced to the Three Yang realm, he had rarely drawn his sword, and even when he was sparring with fellow elders, he merely used ordinary blades, never utilizing this Earth-grade middle-stage spiritual weapon. Out of the sword must kill. This is Liang Luohan set the rule for himself. The shot never falls. To this green-shirted man in front of him, he, Liang Luohan, obviously did not have the slightest bit of carelessness and directly revealed the sword. Senior brother Chen, behind Chen Jiqiu, a young genius with a rather clear appearance, stared tightly at Lu Chenxian in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed. This person seems to have some impression of senior brother. A few days ago, Sanqing City was hit by a beast tide, and Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the Su family, saved the day by killing tens of thousands of demonic beasts with a single sword, saving the people of the city. Luoyang County Governor Guan Shansong posted a list within the county, not only heavily rewarded the Su family, but also specially drew Lu Chenxuan's portrait. When my senior brother traveled through the county, he deliberately paid attention to it. It seems to be this man. Oh, as this person's words fell, the gazes that looked at Lu Chenxian, including Liang Luhan, underwent some subtle changes. So it was him. The beast tide impacted Sanqing City. The matter was so boisterous that it had long been rumored within Luoyang County, and even as far away as Guangping Prefecture. The people of the 6 great clans had likewise heard about it. It was said that this Lu Chenxian was only at the Yuan Dan realm, and actually exerted a terrifying strength no less than that of the Yuan Tire realm. One person and one sword executed around Purple Gold Moon, killing all the attacking demonic beasts. Such a battle record might not be possible even for the top geniuses of the 6 great sects. You're Lu Chenxian? Interesting. Liang Luohan crossed the long sword in his hand. A hint of playfulness appeared on his face. I heard that you have a rather strong martial skill. Around Purple and Gold Moon? Seeing as you repelled the beast tide and sheltered the people of Sanqing City, I can give you a chance. Perform your round moon martial skill. Let me see how much you can do. If it's really as powerful as the rumors say, I can report to the Patriarch and enroll you in the clan. Join Ice Springs Valley? It's just a big joke. The strongest person in the Ice Spring Valley is only a supreme elder of the Sky Realm. How is it better than the Tianxian Holy Land? How is it compared to the Green Sky Immortal Region? How is it better than the strongest war god who was invincible across the immortal world? Liang Luohan, Liang Luohan, say you are the frog in the bottom of the well is to lift you. Guanping House once in a million years to see the unprecedented genius. Really think of themselves as what a remarkable existence. The area of a prefecture is only 10,000 miles in circumference, and the population is only a few million. If placed in the entire Songxian Empire, or even the entire Xiantian continent, how many exceptional geniuses come out once every 10,000 years? I'm afraid it's uncountable. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. Mortals cannot discuss the road. You Liang Luohan, proud of the outstanding posture of the world, from the real martial arts genius, is still far from it. My time is too valuable to waste with you. Looking at Liang Luhan and the others in front of him, Lu Chenxuan's expression didn't change at all. His tone as indifferent as ever. Turn around and leave, or strike out together. Choose one of the two. You only get one chance. Now, choose. So crazy. Liang Luohan's face sank slightly, and Yang Jianlian and the others' hearts fluttered as they subconsciously took half a step back. There's no such thing as a grand reputation. To be able to become the 6 great sects of the young generation of the best people, they are by no means hot-headed generation. Qualifications of the heart, none of them is not the top choice. Facing the rumored Su family's son-in-law, who had killed tens of thousands of demonic beasts with a single sword, he would definitely not make a rash move unless he was sure of victory. Foolish people die of arrogance, and caution makes perfect. The fact that he was able to kill Shi Zhantian and was able to enter this independent space was in itself enough to explain many things. With the long sword in my hand, I am invincible. After an extremely short silence, the ice crystal longsword in Liang Luhan's hand steeply shook, and his body's aura rushed to the sky. Gentlemen, don't forget our agreement. Kill Lu Chenxian first, then seize the heavenly spirit weapon. Do it. He had never been an indecisive man, much less one to shy away from any false reputation. As the first genius of Guangping Prefecture, standing at the peak of martial arts, he had long ago forged a fearless and strong heart. Wherever the sword blade goes, it goes. Even if he faced the strongest opponents, he dared to strike his sword, facing the Yuan Tire Elder, facing the Ice Spring Valley Master, and even facing the towering Imperial Sky Realm Taishang Elder. All of them would never want to cause his martial heart to waver in any way. Strike! All together! Must kill Lu Chenxian! Shouting and killing. At this moment, each of the 80 or so disciples of the 4 great sects, including Liang Luhan, including Yang Jianjian, and likewise Wang Songmo and Chen Jiqiu, executed their strongest martial arts. Ice Spring Valley's best skill, cold ice splitting maple chop, the strongest martial art of the Thick Earth sect, the great power shaking mountain collapse, the 1000 illusions sect's secret method of ecstasy, the 3000 floating illusions, Spirit Tree Mountain's unique martial art, the bio-extinction killing sword, the surefire strikes of more than 80 young geniuses, either chilling aura or vibrating iron pestle, accompanied by a misty and tossing void scene, as well as turquoise sword light containing the aura of life and death, were earth-shattering, and swept towards Lu Chenxian in a tumultuous manner. The power is good. In the face of the combined might of so many geniuses, Lu Chenxuan's evaluation of them was only not bad. At the same time of opening his mouth, the unsheathed wooden sword quietly emerged in his palm, and the tip of the sword was a mass of purple and gold light flickering endlessly, as if a bright moon suddenly bloomed under the pitch-black night sky. blossoming with a brilliant and dazzling killing light. Didn't you want to see my martial arts? Since it is a request before death, I, for one, can fulfill it. Chapter 108 Iron Eve's Formation. The purple and gold full moon, reflecting in mid-air. In the past, the strongest war god in the immortal realm, one of the supreme martial arts that had crossed the battlefield of all races, a wide range of indiscriminate attacks, De Luo Hun Tian Chop. Hundreds of thousands of purple and gold swordlights descended from above the purple and gold full moon in mid-air, instantly enveloping everything below, enveloping the biting cold air, enveloping the shocking ripples, enveloping the illusion of nothingness, enveloping the sword light of life and death. Similarly, it also enveloped Liang Luohan and the others' main bodies. No, ah, dodge, dodge, no, ah. Miserable screams just rang out and were immediately chopped to pieces by the purple golden swordlight. Not even their voices could escape the supreme killing fury of the great Luohan heavenly slash. Blood poured out and corpses were strewn everywhere. A total of 83 martial geniuses. Not a single one of them were spared under the indiscriminate bombardment of the purple golden sword light. All of their bodies shattered and were chopped into countless pieces of blood and bone fragments. In addition to less than 10 earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons, even the Xian-grade high-grade spiritual weapons in their hands weren't spared, and were easily destroyed by the purple gold swordlight. This is the round moon martial skill that has decimated tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Liang Luohan was trembling, and his face had lost all color of blood. After all, he was the first genius of the Guangping prefecture for 10,000 years. Even in the face of the impenetrable purple gold swordlight, he still reacted in time, waving the ice crystal longsword in his hand, and casting a cold ice barrier that was as solid as gold, together with the life-preserving talisman rewarded by the Ice Spring Valley's Supreme Elder. A golden protective wall was formed on the surface of his body. Under the superposition of the two, the killing power of the purple gold swordlight was finally blocked. The bottom card was all out, but it was just barely enough to save his life. However, the two barriers had all been shattered, and the ice crystal longsword had lost all of its spirituality, and there was no longer any way to deal with the next attack. It can be, well, a flop. Dead, all dead. It can't be, it's impossible. Not far from the side, Yang Jianlian, Chen Zhiqiu, Wang Songma, the three of them were drenched in blood, lost in thought, looking at the surrounding limbs and broken arms, simply could not believe what was in front of them. The four major sects, 83 inner sect genius disciples, were actually all dead. They could all be the proud sons of heaven who were proud of their peers, shouldering the future of the four great sects. Lu Chenxian, how could he, how dare he, how could he be so crazy, so reckless? Does he realize what he's done? Killing so many talented disciples. The hatred with the four great sects could be described as immortal. What he had killed was not just 83 lives, but he had destroyed the juniors that the four great sects had cultivated with great care, destroying the future hopes of the four great sects. Cough, cough. After the extreme fear, Yang Jianlian's delicate body trembled, and the 1,000 illusionary eyes suspended above her head shattered with a loud bang, her body dripping with blood, almost dyeing her tattered clothes red, badly wounded and shaken. Earlier, when the purple gold sword light descended, she, Chen Zhiqiu, and Wang Songma, the three of them responded almost simultaneously. Either they executed the Eye of 1,000 Illusions, or the emerald green spirit leaves in their hands, or they activated the chi of the earth veins, and with the thick earth sect's unique technique, they constructed an impenetrable thick earth barrier, the matter of life and limb, but also spared no effort. The clan elders rewarded the life-saving cards thrown out of brain. Even so, they were still attacked by the purple gold sword light to break through their defenses, and their bodies were covered in wounds, many of which were even deep enough to be seen in the bones, almost chopping into their internal organs. The so-called absoluteness, what a supreme genius! Under this round purple and gold full moon, it was as if it was carved out of clay and papier-mâché, completely meaningless. Lu Chenxian, you won. Chen Zhiqiu was drenched in blood, the emerald green spirit leaf in his hand was dim, and the look of shock on his face did not subside for a long time. This leaf of his was the result of the great elder's hand, personally picking it from the branch of the spirit tree, and then inscribing the secret pattern, complementing the technique he cultivated. Although it did not reach the middle level of the earth grade, the power it exerted when fighting was by no means inferior to the ice crystal longsword in Liang Luhan's hand. However, under the bombardment of swordlight just now, the spiritual chi contained in this leaf had already disappeared, and it could no longer exert any semblance of power. Lu Chenxian, just where did this freak come out from? How could he execute such a terrifying martial art? Me, my pestle and mortar. On the other side, Wang Songma looked down at the iron mortar and pestle in his hand and couldn't help but shiver. He was in a similar situation as Chen Zhiqiu, with wounds all over his body. The the secret pattern of the iron mortar and pestle in his hand dimmed, and the internal aura dissipated, almost reduced to scrap metal. How on earth did Lu Chenxian do it? The Earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons that even Yuan Fetus Realm Elders had difficulty destroying were actually blasted into such a state by those violet gold swordlights. All disciples obey. A sudden loud shout abruptly interrupted the shocked thoughts of Liang Luhan and the others. The Iron Eve sect's intersect genius second only to Shi Zhantian. By Jingxian, with more than 20 disciples of the Iron Eve sect, he leapt from hundreds of feet away. His speed was faster than lightning, and his mouth burst out in a continuous cry. The opportunity is not to be lost. The time will not come again. They have just exchanged blows with all their might, and their dantian must be empty. Each of you take your formation position and trap them all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figure is like the wind. Almost the instant the words fell, including by Jingxian, more than 20 Iron Eve sect disciples changed their pace and rushed to different directions, immediately about to set up the Iron Eve's formation. Unfortunately, arrangements, with my permission, underneath the floating stone platform, Lu Chenxian faintly opened his mouth as the unsheathed wooden sword in his hand swung up once again. The sword is brightly extinguished, a flat and uninteresting purple and gold swordlight, as if the autumn wind had swept away the leaves, was completely parallel to the ground, with a height of about 3 feet up and down. With the swinging motion of the sword, it flashed through the air. Thumbs up. There was an unmistakably neat sound of blood and flesh being cut. Liang Luohan, Yang Jianlian, Wang Songma, Chen Zhiqiu, by Jingxian, Iron Eve's gate disciples. Everyone, under this purple gold swordlight, without making any reactionary movements at all. Almost all of them were broken flush and chopped into two by the swordlight. Liang Luhan looked down blankly, looking at the blood that slowly flowed out between his waist and abdomen, and then slowly raised his head, looking at Lu Chenxian, who was putting away his sword, his lips twitching a few times, as if he wanted to say something. A young man's ambition to become famous in Guangpingfu, joining the Ice Spring Valley, and shaking the 6 great clans. A scene from a lifetime of experience, like a walk in the park, flew before my eyes and faded away. The view faded into infinite darkness. Snap, the body fell to the ground, the eyelids slowly closed, and no more thoughts could be born in the sea of consciousness. No different from all the others, this number one of the younger generation of the Guangping prefecture was easily beheaded by Lu Chenxian with a casual stroke of his sword. Lu Chenxian, the only survivor, was one of the Iron Eve sect disciples who had followed by Jingxuan's charge. Because of his tall stature, he didn't die from a waist cut, but had his legs cut off by the purple golden swordlight, and his upper body fell into a pool of blood, struggling desperately while howling in frantic fury. You killed so many of us. The 5 great clans will definitely not let you go. The exit of this independent space, the cave outside, is guarded by the Yuan feudal elders of our 5 great clans. Even if you have great ability, you will not be able to fly. Surely. Chapter 109 Dantian Projection. The Yuan fetus elders of the 5 great clans. Is it strong? Looking at this dying and furious Iron Eve sect disciple, Lu Chenxuan's gaze was indifferent and merciless, and the unsheathed wooden sword in his hand swung down. Swish, blood spurted and heads fell to the ground. Up to this moment, the core disciples of the 5 major clans that had entered this independent space had all died under Lu Chenxuan's sword. No one was spared. It's over. Lu Chenxuan's mind moved. The unsheathed wooden sword returned to the dantian, and he scanned the corpses all over the ground, and let out a soft cry under his breath. Devour. The spiritual rhythms of more than 100 young geniuses were a great tonic. When the sword struck earlier, the purple gold sword light descended. It had already devoured all of the earth-grade spiritual weapons in their hands. However, after all, the chaotic heaven-swallowing skill had only been cultivated to the 2nd layer. Devouring the spirituality contained in spiritual weapons with swordlight had already reached its limit, and it would inevitably take a bit more time to devour their martial spirituality. This amount of time, Lu Chenxian certainly didn't care. Devouring so many martial Dao spiritual rhythms at once, the purple and gold little dragon within the dantian was obviously extremely excited. The devouring vortex in its mouth turned rapidly, and an invisible and qualitative devouring and sucking force was released rapidly. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways. In the belly of the purple gold little dragon, the Yuan Dan, which had already condensed 47 danlines, had its surface danlines increase once again, rapidly increasing to 59 within just a few dozen breaths. A full 12 channels have been added. Buzz. On the surface of Lu Chenxuan's body, a rippling wave spread out, and his martial realm was smoothly raised to the 6th level of Yuan Dan, and was only 1 step away from the 7th level. Only, for every great realm of martial arts, there were 2 extremely obvious watersheds, especially the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th levels, which required an extraordinarily large amount of martial arts spiritual rhythm. Realm advancement can be done in a gradual manner. There is no need to rush. In the past, the strongest god of war in the Green Sky Immortal region, Lu Chenxian naturally didn't care too much about the martial realm at this time. After the martial Dao spiritual rhythm devouring was over, the divine sense swept 100 miles around, making sure that there was no longer any disturbance from anyone, and finally felt completely at ease. Tilting his head up, he looked at the floating stone platform above him, and then he leapt, the Thunder Rock's wings stretching out behind him, and directly flew up to the 10th level of the stone platform. The demonic beast pressure was as vast as the sea. At the top of the stone platform, the demonic Dan of the 5th-ranked demonic beast Dragon Blood Gel Python loomed, and the strong pressure equivalent to that of a human sky realm martial artist was like a mountain pressing down on Lu Chenxuan's body. Pediatrics. With the experience of the last time he ascended the stage, Lu Chenxian did as he had done, and the power of devouring was once again unleashed, devouring the mighty pressure above the stone platform with ease. 11th floor, 12th floor, 13th floor. As he smoothly climbed up to the 96th floor, his footsteps suddenly gave a slight lurch, and a hint of faint joy appeared on his face. It's a done deal. Chaotic heaven swallowing skill, worthy of being a supreme technique that swallowed heaven and devoured the earth. Whether it was a martial artist's spiritual rhythm or a spirit weapon's spirituality, even if it was a nebulous mighty pressure, it could all become nourishment for one's own cultivation. After devouring so much demonic beast pressure, the 60th secret pattern on the surface of the Yuan Dan finally coalesced successfully, easily advancing to the 7th level of the Yuan Dan. Old Xiao. Ah, Old Xiao. Remodeling your Yuan Shin for you doesn't seem to be something out of the ordinary. Lu Chenxian was in a good mood. His steps became lighter and lighter, and after devouring the demonic beast's pressure once again, he slowly ascended to the top of the stone platform. The eyes opened up. At the top of the stone platform, a residual golden orb filled with blood chi, suspended in the air 3 feet above the stone platform, which contained a living and breathing python silhouette, with a green sharp horn on top of its head, almost exactly the same as the demon dragon's horn of the Green Sky Immortal domain in the past. Obviously, this Jiao Python silhouette was none other than the 5th-ranked demonic beast before the fall, the Dragon Blood Jiao Python. And this golden orb was the demonic Dan that had coalesced within the Dragon Blood Jiao Python's body. There's still quite a lot of demon Dan spiritual rhythm. After devouring it, you can condense at least 3 secret lines. Lu Chenxuan's mind moved, and the small purple and gold dragon within his dantian opened its mouth once again, and the power of devouring immediately enveloped him. However, let the devouring force how to tear. Jiao Python Demon Dan actually does not move. The internal Jiao Python shadow flickers, obviously in a desperate resistance to Lu Chenxuan's devouring. Surely not. When an attempt failed, Lu Chenxian immediately gave up and never wasted time. Manpower is sometimes poor. The chaotic heaven swallowing skill was certainly strong, but now it had only been cultivated to the 2nd layer, and the power of devouring was quite limited. With the Yuan Dan realm, one could at most cross 2 major realms and devour a Yuan fetus martial artist's spirit chimes, or devour an earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapon. If they encountered a human powerhouse of the sky realm, or if they encountered a heavenly spiritual weapon, it was inevitable that the 2nd layer heaven swallowing skill would be a bit too powerful to devour and absorb it. But, while it could not be devoured, it was not impossible to take it away. Get in here. Lu Chenxuan's mind and spirit were condensed. The 5 fingers of his right hand were spread out in the air, aiming at the Jiao Python Demon Dan in front of him, and he let out a soft cry under his breath. Dantian projection. Open. Buzz. A violet gold halo of emptiness and haziness was reflected from Lu Chenxuan's small abdomen, presenting a partial scene within the Dantian. 2 fragments of the Knight of the 24th Bridge, an unsheathed wooden sword, a huge purple and gold dragon with teeth and claws. As the Dantian scene continued to solidify, the Jiao Python Demon Dan trembled violently, gradually integrating into the Dantian world, no longer separating. About a quarter of an hour later, collect. Lu Chenxian released a low voice. The Dantian projection instantly dissipated, and the Jiao Python Demon Dan floating in the midair in front of him had already entered within the Dantian, completely losing track of it in the real world. The harvesting of the demonic Dan was successfully completed. The Dantian holding external objects was not something unimaginable. Like the core disciples of all the major sects, the lifelike spiritual weapons that their lives were intertwined with, could be stored within the Dantian. It was only that the higher the grade of the spiritual weapon, the higher the realm requirement for the martial artist would be accordingly. Like this Jiao Python Demon Dan that was collected just now, ordinary Yuan Dan martial artists would naturally look forward to it. However, after practicing the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, Lu Chenxuan's Dantian world was incomparably strong and could easily accommodate the 5th order Demon Dan without causing the Dantian to collapse. It's your turn next. Lu Chenxian held his breath and stared, his gaze finally landing on the 3-foot golden figure in the center of the stone platform. In the past, in the Green Sky Immortal domain, part of the Yuan Shen of Shao Dingtian, the easy immortal king. Collecting the Yuan Shen was not difficult for Lu Chenxian. However, at this moment, Shao Dingtian's Yuan Shen was sleeping, guarded within by the 24 bridges and Bright Moon Night Core fragment. In order to put away the Yuan Shen, then the fragment had to be taken into the Dantian along with it, the core fragment of the innate treasure. Even if it was the most powerful person of this Xiantian continent, only a wisp of treasure breath was needed to annihilate it directly. If you can't put it away in your Dantian, then you'll have to carry it with you. But, Lu Chenxian pondered a little, and then stepped forward, slowly reaching out to hold the fragment. A wisp of divine thought spread out and gently wrapped around the surface of the fragment. If you can feel my presence, then don't resist and allow me to take it into my Dantian. I'm a close friend of old Shao. You should recognize. Chapter 110 Artifact Spirit, Bright Moon. At the top of the stone platform, there was silence. The core fragment of the 24 bridges and Bright Moon Night. Under Lu Chenxuan's divine thought transmission, a full half a pillar of incense had passed, and there had never been any response. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Lu Chenxian frowned slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of uncertainty. There should be no mistake. Tens of thousands of years ago, Shao Dingtian had crossed the immortal world, and although he was not invincible, his means of preserving his life was unique, and even Lu Chenxian had praised him. Not only are they close friends, but they have also competed and sparred more than once, and they know quite a bit about this innate artifact. Back then, when the fight, this treasure has long been born spirit, although it has automatically disintegrated. But, the spirit can never fall because of this, must exist in a piece of debris. The biggest possibility was this core fragment in front of us. Land, war, God. Just at the moment when Lu Chenxian was ready to give up, an extremely weak woman's voice slowly came out from among the debris. Are you really the land war god? Yes, I remember your scent, and although tens of thousands of years have passed, the scent must not be wrong. But, your cultivation level, why is it only at the Yuan Dan realm? And, it was only a few short sentences of divine thought transmission, and it was as if the woman had exhausted all her strength, her voice getting lighter and lighter, almost imperceptible already. Artifact Spirit. She is the artifact spirit of the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon. At this moment, Lu Chenxuan's heart and mind were greatly shaken, and a divine idea power was rapidly infused, rapidly replenishing the woman's consumption, while transmitting the voice again. I am indeed Lu Chenxian. I have seen the images you left within the independent space, and I have an understanding of what happened back then. It's a remnant soul left behind by old Shao, asking me to collect the fragments and remake his Yuanshan for him. That's right. Within the debris, nourished by Lu Chenxuan's divine thoughts, the woman's voice finally stabilized a lot, sighed, and then spoke quietly. On that day, the nine-headed demon god descended upon the green sky immortal region and was suppressed by a supreme being with a wave of his hand. Under the bombardment of the aftermath of the battle, Shao Dingtian's fleshly body crumbled and his Yuanshan disintegrated, killing him almost instantly. At this moment of crisis, the 20 bridges Bright Moon Night automatically protected its master, and likewise split into countless fragments, respectively preserving part of Shao Dingtian's Yuanshan. Only, due to the fact that after the disintegration, the power of the innate artifact was greatly reduced, it was unable to control the trajectory of the fragments, which eventually turned into countless streams of light and crashed into different realms respectively. Also because of that battle, the artifact spirit also suffered heavy damage, barely retaining a trace of clarity, urging the fragmented body to fall into the 3,000 minor worlds, fighting for a sliver of possibility of rebirth for Shao Dingtian. The reason why she chose to fall into the lower realm was precisely because, with the low strength of martial artists in the lower realm, it was impossible for them to shake this piece of debris. Instead, the green sky immortal domain was filled with countless strong people, and if the fragment fell into the hands of some immortal king-level powerhouse, it could completely destroy Shao Dingtian's Yuanshan completely. The rules of time should have changed in some way when the shard traveled through the dimensional barrier. Lu Chenxian took a step back, quietly looking at the fragment, and softly said, "As far as I know, you fell into the Xiantian continent, and it has been more than 400 years since then. However, old Zhao's accidental fall happened tens of thousands of years ago." Tens of thousands of years, 400 years. It was conceivable that the shard traveling through the realm must have been affected by the rules of time, which led to such a disparate time difference. 466 years, to be exact. Within the debris, the woman's voice was quite emotional. After falling into the lower realm, I was incomparably weakened and almost fell into a deep sleep. Yet, however, due to being too weak, the debris was unable to move, and in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, suffering from the wind and sun was extremely unfavorable to Shao Dingtian's Yuanshan body, until more than 10 years later, the Haoyang sect's supreme elder, Lu Xingkong, and the 5th-ranked demonic beast, the dragon blood Jiao Python, in order to compete for the debris, erupted into a life and death battle, and ultimately, one was killed and the other was seriously injured, which ended miserably. After the great battle, the dragon blood Zhao Python was dying, and the debris took advantage of this opportunity to open up this independent space with the power of the Zhao Python's essence and blood, and used the Zhao Python Yuan Dan to warm up Shouting Tian's Yuanshan body in the hope that he would revive soon. It was a pity that within this core fragment, Shouting Tian Yuanshan was not complete, and even if it was warmed up anymore, unless all the other Yuanshans were found, it would never be possible to awaken. I've promised old Xiao that I'll make sure he's perfectly reborn and regain his peak strength. Lu Chenxian reached out again and slowly held the fragment. If I remember correctly, old Xiao's name for you should be Bright Moon? Miss Mingyue, if you trust me, please don't resist and allow me to take it into my Dantian and continue to nourish the old Xiao Yuanshan. Mr. Lu's character should be clear to Miss Mingyue, the strongest war god in the immortal world. Lu Chenxian, a promise weighs 1,000 words. If not for that, would the position of Immortal Emperor of the Violet Dynasty in the former Green Sky Immortal Domain have come to him? Bain Yu? In terms of strength, even after Bei Meiyue claimed the title of Emperor, with the help of the ancient dragon Vane, the Imperial Dynasty's fortune was added, but it was only a division with Lu Chenxian, claiming to be invincible within the Emperor's Great Hall. He, Lu Chenxian, on the other hand, was truly invincible in the immortal realm, shaking the 10,000 races. It is with consideration for the love of brothers in the past, after striking the vast territory of the Ziwei Imperial Dynasty, he did not compete for the Emperor's throne, and gave the throne of the immortal Emperor to the North Underworld Yui that, the battle god of Lu's character. Mingyue naturally won't doubt it. Within the debris, named Bright Moon Spirit Woman, spoke softly, Ding Tian a life of freedom, life only land war god this a close friend, as long as the land war god to keep their promises. Bright Moon, at the mercy of the land war god, ding, 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 ding. Lu Chenxuan's heart was slightly stirred, and he was obviously a bit surprised by this title. But, while unexpected, it wasn't incomprehensible. Xiaoding Tian at large in the immortal world for countless years, and there is no dual cultivation couples, and I have not heard that he has a love affair with any fairy. And this Mingyue girl, to Xiaoding Tian's name and so intimate, in the face of a life and death crisis, and even go so far as to automatically disintegrate, and Xiaoding Tian life and death. It seems that the relationship between old Xiao and Mingyue is obviously quite extraordinary. Land Warlord. Mingyue seemed to vaguely perceive something. The surface of the fragment surfaced a touch of flushed red like a woman's shyness, and quickly returned to normal. Her tone was extremely sincere, although Mingyue's main body is incomplete. This fragment is the core of the main body, and still possesses some of the main body's power. Lu battle god strength monstrous, Mingyu natural heart happy and sincere. Just, if necessary time, Lu battle god just need a thought. Mingyu never excuse, can help Lu battle god a arm, part of the power of the 24 bridges to the Moon Knight? Lu Chenxuan's gaze brightened. Having sparred with Xiaoding Tian many times before, he certainly had a deep understanding of the might of this innate artifact. It is the separate space within the treasure that is most tantalizing. Chapter 111, The Five Great Yuan Fetus Realms. Miss Akatsuki. Lu Chenxian had an open heart, and there was naturally no need to hide from this supreme treasure artifact spirit. 20 bridges and the Night of the Moon. Can the inner space be opened? If it is possible, it will indeed be no small help to Lu. Truth be told, this treasure could definitely be used as one of the bottom cards in the bottom of the box if an independent space could be opened. One must know that although it was only a fragment, however, the texture of the innate equipment was extremely hard, and even if it was placed in the Green Sky Immortal Domain of yesteryear, very few people would be able to damage it. When encountering a life and death crisis, as long as one hides in the inner space, one can absolutely guarantee that one's life will be safe. With the hardness of the fragment itself, there was absolutely no one who could destroy it in any realm under the Green Sky Immortal Realm. Opening an independent space is extremely consuming. Among the debris, the Bright Moon hesitated slightly before speaking softly. If the body is intact, opening space is naturally not a problem. However, after the 24 bridges Bright Moon Night disintegrated, the power of the fragments had almost disappeared, and it was difficult to retain even 1/1000th of what it had been at its heyday. So if one forced open the inner space, the amount of spiritual chi needed would be extremely astonishing. Unless, I have a piece of immortal power left behind by old Xiao. Lu Chenxian smiled. Can the space be opened with this immortal power? The immortal power left behind by Ding Tian? With these words, a shimmering light flickered on the surface of the debris, and Mingyue's mood was clearly quite agitated. 24 bridges and the Night of the Bright Moon was originally an immortal king-level innate artifact, and it was naturally easy to catalyze it with immortal power. With this immortal power, not only would it be possible to open an independent space, but it would also possess great benefits for her. The vessel spirit body. Since we have Ding Tian's immortal power, of course there's no problem. Ming Yue's tone was full of joy, and she immediately gave an affirmative reply. Lu Battle God, with the combination of immortal power and the debris, the independent space can be opened at any time, and the consumption is almost negligible. Moreover, if this immortal power is stored within the debris, Ming Yue's strength can be restored by a few points, enough to exert more of her main body's might. It's a done deal. The corners of Lu Qinxuan's mouth curled up, clearly very satisfied with the result. Open the independent space within the debris at any time. This is also considered an unexpected joy. With this life-saving card, the future can act completely freehand. No longer have to be concerned. If you meet a tougher opponent in the future, you can't beat them, but you can also enter the independent space, and you are already invincible. Miss Akatsuki. Lu Chenxian collected his thoughts, no longer thinking about anything else, and reached out to point at the 3-foot golden figure under the guardianship of the debris. This wisp of old Zhao's Yuanshen will still be guarded by you, and when I find the other fragments and fully coalesce old Zhao's Yuanshen, then I will remake his physical body for him and completely rebirth him in the world. Now, come on. As the words fell, the Dantian projection reappeared, enveloping the fragment. Swish, Mingyue let go of her resistance, and the debris immediately vaporized and fused with the Dantian projection. In the next moment, the projection slowly disappeared, while this piece of supreme treasure remnant, as well as Shao Dingtian's Yuanshen body, simultaneously appeared within Lu Qinxuan's Dantian. Just for a moment, buzz. In the Dantian, this core fragment vibrated slightly, and the 2 fragments that Lu Qinxian had previously obtained seemed to be attracted by some kind of origin, simultaneously transforming into 2 streams of light that flew into the core fragment. The 3 were originally from the same root and origin, and it was only logical that they should be merged into one now. Only, the 3 pieces of debris were originally not adjacent to each other, and after the fusion at this moment, there was still a large area of vacancies, and even the artifact spirit Mingyue had to resort to the other pieces of debris in order to fill up the vacancies. Land Warlord. Within the Dantian, Mingyue's divine thought transmission sounded softly in the depths of Lu Qinxuan's sea of consciousness. After the fusion of the main body, Mingyue's strength has been slightly restored, so as long as she and the other remnants are within 10,000 miles of each other, she will be able to sense the remnant's location. There are no debris senses within million miles right now. No induction. It's normal, in just less than 2 months, to be able to find 3 pieces of debris one after another, which even included this core debris. This was already heavenly luck. According to what Mingyue had said earlier, the innate artifacts crashed into different realms after they disintegrated. To find all the fragments, one would definitely have to travel through different realms, and above this Xiantian continent, it would be great to find 3 pieces. There's no need to be in a hurry to find the other fragments. Lu Chenxian stood on the high platform, his eyes scanning the surroundings to make sure nothing was left out before smiling. Next, there are still a lot of things we have to do. For example, first leave this independent space and settle the score with the people of the 6 great sects. This account must be settled. Hao Yang sect Zhou Tianshui, the core disciples of the 5 major clans, they tried to seize the so-called heavenly spiritual weapon, and killed him Lu Qinxian. If it wasn't for his skill, I'm afraid he would have died under their joint attack. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, then be prepared for the destruction of the clan. Swish, Lu Chenxian leaped. The Thunder Rock's wings behind him stretched out, and flew from the floating platform to the ground, then shrank into an inch, and swept in the direction of the exit of this independent space. Export. It was the cave in the belly of the mountain within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, where the space vortex was located. Mansho Mountains, cave in the belly of the mountain. It's been 5 hours. In front of the spatial vortex, 5 figures sat cross-legged, occasionally looking at each other for a few moments, their gazes vaguely hostile. The 5 great Yuan Fetus realms. Iron Eve sect 6th elder, Yuan Fetus 5th level Ton Taizhan, the daughter of the Thousand Illusions sect supreme elder, the 5th level of the Yuan Fetus, Thousand Illusions Granny, Spirit Tree Mountains 4th elder, Xian Changling at the 6th level of the Yuan Fetus, the 7th elder of Ice Spring Valley, Chen Hanquan at the 5th level of the Yuan Fetus. There was also the Pygmy elder of the Thick Earth sect, a Yuandan 7th gravity powerhouse who was less than 5 feet tall, Xiong Kai Chun. The 5 of them guarded this place, appearing to be in harmony on the surface, but in reality, each of them had their own agenda. The so-called peaceful coexistence was merely a stopgap measure, and when the disciples of the various sects stepped out of the spatial vortex, a great melee was bound to break out. Regardless of which clan's disciple had obtained the heavenly spiritual instrument, the other 4 clans would surely rise up to attack and kill him. They're out. During the long wait, Grandmother Thousand Illusions' gaze suddenly lit up, staring tightly at the spatial vortex in front of her, and she stood up reflexively. The vortex shook. A spatial ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the spatial vortex, in which a man's figure emerged and was gradually becoming clear. Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the same time when Granny Thousand Illusions rose, the 4 Yuan fetus powerhouses, if they had any sense, simultaneously surfaced their respective earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons in their hands, and their gazes were fixed dead on the spatial vortex. Snap! The feet landed. Lu Chenchuan's face was calm as he stepped out from within the spatial vortex, quietly looking at the 5 Yuan fetus realms. You guys, were you waiting for me? Chapter 112, Who is being ignored by whom? Him. Who is he? Within the stone cave in the mountain's hinterland, the 5 Yuan fetus powerhouses showed shocked expressions as their gazes darted around Lu Chenchuan's face. Not recognizable. The core disciples of the 5 great sects, all of them with outstanding talent, are favored in the sect. This time, exploring the independent space. They, the leading elders, were naturally incomparably familiar with the appearance of these disciples, and could accurately call out everyone's name, and likewise knew their respective strengths and the techniques and martial skills they cultivated. However, this green-shirted man in front of him was definitely not from one of the 5 great sects. Why is he here? No need to guess. Lu Chenchuan's eyes were lowered, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The 5 major clans, a total of 106 people, who had mischievous intentions towards me, have all been beheaded by me. Blame it on no one else. What? The hearts and minds of the 5 great Yuan fetus powerhouses were shaken, their faces full of incredulity. The core disciples of their 5 great sects were actually all beheaded by this person within this independent space? Never. This green-shirted man in front of him, although his martial realm could not be sensed, but, on his body, there was no fetal breath aura that was unique to Yuan fetus martial artists. In other words, no matter how strong he was, he would definitely not exceed the peak of the 3 Yang realm. As for those disciples of the 5 great clans who entered the independent space, such as Liang Luhan, Yang Jianlian, Shi Zhantian, and Chen Jiqiu, each of them is a martial arts genius who is strong enough to cross the level, and even when faced with Yuan tire powerhouses, they are able to retreat in their entirety. What's more, there were so many fellow disciples following, so how could they die in this person's hands? Not to mention a mere 3 Yang martial artist. Even a great master of martial arts at the peak of the Yuan fetus realm would definitely not be able to do so to such an extent. The mantis catches the cicada, the yellow sparrow is behind it. Thick Earth Sect's pygmy elder, Xiong Kaichuan, tilted his head to look at Lu Chenchuan's chin, and said in a sinister manner, if I guessed correctly, it must have been the disciples of the 5 great clans who went out to fight for the heavenly spiritual weapon, and both lost under the fight, and were picked up cheaply by this person. If not, with his mere 3 Yang realm, how could he hurt a single hair on their head? 3 Yang's realm? Lu Chenxian secretly shook his head. You can't even see through your own true realm, and you still dare to make a big deal out of it? If he had truly advanced to the 3 Yang's realm, he would be able to devour all of these 5 people's spirit chimes with a raise of his hand. Let's all talk it over. Granny Thousand Illusions' black veil covered her face, and her eyes flashed with a cold and stern light. This person slaughtered the disciples of the 5 sects. His crime is so he is not worthy of death. In my opinion, let me bring him back to the Thousand Illusions sect and hand him over to the Supreme Elder for personal punishment. Swish! The 4 Yuan fetus realms frowned at the same time, and the earth-grade spiritual weapons in their hands steeply clenched. She wants to take this man away? Dreaming! Since this person can kill the core disciples of the 5 great sects, and from within the independent space, he must be carrying that heavenly spiritual weapon. If the Thousand Illusions sect was allowed to obtain this treasure, what's the point? The value of a heavenly grade spiritual artifact far exceeded 100 earth grade high grade spiritual artifacts, and today's 5 great clans, even the Hao Yang sect, which was the most skillful at refining artifacts, didn't even have a single earth grade high grade spiritual artifact. Supreme Elder of the Empty Realm with a heavenly spiritual weapon. Such a combination was absolutely invincible in Guangping Prefecture, and could even lead the sect further, from the ranks of second-rate sects, directly becoming a first-rate sect. On top of this Xiantian continent, heavenly grade spiritual weapons were really too expensive. Thousand Illusions sister, this person is not something that Senior Mo should bother with. Although Xiong Kaichun was short in stature, his aura was not weak at all, and he let out a cold grunt from his mouth. As I see it, it would be better for me to bring him back to the Thick Earth sect, and have our sect's Elder Supreme determine whether to kill or cut him off, and will definitely give everyone a satisfactory explanation. The Senior Mo in his mouth was the Thousand Illusions Granny's father, the Thousand Illusions sect's current Supreme Elder Mo Qingjin, who was now more than 700 years old. About 1,000 years ago, the Thousand Illusions sect had just been founded, and the founder of the sect, the Thousand Illusions realist, who was a great power in the sky, only had 2 true disciples under him, one of whom was Mo Qingjun. Ever since the Thousand Illusions realist sat down, Mo Qingjun was promoted to the sky realm, guarding the Thousand Illusions sect's vast foundation and continuously promoting the sect. In his lifetime, his greatest hope was to lead the Thousand Illusions sect to become one of the first-class sects that shook the Xiantian continent. Thousand Illusions, Brother Bear, Spirit Tree Mountain Xin Changling, Ice Spring Valley Chen Hanquan, Iron Eve's Gate Tong Taishan, the 3 of them did not give in to each other. Everyone is an understanding person. There's no need to beat around the bush. This person is bound to possess a heavenly spiritual artifact on his body. This matter is too involved. It must be handled personally by our clan's supreme elder. We can't hand him over to you no matter what. Celestial spirit weapon. To be able to cultivate to the Yuan fetus realm, none of the 5 were cuties, compared to a heavenly spiritual weapon. What are the lives of those inner disciples? Each other's faces were red and their lips were blazing as they all wanted to bring Lu Qinxian back to the clan. As for Lu Qinxian himself, how could a mere triple yang martial artist be in their eyes? In their view, the green-shirted man in front of them was already fish and meat on the chopping board. At their mercy, seems to be ignored. The 5 Yuan fetus realms were still chattering and arguing. Lu Qinxian stood to the side, always with a faint smile on his face. Since all 5 of you want to bring me back to the clan, why don't I'll come and help you guys out with an idea? The 5 great clans. I'll take turns walking up to them. That way, you won't have to fight. The 5 people's voices gave a slight lurch before they were filled with cold smiles. This kid is afraid he's not scared out of his wits. The fact that he possessed a heavenly great spiritual weapon on his body was a great sin that would surely lead to death. Not to mention that he was the one who had said in his own words earlier that he had killed all the disciples of the 5 great clans within the independent space, which was even more of an unforgivable sin. He still wants to go to each of the 5 major clans? The vengeance for killing the clan's disciples hasn't been settled with him yet. Which clan is better to go to first? Facing the murderous and cold gazes of the 5 Yuan Tire realms, Lu Qinxian seemed to be oblivious, softly calculating to himself, that spirit tree on Spirit Tree Mountain surely contains a lot of spirit charms, and that Spirit Vein Spring in Ice Springs Valley is likewise very beneficial to my martial cultivation. Thick Earth Sect, Thousand Illusions Sect, Iron Eve Sect. I don't know if there's anything better. If not, then first go to Spirit Tree Mountain and Ice Spring Valley. What's he talking about? The 5 great sects is not to come when you want to come and go when you want to go. He thinks this is shopping? I really don't know whether to call him arrogant or stupid. Kid, stop pretending here. Granny Thousand Illusions let out a cold rebuke. The pupils of her eyes had a hidden purple light, and she stared tightly at Lu Qinxuan's eyes. The 5 of us are at an impasse, so it's good to let you make your own decision. Now tell me, are you willing to follow me to the Thousand Illusions sect? Say, Chapter 113, you've got it all wrong. A thousand illusions. The instant Granny Thousand Illusions opened her mouth, Xiong Kaixian let out a low roar that was like a yellow bell, resounding steeply within this cave. The roar was, shall we say, very timely. Ordinary people naturally didn't know the power of the Thousand Illusions Granny. However, the 4 Yuan fetus realm members present, all of whom came from the 6 major clans of Guangping Prefecture, knew the Thousand Illusions sect's secret techniques well. Just a moment ago, Thousand Illusion Granny's pupils were different, and she had obviously cast the secret soul enchantment technique on the green-shirted man in front of her. If this green-shirted man was confused by it and agreed to go to the Thousand Illusions sect with her, even they would not be able to tear their faces apart. It wasn't that they were afraid of Granny Thousand Illusions herself, but they were afraid of her father, the Thousand Illusions sect's supreme elder of the sky-reaching realm. As the secret method was broken, Granny Thousand Illusions let out a cold snort and viciously gouged out Xiong Kaichun before forcing herself to look at Lu Qinxian once again. Kid, you still haven't answered the question that the old body asked just now. Willing to return to the Thousand Illusions sect with my old self? Of course. Doesn't want it. The Thousand Illusions sect's gong methods were ordinary, and there were no heavenly treasures like the Spirit Tree Mountain and Ice Spring Valley, ranking downstream among the 6 major sects in Guangping Prefecture, so it really didn't have much appeal. On the contrary, the Iron Eve sect and the Thick Earth sect, one was proficient in refining the body and the other was close to the power of the earth, and their martial spirituality was quite unique. Although it was not as good as the Spirit Tree Mountain and the Ice Springs Valley, it wasn't far off. Which clan is better to go to first? It's not the Thousand Illusions sect's turn anyway. Let's go to Ice Spring Valley first. Lu Qinxian made up his mind and spoke with a smile. Ice Spring Valley comes first, Spirit Tree Mountain comes second, Iron Eve sect and Thick Earth sect follow closely behind, and then finally Thousand Illusions sect and Haoyang sect. What do a few of you think of this order? Order? The 5 Yuan fetus realms were slightly stunned and couldn't help but laugh angrily. Ridiculous. What time is this? This kid in front of him actually still hasn't figured out the situation. He thinks this is a child playing house, taking him on a trip to the 5 great sects? If it wasn't for the fact that the 5 people were jealous of each other, they would have already dealt a painful blow, directly decapitating this brat on the spot, seizing his heavenly grade spiritual weapon, and sending him to reincarnation. Draw. Xiong Kai Dust Urn raised his hand in the air a grab, from the side of the pile of stone, ingested a broken stubborn stone, and then with a tremor of the palm of his hand, the surface of the stubborn stone crumbled and fluttered, metamorphosing into 5 stone needles of varying lengths under the eyes of the crowd. 5 stone needles to draw straws, and everyone to their own luck. Xiong Kai-chun clenched his palms and grasped the 5 stone needles in his hands, while then carrying them behind his back to disrupt the order and bring them back in front of the crowd, holding the end of the stone needle in his palm, merely revealing the upper end of the stone needle. He said in a deep voice, "In that case, we don't have to hurt each other. Whoever can draw the longest stone needle can bring this person back to the clan. Fair and square. Does anyone have an opinion?" No comment. In full view of the public, although Xiong Kai-chun was proficient in the Earth System technique, it was impossible to blatantly cheat. There was no need to fight to the death, but also to decide the belonging of the heavenly spiritual weapon. It was indeed considered to be fair and just. "I'll go first. Ice Spring Valley Chen Hanquan." The first step forward, casually pinch a stone needle. Cold voice, "Everyone is willing to gamble. No matter who takes away this person, other people cannot go out to snatch, or heaven and earth will not be allowed." After saying that, he pulled out the stone needle with a swish and swept his head down, his face instantly sinking. The stone needle is not right. Earlier, Xiong Kai-chun had executed his Earth System technique and casually refined stone needles, and although he hadn't had his hands on them, his eyes weren't for show, and he had watched them clearly from the sidelines. Of the 5 stone needles, the longest was about 4 inches and the shortest was less than 2 inches, and this stone needle he had just drawn was only 3 inches out in length. According to the rules set just now, the heavenly spiritual weapon on this green-shirt man clearly had no connection to the Ice Spring Valley. Understood. With one less of the 5 stone needles, the chances of drawing the longest stone needle increased quite a bit. Tong Taizhan, with a smile on his face, stepped forward and pinched the top of another stone needle. Tong's luck has always been good. This longest stone needle. Tong smiles. As the words fell, he pinched the stone needle and slowly pulled it up, the smile on his face gradually thickening, just as the stone needle was about to be pulled out of Xiong Kai-chun's palm. "Gentlemen, you seem to have gotten one thing wrong." Next to him, Lu Chinchuan's face was full of playfulness and his tone was like a smile. "You guys can't wait for the clan to be destroyed? You guys don't think that I'm visiting your clan, do you? The destruction of the clan?" The 5 people were slightly stunned as their gazes converged on Lu Chinchuan's face once again before they looked at each other and let out a burst of sneers at the same time. "With him? A mere junior who isn't even at the Yuan fetus realm? It's just laughable. After playing with you for so long, it's time for you to die." The smile on Lu Chinchuan's face disappeared, and his words turned abruptly cold. Earlier, within the independent space, the disciples of the 5 major clans were plotting to do something untoward, and they have already been killed by me. You could have stayed alive if you had realized the time and knew how to retreat. Unfortunately, swish, in the palm of his right hand, the unsheathed wooden sword emerged, its purple and gold light flickering on and off, its killing aura rising to the sky. He wants to do it? The 5 Yuan fetus powerhouses looked at each other, the teasing look on their faces undisguised. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Does he know who he's dealing with? Does he know what he's doing? Martial artist 3 Young Perfect, Dantian within the opening of the Yuan tire. Fetal breath of the gas is strong and unparalleled. Is the essence of blood and viscera gas and their own cultivation cohesion? Raise their hands and feet can play out the terrible power of the mountain cracking stone. It was no exaggeration to say that any Yuan fetus powerhouse who defected to the imperial court would at least be able to become a majestic feudal official, enough to be ranked at the 5th rank, on par with the Guangping prefecture lord. If one reached the 7th level of the Yuan fetus realm or above, one would even have the chance to become a 4th ranked martial official, far above the Guangping mansion lord. Even when placed in a clan power where strong people came forth, every Yuan fetus martial artist was a mainstay within the clan. There is something that Tong has wanted to do for a long time. Tong Taizhan smiled coldly, turning his head to look at Lu Chenxian, his right hand slowly raised. Sooner or later, he'll be a dead man anyway. It would be better to let Tong make a move to waste this person first, then continue with the drawing of lots. All of you shouldn't have any objections, right? As soon as the words fell, the 4 Yuan fetus realms shook their heads at the same time. What's so objectionable about that? After bringing this person back to the sect, no matter if it was the revenge for beheading the sect disciples or the heavenly grade spiritual weapon he had obtained, he was doomed to only die, as long as the one he brought back wasn't a corpse. Even if he hid the heavenly grade spiritual weapon within a separate space, the Supreme Elder would definitely have a way to make him talk. In that case, it's fine to scrap it. Just don't let his soul fall apart. I changed my mind. Lu Chenxian held his wooden sword in his hand and looked at Tong Taishan indifferently. Originally, I wanted to go to the Ice Spring Valley first, but now it seems that it's better to let your Iron Eve sect go first. Don't thank me, it's a reward you deserve. As he spoke, the wooden sword in his hand gently shook, and a word came out of his mouth. Die. Chapter 114, Chopping the Yuan Fetus with a Sword. Before Lu Chenxian made his move, none of the 5 major Yuan Fetus realms present knew his true realm. Unable to see through and guess, they all thought that he was at the peak of the 3 Yang realm, or even the 3 Yang Great Circle. Never thought he would be a district Yuan Dan. However, Lu Chenxuan's Yuan Dan realm was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary Yuan Dan martial artist. Cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, the Yuan Dan condensed 61 Dan lines. In terms of the number of Dan lines, it had already far exceeded the limit of martial arts that had ever existed in the Xian-Tian continent. Even the former heaven swallowing god lord, when he got this supreme technique, he had already reached the transcendent realm above the immortal king level, and did not cultivate from the beginning, but rather halfway, changing the technique halfway, and did not coalesce his Yuan Dan to above the 10 stripes. 3,000 small worlds, middle 1,000 worlds, great 1,000 worlds, throughout the ages, in all the major realms, before Lu Chenxian, there had never been a Yuan Dan realm with more than 10 lines. No one knows what that means. Even today's Lu Chenxian had only deduced a very rough result from the purple gold dragon breath contained in the Yuan Dan, comparable to a metatire. A Yuan Dan that had condensed 61 Dan lines contained a total amount of dragon breath that was definitely no less than that of an ordinary Yuan Fetus realm martial artist. The purity of the purple gold dragon's breath, however, was by no means comparable to the power of a Yuan Fetus realm martial artist's fetal breath. Realm was only a part of strength, and did not represent the entirety of strength. And he, the former strongest god of war in the green sky immortal domain, whether it is the accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of combat experience, or shocking the immortal realm to kill the martial arts, and how can it be imagined by these district Yuan Tire realm? To normal people, Yuan Dan killing Yuan Fetus and straddling 2 realms was like a fantasy, impossible to realize. For Lu Chenxian, it's not as simple as eating and drinking, and it's definitely not far off. Die. With the exit of this word, the unsheathed wooden sword shone brightly. Dala. Shading sword. As a Yuan Tire martial artist, the Sea of Consciousness 3 Yang solid, ordinary martial arts difficult to hurt it in the slightest, and its Dantian within the breeding Yuan Tire, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels is incomparable solid, and then with the help of the 3 Yang power, every move can be communicated with the power of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 feet. The first weight of the Yuan Fetus is 100 feet, and the second weight is 200 feet. If one advances to the sky realm, not only can one fly through the sky and hide in the ground, but at the same time, one can easily manipulate the power of the heavens and earth by thousands of feet, and one can even compress the power of the heavens and earth in the extreme to form extremely powerful killing martial arts. This Great Luo Sky Shading Sword was a powerful martial art that contained a supreme will, capable of severing the connection between a strong martial artist and the power of the heavens and earth in a matter of tea. Unless one had reached the immortal king level of immortal realm experts, who had formed their own heaven and earth within their bodies. Otherwise, under this sword, they could only fight by virtue of their own cultivation, and would no longer be able to catalyze the slightest bit of heaven and earth power. Without the power of heaven and earth, the so-called Yuan Fetus realm martial artists were only equivalent to the slightly more powerful 3 Yang realm, and severing the connection between a martial artist and the power of the heavens and earth was only one of the powers of the Great Luo Shading Heaven Sword. The ultimate goal of a truly powerful martial art is, of course, only one, and that is, to kill. No good. Almost the instant Lu Chenxian swung his sword, Tong Tieshan's face abruptly changed drastically if he realized something. The power of heaven and earth, which was like an arm's length, actually cut off the connection at this moment, and the Great Earth stage martial skill that he was about to perform. Due to the lack of the power of heaven and earth, not only was the power greatly reduced, but the operation of the tire breath at the time of the performance, likewise appeared to be a hint of stagnation. It's not going to happen. Since his promotion to the Yuan Fetus realm, he had killed and fought at least hundreds of times. His use of the power of heaven and earth had been incomparably pure, his fetal breath running as he wished. He had never encountered such a situation before, and this hint of stagnation in his fetal breath running almost caused himself to revolt, which was also referred to as going off the rails as the saying goes. But, after all, he was a Yuan Fetus martial artist with exquisite cultivation, and he practiced the strongest technique of the Iron Eve sect, so his body was refined as if it were steel, and even an ordinary Xian Pin spiritual weapon would be difficult to injure him in the slightest. As for the green-shirted man in front of him, he was only at the Yuan Dan realm. Even if the wooden sword in his hand was an earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapon, he would not be able to leave a trace of injury on his body. But the reality is, thumbs up, a peculiar sound like paper tearing erupted from Tong Tieshan's chest. Robes cracked, muscles blossomed, bones severed, and blood spurted. The strong physique that he had always been proud of, the sturdy internal organs that condensed the fetal breath. Under this purple and gold sword light, it was like a clay sculpture, directly slicing through his chest, cutting off his heart veins, and taking away all of his vitality. Brother Chen, how can? No way. This sword, not far from the side, Granny Thousand Illusions, Xiang Kaixian, Chen Hanquan, Xin Changling, the four of them were filled with shock and took 3 steps back almost simultaneously. The connection between the power of heaven and earth and themselves was severed, and like Tong Taishan, they all sensed it. Tong Tieshan's death was shocking enough. However, what was truly shocking was still their loss of the power of heaven and earth. What secret method can cut off this induction? Second-rate sects, first-rate sects, and even lofty super sects and transcendent holy places had never seen this secret method. And, when this person struck, he was not exerting the fetal breath chi, nor did he use the power of the Yuan Shenyang Dan of a triple yang martial artist. That purple golden sword light, which seemed to be condensed from Yuan Dan chi, was enough to show that he was no more than a Yuan Dan martial artist. Yuan Dan realm. How was it possible to kill Tong Taishan? How was it possible to break through his body defense? This green-shirted man, where on earth did this freak come from? You're an elder of the Thick Earth sect, Xiong Kaichun? After the sword, Lu Chenxian put away his sword momentum, completely ignoring the shock on the faces of the crowd and merely gazing at Xiong Kaiduan's right hand. The method of drawing lots was something you came up with. It's very fair. After destroying the Iron Eve sect, I'll make a trip to the Thick Earth sect and give you a few gifts along the way. What does he want? Xiong Kaixian corner of the eye muscles slightly pumped. With Tong Tieshan's previous warning, Lu Chenxian no longer dared to have the slightest underestimation. Under the movement of his mind, the Thick Earth sect's unique secret method was immediately going to be performed, fusing himself and the earth under his feet into one. The method of earth escape. Thick Earth sect's supreme mastery. All Yuan fetus elders would study it painstakingly, and as long as they succeeded in cultivating it, they would be able to utilize the chi of the earth veins to perform unimaginable and amazing speeds. Even more peculiar is that once the earth escape method is performed, all the obstacles of the mountains and rocks along the way are ignored, even if there are trees on the road blocking the way. With the strong body of a Yuan fetus realm martial artist, it can be forcibly crashed through, and when it comes to the river it can also be directly passed through. It is an excellent base card for escaping and preserving one's life. However, the secret method had already been activated, but the earth's vein of chi under his feet had no response. Obviously the power of the purple and gold sword light just now had cut off even his connection with the earth's vein of chi together. Chapter 115, The Great Luo Heavenly Royalty. The sword Dao martial art that this person previously performed was actually so terrifying in its power. Having lost the connection with the earth vein chi, Xiong Kaichuan's face did not move, but his heart had already set off shocking waves. He's very self-aware. The green-shirted man in front of him, since he could kill Tong Taishan with a single sword, how hard would it be to kill another Xiong Kaiduan of him? No wonder those disciples of the 5 great clans who entered the independent space all lost their lives to this person. Don't look at the fact that he was only at the Yuan Dan realm, but in terms of true strength, he had definitely reached the peak Yuan tire level. The earth's chakra is not used like you. Lu Chenxian carried his hands behind his back and gazed indifferently at Xiong Kaichun. Remember, there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Never think of yourself. There are still many more things in this heaven and earth that you can't comprehend. E.g., when he said this, the purple and gold light in his palm flickered. Orakuten Miku. In the past, in the green sky immortal domain, the millions of Xian heavenly army conquered the 10,000 races, and at the time of each great battle, it was never the Xian heavenly soldiers who rushed to the front, but rather, it was the 5 elemental puppets that covered the sky, constructing the Xian heavenly great formation, and taking the lead in attacking the enemy's camp. The person who refined and manipulated the puppets was naturally the commander of the Xian heavenly army, the invincible strongest god of war in the immortal world, Lu Chunxian. With the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, he condensed the body of the puppet and urged it with his Yuan Shen, as if it were his arm. If he was in his peak state in the past, a puppet that was casually refined would be comparable to an immortal world immortal monarch. Click, clack, as the purple gold rays fell, countless crisp sounds came out from the stone cave in the belly of this mountain at his feet. Puppet resurrection. Not far away from the pile of stones, next to the corpse of Lu Xingkong, the supreme elder of Hao Yang sect, those broken puppets scattered on the ground, as if they had regained life, slowly stood up from the ground, and their stiff and numb eyes gradually appeared a little bit of animation. Click, click, crisp sounds appeared faster and faster, more and more intensely. The broken places of the puppet's body, those broken limbs and arms, the fragments of weapons in their hands, the remnants of the puppet that lost its head, all the mutilations lit up with an incomparably piercing earth-yellow halo, and a brand new limb, arm, torso, and head, coalesced rapidly within the halo, and even the earth-grade spiritual weapon remnants in their hands were recovering rapidly. It is worth mentioning that the original body of the puppet was bronze in color. The hands of the ground spirit weapon is also similar to the bronze material. However, after the recovery, the color of the body did not change, those regrowth of the body, but a very different color of the earth yellow, especially the puppet with the largest size, about a zhang in height. In addition to the bronze glow it possessed itself, the surface even faintly glowed with a layer of golden light. If any, puppet alive? Seeing the scene in front of them, the hearts and minds of the 4 Yuan fetus powerhouses were shaken, their faces turning completely white. What kind of power is this? Make something out of nothing? Even when Lu Xingkong was alive, he would need to at least close his eyes for several years, consume countless rare materials, as well as constantly perform Yuan Shen infusion and pay a huge price in order to refine an early Yuan fetus puppet body. And this green-shirted man in front of him, merely acting with his hands, actually restored all 24 puppets. And, judging from the breath, the strength of each puppet was by no means lower than the early Yuan tire stage, and the giant puppet that was a zhang in height was feared to be equivalent to above the 7th level of Yuan tire. With such a formation, it was definitely possible to frame the 4 of them easily. The method of utilizing the earth pulse chi. This gift, do you thick earth sect like it? Lu Chenxian spoke softly, his gaze sinking slightly again, plotting for a heavenly spiritual artifact and attempting to capture me back to the clan. The 4 of you deserve to die. However, Mr. Lu is not a person who kills indiscriminately, so I'll give you a chance to forgive yourself now. Go back and tell your supreme elders, heavenly treasures or pills and spirit weapons, as long as they can satisfy me, they can be lenient and bypass your clan. Now, roll. Xiang Kai-Xian, Thousand Illusions Granny, Chen Hanquan, Xin Changling. 4 people's faces changed again, and finally endured. One did not dare to nonsense. The situation is stronger than the people. The strength that Lu Chenxian had displayed had far exceeded their imagination, not to mention the 4 of them at the Yuan fetus realm. Even if all the Yuan fetus elders within the sect join hands, they might not be able to defeat this person. But, the true underpinnings of the sect had never been them at the Yuan fetus realm, but rather the supreme elders at the royal sky realm. Since ancient times, there was an unchanging truth that had been passed down above the Xian-Tian continent. Under the Mikado are all ants. Only by reaching the Yuan fetus realm and having a long lifespan of 2,000 years could one be considered to have truly embarked on the path of martial arts. This kid in front of him was certainly strong, but, in front of a sky realm profound power, he was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. He wanted the 4 great clans to prepare pills and treasures to make amends for what happened today. Ridiculous in the extreme, stupid in the extreme, and arrogant in the extreme. Simply don't know how to spell death. This little brother. Chen Hanxuan's face was low and his hands arched violently. In that case, the 4 of us will take our leave and wait for you within the sect. The mountains don't meet. We'll meet again. After saying that, he turned around with hatred and stepped towards the exit of the cave. Oomph! Granny Thousand Illusions and the others snorted lowly and coldly, and although they were upset, they didn't dare to make a move against Lu Chenxian, and followed Chen Hanquan and left at a quick pace. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. At this moment, although he was not this kid's opponent, but, as long as this kid dared to break into their 4 great sects, what would greet him would definitely be the monstrous fury of the Supreme Elder. The might of the Sky Realm could definitely thwart this brat to death. They pay lip service to it. The 4 people's backs were already far away, and Lu Chenxian stood in place, secretly shaking his head in his heart. The opportunity has been given to them, and by the looks of it, they obviously don't know how to appreciate it. Although it was an ambition to step on the 6 great clans, but, the ordinary disciples within the clans, who had nothing to do with today's matter, were considered to be innocent people. The 6 great sects were certainly hateful, but there was no need to kill innocents indiscriminately, and he hoped that their supreme elder could be a little smarter, or else, then don't blame him for being merciless with his sword. A Yuan fetus martial artist's spiritual rhythm cannot be spared. Lu Chenxian no longer thought much about it. His gaze turned slightly, looking at Tong Taizhan who had previously fallen to the ground and died. His mind slowly urged, Chaotic Heaven Swallowing Technique, Devour. Within the Dantian, the purple and gold little dragon was exceptionally joyful. The devouring vortex in its mouth turned rapidly. The power of swallowing and sucking tore down, sweeping Tong Taizhan's fetal breath chi, and also including the low-grade spirit weapon of the earth product that his life was intertwined with and the pills that he carried with him, and all of them were devoured and absorbed within just a few breaths. Dan lines coalesce. At this moment, in the belly of the small purple gold dragon, the secret lines on the surface of the Yuan Dan increased once again, and the entire spiritual rhythm of a Yuan fetus 5th level martial artist had increased by a full 4 secret lines on top of this Yuan Dan. The total number of secret lines reached 65. Now, it's time to go to the Iron Eve's gate. Strength enhancement could not be delayed, and after the devouring ended, Lu Chenxian did not hesitate and immediately left the cave. With 24 Yuan fetus puppets, he shrank his feet and swept in the direction of Guangping Prefecture. Guangping Fu. It was the upper genus of Luoyang County City, the territory of the 6 great sects. Likewise, it is where the official residence of the Lord of Guangping is located. Chapter 116 Iron 5. Thousands of miles away from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Guangping Prefecture, one house in 4 counties. The Zhongshuan Empire sat in the land of the 9 states, totaling 27 prefectures, 108 counties, and more than 400 cities. And Guangping Prefecture is under the Great Liang State, with 4 major counties and cities under its rule, namely Guangping County, Luoyang County, Qingzhou County, and Yanggu County. Among the 4 counties, in terms of prosperity, Guangping County deservedly ranked first, while Luoyang County could only rank at the bottom due to its proximity to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. So much for military strength. The Guangping Prefecture has a garrison of 80,000 soldiers, and the township's general is a 5th-ranked officer named Qi Guangping, who has dual power with the Guangping Prefecture's master, and is a strong martial artist who has reached the 3rd level of the Yuan fetus. Among the 80,000 soldiers under his command, there were another 3,000 elites, clad in Xian iron-forged steel armor and holding Xian-grade high-grade Xian steel spears, who were rampant on top of the battle formation, and once they initiated a frontal charge, even peak Yuan fetus powerhouses would have to back away from them. These 3,000 elites, likewise, had another extremely imposing name, Jin Yuan Army, shocked not only thieves and bandits, but also deterred the 6 major sects. It should be known that the current Zhongshuan Empire's holy emperor was ambitious, and after ascending the throne, the country's power was flourishing, while he had been working hard for many years, and had more than once wanted to subjugate all the major clans, so that these martial arts strengths would attach themselves to the imperial power. However, the major clans had a long history of inheritance, and even second-rate clans like the Haoyang sect had existed before the establishment of the Zhongshuan Empire. As a martial artist with a high and proud heart, how could he submit to imperial power? However, today's emperor's dragon mighty, the military is strong and powerful, the court and the state masters and masters, martial arts offerings, coupled with the civil officials and military generals up and down the whole heart, dead suppression of the clan forces. So far there have been very few clans dare to fight against the imperial court. Under this delicate balance, the authority of the court continued to penetrate, and there were already many clans that had wavered and had close ties with court officials, gradually moving closer to the court. Among them was the Iron Gable Door. The Iron Eve sect's gong method was special, and the sect's disciples' physiques were horizontally refined, second to none among the 6 great sects. Nowadays, the 3,000 Jin Yuan army all practiced the Iron Eve sect's body refining method, so it was difficult for ordinary weapons to injure the slightest bit, and even yellow-grade spiritual weapons could only cut open the skin and flesh, and could not injure the bones. Coupled with the iron armor protection, even if a Xian-grade spirit weapon slashed at his body, he would still be able to save his life and not die on the spot. It is for this reason, the township general Qi Guangping, and the Iron Eve's Door very close relationship, and the Iron Eve's Door, the Supreme Elder Iron 5, but also got the court granted the 3rd grade sage, enjoying the salary of the military official. The status is extremely respected. Report to Master. At this moment, in the back of the Iron Eve sect's mountain hinterland, Patriarch Iron Chenggang bowed slightly, looked at the burly old man in front of him, and spoke in a low voice. The disciples on duty in this sect have just reported that Master Tong's soul jade tablet is broken. Master Tong, 6th elder of the Iron Eve sect, Tong Taizhan, as a Yuan fetus martial artist, his control of soul power was quite exquisite, and he could integrate a piece of his soul power into a jade token and keep it in the clan's Yuan soul hall, and if something bad happened to it, the jade token would immediately shatter, representing that the owner of the jade token had unfortunately fallen. The Iron Eve sect disciples took turns to guard the Yuan soul hall day and night, and when they found that Tong Tieshan's soul jade tablet was broken, they immediately reported it to Patriarch Tai Chungang, fallen a Yuan fetus elder. This was a major event that hadn't happened in hundreds of years and had to be reported to the Supreme Elder to know about it. Is it because of that heavenly spiritual artifact? In the belly of the mountain, the Sky Realm powerhouse, Tai Wu, although sitting cross-legged on the ground, his gaze was a few points higher than Tai Chingung's sight, and after rising from the ground, His height was almost more than 1 foot. Looking down at Tai Chang'an, he was slightly silent for a moment before whispering, "I have already said earlier, don't waste your efforts in this matter. If there were truly heavenly grade spiritual weapons out in the world, wouldn't those sacred ground sects not know about it? However, no matter what the truth of the matter really is, since Taishan was killed, we can't just wait and see." Taishan traveled to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, not alone. Those clan disciples who went with him, how are they doing? Nothing. The core disciples of the sect, a total of more than 20 people, hadn't had any news come in so far. The only thing that was certain was that Tong Taishan had fallen, and the Iron Eve sect had lost a Yuan fetus realm. Overwhelmed, after a short period of thought, Tai Chang'an bowed again and said in a deep voice, "Senior, disciple dare not jump to conclusions, but, even Tong Taishan died, how could those core disciples survive? If there was no accident, they were afraid that no one would be spared and all of them would die in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. With all the core disciples dead and no successors in the sect, this is a great calamity for our Iron Eve sect." Tai Wu walked out of the cave and stood at the top of the mountain looking into the distance, and finally spoke slowly, "Take my token with you and ask General Qi to come over and tell him that Iron Eve sect is willing to return to the Imperial Court. In addition, order the clan to strictly guard the entire clan. The clan protection array will be open day and night, and no one will be allowed to break in before General Qi arrives. The fate of our Iron Eve sect depends on General Qi." After saying that, he took off the jade pendant of the court-appointed sage from his waist and gently handed it to Tai Chang'an's hand. He was an Empyrean realm powerhouse, and his strength was far above Qi Guangping's. However, what Qi Guangping represented was the imperial military, the majesty of the Tsanchuan Empire, sitting in the sect for thousands of years. He, Tai Wu, was now more than 1,800 years old, with less than 200 years left before his big day, and if he went out to kill, it would inevitably lead to a shrinking of his lifespan, allowing his big day to come earlier. With a few more years of life, there might be a few more uses for the court, allowing the Iron Eve sect to cling to the court and languish. If he were to slip up, then the Iron Eve's gate would really be finished. Disciple, obey. Concerning the survival of the Iron Eve sect, Tai Chang'an did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, bringing on the jade pendant of Tai Wu's sage, and then with a movement of the mind, the power of the soul spreads out, summoning his own flying spirit beasts to come. It was a peak third-order golden-winged eagle. Jumping onto the back of the eagle, he arched his hand at Tai Wu and bid farewell, while then flying into the sky, quickly heading to the Guangping Prefecture military camp. Not long after Tai Chang'an left, Shifu, a total of 5 figures, precisely the 5 elders of the Iron Eve sect, rushed up from the foot of the mountain to the top, their faces full of panic. "Senior, news has just come from the 4 major sects that a green-shirted man, with a single sword, killed Master Tong, and killed all the disciples of the 5 major sects within the independent space. Also, his sword Dao martial skill is extremely bizarre, capable of severing the connection between Yuan fetus martial artists and the power of heaven and earth." He also said, "Boom!" The ground shook. A space ripple visible to the naked eye instantly spread from thousands of feet away to the back of the mountain where the crowd was. The Great Protector formation that enveloped the sky above the Iron Eve sect was under attack. Chapter 117, The Temptation of a Heavenly Grade Spiritual Armament. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the Iron Eve sect's clan protection formation, Lu Chenxian had his hands behind his back, his face calm as usual. Not far ahead, 24 Yuan fetus puppets wielded Earth-grade spiritual weapons and continuously bombarded the golden barrier that shrouded beyond the Iron Eve's mountain gate. The golden light collapsed and space shook. The giant puppet that was 1 zhang tall was equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of Yuan fetus, and when it joined hands with the other puppets, it exerted a powerful attack that was already no less than that of an empty realm powerhouse. With such an attack, even this sect protector formation that had been passed down for thousands of years would definitely not be able to support it for long. Stop! At the back of the Iron Eve sect's mountain, Tai Wu let out a loud shout. His figure rose up into the air, cutting out a stream of golden and iron light high in the sky, as if a meteor had fallen to the ground, landing with a bang at the very front of the sect's pagoda, less than 10 feet away from Lu Chenxian, separated by the formation barrier. His gaze fell dead on Lu Chenxian. Is he the one who beheaded Tong Taishan and those elite disciples? But his aura wasn't how strong. It wasn't even at the 3 Yang's realm. Master. At this moment, the 5 elders of the Iron Eve sect were like the wind, arriving in droves from the back of the sect. They were only at the Yuan fetus realm and were not able to fly in the air, only that the back of the mountain was only 6 or 7 miles away from this place, and with their speed, arriving at this place was only slightly slower than Tai Wu, exactly the same as Tai Wu. Their gazes all converged on Lu Chenxian, like an enemy, to be able to cultivate to the Yuan fetus realm, their qualifications, their heart, none of them were superior. although the green-shirted man in front of him was only at the Yuan Dan realm. However, the Imperial simplified voice transmission sent by the four great sects had already indicated the strength of this person. The sword Dao martial skill was extremely astonishing, and could sever the connection between a Yuan fetus martial artist and the power of heaven and earth. And he also obtained the 24 Yuan fetus puppets left behind by the Hao Yang sect's supreme elder Lu Xingkong, and already had the qualifications to stand up to the 6 major sects. Senior, this person is Lu Qinxian, the 5th elder of Iron Eve's sect. Iron Shocking Wind stared closely at Lu Qinxuan's face, and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Not long ago, I went to Guangping Prefecture to do some work, and I had once seen the official government office notice. This person once killed 10,000 demonic beasts with one sword and dissolved the beast tide of Sanqing City. The matter of the beast tide was widely rumored in Guangping Prefecture. Sanqing City was under Luoyang County, which in turn was under the rule of Guangping Prefecture. As the first barrier between the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and Luoyang County, Sanqing City's geographic location was extremely special, and once Sanqing City fell, Luoyang County would bear the brunt of it, and Guangping Prefecture would also suffer as a result. Lu Qinxian retreated the beast tide with a single sword, blessing the people of the city, not only to Sanqing City and Luoyang County, even to Guangping Prefecture. It also possessed great significance. After reporting to the court, this merit could at least be exchanged for a sage token. And as for Lu Qinxuan's crime of killing Gu Cheng's father and son, it could be offset just as easily. Lu Qinxian, Iron Fifth, had never heard that name before. However, it didn't have anything to do with the situation at the moment. It was enough to know that he was an enemy of the Iron Eve's gate. Little friend Lu. Iron light flickered under Tai Wu's eyes, and he didn't act arrogantly just because he was at the Imperial Sky Realm, but instead, he mouthed the name of little friend and talked about friendship on an equal footing. You killed my master's nephew and beheaded more than 20 elite disciples. The old man has yet to settle the score with you, and you've actually gotten worse, ordering puppets to attack our clan's grand formation. Isn't it a bit deceptive? These words, which sounded as if they were quite hard-headed, in fact, they vaguely contained a few hints of weakness. The older the tree gets, the harder it gets, and the older the man gets, the better he gets. He was over 700 years old when he was promoted to the Sky Realm, and he had already lived through more than 1800 years, so what kind of scenes hadn't he experienced? This Lu Qinxian in front of him, knowing that the Iron Eve sect had an era-mortal powerhouse in attendance, actually dared to come to the door to attack the mountain. It could be imagined that this person must possess an extremely terrifying undercard, and had no qualms about being an empty realm martial artist. The heart of the martial arts must go forward. However, to be able to live to such a great age, he, Tai Wu, in addition to the heart of the martial arts, more importantly, he was also able to observe words and colors, and to avoid good fortune and misfortune. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, a general does not fight an unsure battle. Facing this young man who was only at the Yuan Dan realm, he, a martial arts powerhouse at the Royal Sky Realm, actually felt a trace of oppression if nothing else. This was the sense of danger that a sentinel powerhouse had, but where there was any possibility of reconciliation, he didn't want to easily make an enemy of it. Deception. That's a good one. Lu Qinxian raised his hand and waved it, and the 24 puppets were forbidden, no longer attacking the Iron Eve sect protector formation, but instead standing neatly in formation behind them. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, in the middle of an independent space, the disciples of the Iron Eve sect were intent on snatching a heavenly grade spiritual armament and killed me presumptuously. After leaving the independent space, Tong Taishan relied on force and made a move to waste my cultivation. Is that bullying? This, Tai Wu frowned slightly, and the 5 elders behind him frowned equally deeply. People in the martial arts path were supposed to bully the weak, and this was also the usual style of their Iron Eve sect. Moreover, when it was about a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, it was simply normal to kill and seize the treasure, and it was only natural for Tong Taishan to avenge his disciple's death when the sect disciple was counter-killed by this person. Only, this person was so strong that even Tong Taishan was no match for him, and instead, he caused big trouble for the Iron Eve sect. And, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, there actually exists an independent space? Since this was the case, that heavenly grade spiritual artifact within the independent space must have already fallen into this person's hands. Heavenly spiritual weapons. Tai Wu's breathing was slightly ragged, and the hands behind his back were tightened and clenched, gripped and loosened. The temptation of a heavenly grade spiritual armament was really too great. If he could obtain a heavenly grade spiritual armament, his strength, Tai Wu, would instantly skyrocket more than tenfold. Don't look at the fact that he was only at the 3rd level of the Sky Realm. However, with a heavenly grade spiritual weapon in his hand, even if he faced a spiritual platform realist above the Sky Realm, he could possess the power to fight. Spiritual platform realm? That is the sixth great realm of the path of martial arts. The sea of consciousness opens up the spiritual platform. The spiritual platform reflects the dantian. The body is transformed into a new body. You can have a long life of 5,000 years, and you can raise your hands and throw your feet to exert the terrifying power of crushing mountains and breaking up the earth. Who among the martial artists above the Xiantian continent didn't want to obtain a heavenly grade spiritual armament? One must know that even the most ordinary heavenly low-grade spiritual artifact, as long as it was refined to become an intrinsic treasure, its strength was bound to skyrocket, and advancing to the spiritual platform realm would be an absolute breeze. Little friend Lu. After an extremely short period of excitement, Tai Wu calmed his mind, his tone still containing a hint of lingering excitement. Your realm is insufficient. Even if you get a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, it's impossible for you to utilize its full power. The old man has an unkind request. Little friend Lu might as well listen to it. As long as little friend Lu is willing to part with his love and give the heavenly grade spiritual armament to old me, I can promise that whatever the Iron Eve sect can come up with, little friend Lu can take it as long as he wants. Chapter 118, Terrifying Consumption. A heavenly spiritual weapon? There wasn't any heavenly spiritual weapon within that independent space. Only old Zhao's 24 bridges and bright moon night remnants. The value of this fragment, especially a heavenly grade spiritual artifact, can be compared? Not to mention, this time, he didn't come to the Iron Eve's gate to make a deal with them, but to demand compensation. The Iron Eve's sect disciples in Tong Taishan had successively struck out against themselves, and this account had to be settled completely. The four great clans, have they sent you any messages? Regarding what heavenly grade spiritual weapons? Lu Qinxian didn't mention a word about it, and looked at Tai Wu and the others indifferently through the Iron Eve sect's protective formation. I am not a person who kills innocents indiscriminately. The old debt owed by the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. As long as you come up with compensation that satisfies me, this matter can be set aside. You only get one chance. Now, pay up. Compensation. Compensation? Tai Wu was slightly stunned, and the 5 Yuan fetus elders behind him similarly looked at each other. He killed Tong Taishan and so many inner disciples, and the Iron Eve sect hadn't even turned their backs on him yet, and he actually came to his door to claim compensation? How in heaven's name is that possible? Whoever's fist is bigger, is the reason, but his fist, is it really bigger than the Iron Eve's gate? Do you really think that the Imperial air power is an embroidered pillow? Little friend Lu, are you joking? Tai Wu's face sank. Although he didn't want to fight with Lu Qinxian to the death, he wasn't willing to continue to show weakness and let out a cold snort from his mouth. Hand over the heavenly grade spiritual weapon, and I'll give you an earth grade medium grade spiritual weapon, and this matter will end here. If Lu Xiaoyu has to be aggressive, the old man. Ha, Lu Xiaoyu, the old man is here to talk nonsense with you for so long. Are you not worried at all? What's there to worry about? It's just a reprieve. Just before the puppets attacked the mountain, Iron Eve sect patriarch Iron into Steel traveled to Guanping Prefecture on a flying demonic beast. The peak demonic beast of the three realms, the golden winged eagle, had its wings spread out to nearly 10 feet, and when it flew, the wind whistled. So how could Lu Qinxian not find it? It wasn't even on the radar. Rituals first, then soldiers. Lu Qinxian backed his hands. His gaze was bland. Since you don't want to compensate, then see the real thing underhand. Iron Eve sect patriarchal array. Break it for me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind Lu Qinxian, 24 Yuan fetus puppets hissed up to the sky, their hands raised high with earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons, bombarding the golden barrier in front of them crazily. The body of the puppet is tireless. These puppets refined by Lu Xingkong were originally broken and tattered, and the earth-grade spiritual weapons had similarly lost their power. However, Lu Qinxian executed the 5 elements puppet forging method and patched up all the broken parts of these puppets, and the earth-grade spiritual tools were likewise all restored. What was even more unique was that as long as the Earth's vain chi was not extinguished, these puppets would never be damaged. And although they were not true Earth-grade spiritual weapons in their hands, the power they exerted was not weak at all. And the martial practitioners of the district's lower realms were simply unable to comprehend the horrors of the immortal realm's secret methods. Boom, 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 shock and awe. This time, the 24 puppets gave their all, equivalent to 20 Yuan fetus martial artists joining hands, and blasted the golden barrier to the point of shaking, with large swaths and swaths of golden radiance violently collapsing, and the surface of the grand formation soon had a clearly visible crack. The big formation is about to shatter. In just less than 10 breaths, the defensive array constructed by tens of thousands of medium-grade Xian stones and 12 top-grade Xian stones had already reached the end of its strength and was struggling to hold up under the bombardment of the puppets. Come on, basalt, is there any basalt left? The big formation is about to hold up. Within the Iron Eve sect, those Iron Eve sect disciples guarding the Array I orientation went crazy replenishing the Xianshi consumption, taking away the Xianqi depleted Xianshi and immediately filling in the Xianqi filled new Xianshi. The consumption is horrible. The district Iron Eve sect, within the Zhongxian Empire, was merely a second-rate sect, and the amount of medium-grade Xianshi that it had accumulated over the years was only about 1 million. Sect disciples cultivate, forge spiritual weapons after melting, and practice array placement. The daily consumption is massive, and at this moment, the rate of consumption of the Grand Formation was even more incomparably astonishing, burning tens of thousands of medium-grade Xian stones almost every time it withstood the bombardment of the puppets. The entire Iron Eve's gate's entire accumulation wouldn't last more than half an hour at most. Report. Behind Tai Wu, an Iron Eve sect disciple came running wildly, fiercely half-kneeling on the ground, his voice incomparably alarmed, reporting to the Supreme Elder, the core eye of the Grand Formation. The top-grade Xian stone is about to shatter. Disciples don't have top-grade Xianshi, and the middle-grade Xianshi in the treasure vault is about to be depleted. Snap! Tai Wu clenched both his fists, staring deathly into Lu Qinshuan's eyes through the golden barrier, his mouth full of steel teeth clacking. Top-quality basalt. Too expensive. Normally, an ordinary vein would be able to mine almost 10 million low-grade basalt stones, and if one was more fortunate, about 1 million or so medium-grade basalt stones could be mined. As for the top-grade Xian stone, it was difficult for ordinary veins to give birth to it, and often 1,000 pieces was the limit. Moreover, even if there were really so many top-grade basalt stones, there was definitely not that clan that mined them all out, but rather, they took 3 and left 7, using the remaining 70% of the top-grade basalt stones to nourish the veins and continuously spawn the middle-grade and low-grade basalt stones. Iron Eve sect inheritance for thousands of years, a total of only control a small vein, plus successive generations of Yuan Tire realm martial artists on the consumption of top-grade Xianshi. Nowadays, within the entire clan, the number of top-grade Xianshi was even less than 50, and they were all in the hands of Tai Wu. The exact number is 43. This damned Lu Qinshan in front of him, urging his puppets to attack the sect protector formation, and this was less than half a pillar of incense, causing the Iron Eve sect to lose 12 top-grade Xianshi and hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. The most frightening thing was that those puppets had been bombarding the Grand Formation with all their might for so long, and their breath had actually not weakened in the slightest. Even if Lu Xingkong were to come back to life and personally manipulate these puppets, he definitely wouldn't be this strong. Bold! A domineering roar that resounded through the midair suddenly came from the distant sky. Demon birds fly. The golden-winged eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 feet, with a middle-aged figure standing on its back, was none other than the contemporary patriarch of the Iron Eve sect, a Yuan fetus Great Circle powerhouse, Tai Chunggang. The person who shouted out the word bold was a sturdy general wearing iron armor, standing on top of a small flying boat, holding a black lance in his hand, with more than 20 young generals standing behind him. Even further back, a full 15 medium-sized flying boats were breaking through the air, and on top of each of them stood 200 iron-armored soldiers, wearing Xian steel armor and holding Xian steel spears. Their auras were all in one, emitting a substantial iron and blood murderous aura. General Qi has finally arrived. Tai Wu tilted his head violently, looking at these flying boats that descended from the sky, and the string that was tightly taut in his heart finally relaxed completely. General Qi Guangping, General of the Guangping Prefecture Jinfu, 3000 Elite Jin Yuan Army, representing the supreme majesty of the Zhongxian Empire's military, deterring all curmudgeons. Chapter 119, The Sky Puppet. Mr. Lu, above the midair, Qi Guangping stood in his flying boat, looking down on the entire field. With his eyes, he merely glanced towards those Yuan fetus puppets, and under a frown, he immediately spoke in a deep voice. You swept away the beast tide. You have merited the country, and you should stay in Sanqing City and wait for the imperial court to reward you. Why did you go out without authorization and launch an attack on the Iron Eve's gate? This General Qi Guangping, by order of the court law, sheltering the Iron Eve's gate a clan up and down. You, quickly leave. Leave, not surrender. He came from the court Xinbei army. His official position was from the 4th rank, and he belonged to the Tai family faction in the court. 3 Qingcheng Town Guard General Tai Muchuan, father of the Ministry of War Secretary Tai Zongtan. It is Qi Guangping's martial arts examiner, and Qi Guangping into the dynasty as an official, naturally listed under the Iron family. Tai Muchun and Lu Qinshan were close friends, so would Qi Guangping deliberately make things difficult? Allowing Lu Qinshan to leave in this way was already an extrajudicial favor. General Qi never let Lu Qinshan go. Without waiting for Lu Qinshan to react, Taiwu stood within the sect protector formation and stopped it with a loud voice. This person slaughtered my sect's disciples and beheaded my sect's elders. His crime is heinous. And, on this person's body, he possesses a heavenly spiritual weapon. A heavenly spiritual weapon? Qi Guangping's face changed slightly, and the pitch-black lance in his hand slowly tightened its grip. It was a difficult situation when it was about a heavenly spirit weapon. One must know that the current sage of the Tsangchuan Empire had long admired heavenly-grade spiritual weapons, and even the Peak Sky Realm Imperial Masters, the State Masters, were using their own spiritual weapons, which were only of a high grade of earthly grade. On top of this Xian-Tian continent, heavenly-grade spiritual weapons were too rare, and almost all of them were in the hands of those few Holy Land sects. If one could possess a heavenly-grade spiritual artifact, the status of the Tsangxian Empire could even overpower many first-rate sects, possessing unimaginable importance to His Holiness's grand hegemony. Mr. Lu, Qi Guangping raised his hand and urged the flying boat to land slowly, about 10 feet away from Lu Chenxian. With his eyes looking straight at the latter, he said in a low voice, "A heavenly spiritual artifact is a matter of great importance, and this general does not dare to make unauthorized claims. Please Mr. Lu and I go to the capital. By the Iron Shangshu bring the Golden Temple. Mr. Lu has been meritorious in the offering of the treasure. The Saint's dragon face is very happy. It will be sure to be." Without waiting for Qi Guangping to finish, Lu Chenxian was dumbfounded. A treasure? This idea is a bit too childish. Not to mention, he didn't have a heavenly-grade spiritual armament in his hands, and even if he did, how could he possibly offer it to the Tsangxian court? However, this General Qi, specifically mentioning Tai Zongtan, is obviously showing his position, and does not want to be an enemy with himself. General Qi. Lu Chenxian wore a smile on his face and said softly, "There is no need for General Qi to intervene in today's matter. Just lead the soldiers back the same way. The Iron Eve sect's protective array will be broken, and no one can change the result that Mr. Lu wants." Qi Guangping wanted to say something, and his face appeared a few subtle changes. It was his vocation to do his duty for his country. Taiwu possessed a third-grade sage token and was under the shelter of the Tsangxian court, and Lu Chenxuan's unauthorized attack on the Iron Eve sect had already violated the court's law. Coupled with the fact that he was carrying a heavenly spiritual weapon, the Tsangxian court was determined to obtain it, and even if Tai Mu Chun were to befriend him, he would never be able to defy the holy will. It's now or never. So if Mr. Lu is bent on having his own way, this general will have to be offended. Qi Guangping's gaze sank, and although his face still had a few difficulties, his tone was incomparably firm. "Please don't resist. Mr. Lu, this general can keep you alive. After sending you up to the capital, this general will thank Mr. Lu again." As the words fell, the pitch-black lance in his hand shook violently. Swish! Behind them, on top of 15 medium-sized flying boats, 3,000 Jinyuan troops landed on the ground, their bodies metaphysical steel armor clanging and clattering, and a blood-colored chi energy above their heads rushed up to the sky, and with 100 people as a team, they coalesced into a total of 30 lofty figures, all 10 feet tall and above and below, like blood-armored gods of war, appearing and disappearing in the mid-air. The peak of the 9th level of the Yuan fetus, Blood Battle Shadow. If they fought alone, these Jin Yuan soldiers were naturally not worth mentioning. All of them were just crossing into the Yuan Dan realm of minuscule strength. However, under the cohesion of blood chi, they possessed extremely uncommon battle power. The 3,000 Jin Yuan army, which had shaken the 6 major clans in Guangping Prefecture, relied on, precisely, this blood chi shadow transformation method. 30 peak Yuan Dan silhouettes could not be defeated even when faced with a Sky Realm powerhouse, and under the increase in battle intent, they could even win the battle. Blood Wars shadows. Within the clan protector formation, Tai Wu's eyes were glowing, and he clearly had no doubt about the power of the blood battle shadow. In his opinion, Lu Chenxuan's greatest reliance was none other than those 24 Yuan fetus puppets. Under the blood war shadow condensed by the 3,000 Jin Yuan army, what was a mere Yuan fetus puppet? It is tantamount to a mantis blocking a car and hitting a stone with an egg. The Tsangxian court's method of military formations is something to behold. Lu Chenxuan's face did not change as he quietly gazed at Qi Guangping. "General Qi, you should have a good relationship with the Tai family, right? For the sake of Iron General Taimu Chun, I'll give you one last chance. Now take your troops and leave at once and I can forget about it. Otherwise," as the words fell, the hands behind his back gently clenched. Click, click, click. Not far ahead, 24 Yuan fetus puppets instantly disintegrated, and a bronze radiance flickered endlessly, which was mixed with tumbling yellow earth vein chi, as well as 24 greenish-yellowish earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons. In just 3 breaths, disintegrate and reorganize. In the midst of the greenish-yellow halo of light that covered the sky, a gigantic puppet that was more than 30 feet tall, holding a 20-foot-long serrated saber in its hand. Like a small, flexible and mobile mountain, stepped behind Lu Chenxian. Its aura was no longer any Yuan fetus realm, but had reached the astonishing third level of the Imperial Air realm, and the serrated greatsword in its hand exuded an incomparably monstrous aura that far exceeded the high-grade level of Earth-grade, and was even no less than the legendary Heaven-grade spiritual artifact, Miku, Miki Puppet? At this moment, whether it was Qi Guangping, or Tai Wu and the sect elders, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief as they felt the astonishing might emanating from the giant puppet. This is Lu Chenxuan's true dependence? Where exactly did he appear as a demon? How could he possibly master such a terrifying secret technique? Fight me, or leave immediately, the choice is yours. Lu Chenxian made a gentle leap and landed steadily on the shoulder of the giant puppet, looking down at Qi Guangping below and speaking faintly. You only get one chance, and I have limited patience. Fight, or go. Qi Guangping's body stiffened, and his face turned pale as he was deadened by the imperial air pressure emanating from the giant puppet. The famous Su family's son-in-law in Sanqing City, a rare demon of the world in 10,000 years, as expected of him, Lu Chenxian. But, Mr. Lu, Qi Guangping's teeth snapped together and hissed in a stern voice. You have strong means. This general thinks that he is undefeatable. But, even if you are strong, do you still dare to go against the court? This general is not alone, but represents the Sanquan court and the dragon authority of His Majesty. Chapter 120, what kind of freak is he? Xian Empire. How is it better than the former Green Sky Immortal Domain? How is it better than the Ziwei dynasty? How much more majestic was that eloquent saint compared to Bai Muayu's father and son? In front of the invincible god of war who had crossed the immortal realm, it was nothing more than floating clouds in the sky. Meaningless, wrong choice. Lu Chenxian stood on the shoulder of the imperial air puppet, his gaze indifferent. General Qi, you have disappointed me. You wasted Ironwood Chun's face and the opportunity you just had. So, kill. Rumble. The ground shook. The sentinel puppet stepped out. Its two thick thighs were like palace pillars, and its 3-zone-long feet landed heavily. The earth under its feet was dusty, setting off rolling airwaves a few feet high and below. The serrated sword in his hand swept across, containing the power of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 feet, wrapped in a fierce hunting gale, and swung toward the 3,000 Jin Yuan troops. Battle shadow collapsed. Those blood battle shadows condensed from the blood chi of the Jin Yuan soldiers had no power to resist under the bombardment of the imperial air puppets, and the situation instantly became one-sided. The 10-foot body that seemed to be amazingly powerful was not even half the size of the imperial air puppet's serrated greatsword, and the neat battle formation of 3,000 people was casually blown away by the imperial air puppet, and the formation was directly in pieces. Every time the puppet swung its sword, there were tens of hundreds of soldiers who flew backwards with blood spurting, falling out dozens of feet away, fainting on the spot after landing, completely losing the power to fight again. That's enough. Stop it. The battle had only just begun, and the injured soldiers were already countless. Qi Guangping's eyes were wide with anger, and his mouth roared furiously. Mr. Lu, I'll leave. I'll take the people away right away. Please have mercy on Mr. Lu. He's scared. He himself might not be afraid of death, but if these 3,000 Jin Yuan troops were buried here, it would be an unimaginably huge shock for Guangping Prefecture, and even for the entire Xian Empire. The court needed the Jin Yuan army to deter the 6 great sects. Guangping Prefecture, Luoyang County, and Sanqing City needed the Jin Yuan army to defend against the beast tide that could erupt at any time in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. More importantly, this was the effort he had put in for many years, and it was the best soldiers under the Iron family's command, and it was related to the Iron clan's position in the imperial court. No matter what, the Jin Yuan army could not afford any accidents. Boom, boom, boom. Qi Guangping's angry roar obviously didn't have the slightest effect. The sky puppet's greatsword swung and slashed without stopping, charging across the Jin Yuan army formation, from front to back and back to front, rushing back and forth in less than 10 breaths. The military formation collapsed completely. Under Lu Chenxuan's deliberate control, the sentinel puppet did not explode with the strongest power, and although these Jin Yuan soldiers were seriously injured, they were only hurt and not killed on the spot. Roar! The sentinel puppet raised its head to the sky, seemingly in response to Qi Guangping's roar. In the situation at hand, there was no need for Lu Chenxian to open his mouth, and those Jin Yuan soldiers who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries were the best answer. From the moment Qi Guangping made the wrong choice, the end of this moment was already doomed. If it wasn't for Tai Mu Chun's 3 points of thinness, these Jin Yuan soldiers were by no means as simple as being seriously injured, but were all killed in action. General Qi. Behind Qi Guangping, more than 20 Yuan feudal martial generals were dumbfounded. simply unable to believe the scene before them. Within the Iron Eve sect's protective array, Tai Wu, Tai Chenggang, and the 5 Yuan fetus elders all looked at the imperial air puppet under Lu Chenxuan's feet with their jaws dropped, and their hearts seemed to be pressed up against a big mountain, and even their breaths were disorganized by it. This puppet is really a royal air realm, although it didn't exert the ability to fly. However, the power exerted by this puppet when it attacked had definitely reached the realm of the imperial air. 30 peak 9 Yuan fetus blood battle shadows were as if they were carved out of clay under this puppet's serrated greatsword, and they couldn't even resist in the slightest. Lu Chenxian, he was only at a mere Yuan Dan realm. How could he execute such a terrifying secret method and forge such a terrifying puppet? This kind of secret method had never appeared in the Xiantian continent. And, earlier, Lu Chenxian didn't seem to have exerted any forging means, and by merely clenching his fist, the 24 Yuan fetus puppets instantly disintegrated and reformed into this giant puppet of the Imperial Sky Realm. So easily, so casually, that he couldn't even see that he had any exertion. With such a secret method, who was still his opponent? The 3,000 Zhen Yuan army couldn't do it, the Iron Eve sect couldn't do it, and even if the 6 great sects join forces, they might not be able to secure a victory. General Qi, on the shoulder of the Imperial air puppet, Lu Chenxian stood tall and looked down at Qi Guangping indifferently. You just said that you want me to travel to the capital and present a heavenly grade spiritual artifact to the sacred emperor of Tsanchuan? I can tell you that the so-called heavenly grade spiritual artifacts are nothing more than your wishful speculations. True power never relies on external objects. If you don't even understand this, how can the saints sit and stabilize the kingdom? Want me to submit to the imperial court? Ha! A soft laugh was heard, while both palms were clasped. Dala heavenly royalty, 5 elements of earth power. Rumble. In front of the Iron Eve sect's protective array, the ground shattered with a loud bang, and the earth's vein of gas was like a river boiling, gushing out from among the cracks in the earth, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly coalesced into 6 giant puppets, all of which were 30 feet tall and below. Their auras, all of them had reached the realm of the sky. Unlike the previous puppet, these puppets that had just appeared, the spirit weapons in their hands were not sawtooth swords, but earth-colored stone pillars, the surface of which were intertwined with secret patterns, and the pressure enveloped the scene, all of which had reached the high-grade level of the Earth grade, 65 Dan lines, the 7th level of the Yuan Dan realm, and simultaneously maneuvering 7 imperial air puppets. This was the limit that Lu Chenxian could currently achieve. 7 puppets. All of them are Earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapons in their hands? How is this possible? Are these puppets forged or summoned? What kind of secret method is this? Lu Chenxian, what kind of freak is he? Qi Guangping, Iron 5. Everyone has been completely confused. The scene in front of them had gone beyond their understanding of martial arts, even beyond the art of forging, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a thing could happen. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, it was still unbelievable that such a powerful secret method had appeared in the hands of a Yuan Dan martial artist. The sentinel puppets themselves were already terrifying enough, and what was even more terrifying was that they were actually all holding Earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapons in their hands. When did the Earth-grade high-grade, which was second only to the heaven-grade spiritual weapon, become so worthless? Lu Chenxian, inevitably, it hides unimaginable and shocking secrets, I said, simultaneously manipulating the 7 air defense puppets. Lu Chenxuan's face did not change in the slightest, as if he had only done a trivial and insignificant thing. Across the Iron Eve sect protector clan formation, he coldly stared into Tai Wu's eyes. Either resist and the Iron Eve sect will surely be completely destroyed, or come up with compensation that satisfies me. That's a choice that shouldn't be difficult. Chapter 121, Compensation or Recalcitrance. In front of Lu Chenxian, who possessed the 7 great sky-resisting puppets, it was clearly not half as difficult to make the right choice. Compensation. We are willing to compensate. Within the clan protection formation, Tai Wu shouted. What face of the clan, what dignity of a strong man, has obviously all been thrown out of his mind. With the district's Iron Eve sect, how could it deal with the 7 great sky-resisting puppets, counting on Qi Guangping and his 3,000 Xingyuan troops? No kidding. The 30 blood battle shadows condensed by the Xingyuan military formation were no match at all under the sweep of that air-defying puppet. Although he was a true sentinel air powerhouse, he was only slightly better than those blood battle shadows, and if he was allowed to face up the sentinel air puppets at the same time, he was afraid that it would take less than 3 rounds before he would be completely torn into pieces. Although there wasn't much life left, but, as long as he could live one more day, he didn't want to seek death himself. What's more, such a self-seeking death would have no significance for the survival of the Iron Eve sect. Mastermind, Tai Chenggang and the 5 Yuan fetus elders, silently looked at Tai Wu's tall back. with indescribable bitterness in their hearts. Shifu is old. Once upon a time, Tai Wu, who was a great power in the air, was the last card of their Iron Eve sect that had been passed down for 1,000 years, and was the strongest underpinning for the entire sect to gain a foothold in Guangping Prefecture. However, now, even senior uncle, who was already in the wind, actually didn't even have the courage to make a move in the face of a Lu Chenxian, who was only at a mere Yuan Dan realm. Even senior was willing to compensate. What else could they, the juniors, say? Pay up, Mr. Lu. At this moment, Qi Guangping and the 20 or so young martial generals under his command had already distributed their divine sense and examined the injuries of those Jin Yuan soldiers. The mood was mixed. This astonishingly strong Mr. Lu, although he seemed to be unsympathetic, in the end, he didn't drive him to extinction. 3,000 Jin Yuan troops, only wounded and not killed. Obviously looking at the face of Tai Mu-chun, if this favor had been done, the famous Jin Yuan army that had shaken the Guangping prefecture would have lost their lives. When the Holy Emperor's dragon face is furious, not to mention Lu Chenxian, even he, the Jinfu general, will have to die to thank for his crime. As far as we can see, the situation is still within control after all, and these Jin Yuan soldiers will certainly be able to regain their strength after a few months of recuperation and once again put the Jin Yuan army formation into action, deterring the 6 great sects and sheltering the people of Guangpingfu, a capital city. Just, no longer dare to go against this Mr. Lu in front of him. Shut down the big formation. Since the decision has been made to compensate, the Iron Eve sect's protective array is no longer necessary to continue to open. Tai Wu waved his right hand, his voice indescribably helpless. Iron Eve sect disciples listen to the order. Take out the array I ensure. Please Mr. Lu, into the clan. Within the Iron Eve sect's mountain gate, a group of disciples looked at each other in dismay, and in their hearts, they unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. This result doesn't seem unacceptable. As the old saying goes, if you leave a green mountain behind, you don't have to worry about burning firewood. As long as the sect is not destroyed, the Iron Eve sect will eventually have a day to rise again. As for compensation, that was something that the higher-ups of the sect needed to consider. As for them, the lower disciples, they only needed to follow orders. The only thing that was a little hard to bear was that when this matter spread, their Iron Eve sect's face would be completely disgraced. Turn off the big formation, closing the eye of the array. Take out the arcane stone. One order after another continued to spread, and the Iron Eve sect disciples moved quickly, taking out all of the medium-grade Shan stones within the 107 formation eyes. On the contrary, the core array eye within the top-grade Xianshi, almost all have been broken. The power of 1 out of 10. Whether or not to take out has nothing to do with the big picture. Buzz. Above the Iron Eve's gate, the golden barrier enveloping the mountain gate finally slowly dissipated. Even if they continued to maintain the grand formation, in front of the 7 imperial air puppets maneuvered by Lu Chenxian, it was equivalent to a virtual void, unable to bring them any semblance of security. Mr. Lu, please. Tai Wu had a majestic physique, nearly a foot tall, but at this moment, he bent his waist respectfully, his face full of compensatory smiles. My clan's hidden treasure vault, Dan Pavilion, weapon refining hall, and medicine field, all of them are open to Mr. Lu, as long as Mr. Lu has his eye on it. Any treasure can be taken at will, and Mr. Tai will never stand in the way. Treasure? What's the one thing that Iron Eve's gate has to offer as a treasure? In front of the former strongest war god of the immortal world, not to mention the district Iron Eve sect, even if it was the entire Xiantian continent, what kind of thing could enter Lu Chenxuan's eyes? There are only fragments of the 24 bridges after the night of the moon disintegrates. Here, no debris. Lu Chenxian immersed his mind in his dantian and communicated briefly with the artifact spirit Bright Moon to make sure that no debris existed within the Iron Eve's door, and then with a long leap, he floated to the ground from the shoulder of the air defense puppet, his gaze leveled with Tai Wu, and spoke faintly. The matter of compensation. There is no need to be so troublesome. The Iron Eve sect has been passed down for 1,000 years, so there are bound to be quite a few Xian stones accumulated. I won't ask for too much, as long as I take out 1,000 top-grade Xianshi, or 10 extreme-grade Xianshi, this matter can be resolved. Now, pay up. What? Including Qi Guangping, all the people present were all dumbfounded, and Tai Wu was even frozen in place, his expression indescribably wonderful. 1,000 top-grade Xianshi, 10 extreme Xianshi? That's not a big offer? The Iron Eve sect, being one of the 6 major clans in Guangping Prefecture, only possessed a small mining vein, and the top-grade Xianshi that had been extracted so far totaled only 100 or so. There was only one extreme Xianshi, and it could not be taken out from within the vein, or else the entire vein would inevitably be completely abolished, never being able to spawn new Xianshi again. This is the unwritten rule of all the major clans, and it is also the root on which the clan relies. Even within the 10,000 beasts mountain range of strange flowers and herbs, heavenly treasures, as long as a little bit of conscience of the martial artist will dig it away when, often will leave part of the roots, after a long time, but also can be born again plant, to the future generations of martial artists to leave the picking of the hope of medicine. Take today's Iron Eve sect, the Xianxue mined over the years, the clan disciples cultivation consumption, array consumption, refining consumption. The only thing that could be taken out was in Tai Wu's hands. The only 43 top-grade Xianxue left. What? Can't you get it? Lu Chenchuan's gaze was like a torch as he looked at the expressions of Tai Wu and the others, and let out a soft grunt under his breath. Since you can't afford to pay the compensation, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The iron gable door is gone. Rumble. Behind them, the 7 imperial air puppets stepped forward, with the earth-grade serrated swords in their hands and the dim stone pillars, all aimed at Iron Fifth's head. As long as Lu Chenxian had a single thought, these puppets would definitely strike out brazenly, first killing Tai Wu and then destroying the Iron Eve sect. Mr. Lu, calm down, calm down. Tai Wu's heart was shocked and chilled, and he hurriedly turned over his palm, which held 43 crystalline flashing top-grade Xianxue, and begged for forgiveness again. This door is financially shallow, and it really can't take the compensation that Mr. Lu needs. If Mr. Lu is willing, Tai Wu can write a note of indebtedness, and as long as this door is not destroyed, the note will always be valid. The descendants of this sect will definitely honor their agreement and give all the Xianxue that they are owed. Chapter 122, Heaven and Earth as Witnesses. Make a note. Make an IOU. As soon as Tai Wu said this, Qi Guangping and Tai Chenggang beside him couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Disgraceful. So disgraceful. Is this a city vendor doing business with someone who doesn't have the money to pay the bill and owes it first? When did the second-rate sect, the Iron Eve sect with an inheritance of more than 1,000 years, fall to such a state? If the news were to spread, the entire Iron Eve sect would fear that they would have no face. Ha, ha. Tai Wu was filled with embarrassment and laughed a few times in a low kind of way as he took out his own innate spirit weapon again. Earth-grade, middle-grade, an arcane iron pestle and mortar with a shimmering black light. Just as he was about to hand it over to Lu Chenxian, he glanced out of the corner of his eye at the earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapons in the hands of those sentinel puppets, and resentfully withdrew them. What is this thing? With a wave of his hand, the other Duplu was able to drill out imperial puppets from the ground, all of which possessed earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapons. This earth-grade middle-grade in his own hand was more or less like scrap metal in the eyes of Mr. Lu, not to mention scrap metal. But, apart from this intrinsic spiritual artifact, he really couldn't take anything else decent. The pills and talismans on his body were not as valuable as a top-grade Xianxue when added up. The iron gable gate is so poor. Lu Chenchuan's divine sense radiated out, determining that Tai Wu wasn't lying, and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Compared to the former Green Sky Immortal region, the resources on the Xiantian continent were indeed too scarce. The top-grade Xianxue that he had just opened his mouth to ask for, the very top-grade Xianxue, if placed in the immortal realm, no one would even ask for it. Even the most ordinary veins in the immortal world that were mined were, at the very least, lower-grade immortal stones. The value of the immortal stone, martial artists on the Xiantian continent is simply unimaginable. Make a note. Yes. After a short period of sighing, Lu Chenxian held his palm. An earth vein of gas rose up. In the palm of the convergence of a dusky paper page, the surface of the words floating, has appeared the content of the note. Xiantian calendar, 176, 422 years. Iron Eve sect of Guangping Prefecture, owes Lu Chenxian 1,000 top-grade Xianxue and 10 top-grade Xianxue. This is the proof. This was the specific number of years for which the Xiantian continent was historically traceable, and it was different from that of any empire, regardless of which empire, or the high and mighty Holy Land sect. The only common calendar followed was the Xiantian calendar. Leave your divine imprints. Lu Chenxian casually waved his hand, and the dim yellow paper page lightly landed in Tai Wu's hand. Once the seal falls, the note takes effect immediately. Regardless of whoever comes with the seal, the latter disciples of the Iron Eve sect must fulfill the agreement. If one dares to violate the contract, there is no need for me to personally take action. Heaven and earth will execute them all. Click. Very high in the sky, a thunderbolt exploded steeply, with the word as proof, and heaven and earth as evidence. This. Tai Wu held the note in both hands and looked at the content on it. His mouth couldn't help but open wide. Mr. Lu, I just gave you 43 top-grade Xianxue. How come I still owe you 1,000? The number of top-grade Xianxue, it should be 957. Lu Chenchuan's face was expressionless. A district Iron Eve sect, taking out so many Xianxue, Who knows how long it will take until when? Isn't it right to charge a little interest? Interest. Iron 5. Iron into steel. Qi Guangping. Everyone's jaw dropped, and his face skin was pumping. I can't believe this is happening. Charging interest. If it's a trade between workshops, it really should be. But, this is too much of a bully. Iron Eve's gate. Obeyed. Under the shock of the 7 imperial air puppets, even if Tai Wu was no longer willing, his mouth didn't dare to say half a word. A wisp of divine thought emanated, and at the bottom of the yellowish paper page, the word Iron 5 was left. Iron into steel. The 5 Yuan fetus elders, all of them could do nothing about it, and followed Iron 5's example, leaving their own divine sense imprints one after another. Rumble. Endlessly high in the sky, 7 thunderclaps rang out one after another. It was the power of the rules of heaven and earth that bore witness to this martial oath. Even if the Iron Eve sect can be inherited for thousands of generations, absolutely no one dares to violate the agreement, or else the rules will come down and no one up and down the sect will be spared, and they will definitely suffer from heaven's punishment, and their gods and souls will be destroyed. You have chosen wisely. Lu Chenxuan's mind moved, and the dim yellow paper page slowly floated up from Tai Wu's hand, and then instantly vaporized and entered the dantian. At the same time, the purple gold little dragon tilted its head and swallowed, and all the essence contained in those 43 top-grade Xian stones was instantly devoured and absorbed. Dan lines coalesce. In the belly of the small purple gold dragon, the martial artist Yuan Dan that belonged to Lu Chenxian had once again increased by 4 secret lines, 69 channels in all. Although the realm did not improve, but the purple gold dragon breath contained within this Yuan Dan was obviously far more than before. More than the total amount of fetal breath contained by a peak Yuan Yu 9-fold powerhouse. Who would have thought that a mere 7th level of Yuan Dan could possess such majestic depths? What's more, Lu Chenxuan's true strength was far beyond what could be measured by the martial realm. Mr. Lu. Next to him, Qi Guangping was about to speak, but finally opened his mouth with difficulty. Today's matter, this general does not dare to hide, must report to the Tai Shangshu. As to whether or not the Iron Shangshu will make an appeal, I will not dare to speculate. And, as far as this general knows, Mr. Lu seems to have no clan or sect. The current saint is ambitious, and he is thirsty for martial arts geniuses like Mr. Lu. So if Mr. Lu, the voice came to an abrupt halt, Lu Chenxian simply didn't bother to listen to his nonsense, and with a wave of his palm, the 6 imperial air puppets condensed by the earth vein chi dissipated out of thin air. With a long leap, he re-jumped onto the shoulder of the first golem, no longer paying any attention to Qi Guangping and Tai Wu and the others, and stepped in the southeast direction. Southeast. Tai Wu flinched for a long time, but seemed to suddenly think of something, and a flash of gloating flashed in his eyes. To the southeast, where the city of Guangping Prefecture was located, was likewise the mountain gate orientation of the Thick Earth sect. According to the news reported by the disciples, 5 of the 6 major clans in Guangping province, all of them had offended Lu Chenxian severely. The Iron Eve sect couldn't suffer alone, and the news here could never be told to them. The other few clans don't want anyone to stay out of it and pull them down with them. At this very moment, southeast of the city of Guangping Prefecture, between a mountain range that stretched for dozens of miles, the earth mist rolled over. This was where the mountain gate of the Thick Earth sect was located, and the earth vein chi was extraordinarily rich, and the great formation for protecting the sect was established on top of 18 mountains, with the formation eyes set up in the belly of the mountain, which were similarly catalyzed by the medium-grade Xianshi and the top-grade Xianshi, and together with the earth vein chi, it would be difficult for even a peak realm of emptiness powerhouse to break through. However, at this moment, the grand formation did not completely open, but left a huge opening of about 10 feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bright streams of light of different colors swept from the distant sky and landed steadily in front of the opening. Ice Spring Valley, Spirit Tree Mountain, and Thousand Illusions Sect, the 3 Imperial Sky Realm Taishang Elders, joined forces. Chapter 123, The 4 Great Clans Undercard. All of the Thick Earth Sect, welcome honored guests. An old and majestic voice resounded in mid-air. Headed by the Thick Earth Patriarch's Supreme Elder Wei Tianding, Patriarch Kong Taiping and the 7 great fetal elders followed closely behind. They flew up from the Patriarch's main hall and landed directly outside the opening of the Patriarchal Protection Formation. The same enemy. These 4 clans of theirs, the inner sect elites all fell in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. All thanks to Lu Chenxian. Even more astonishingly, he, Lu Chenxian, was suspected of possessing a heavenly grade spiritual weapon on his body, and was also able to execute a mysterious martial skill that severed the connection between Yuan fetus martial artists and heaven and earth. Such an opponent could never be measured purely by martial realm, but must be treated with caution. 3 old friends. With a smile on his face, Wei Tianding welcomed the three great air immortal powerhouses into the sect, even as he nodded his head in the same manner to the Yuan fetus elders behind the trio. In his position, it didn't have to be this way. However, what was about to be faced this time was possibly the most catastrophic disaster since the establishment of the Thick Earth sect. In addition to the four of them who were skyscraping powerhouses, these Yuan fetus patriarchs were likewise an extremely important fighting force. And at the moment, the four great clans were in the same breath. So although they were latecomers, they were still worthy of being taken seriously. Brother Wei is polite. However, in a few moments, the crowd had already entered the Great Hall of the Thick Earth and took their seats successively according to the position of the guests. The Thousand Illusions Sect's Supreme Elder, the father of Granny Thousand Illusions, the fourth level of the Sky Realm, Mo Qingjin, Spirit Tree Mountain's five major powers of the Sky Realm, the Supreme Elder, Lin Wanson, Ice Spring Valley's palace-suited old woman, the sixth level of the Sky Realm, Min Bing, with Wei Tianding, who was at the fifth level of the Realm of Emptiness. All of them had similar status and strength, and all of them were sitting at the highest part of the steps of the Grand Hall. At the bottom of the steps, there were a total of 26 Yuan fetus elders, seated in distinct order according to sect affiliation. On everyone's face, an unprecedented look of gravity appeared. Guys, Wei Tianding, as the landlord, was naturally the first to open his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Everyone already knows about the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. That separate space located deep within the mountain's belly is inaccessible above the Yuan fetus, and below the Yuan fetus, the elite disciples have been killed or injured, and my four great clans have suffered a great loss of vitality. There's no longer much point in continuing to explore the independent space, and that crucial heavenly great spiritual artifact will most likely fall into the hands of Lu Chenxian." This was the consensus reached by the four major sects. Not long ago, Spirit Tree Mountain Xin Changling, Ice Spring Valley Chen Hanquan, Thick Earth Sect Xiong Kaiduan, Thousand Illusions Sect Thousand Illusions Granny. The four of them managed to save their lives and return to their respective sects, having already reported what happened in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range truthfully. He, Lu Chenxian, intended to overthrow the five great sects, first going up to the Iron Eve sect and then breaking into the Thick Earth sect. Before that, Wei Tianding had already sent an invitation to Tai Wu through the summoning token. However, the message that was sent out was like a mud cow going into the sea, and Iron 5 didn't make any response. The Iron Eve's gate doesn't care about them. Mo Qingjin scanned the hall, looked at his daughter, Granny Thousand Illusions, then turned his gaze back and slowly spoke. "My daughter told me that Lu Chenxuan's secret techniques are strange, so if we fight him, I'm afraid that we won't be able to activate the power of heaven and earth. In this way, a few of us can still utilize about 70% of our strength. With the four of us joining forces, plus these Yuan fetus disciples, dealing with Lu Chenxian is absolutely no big deal. The message is closed." So far, their understanding of Lu Chenxian was limited to the situation within the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. In their opinion, Lu Chenxuan's greatest reliance was none other than the 24 Yuan fetus puppets refined by the Haoyang sect's supreme elder, Lu Xingkong, as well as that rather astonishing sword Dao martial skill. Other than that, his own strength was just slightly more powerful than an ordinary Yuan Dan martial artist. As for the suspected heavenly spiritual weapon in his hand, it was only at the Yuan Dan realm, so how many percent of its power could it bring into play? Even when a lion fights a rabbit, it needs to do so with all its might. Lin Wanson spread out his palm, and an emerald green branch appeared in the center of his palm, the very same spirit tree subbody that had been picked from the sect's spirit tree. Throwing it casually, it gently landed in Wei Tianding's hands. "Brother Wei, with the help of this item, your Thick Earth sect's secret method is bound to be like a tiger adding wings. Using it to deal with Lu Chenxian will increase the chance of victory by at least 30%. Yin and Yang, the five elements, earth and wood." The strongest secret method of the Thick Earth sect was not something that an ordinary martial artist could perform, but rather, it was personally performed by Wei Tianding, in conjunction with the power of the Thick Earth Patriarch and the 7 Yuan fetus elders, and the fetal breath was condensed and fused to form a monstrous mountain giant of monstrous power, using the branches and leaves of the spirit tree as its roots and absorbing the spiritual chi of the earth's veins. The mountain giant's strength was bound to increase drastically, and it could even reach the 8th level of the Sky Realm, and the old body. The palace-suited old woman, Ice Spring Valley Supreme Elder Min Bing, waved her hand and threw out a luscious ice spring seed. This item, which was made by the old me after spending 100 years to condense the cold ice spring water, contains the essence of the water line, and is infinitely powerful. Water, earth, and wood, the five elements contain 3 of them, complementing each other, increasing their power by another 3 points. Swish, the ice spring seed flew and swirled in the air, and the entire hall was misty with water, and it likewise landed in Wei Tianding's hand. The strongest means of the 3 great clans combined and pressed. The icy cold water lineage chi emanating from the ice spring seed was enough to freeze 1,000 feet in a radius, and even air immortal powers would have to be severely affected. Coupled with the mountain giant that had been increased by the earth vein spiritual chi, it could definitely utilize the superb power of the peak of sky revealing. Against the mere Lu Qinxian, it was bound to be a handful. Old me has been practicing for 1,000 years, and this eye of 1,000 illusions should come in handy as well. Mo Qingjian's brow halo flickered, and a fist-sized 7-colored eyeball emerged, floating slowly above his head. When fighting, old me can create endless illusions, blocking Lu Qinxuan's 5 senses and 6 senses, and imprisoning his divine thoughts within a radius of 10 feet. If you can't hear with both ears and see with both eyes, how many percent of your 10% strength can you still utilize? Even if his secret technique is strong, he can only be caught with his hands tied. The 4 great sects, with all their cards, in order to deal with Lu Qinxian, the 4 great sects had clearly spared no effort. If it was said that the 24 yuan fetus puppets were not worthy of such a great deal of publicity, then what really made them feel scornful was, of course, that suspected heavenly grade spiritual artifact. When dealing with a possessor of a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, even if it was only at the mere Yuan Dam realm, one had to report all caution. Report! Outside the main hall, a thick earth sect mountain guard disciple, full of panic, rushed in, his voice trembling violently. Tai, the supreme elder, the patriarch, all seniors, Lu Qinxian has arrived outside the mountain gate. He's controlling a giant puppet under 30 feet tall. His aura is extremely terrifying. It seems, aha, Wei Tianding's face sank. What seems to be? Speak. This disciple trembled and violently fell to his knees, uttering words that apparently even he could not believe. The aura of that puppet, it seems, is even stronger than the Supreme Elder. Chapter 124, Mountain Giant. Stronger than Wei Tianding? The moment these words were uttered, the entire hall was silent. The faces of the 3 sky-ruling great powers were as heavy as water, and the crowd of Yuan fetus elders were all filled with shock. Lu Qinxian, instead of leading 24 Yuan fetus puppets to come, he was controlling a giant puppet of the Imperial Sky Realm that was even more powerful than Wei Tianding? Where did this puppet come from? Is it related to the heavenly grade spiritual weapon? Luckily, the thick earth sect had planned ahead and invited all the other 3 clans. Otherwise, facing Lu Qinxian alone, I was afraid that there was a danger of the clan's annihilation. There's no need for you all to be alarmed. Don't forget our cards. After a short period of silence, Wei Tianding got up and left his seat, his feet whistling with chi energy as he flew up from the ground. In the face of a great enemy, the 4 great clans are in the same breath, joining forces to fight Lu Qinxian. If the 4 clans are not destroyed, Lu Qinxian will die. Swish, swish, swish. Mo Qingjian, Lin Wanson, and Min Bing, the 3 air-crossing powers flew up at the same time, flying out of the Great Hall side by side with Wei Tianding, and swept towards the foot of the mountain gate. Behind them, the 4 great patriarchs and the 22 Yuan fetus elders, all rushed out of the Great Hall and gathered quickly towards the foot of the mountain. Give it all you've got and meet the enemy. At the foot of the thick earth sect's mountain gate, the great protector formation of the sect flickered with earth ons. The previous large array opening, with the 3 great sects of people entering, has been completely closed. Instead, is a natural round shield, and the earth pulse gas closely linked, plus 18 mountains within the Xianxue catalyzed, formed as solid as a golden soup of defensive barriers. It was clearly superior to the Iron Eve sect's protector formation. Earth's vein chi? Ha! On the shoulder of the Imperial air puppet, Lu Qinxian smiled faintly before lightly holding it with a single palm. Orakuten Miku, dozens of feet away in front of him, the earth opened up steeply, and the earth's vein chi surged and tumbled, converging quickly at the feet of this air guard puppet, pumping out the earth's veins. In just less than a breath, the earth vein chi that the thick earth sect's grand formation relied on had all but disappeared. Instead, the puppet under Lu Qinxuan's feet, its breath soared, vaguely reaching the 7th level of the realm of the empty. The sect protector formation, shaking, losing the support of the earth's vein chi, the entire array was dim, and the array eye basalt within the 18 hills was obviously unable to maintain the array consumption, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, a gap in the array continued to appear. Bold! A shocking roar erupted from within the frontmost gap in the formation. Wei Tianding, and the 3 great air-permitting great powers broke through the air and arrived, hovering in the air above the mountain gate plaque, coldly staring into Lu Qinxuan's eyes with murderous intent. Him, Lu Qinxian. According to the news received previously, this person acted entirely according to his own preferences, which could be described as lawlessness, relying on an unparalleled talent, and had made quite a name for himself in Sanqing City, in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, slaughtered the disciples of the 5 clans, beheaded Tong Taishan of the Iron Eve sect, suspected of possessing a heavenly spiritual weapon. Now, to have the audacity to attack the thick earth sect's great formation, treating the four great sects as if they were nothing, was simply arrogant to the extreme. The earth's vain chi has disappeared. Not far behind, the four great patriarchs and a group of Yuan fetus elders then arrived, looking at the crippled thick earth grand formation and couldn't help but be filled with shock. They had long known that Lu Qinchuan's sword Dao martial skill was strangely powerful and could cut off the connection between Yuan fetus martial artists and the earth vain chi. However, he hadn't expected that his use of the earth vain chi would actually be so refined to such an extent that he was able to even cut off the earth vain chi within the patriarchal formation at will. Such tactics are simply appalling. For Air Sentinel realms, faced with the four sky-resisting great powers led by Wei Tianding, Lu Chenxian raised an eyebrow before speaking with a smile. If I didn't guess correctly, today, it seems that the four great sects have all arrived? That saves me the trouble. Since all four of you are here, the previous grudges just happened to be settled together. Just like the Iron Eve sect, I'm now giving you guys a chance as well. Whether it's a battle or a payout, it's up to you to decide. Aha! The four Wei Tianding people were slightly stunned and instantly understood something. Iron Gable Door. Lu Chenxian had already been to the Iron Eve's gate before he came here. No wonder that before to the Iron 5 sent a token transmission. Never got any reply. Since Lu Chenxian can come to this place, then, the Iron Eve sect had either already had their clan destroyed, or, they had made reparations and were completely shocked by Lu Chenxian. 7th level of the Realm of the Sky, Earth Vein Puppet. After a short period of shock, Wei Tianding's gaze sank as he stared dead on at the giant puppet at Lu Chenchuan's feet. This object is not small in power. Tai Wu is bound to be no match. The old thing is greedy and afraid of death. Surely will not fight with your life. They lost what? It is indeed necessary to ask exactly how the compensation will be made. The Thick Earth sect had a long inheritance, and Wei Tianding had a long lifespan. So far he was already more than 700 years old, and there were still more than 200 years to go before the big day. Joining forces with the sect's Yuan fetal elder, although he could execute the extremely powerful mountain giant, however, his own attrition was equally not small, and his lifespan limit would definitely come earlier. Tai Wu had deep concerns about this, and he, Wei Tianding, was likewise no exception. Since the Iron Eve sect could come up with compensation, why couldn't the Thick Earth sect? If a bloody battle could be avoided, then paying some compensation was not unacceptable to the Thick Earth sect. Not much of a payout. Lu Chenxian wore a smile on his face and spoke softly. The difference in strength between the 5 great clans is not that great. As for compensation, exactly the same will do. 4,000 top-grade Xian stones, plus 40 extreme-grade Xian stones, and the grudge between me and your 4 great clans can be written off. What? Wei Tianding's eyes were wide open. Mo Qingjun, Lin Wanson, and Min Bing, the 3 great powers of the Imperial Sky Realm, were equally dumbfounded. For each clan, they actually had to pay the price of 1,000 top-grade Xian stones and 10 extreme Xian stones? It's simply delusional. Not to mention a single clan. Even if their 4 major clans were combined, the total number of top-grade Xianxue they possessed was less than 200, and the very top-grade Xianxue they couldn't even take one out. How many veins can there be in total within the boundaries of Guangpingfu? It would be impossible to come up with such a huge amount of compensation by digging up all these veins. Iron Eve's gate. How did they take it out? Selling the Iron Gable Door wouldn't be worth the price. Lu Chenxian, are you kidding? Wei Tianding let out a low drink. His body's killing intent was like substance. The Iron Eve sect can't support itself alone. It doesn't dare to compete with this earth vein puppet of yours. But, I, Wei Tianding, am not the kind of cowardly rat like Iron Fifth. If you dare to barge up to the Thick Earth sect, then you don't want to go back alive. Disciples of the Thick Earth sect, form a formation. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 7 pillars of earth-colored light shot up from above the heads of the Thick Earth Patriarch and the 7 Yuan fetus elders, all converging on Wei Tianding. Wei Tianding's body shook, and the earth mist spewed out from the pores of his entire body, quickly fusing with the tire breath chi of the 8 Yuan fetus realms to form a gigantic humanoid figure that was over 50 feet tall. The strongest card of the Thick Earth sect's bottom of the barrel. The Mountain Giant. Chapter 125. Huff, puff, puff, puff. The Mountain Giant had just coalesced, like a real airborne martial artist, his feet slowly leaving the earth, and his mouth was constantly breathing and gulping, apparently absorbing the nearby Earth's vein of chi. However, within a radius of 1,000 feet, the Earth's vein chi had long been condensed by Lu Chenxian to the puppet's feet, and this mountain giant's breathing was all for naught. Only the 7th level of the Imperial Air is still a bit short. Wei Tianding flipped his palm. The branch and leaf of the spirit tree that Lin Wanson had handed over to him earlier immediately surfaced in his palm and casually threw it onto the mountain giant's chest with a bellowing cry from his mouth. Spirit tree as the root. Suck me. Rumble. The earth cracked and tumbled. Mountain giant chest. The spirit tree branches and leaves soared, stretching out a channel of turquoise vines, deeply rooted into the ground, madly absorbing the earth vein breath in the depths of the earth, similarly absorbing the wood essence within the soil, absorbing the essence of the 5 elements of wood. Only, even the spirit tree raw roots was unable to absorb half of the earth's chi from the ground, and there was only a stream of emerald green light, along the turquoise vines, which was continuously infused into the mountain giant's body. The power skyrocketed. The 2 major sex cards were stacked on top of each other, and the 5 elements of earth and wood were born from each other, and it was as if a layer of turquoise armor covered this mountain giant's body surface, and its breath climbed even more drastically, instantly reaching the peak of the 8th level of the imperial air. Brother Wei, not far behind, the Ice Spring Valley Supreme Elder, Min Bing, spewed out blankets of cold air from her mouth. Take out the ice spring seed, and the old me will help you. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Wei Tianding immediately took out the ice spring seed that was previously gifted by Min Bing, and under a casual toss, it fused perfectly with the mountain giant's heart location. The 5 elements of earth, the 5 elements of wood, and the 5 elements of water are united. At this moment, the mountain giant body surface, a layer of turquoise ice crystal armor quickly condensed, around the diffusion of a circle of ice fog, as if freezing everything. Even the moisture in the air are instantly condensed into ice, forming 1,000 square feet of ice fog zone, and the aura of this mountain giant likewise climbed once again, directly reaching the peak of the sky realm. This is the opposite of the other. Under this ice fog blockade, the imperial air puppet under Lu Chenxuan's feet moved sluggishly. Even the serrated sword in his hand was covered with a thick layer of white frost, and a block of hard ice appeared at the joints, which deadlocked the puppet's every move. Although the puppet's aura had not weakened, however, under the blockade of the ice mist's cold aura, its battle power had dropped by at least 30%, and the old man, the Thousand Illusions Sect's Supreme Elder, Mo Qingjin, a 7-colored halo flickered endlessly in the center of his brow as he let out a soft cry under his breath. Brother Wei, use the Thousand Illusions Eye. Swish! Wei Tianding waved his hand again, and the eye of 1,000 illusions that Mo Qingjin had given him immediately flew out of his palm and was set in the center of the mountain giant's brow. Infinite illusions, endless, 1,000 square feet of land, not only filled with ubiquitous ice fog cold air, the same emergence of endless illusory scenes, sometimes mountains, sometimes appeared dense forests and mountain streams, sometimes emerged a piece of silk of a delicate woman, constantly making a seductive provocative gestures. There were also ancient ferocious beasts and savage demons, roaring up to the sky in this illusionary realm, almost indistinguishable from the real, making the fake real. The Supreme Elder is mighty. Within the great formation of the Thick Earth sect, whether it was the Yuan Fetus elders of the 4 great sects or the lower generation disciples of the Thick Earth sect, watching the current scene from afar, they couldn't help but shout excitedly, the 4 great sects will surely win, and Lu Chenxian will surely die. With my 4 great clans' bottom cards out, no one in Guangpingfu will be able to defeat them. Vow to kill Lu Chenxian. Confidence is bursting at the seams. At this moment, the terrifying aura emanating from this mountain giant had already vaguely exceeded the realm of the empty sky realm and had almost reached the spirit platform realm. Only, the spirit platform real person is extraordinary. The sea of consciousness opens up the spirit platform. The spirit platform reflects the Dantian, can already initially sense the rules of heaven and earth, raise his hand and throw his feet are able to burn the mountain and boil the sea, and is not comparable to this mountain giant. Nonetheless, if it was about physical strength alone, this mountain giant was definitely no less than an average spiritual platform real person, especially with its huge size. Its 2 fists were like 2 mountain-shaking sledgehammers, and its feet were like 2 low hills, and with a random punch or kick, it could blast a 100-foot crater in the ground. With such power, who was Lu Chenxian to resist? Even the mysterious martial skill that severed the connection between heaven and earth was of no use at this moment. Lu Chenxian, gathering such a powerful mountain giant, Wei Tianding's aura had completely climbed to the top. The figure was wrapped in the mountain giant's chest, and his voice was like a brilliant heavenly might. The old man remembers that you are young in age, but your martial arts qualifications are extremely extraordinary, and can be said to be hard to see in 10,000 years, as long as you kneel down and submit, handing over your heavenly grade spiritual weapon. I can make the decision to recruit you into the mountain gate and become a true disciple of the old man. You killed the disciples of the 4 great sects earlier. A capital offense can be spared, but a living offense is hard to forgive, so you will be punished with 1,000 lashes. What do the 3 old friends think of this idea of the old man? The 3 great sky-resisting powerhouses looked at each other, their brows tightly furrowed at the same time. This idea was naturally beneficial and harmless to the Thick Earth sect. Lu Chenxian worshipped in the Thick Earth sect. This was not too much of a problem. The main thing was that heavenly spiritual weapon. After handing it over, was it going to fall into the hands of the Thick Earth sect as well? In this way, the Thick Earth sect was bound to be dominant. and could even be ranked amongst the first-class sects. And within the scope of this Guangdong prefecture, there would no longer be any sects that could compete with it. It's not a good feeling when you're not as powerful as others. After Lu Qinxian hands over the heavenly grade spiritual armament, the four of us will draw lots fairly, and the ownership of the heavenly grade spiritual armament will depend on luck. Wei Tianding clearly had a plan in mind, and laughed out loud in a flood of voices. If the heavenly grade spiritual artifacts can be split into four, it would certainly be the best outcome for my four clans. Unfortunately, spirit weapons are indivisible, so the only way to decide is to draw lots, to be fair and just, and not to turn against each other. With reasoned and convincing words, he fully considered the concerns of the three imperial air powerhouses and directly ignored Lu Chenxian. At this moment, the mountain giant is Wei Tianding. Wei Tianding is the mountain giant, and the two are like one, already indistinguishable. With the mountain giant added to his body, he was the strongest person in this place, so he was naturally emboldened. His word is the divine will, the irrefutable truth. The belonging of the heavenly grade spiritual weapon will be decided by drawing lots. After a short period of silence, Min Bing spoke in a low voice, frosty white air still permeating her mouth. However, I have a somewhat different view of Lu Qinchuan's belonging. The core disciples of the four clans, in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, were all decapitated by Lu Qinxian. The four clans have no successors, and have already shaken their foundations. Wouldn't 1,000 lashes be too cheap for such a great feud? According to what I mean, let him hand over his sword Dao martial skill, hand over the secret method of cutting off the power of heaven and earth, and then blast his Dantian to pieces, breaking his path to the martial way. Only in this way can we get rid of the trouble forever. Chapter 126, How long will your toughness last? Hand over the secret method and abolish the Dantian. On the shoulder of the imperial air puppet, Lu Qinxian smiled without saying a word, the corner of his lips lifting a playful arc. This old woman, she's tired of her own life, and this Wei Tianding, does he really think he's invincible just because he's transformed into a mountain giant? It's really ridiculous. You've finished showing your cards, have you? Lu Qinxian wore a smile on his face as he quietly gazed at Wei Tianding and the others. His tone flat as usual, since you are unwilling to pay compensation, there is no need to waste time. Undercard this kind of thing. Ha! As the words fell, his right palm gently clenched. Orakuten Miku, Dala, Phantom Dream Palms. The two major martial arts were executed at the same time, instantly changing the color of heaven and earth. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, all the power of the infinite illusions that Emochengjian had executed collapsed on the spot under the shroud of the great Luo illusory dream palm. Perilous peaks, dense forests and mountain streams, enchanting women, savage beasts, were originally nothingness, swept away by the Dala phantom dream palm, no longer able to affect the five senses and six senses. At the same time, the great Luo heavenly royalty similarly exerted unimaginable might. On the surface of the mountain giant, those emerald green ice crystal armor, the power of the wood line and the power of the water line faded away quickly, gradually revealing the earth yellow rock body. The frosty cold air that filled the air similarly lost all of its power and returned to the original clear sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. Breath decay. Just a few moments ago, the mountain giant, who had already reached the peak of the realm of emptiness, had directly fallen to the 7th level of the realm of emptiness under the suppression of Lu Qinchuan's two secret techniques. It was condensed from Wei Tianding and the 8 Yuan fetus powerhouse's own breath, and was not within the control of the great Luo heavenly royalty. But, having lost the increase of the three major Skyrealm realms, the mountain giant at this moment was already at the same level as the Skyrealm puppet at Lu Qinchuan's feet. Within the mountain giant's chest cavity, Wei Tianding stiffened, feeling the rapidly declining breath, his gaze revealing unprecedented horror. This is Lu Qinchuan's sword Dao martial art? Able to sever the connection between a martial artist and the power of heaven and earth? But, just now, Lu Chenxian had only casually held his hand, and had not utilized his spiritual weapon longsword, nor had he formed a sword with his fingers to perform any sword techniques. Such a secret method is simply appalling and unbelievable. Old me's cold chi field. It's been broken. My spirit tree mountain spirit tree subbody. The wood essence has actually all disappeared. Old me's eye of 1,000 illusions. Why has it lost all its power? Lu Chenxian, what martial art did you perform? The three major sky surrounding realms had only more shock on their faces than Wei Tianding. What they had previously performed were the strongest cards that had been passed down within the clan for 1,000 years. Unique secret techniques that contained the power of the 5 elements. However, Lu Chenxian had only casually waved his hand and actually broke all of their secret techniques? Lu Chenxian, is he really just at the district Yuan fetus realm? How is it possible for such a genius to be born in the Xiantian continent? Even those demons in the Holy Land sect could not be so terrifying. And, what sect did Lu Chenxian learn from? Where did he learn these secret martial arts techniques? If it was untutored, They would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Don't panic, gentlemen. After a short period of fear, Wei Tianding clenched his teeth and let out a low roar under his breath. Lu Qinchuan's strongest reliance is nothing more than this air guard puppet under his feet. 7th level of Air Sentinel. Not too far off from this mountain giant of Lao Fu. The old me mobilizing the mountain giant will be enough to stall this imperial air puppet. And the three of you joining hands to capture Lu Chenxian will surely be a handful. The math is right. The mountain giant and the sentinel puppet, both of which were at the 7th level of sentinel, were difficult to win or lose in a short period of time. On the side of the 4 great clans, there were 3 great air immortal powerhouses in attendance. And besides the 8 Yuan feudal realms of the thick earth sect that had condensed the mountain giants, there were also 18 Yuan feudal elders from the 3 great clans, all at their peaks. With such a strong lineup, what could Lu Chenxian resist? On the contrary, on Lu Chenxuan's side, even though the martial skill's secret technique was strong, it only cut down the mountain giant's strength to the 7th level of the imperial air. On top of that, even if he could take out a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, even if he still had strong martial arts skills, how much power could he exert with his mere Yuan Dan realm? Comparing the strengths of the two sides, Lu Chenxian was clearly at a disadvantage. Ice Spring Valley disciples, listen to the order. Follow me. I order everyone in the Thousand Illusions sect to do their best to capture Lu Chenxian alive with me. Where are the Spirit Tree Mountain disciples? Today the 4 great sects are united in their efforts. Lu Chenxian will not be able to escape. The 3 great sky-resisting powerhouses sighed lowly, their palms blossoming with light, all of them flashing out their earth-grade middle-grade spiritual weapons. The 3 patriarchs and 15 Yuan feudal elders were either holding the branches and leaves of the spirit tree in their hands, their bodies glittering with emerald green light, or they took out their earth-grade low-grade spiritual weapons and fully executed their clan's martial arts, filling the air with a dim yellow earth mist and setting off a sheet of frosty cold awnings. The battle spirit was charged and ready to go. As long as Wei Tianding urged the mountain giants to take the lead, they immediately surged forward, and even if Lu Chenxian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could only be caught with his hands tied. Seems to be underestimated. On the shoulder of the imperial air puppet, Lu Chenxian shook his head and laughed softly. The 4 great clans, they are really tougher than the Iron Eve sect. Then let me see how long this hardness of yours can last. As the words fell, the palm of his right hand was gently placed. Great Luo Heavenly Royalty, Great Luo Illusory Dream Palm. The 2 major martial arts were once again executed. Heaven and earth changed color. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, those wood forces originally contained within the spirit tree's subbody, as well as the water forces released by the ice spring seed, appeared simultaneously on this imperial air puppet at his feet. The breath was wild. In just 3 breaths, the aura of this air attack puppet had already reached the air attack great perfection, and outside of its body surface, the wood system and the power of the water line fused with each other to form a dark green ice crystal battle armor, and the surface of the serrated saber in its hand was similarly flooded with a layer of dark green cold light. That's not all. The infinite illusions that had disappeared earlier resurfaced under the catalytic force of the Dala illusionary dream palm, not those crude images of nothingness, but all-encompassing, presenting the stars of the heavens and the earth, and evolving the change of seasons at a rapid pace, from the flood and the ancient times, to the end of the long river of time and the distant unknown, all the things contained in the world, as if the horse to watch the flowers, floating in this illusionary realm, as if in a few moments, experienced hundreds of millions of years of change, realistic phantasmagoric dreams that almost make you lose yourself and completely forget where you are. It was as if even his own existence itself had become part of the illusion before him, obliterated countless times over endless years, losing all meaning. Solve. A moment later, Lu Chenxian whispered softly. The 4 great imperial sky realms were shaken, awakening abruptly from their illusory dreams, their faces pale. As for the 3 great patriarchs and those Yuan fetus elders, their eyes were still blank, and it took several breaths of time before their gazes gradually focused. However, the shocked look on his face did not recede for a long time. What just happened? Was it real or an illusion? Lu Chenxian. His secret method could actually affect even the mind of an air-protecting powerhouse? Chapter 127. If you don't admit defeat, the 4 great clans will be completely removed from the list. Now, you guys can continue with the hard feelings you were having earlier. Lu Chenxuan's voice was calm and resounded in the ears of the crowd. This voice, and the Lu Chenxian in front of him, was it real or unreal? They had experienced the phantom dream just now, and their consciousness had not been fully restored so far, and they could not even tell whether they were in reality or not. Tough? In the face of such an astonishing illusionary secret technique, and in the face of this earth vein puppet at Lu Chenxuan's feet that was at the great perfection of emptiness, who could continue to be tough? Whoever is hardened is looking for death. Mr. Lu's means are amazing. The old man sighs himself inferior. Within the mountain giant's chest cavity, Wei Tianding's face was pale, and he no longer had the slightest bit of a strong man's aura. Admit defeat. The two major tactics displayed by Lu Chenxian had completely shattered his confidence, manipulating the 5 elements of heaven and earth, using the other's way to return the favor, casually annihilating the 4 great clans' undercards and instead turning them into their own to enhance the might of this earth-vain puppet. With such a secret method and such a genius, even if the 4 great clans joined forces, how many chances of victory could they have? If they didn't admit defeat, the 4 great sects were afraid that they would become history and be completely removed from the Xian-Tian continent. Mr. Lu's talent is matchless. We admire it. Min Bing, Mo Qingjun, and Lin Wanson, the 3 of them were bloodless, bowing their heads at the same time. Wariness is all but gone. They were sky realm powers, the pillars of their respective clans. However, facing Lu Chenxian at this moment, all of them lost the courage to strike. Lu Chenxian, this puppet of the great perfection of Sky Sentry realm, could definitely overthrow the 4 great clans easily. The 4 great clans. Nothing more than that. Lu Chenxian let out a cold grunt. The matter of compensation earlier. You won't have any more opinions now, right? 8,000 top-grade basalt stones and 80 extreme basalt stones, to be shared equally among the 4 great clans. What? The 4 imperial air powerhouses looked up at the same time and couldn't help but be filled with astonishment. Doubled? Doubled? Just now it was still 1,000 top quality and 10 extreme quality pieces per clan, but now it's actually directly doubled? It's not killing them. It was absolutely impossible for the 4 great sects to come up with so many Xianxia even if they smashed their pots and pans. They were only a second-rate sect, not a lofty holy land. Even if those few hidden Holy Land sects could perhaps take out tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, but this extremely high-grade Xianxia, even if it was the largest vein in the Xian-Tian continent, it would take tens of thousands of years to be birthed, so how could it be taken out casually? They simply can't honor such compensation. Mr. Lu, Wei Tianding flipped his palm. 53 top-grade Xian stones with crystalline light flickering appeared in his palm, his face indescribably complex. Thick earth sects 1,000 years of accumulation, but only this savings. Mr. Lu demanded compensation. Really, cannot take out. Swish, swish, swish. The other 3 sky realms, all of them followed suit and took out their top-grade Xian stones one after another. Min Bing 57 pieces. Mo Qingjun only had 31 pieces. Lin Wanson possessed the highest number of top-grade Xian stones, actually reaching a staggering 172. Mr. Lu. The trio's faces were ashamed as they bent down and prayed. These tiny second-rate clans of ours extract Xianstone from within the veins in very limited quantities. These arcane stones are already all we have. We can't take any more. Within the Guangping Prefecture's territory, mineral veins were very rare, with each of the 6 major clans occupying one of them. Among them, the Spirit Tree from Spirit Tree Mountain, which was rooted on top of the basalt vein and nourished the vein with wood-based spiritual energy, gave birth to slightly more top-grade basalt. And the 1,000 Illusions sect's secret method is special. Disciple cultivation needs to consume a lot of Xianxia. Mo Chengjun's seclusion for many years also consumed a lot of top-grade Xianxia, and now take out these 31 has been quite rare. Although the Ice Spring Valley possessed spiritual springs, the location of the veins was too far away from the springs and was not nourished by water-based spiritual power, and it was no different from ordinary veins. The 4 great clans, all the top-grade Xianxia added up to a pitiful 300 or so. 313. Lu Chenxian casually waved his hand and collected all the Xian stones. Under the movement of the heart, the purple-gold little dragon within the Dantian immediately opened its mouth, and the devouring vortex in its mouth rotated at great speed, absorbing and refining all of the pure Xuanqi contained in the top-grade Xuanqi stone. Dan lines exploded. In just less than 3 breaths, the 300 or so top-grade Xian stones all dimmed in light, turning into useless waste stones, and within the purple-golden dragon's belly, the secret lines on the surface of the Yuan Dan had increased by a full 17. So far, this Yuan Dan had condensed a total of 86 secret lines. Buzz. A ripple of Dan Qi visible to the naked eye spread out from the surface of Lu Chenxuan's body. 2 breaths later, the second ripple of Dan Qi reappeared, spreading 100 feet square, breaking 2 realms in a row. Having previously devoured the 43 top-grade Xian stones that Tai Wu had taken out, the Dan lines had coalesced a total of 69, and Lu Chenxuan's martial realm had already reached the peak of the 7th level of Yuan Dan. At this moment, after devouring 313 top-grade Xian stones, he continuously broke through 2 bottlenecks and smoothly reached the 9th level of Yuan Dan. It's the 9th level of Yuan Dan. Lu Chenxuan's gaze flickered as a single thought flew through his mind. Before cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, even with the immortal realm technique, one could only condense 9 Dan lines on top of the Yuan Dan. However, At this moment, one's own Yuan Dan had long exceeded the Qing Tian Immortal Domain's Martial Dao category. With 86 Dan lines, it was definitely the first person ever to do so. Then, now that he was already at the 9th level of Yuan Dan, could it be that, as long as he condensed 4 Dan lines again and reached a total of 90, he would be able to tripodalize and cross over into the Triple Yang realm? 90, the number, doesn't seem very special. Dan Qi ripple. Lu Chenxian broke through the realm and didn't deliberately hide it, so the people of the 4 great sects naturally all saw the signs of the breakthrough in his body. The 4 great imperial air powerhouses looked at each other, all seeing the bitterness on each other's faces. Lu Chenxian really only has the Yuan Dan realm. Their 4 major clans, second-rate clans that possessed a great power in the air, had actually lost to a junior who was only at the Yuan Dan realm. You also have to come up with compensation and pray for forgiveness in order to preserve the clan's legacy. If the news were to spread out, where would the face of the 4 great sects be? And where would the majesty of the Imperial Sky realm be? It's a disgrace. The top-grade Xian stone just now. Consider it as interest on the compensation owed. Lu Chenxuan's face was indifferent to the expressions on the faces of the crowd. The 4 great clans, each owes 2,000 top-grade Xianxue and 20 extreme-grade Xianxue. As with the Iron Eve's Gate, make a note today and come back with a claim in the next day. As the words fell, 4 channels of earth vein Qi rose up and condensed into 4 dimly colored pages. The yellow paper and black characters were clear, exactly the same as the note set down by Tai Wu, and slowly fell into the hands of the 4 great imperial air powerhouses. Have you finished reading the note? After reading this, leave your marks of divine consciousness, and heaven and earth will be proof that it is effective immediately. Chapter 128, The Crisis of the Su Family in Sanqing City. IOU's notes. Looking at the yellow paper and black characters in front of them, the expressions of the 4 great imperial sky realms were indescribably wonderful. Right now, he couldn't take the compensation and let the clan's descendants repay on his behalf, and it was still heaven and earth as proof that no martial artist would dare to violate the agreement. The 4 great sects could be considered to have let them get screwed over. In addition to the realm of the imperial sky, the divine sense brand of the Yuan fetus realm should also be left behind together. Lu Chenxuan's face slumped as he said in a cold voice, "Your big day is approaching. The Yuan fetus realm is the future of the clan. Once you break through the sky realm, you will be able to increase your lifespan by at least 1,000 years. Within 1,000 years, all compensation must be made up in full, and whoever comes, as long as they present the note, they will immediately hand over the compensation." When these words came out, the Yuan fetus elders of the 4 great sects secretly screamed. What Lu Chenxian said was not unreasonable. The 4 great imperial air powerhouses were all over 1,500 years old. How many years were left to live? After sitting down, although the 4 great clans were afraid of Lu Chenxian, they might not renege on their debts, leaving behind the divine sense imprint of a Yuan fetus powerhouse. As long as any of them broke through the sky realm, the duration of this note would be able to continue for another 1,000 years. If they decided to renege on the debt later, ordinary disciples could break away from the sect and use this method to escape the heavenly punishment. However, the person who left the brand of divine sense would definitely die and be doomed. Lu Chenxian, too well thought out. We obey. After a short period of hesitation, the group of Yuan fetus powerhouses had no choice but to follow the 4 supreme elders and leave their own divine sense imprints on top of the note. Rumble. Extremely high in the sky, thunder shook. Although the note is small, it is a martial arts oath concluded by the martial arts soul, limited by the rules of heaven and earth, and no one will be able to deny it. The debt owed by their 4 great sects would have to be paid sooner or later. Swish. Lu Chenxian waved his hand once again, putting the 4 copies of the note into his dantian, and then let out a soft grunt. The matter of compensation will be like this for the time being, and the previous grudges will be considered to be written off. However, as far as I know, the spirit spring within the Ice Spring Valley, as well as the spirit tree on Spirit Tree Mountain, contain an extremely rich power of the 5 elements. This, the white-haired old woman, Min Bing, and the Spirit Tree Mountain Supreme Elder, Lin Wanson, both of their faces instantly turned white. What does he want? Spirit Spring Spirit Tree? This is the foundation of the 2 great sects. There is no room for error. If he dared to hit the Spirit Tree and the Ice Spring, even if he spelled out this old life, he absolutely could not be allowed to succeed. Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head, his heart more or less regretful. Chaotic heaven swallowing skill, although it swallowed the heavens and the earth, and nothing could be swallowed. But right now, after all, it had only been cultivated to the 2nd level, and the amount of spiritual rhythm that could be swallowed was very limited. The power of the 5 elements was closely related to the rules of heaven and earth, and if it was forcefully devoured, it would inevitably cause the rules of the Xian-Tian continent to backfire. It was like the earth's vein Qi underneath his feet. If he could just devour it, he was afraid that even the Xian-Tian continent would completely collapse. Phew, Min Bing and Lin Wanson's faces looked slightly better for a moment as they let out a long breath at the same time. It's scary. In the moment just now, they were close to going berserk. The foundation of the two great sects must not be destroyed in their hands. The 6 major clans in Guangping province. Now only the Haoyang clan is left. Lu Chenxuan's gaze sunk slightly, and thoughts flew through his mind. Haoyang Zone. 400 years ago, the supreme elder Lu Xingkong had not yet fallen, and the Haoyang sect was the strongest sect in Guangping province deservedly, with the 2 strongest air-impermeable men in attendance, plus specializing in the method of refining weapons. The wealth of the sect was extremely impressive. Moreover, before exploring the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the cause of everything was due to the inner disciple of the Haoyang sect, Zhou Tianxue, who was greedy for the so-called heavenly great spiritual weapon. Mr. Lu, Wei Tianding looked at Lu Chenxuan's face and asked tentatively, I dare to speculate, is Mr. Lu heading to the Haoyang sect? The voice came to an abrupt halt. Lu Chenxian frowned lightly, his face suddenly unusually cold. Divine sense transmission. When he had overthrown the 1,000 Autumn Hall and killed the 6 Hall Masters, he had once subdued more than 800,000 Autumn Hall disciples, leaving a brand of divine sense within their sea of consciousness. However, at this moment, a large portion of these divine sense imprints suddenly disappeared, and the only remaining imprints were decreasing rapidly. They killed up. Lu Chenxian let out a low cry, no longer paying attention to Wei Tianding and the others, and stomped his foot on the puppet's shoulder. Sentinel flight. The giant puppet with a height of 30 feet, with the airflow whistling under its feet, violently leapt up 100 feet into the air and flew in the direction of Sanqing City at an extremely high speed. There is no time to lose, regardless of who killed those 1,000 Autumn Hall disciples. At this moment, the Su family of Sanqing City was bound to be in danger of extinction. Although brother-in-law Su Yu has a low-grade 3-Sun Soul Suppressor Tower, and that peak second-order demonic beast Iron-Winged Eagle, 2 cards are enough to shock the entire Luoyang County. However, above Luoyang County, take Guangping Prefecture for example, there were definitely not a few martial artists who were able to break through the 3-Sun Soul Suppressing Tower and kill the Iron-Winged Eagle. Anyone of the Imperial Sky Realm would be able to easily exterminate the entire Su family. Whoosh! Above 100 feet in the air, the giant puppet broke through the air and flew, and in just less than half an hour, it had already flown past the city of Guangping Prefecture, speeding in the direction of Luoyang County. In at most 2 more hours, one could arrive at the range of Luoyang County, and the closest was precisely the Luoyang County city. Fresh! A sudden demonic bird chirping sound came from far away in the distant sky. In total, there were more than 20 flying demonic beasts, with more than 100 iron-armored figures standing on their backs, led by an official-robed old man, holding a carved dragon gold medal in his hand, and shouting sternly under his breath, the chaotic son of a traitor, Lu Chenxian. Injuring the Jinyuan soldiers and disregarding the majesty of the imperial court is an unforgivable crime. King Li's golden order is here. Immediately bind your hands and follow me to the king's residence to receive your punishment. If you dare to resist, kill without pardon. King Knight? On the giant puppet's shoulder, Lu Chenxuan's gaze was cold, and his killing intent was revealed under his eyes. This prince is the personal nephew of the current lord of Zhangxian. 48 years ago, the Zhangxuan Empire's 6 kings to seize the throne, and finally the 4th prince honored the great treasure, became the king of the world-sitting dynasty emperor, while the other 5 princes either died in the chaos, or given poisoned wine. One did not survive. And this Night King, it is the year the great prince's own flesh and blood, due to the age of young, and did not participate in the matter of seizing the throne. The eldest prince failed to seize the throne, suffered a tragic death. The saint is sitting firmly in the court. There is no longer any scruples, and did not drive this pro-nephew to death. Instead, in this northwestern borderland, a county city was rewarded and became the hereditary and irreplaceable permanent fiefdom of Prince Li. This fiefdom was none other than Yongning County, which belonged to the rule of Guangping Prefecture and was only 200 miles away from the prefecture, just before the Iron Eve's Sex Mountain Gate. Injuring the Jinyuan army's 3,000 soldiers had only been an hour so far. Night King, where did he receive the news from? Chapter 129, Hidden Realm. Night King is nothing. After a short silence, Lu Chenxuan's face chilled. Mind your own business. Does he want to die? Swish. At these words, the official-robed old man was furious, his face steeply distorted. The 100 or so iron-armored elites on the backs of the flying demonic beasts had Yuan Shenyangdan appearing on top of their heads at the same time, and their biting killing intent rose to the sky. Lu Chenxian is simply treacherous. No one in the Zhangxian Empire knew that the royal bloodline was extremely thin, and although King Li was only the nephew of the current saint, the king's knighthood was present, representing the supreme majesty of the Zhangxian royal family. What Lu Chenxian had said earlier had clearly angered them completely. Disrespecting kingly is tantamount to treason. A good king doesn't want to be a good king, he has to seek his own death. Lu Chenxuan's tone was icy cold, and the murderous intent under his eyes was revealed. If you don't want to invite disaster to your king, then get the hell out of here. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't get out soon, then you'll die. 3, 2. The official robed old man was trembling with anger. It's reversed. It's really reversed. A small genius of the Yuan fetus realm actually threatened kingly and the elite soldiers of the royal family? This big hat of treason in his head is considered to wear stable. The majesty of the king cannot be insulted. The official robed old man let out a roar. All generals listened to the order. At all costs, kill Lu Chenxian on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. On the back of the flying demonic beast, more than 100 elite soldiers of the royal family, all of them strong martial arts practitioners of the 3 Yang realm, directly rose up in the air, waving their spiritual weapons in their hands and slashing down towards Lu Chenxuan's head. Although the realm was not high, the power was definitely not to be underestimated. What they cultivated was all the earth-grade high-grade martial arts collected by the Grand Prince back then, and with the 3 Yang's realm, it was enough to decimate ordinary Yuan fetus martial artists. Under 100 people joining hands, the power of martial arts was never as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Under the superposition of layers of power, it could even be comparable to the full power strike of a peak sky rising powerhouse. Praying mantis, dumbass with no eyes. Lu Chenxuan's eyes were icy cold, and his foot stomped violently on the royal puppet's shoulder. Phew! The big knife swept across. The giant puppet with the strength of the great circle of the sky realm swept out with a serrated greatsword in its hand. The surface of the greatsword flickered with cold light. It was the power of the water lineage granted by the ice crystal seed of the Ice Spring Valley. Under one sweep, an extremely cold white mist visible to the naked eye was directly blasted out, instantly spreading 1,000 feet in circumference. Click, click. Those elite soldiers of the royal family who had sprung forward were easily enveloped by the cold mist, instantly freezing into humanoid ice sculptures. There were also those flying demonic beasts they were traveling on. Under the light of the sword and the cold mist, there was no difference with these elite soldiers of the royal family. All of them froze to death on the spot. This was the power of the imperial air puppet. The 100-man guards of the Night King's house were all destroyed in one move. On the back of the only remaining flying demonic beast, the official robed old man's face turned pale, and his previous ferocious expression completely froze on his face. This is Lu Chenxuan's strength? Before departing from King Li's mansion, the Hao Yang sect's supreme elder, L.V. Qilian, had personally said that the puppet controlled by Lu Chenxian was at most at the 7th level of the imperial sky, and would definitely not be able to block the joint strike of the royal palace's elite soldiers. But the scene in front of him clearly overturned his perception. This was not the 7th level of air control. It was clearly a horrifying existence that was invincible in air control. Not only did it freeze the elite soldiers of the royal family and the flying demonic beasts, but it even froze all of the high-grade earth-grade martial arts that they were executing. Hao Yang sect. What kind of monster did they provoke? Die by my hand. You don't deserve it. Lu Chenxian stood with his hands in the air, his feet on the puppet's shoulders, coldly forcing his eyes on the official robed old man. Go back and tell your king to wash his neck and wait. After the Su family's crisis is lifted, I will definitely kill the king's residence and take his head. Now, get out. Kill the king. He actually really wants to kill the Night King. The official robed old man's liver and guts cracked. Originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Lu Chenxuan's cold eyes, he swallowed the words that were on his lips. At this moment, how could he dare say another word? It was already a blessing and misfortune to be able to save this little life. Before he changes his mind, hurry back to the royal residence and tell the king to take precautions. Lu Chenxian has a strong puppet that is invincible in the air, and the king absolutely cannot take it lightly. Swish! The official robed old man didn't dare to delay. His foot stomped vigorously on the back of the flying demonic beast and swept away in the direction of Yongning County. King Knight! Ha! Lu Chenxian let out a cold snort, allowing the official robed old man to escape, and with another wave of his palm, he devoured all of the spiritual rhythms of those elite soldiers of the royal family. With 100 Yuan Dan martial artists, there was quite a lot of spirit chimes. However, at this moment, the Yuan Dan in the belly of the purple gold little dragon had already condensed 86 Dan lines. The amount of spirit rhythm needed for each additional Dan pattern was massive. After devouring the spirit rhythms of so many people, and even devouring the power of the demon pills in the bodies of those flying demonic beasts, the total number of Yuan Dan secret lines had only increased by 5. A total of 91 Dan lines. The current realm of the Qingtian Immortal Domain's martial arts canon is not recorded. After devouring it, Lu Chenxian maneuvered the sentinel puppet and continued to fly in the direction of Sanqing City. A strand of divine sense immersed into the Dantian, instantly discovering its own strangeness. When the 90th Dan line coalesced, the martial realm had already reached the Yuan fetus great perfection. However, after the 91st Dan line surfaced, there was no tripod of three yangs within the sea of consciousness, but rather, within the Dan Tian, an unheard of pitch-black vortex had opened up, above the Yuan fetus, below the three suns, a hidden realm never heard of before. Halao! Within the Dan Tian, the little purple gold dragon tilted its head and roared, spitting out the Yuan Dan in its belly, circling around the pitch-black vortex for a few times, and then finally swooping down and diving headfirst into the vortex. The two blend together. Until this moment, in Lu Qinchuan's Dan Tian, there was no longer the figure of the purple gold little dragon, only a slowly rotating purple gold Yuan Dan, floating above the pitch-black vortex, as if the sea was rising to the bright moon, reaching an extremely delicate balance. A trace of swallowing and sucking power emanated from the pitch-black vortex, continuously integrating into the purple gold Yuan Dan, which was then transformed into incomparably pure Yuan Dan Qi, the power to devour. Lu Qinchuan's eyes slowly opened, finally having an accurate judgment of his own strength. The purple and gold little dragon didn't completely disappear, but existed in another way. It was the pitch-black vortex, the materialization of the chaotic heaven swallowing technique. One's own cultivation of the chaotic heaven swallowing skill was merely a glimpse of the doorway before, and it was not until now that one could be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of heaven swallowing. Now, it seems that this puppet is no longer needed. Lu Qinchuan's mind moved, and the Thunder Rock's wings surfaced behind him, and the Imperial Air puppet under his feet instantly disintegrated, turning into a large pile of shattered bronze that fell down from midair. The power of the five elements, all dissipated. After advancing to this hidden realm, the Dan Qi in his body was incomparably abundant. The consumption of flying in the air was already negligible, and his speed was even more incomparably swift, far exceeding that of this Imperial Air puppet under his feet. It would only take half an hour at most to arrive at Sanqing City. Chapter 130, The Royal Household Divine Arrow Squad. Sanqing City, Su family. Bodies were strewn all over the place, from the entrance of the Su family mansion, until the ancestral hall of the Su family, all the way up. All the bodies of the 1,000 Autumn Palace disciples and the Su family servants, which also had dozens of maids and boys, the bodies were mutilated, and the deaths were extremely tragic. Su Chenglong, how much longer will you be recalcitrant? In the sky above the Su family's mansion, an old figure stood in the air, his tone emotionless. Could it be that you guys think that a single Earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact will be able to protect the entirety of your Su family? If I were to go all out, I would only need to slap down one palm to completely annihilate your Su family. This is definitely not bragging. He, the Hao Yang sect's supreme elder, LV Qilian, as a great power of the sky realm, with the mighty power of his hands and feet, coupled with the middle-grade spiritual weapon in his hand, it was definitely not difficult to destroy the Su family's three suns soul-suppressing tower. It is only obvious that it is the living who are more valuable to utilize than the dead. The entire Su family must be captured alive in order to threaten Lu Chenxian and make him hand over the heavenly spiritual artifact that he had obtained from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The heavenly spiritual weapon was originally discovered by Lu Xingkong, the supreme elder of Hao Yang sect, the earliest, and how could it fall into the hands of others? What's more, according to the news coming from the disciples of the Hao Yang sect, Lu Chenxian had killed the Iron Eve sect and was actually manipulating the puppet left behind by Lu Xingkong. The method of puppet manipulation, apart from Lu Xingkong himself, even Lu Qilian was unable to master it. You want to take our Su family up and down and threaten my Su family flunky? Within the three suns soul-suppressing tower, Su Chenglong clenched his steel teeth and let out a cold cry from his mouth. You're dreaming. The Su family's ancestral motto is that there are only sons and daughters who die in battle, not cowards who live on. If you have the guts to make a move and kill us all, if you don't dare to make a move, then get the hell out of here, or else when my virtuous son-in-law comes, he will surely make your soul fly away. Having said that, there wasn't much in his heart. Lu Chenxian left the Su clan and explored the 10,000 Beasts mountain range with a disciple of the Hao Yang sect, Zhou Tianxue, leading the way. So far, it's only been a total of 7 days. In just 7 days, even if Lu Chenxuan's talent was strong, how could he possibly be a match for the Imperial air power? Moreover, this air-crossing powerhouse was not alone. There were also 8 Yuan fetus elders from the Hao Yang sect, and more than 40 elite disciples from the inner sect. With such a lineup, they could definitely easily bulldoze Sanqing City and even sweep across the entire Luoyang County. The 4 great clans that reigned supreme in Luoyang County were no different from mole crickets when placed in front of the Hao Yang sect. That's quite a bit of backbone. Above the midair, LV Qilian's right palm was clasped in vain, aimed far away from the Su family ancestral hall, his gaze rather hesitant. Destroying an Earth-grade spiritual artifact was certainly not a difficult task for him. However, only destroying spiritual weapons without harming lives demanded an extremely high level of power control. which was difficult even for him to achieve. Shifu, the Haoyang sect master, a peak expert of the 9th level of the Yuan fetus, Song Yuanhao, arched his hand and clasped his fist in midair. Disciple believes that there is no need to be so troublesome in order to deal with the mere Lu Chenxian. With senior uncle's strength, along with all the senior brothers and sisters, setting up the Haoyang Grand Formation will surely be able to suppress Lu Chenxian easily. The Haoyang Grand Formation was extremely powerful. About 2,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Haoyang sect accidentally discovered a natural stone formation on Haoyang Mountain in Guangping province, which could absorb the power of the sun, moon and stars, especially at noon. Daylight is the most intense, the center of the array of flames rising, and the vein of lava fire complement each other. Used to refine spiritual weapons can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. This ancestor realist was extremely gifted, and based on this natural stone formation, he created the infamous Haoyang Grand Formation, which could likewise absorb the light of the blazing sun and execute extremely terrifying attacking means. If an empty realm powerhouse was in charge of the Grand Formation, even if they met a super expert of the spirit stage realm, although they couldn't defeat them, they would still be enough to defend themselves. It is because of the existence of this formation. 400 years ago after the fall of Lu Xingkong, the position of the Haoyang sect is still unshakable. Although the disciples of the sect acted a little astringent, but it has always been the first of the 6 major sects in Guangping province, and there is no one who dares to provoke. And Lu Qilian had been in seclusion for many years. His strength had refined rapidly, and now at over 970 years of age, he had already cultivated to the great completion realm of empty sky, and was only half a step away from becoming a spiritual terrestrial person, and could have a long lifespan of 5,000 years. With him at the helm of the Haoyang Grand Formation, as long as it wasn't a martial realist above the 4th level of the spiritual platform realm, he could definitely be invincible. The old man's lifespan is about to end. It's better not to make a move if you can. Lu Qilian waved his hand slightly, rejecting Song Yuanhao's proposal. His eyebrows gently raised again. Our Haoyang sect specializes in refining artifacts, and over the years, there have been 8 Earth-grade spiritual artifacts given to the Night King's mansion if not 10. King Knight himself promised that Lu Chenxian would definitely not return to Sanqing City before Old Man captured Su Chenglong alive. How is the king's arrangement? Prepared? Song Yuanhao was slightly stunned and was just about to open his mouth. Report! An incomparably anxious voice came from far away from the direction of the eastern gate of Sanqing City, reporting to the Supreme Elder. My clan's disciples token has summoned that Lu Chenxian has already entered the range of Luoyang County. Our information is not wrong. Lu Chenxian can indeed fly in the air. He possesses the secret method of flight, a pair of demonic bird feather wings with flashes of lightning. The 3 imperial air providers of the Li Royal Mansion have already led the Royal Mansion's divine archers to the top of the city, and are about to fight Lu Chenxian. Lu Chenxian actually came so fast? LV Qilian raised his eyebrows, and after a short period of contemplation, his eyes steeply narrowed. Haoyang sect disciples, listen to the order. Follow the old man to Luoyang County City. Join forces with the Night King's house provider and capture Lu Chenxian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In total, there were 9 Yuan fetus powerhouses and 43 elite disciples of the Triple Yang realm, all of whom leapt up and landed on top of the gale at the feet of Lu Qilian, a strong airman who treads on the wind. The rolling wind was like a giant wave, wrapping up the crowd of Haoyang sect and swept towards Luoyang County. Luoyang County. The 3 great sky-resisting providers of the Li Royal House floated in the air above the city's head and confronted Lu Chenxian across the sky. Above the city's head, the Li Wangfu's carefully crafted divine archers were holding strong bows of Xinping quality, with sharp feathered arrows forged from black Xianstone resting on their bowstrings, and all of them were aimed at Lu Chenxian's brow. With a 1,000-pound bow, the arrow shoots 100 feet. There were a total of 24 divine archers. All of them were Yuan fetus 4th level or above martial powerhouses, specializing in physical cultivation and possessing terrifying brawn that far surpassed their peers. The fetal breath chi was infused into the strong bow, and under the bending of the bow, it could exert a terrifying strength of over 100,000 gene, and the feathered arrows could be shot out as far as 1,000 feet, and even a piece of earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifacts could be easily blasted out of the cracks. Lu Chenxian, a grey-robed royal house provider with morose white eyes, was obviously practicing some kind of pupil secret technique, deadly staring at the front Lu Chenxian. His tone was low and overbearing. The king has an order. The rebellious son of Lu Chenxian dares to disregard the king's order and defy the royal power. This is the crime of conspiracy and rebellion. Considering that you repelled the beast tide and protected the people of Sanqing City, the king is kind and generous, and he has specially opened his net. As long as you tie your hands and hand over your heavenly spirit weapon, all your sins will be forgiven. If you dare to disobey, kill without pardon. Chapter 131 Rule Chain. King Knight's house. To actually be able to send out 3 air-crossing powerhouses, this prince really has quite a few cards up his sleeve. In the mid-air ahead, Lu Chenxuan's feathered wings vibrated as he looked at the city scene from afar, a touch of indifferent killing intent flowing from the bottom of his eyes. Who in the world can't be killed? If it was in its heyday in the past, with the invincibility of the immortal realm, even if the entire Xiantian continent was exterminated, it would only be as easy as a slap in the face. The lower realm of the district, one of the 3,000 small worlds, the heaven and earth backlash that one would need to endure to completely destroy such a small realm could even be directly ignored. King Knight. Seems like he really doesn't want to live. Lu Chenxian slowly opened his mouth. His voice seemed to be devoid of any emotion of a human martial artist. Heaven has the virtue of good life. Even if it's a certain death, there is still a ray of life left. Nullify your own Dantian and stay away from this place. This is your only chance of survival now. There is only one chance. And only one breath. Aha! The white-robed donor's brow wrinkled, and the 2 donors next to him narrowed their eyes, their fists slowly clenching beneath their robe sleeves. Lu Chenxian this frame. It was clear that he did not intend to hand over the heavenly spiritual weapon. Then there's no talk. Everyone will be punished for the chaos. The white-robed confessor's 2 morose white pupils suddenly lit up as if they were calming souls, staring at Lu Chenxuan's eyes, and letting out a bellowing cry from his mouth. Release the arrows. With 24 divine archers, the feathered arrows had not even left the bowstring before this white-robed confessor's secret technique had already been cast. Soul regeneration secret skill, Jinshan pupil. Within his pupils, it seemed to contain a bottomless abyss, with gray mist churning at the bottom of the abyss, reflecting Lu Chenxuan's figure within. Under the urging of this secret method, far away from the distance of 100 feet, it directly shocked Lu Chenxuan's sea of consciousness, wanting to crush his consciousness. This is his strongest tool, the head of the 3 major offerings of the Li King's mansion, the 7th level of the Sky Realm, and the divine pupil offering by Rumo had once used the secret method to deter a peak level 5 demonic beast for 10 breaths. In conjunction with the royal mansion's divine arrow team, in the depths of the 10,000 beasts mountain range, a total of more than 30 level 5 demonic beasts were killed, obtaining demonic beast demonic pills and demonic beast bodies, and forging more than 30 earthly spiritual weapons for the royal mansion. Once the secret method was performed, even a great circle of the sky realm would have to experience a moment of disorientation. If one was below the Empyrean realm, one would even be directly shocked to death by this secret technique. Thumbs up. The sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. At the same time Rumo activated the secret method. The 24 divine archers drew their strong bows to full strength. The bows and feathered arrows were all infused with tire breath chi, and the surface of the secret patterns intertwined and flickered. The air around them was instantly drained, and a void and fuzzy vacuum zone appeared. God shot law. This area of nothingness was exactly the trajectory of the feathered arrow after it was shot out, as if it ignored space and distance. Almost the moment the feathered arrow left the bowstring, it had already blasted its way to Lu Chenxuan's body. A perfect match without fail. Under the shroud of Rumo's double pupil secret technique and the divine arrow team's feathered arrows, even a martial Dao realist who had stepped into the spiritual platform realm would have to be stripped of his skin if he didn't die. The secret technique of dementia, divine archery. In the face of the 2 major killing moves, Lu Chenxuan's face did not change at all as he merely extended his right hand. Phew! A swirl of airwaves, visible to the naked eye, slowly rotated in the center of his palm. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique. Devour. After advancing to the hidden realm, the heaven swallowing technique was like a waterfall, naturally advancing to the 3rd level, devouring power at will. Even the Dan Qi flowing through the meridians possessed the same terrifying power of swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth. Although it wasn't truly devouring everything, however, devouring the secret techniques cast by an imperial air martial artist was no longer a concern. Buzz. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, the flow of time seemed to have paused for a moment. It wasn't really a pause. It was more like an illusion caused by the power of devouring. The image in front of everyone's eyes seemed to suddenly stand still and immediately return to normal. What didn't recover were the 24 basalt feathered arrows that broke through the air. With the previous image stilled, it actually disappeared strangely in plain sight. Ah! A heart-rending, mournful scream cried out from Rumo's mouth. Both hands tightly covered his eyes, and a trail of blood continuously flowed out from the cracks of his fingers, which was mixed with many grayish-white impurities. His eyes are ruined. The double pupil secret technique, which he was proud of, was devoured and refined by Lu Chenxian, adding another secret pattern on top of the Yuan Dan, bringing the total to 92. As for Rumo's eyes, as the secret technique was swallowed, the backlash erupted on the spot, directly turning him blind. Brother White, your eyes, what just happened? How come the feathered arrows we shot are gone? The other 2 martial arts confessors, as well as the 20 divine archers, didn't even know what had happened until now. Did Lu Chenxian make a move just now? What martial arts did he perform? What secret techniques did he use? Never seen, never heard, never understood at all. The only silver lining, you have given up. Lu Chenxuan's feathered wings vibrated behind his back, his figure floating in mid-air, his voice resounding indifferently between this heaven and earth. The door of the 9 sepulchral yellow springs. I'll open it for you. Now, die. As the words fell, his palm clenched in the air, devouring. A pitch-black vortex, 100 feet in circumference, coalesced rapidly in the sky above the Luoyang city wall, and an incomparably strong tearing force crazily tore at the spiritual rhythms of the 3 great air-attacking powerhouses and the 24 divine archers. This includes their bows and arrows, the middle-order Earth-grade spirit weapons in their hands, and the city wall under their feet. Everything. The power of swallowing the sky and devouring the earth was simply not something that martial artists from the mundane world could resist, even if it was a sentinel power. An invisible and qualitative spiritual rhyme breath, stripped from within their bodies, instantly merged into the center of the vortex. The foot of the city wall piled up a piece of lapis lazuli, similarly subjected to devouring the impact. The surface of the fast sand, revealing the mottled wall. Rumble. The heavens and the earth shook. This devouring power was too overbearing, directly devouring the power of nature within the city walls, already affecting the stability of the realm. The rules of heaven and earth took shape and came out, with 9 golden chains stretching out from the endless heights, descending towards the top of Lu Chenxuan's head with a roar, devouring the realm. I don't have such a big appetite. Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled, and with a movement of his mind, the power of devouring immediately weakened, no longer devouring the city wall earth veins. Rumble. The vibrations of the heaven and earth gradually disappeared, and the 9 golden chains likewise returned to nothingness, no longer having any power. However, it was during this moment of work that the spirit chimes of the 3 great air-attacking powerhouses and the 24 divine archers had been completely swallowed up by the 100-foot vortex in the sky above. The Yuan Dan within Lu Chenxuan's dantian once again increased by 2 secret lines. Stop! A furious burst of roar, as if it was a flat thunderstorm, boomed from 1,000 feet away in the sky, white as ink. With the 9 Yuan fetus powerhouses and 43 inner sect elites of the Haoyang sect, the wind howling under their feet, they set off from Sanqing City and finally arrived here. Chapter 132 Haoyang Grand Formation. 3 offerings, the Royal Divine Arrow Guards. In mid-air, Lu Qilian stared tightly at the scene in front of him, and his pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. He had already exerted his full power to perform imperial flight. However, he was still a step too slow in the end. Lu Chenxian, I can't believe I killed them all. And, very high up in the sky, the slowly rotating 100-foot vortex seemed to possess an extremely mysterious and terrifying power, and even the royal air Taoist fetus within his dantian was vaguely trembling with it. Is that Lu Chenxuan's bottom card? This person's secret martial arts techniques were absolutely unique to his life. Haoyang sect. At the head of Luoyang County, Lu Chenxian stood in mid-air, his gaze slowly turning as he locked eyes with Lu Qilian across the sky. The eyes were cold and killing intent filled the air. The head of the 6 major clans of the Guangping prefecture had secretly colluded with the Li Wangfu with the intention of capturing the Su family and their entire family alive and threatening him to hand over his heavenly spirit weapon. It's a shame that they have to resort to such unsavory and underhanded tactics. Formation. Lu Qilian was so decisive that almost the instant Lu Chenxian turned his head, he let out a low shout from his mouth. Haoyang Grand Formation. Suppress Lu Chenxian for me. He's very self-aware, although he was a great perfection of Sky Sentinel. But, even if he personally made a move, he might not be able to defeat the 3 major offerings of the Night King's Mansion and the Divine Arrow Guards. In order to deal with Lu Chenxian, there absolutely could not be the slightest bit of carelessness, and he must go all out and directly reveal his bottom card. Swish, swish, swish. Beside LV Qilian, 9 Yuan fetus powerhouses moved to pounce out, their bodies landing quickly, each standing in the 9 palace direction. As for the 43 core disciples of the Haoyang sect, 36 of them followed closely behind, standing in the Big Dipper's orientation once again around the eye of the 9 palace formation. The remaining 7 disciples, in the center of the 9 palace array eyes, surrounded the Haoyang patriarch Song Yuan Hao beside him. According to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper orientation, the big array firmly subdued. Haoyang Grand Formation. Full strength. At this moment, the radiant blazing sun above the 10,000 feet high sky, spilling down endless light, was quickly condensed by the power of the Grand Formation, forming an incomparably dazzling pillar of pure white light, which was instantly projected onto LV Qilian in mid-air. The breath skyrocketed. LV Qilian bathed in the light of the blazing sun. His martial realm climbed rapidly, easily breaking through the great perfection of sentinel air and directly reaching the first level of spiritual platform. A Taoist platform shadow emerged under his feet, and an earth-grade longsword burning with the flames of the blazing sun also emerged in his hand. The quality of this longsword was originally an earth-grade middle grade. However, under the increase of the blazing sun radiance, it had already reached the earth-grade high-grade level, and was even continuing to rise, infinitely approaching a true heaven-grade spiritual artifact. At this moment, LV Chilian was definitely in the strongest state of his life, and was already no less than an ordinary spiritual stage threefold martial arts realist. This feeling has been long overdue. Lu Chilian stepped on the void as if he were invincible, coldly forcing his eyes on Lu Chenxian in front of him. To be able to make the old man perform the strongest formation of the sect, you are already proud enough of yourself. Now hand over the heavenly grade spiritual weapon and follow me to the Night King's mansion to claim your punishment, and I can spare you from death. Otherwise, swish, the long sword in his hand swung in the air, casually chopping out a pure white swordlight that was 1,000 feet long, cutting a huge crack that was too deep to be seen on the official road outside of Luoyang County. The edges of the crack were scorched black, and a lava breath rose up at the bottom, and the blazing heat contained within this swordlight actually melted the earth, directly forming magma. Hiss! At the head of Luoyang City, there was a sound of a pouring of cool air. It's thousands of soldiers defending the city. Li Wangfu office. Even Luoyang County guards do not dare to intervene. These soldiers guarding the city even more do not dare to have the slightest disobedience. Are in the city head to watch from afar. Earlier, when Lu Chenxian had executed the 100-foot vortex and easily engulfed the three great confessors and the divine arrow guards, these city guard sergeants had only just arrived from the military camp and had not witnessed it with their own eyes. However, at this moment, the sect formation that the Haoyang sect had unleashed really surprised them. A sword cutting through 1,000 feet of earth and turning lava with his hands. Was this really something a human martial artist could do? They, the city guard sergeants of the mere chi-gathering realm, didn't even dare to dream about it. The Su family is my only scale in this realm. In the face of such an astonishing Haoyang grand formation, Lu Chenxian had no fear. Instead his tone was extraordinarily icy. What you're casting right now is the Haoyang sect's strongest card, isn't it? In that case, I'll let you all die under your own cards. After today, Haoyang sect, gone. His right hand fiercely clenched in vain, and a low cry escaped his mouth. Come out to me. Rumble. The earth trembles. Deep within the crack that Lu Chilian had chopped out, a dull, low, muffled roar slowly sounded, and the entire ground undulated and shook as if it were ocean waves as the waves of the sea, and the waves of magma fire from the depths of the earth's veins rushed up to the sky, coalescing to form a magma golem 100 feet in height, its body ablaze with the fires of molten lava, scorching the air around it into a blur. It had bare hands and both palms were 10 feet in size. The left hand was filled with white mist and the right hand flashed with green light, precisely the 5 elemental forces of the two great sects, Ice Spring Valley and Spirit Tree Mountain. Swish swish swish. At the same time, those guarding soldiers who were watching from the city's head, the lances, war spears, and halberds in their hands, all came out of their hands, and quickly melted in the air, transforming into an incomparably pure golden essence chi, which shrouded the body of this magma golem. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth, the power of the 5 elements gathered. Lu Chenxian Dala heavenly royal secret method, without reservation, was fully exerted. This golem, high above the sky. Lu Chilian's pupils tightened, clearly incomparably shocked. The puppet that Lu Chenxian had randomly summoned actually possessed the power of the 5 elements at the same time, and moreover, the breath was incomparably strong, definitely reaching the spiritual platform realm, a mere Yuan fetus realm, spanning the 3 yangs, Yuan fetus, and imperial air, the 3 major realms. Summoned a spirit platform realm puppet? Even the demonic disciples of those Holy Land sects could never possess such a terrifying secret technique. Lu Chenxian, if he didn't die today, his future achievements would definitely be unlimited, and he might even become the first person ever in the Xintian continent. Lu Chenxian, your martial talent is indeed extraordinary. Even old me is moved to love talent. Lu Chilian's killing intent was determined, and he spoke in a chilling voice. Unfortunately, it can't be owned by me, and keeping it is a scourge. There's no need to go to the Night King's mansion to receive your punishment. I'll eradicate the root of the trouble for the king now and kill you on the spot. While opening his mouth, the long sword in his hand swung down steeply. Thumbs up. A sharp sound like cutting paper resounded steeply between this heaven and earth. The pure white sword light that contained the light of the blazing sun left a blur of sword marks in the air, as if cutting through everything, and directly chopped at Lu Chenxuan's throat. This was the strongest sword he could execute. Underneath this sword, even a true spiritual platform triple martial Dao realist would have to die and be scattered. Chapter 133, Breaking its Foundation. Mr. Lu is in danger. The moment Lu Chilian struck out, Those soldiers standing above the city's head to defend the city reflexively let out a cry of alarm. They were on Lu Qinchuan's side. Not long ago, Sanqing City suffered from the impact of the beast tide. It was Lu Qinxian who fought with his sword to eliminate the beast tide, protecting Sanqing City full of up and down the city, loved by the people. Similarly, if Sanqing City is broken, Luoyang County will be the first to bear the brunt. These soldiers defending the city will certainly have to fight with the demonic beasts, and those who can survive will be few and far between. Thus, even though they were not from Sanqing City, they were equally grateful to Lu Qinxian. Instead, it was the Li Wangfu and Hao Yang sect, one arrogant and domineering in poisoning the people, and the other far away in Guangpingfu, not having any interactions with Luoyang County. In contrast, these soldiers guarding the city cared nothing for them. At this moment, when they saw Lu Qilian's sword mighty, they all pinched a cold sweat in their hearts for Lu Qinxian, the power of the blazing sun. Ha! As the pure white sword light broke through the air, Lu Qinchuan's face did not change at all as he let out a low cry under his breath. Swallow it for me. Phew! High above the sky, 100 feet of pitch-black vortex once again turned. An incomparably strong tearing force steeply emerged, directly sweeping the power of daylight within the swordlight, instantly integrating into Lu Qinchuan's dantian. Without the power of the blazing sun, the remaining power of this swordlight was nothing more than the power of Lu Qilian's own cultivation. That spirit Terrace One heavy 5 elements puppet, violently leapt up, and with a grip in the air with its right palm, it directly crushed the remaining swordlight. Lu Qilian's face changed drastically, as if he had realized something. He violently raised his head and stared at the pitch-black vortex in the sky above. Feel it, under the enhancement of the Grand Formation, he was temporarily promoted to become a spiritual platform realist, and Lu Qinchuan's devouring power was not able to shake him easily. However, a moment ago, he had incomparably clearly perceived that the spirit platform within his dantian was actually somewhat uncontrollable, and the power of the spirit platform was as if it was boiling, almost to be torn out of the meridians by an extremely bizarre force. What kind of power is this? Lu Qinxian was bound to be harboring an incomparably astonishing big secret. Found, Lu Qilian's reaction, of course, could not escape Lu Qinchuan's golden eyes, and his tone was always indifferent and icy. Unfortunately, it's useless. No matter what you find out, today's ending will not be rewritten in the slightest. What I decide, absolutely no one can change. Rumble. The 5 elements puppet ran with big strides on its feet in the void and did not perform any martial arts skills, relying on its strong and unrivaled hard body. It swung its palace-sized huge fists and initiated a simple and brutal close-quarters melee fight against Lu Qilian. Punching, the 5 elements puppet of the spiritual platform realm. Its speed was beyond imagination. A single step was 100 feet away, and in less than 2 breaths, it rushed to Lu Qilian's body, like a sledgehammer blasting a mole cricket, and 2 impenetrable giant fists bombarded Lu Qilian's body one after another. Fire erupted, countless channels of blazing white light collapsed and scattered from Lu Qilian's body surface, and the entire Hao Yang Grand Formation trembled violently. Only that the Great Formation was like one, the 9 Yuan fetus martial artists and 43 elite disciples of the inner sect, together with the increase of LV Qilian himself and the power of daylight, apportioned and withstood the attack of the 5 elements puppet, and although their faces were pale, their injuries were actually not serious. Stalemate, above the city's head. Thousands of soldiers and soldiers defending the city watched this scene from afar, their faces indescribably tense. When strong men fought, the thing they feared most was a war of attrition. The blazing sun was high in the sky, the power of daylight was endless, a Hao Yang Grand Formation could be called unbreakable, and the 5 elements puppets summoned by Lu Qinxian, it was not known how long they could be maintained. Once the puppets disappeared, the people of the Hao Yang sect struck out in a counterattack, and they could definitely kill Lu Qinxian on the spot, unless break its foundation and the formation breaks itself. Lu Qinchuan's hands were raised high, Dan Shi lingered in his palms, and the pitch-black vortex in the air flipped steeply, aiming directly at the radiant blazing sun above the 10,000 feet high sky. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique, devour, the endless light shed by the blazing sun, as if it had suffered an irresistible tear. The people within the entire Luoyang County city, all clearly felt that the sky at noon had actually turned unusually dim, as if evening had come early. With only a trace of imperceptible light remaining in the sky, the ubiquitous blazing sunlight was swallowed almost entirely by the pitch-black vortex, and the Hao Yang Grand Formation that Lu Qilian was so proud of could no longer absorb half of the sunlight. Boom! Losing the power of daylight, the Hao Yang Grand Formation was reduced to nothing, and Lu Qilian's realm instantly fell to the great circle of the Imperial Sky Realm, and he was directly blown away by the falling fists of the 5 elements puppet by a distance of 1,000 feet, shattering a large portion of the verdant stone walls of the Luoyang County Castle. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the fist is astonishing. The 5 elements puppet swooped in and then went up again, and against Lu Qilian, who had fallen within the ruins of the city wall. His two fists bombarded wildly, and within just 3 breaths, at least hundreds of punches had been thrown out. The ground collapsed and the walls of the city shook and cracked, as if it had suffered a natural disaster of an earthquake. As for Lu Qilian inside the ruins, he didn't even put up a decent resistance and was directly blasted into a puddle of flesh by the 5 Elements puppet. Master, Taishan Elder, Father. Above the ground in the distance, the 9 Yuan fetus realms that had set up the Haoyang Grand Formation, as well as the 43 inner disciples, all hissed and roared, their eyes red, resigned, disbelieving, not wanting to admit it. However, it was an indisputable fact that LV Qilian had already been blown to pieces. He was smashed alive by the 5 Elements puppet summoned by Lu Qinxian. There's no need to rush, it'll be your turn soon. Lu Qinxuan's eyes were indifferent, and his tone was as if the heavenly Tao was merciless, absolutely devoid of any emotions. In your next life, reincarnate, learn to be a bit smarter, and don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with. Like me. As the words fell, the 5 Elements puppet once again shot up into the sky and landed just where the core eye of the Haoyang Grand Formation was located. 100 feet body 10 feet. Do not need to wield fists at all. Lifting the foot a few up and down, as if a titanic pressure. Slaughter Yuan fetus martial artists like a dog. Exterminate the 3 sons' disciples as if exterminating mole crickets. The bottom of the foot is a bloody mess, and even their bones are stepped into powder. All over the place. Outside of Luoyang County City, 1,000 feet of cracks, 100 feet of ruins. Haoyang sect people's corpses and bones into mud. The city wall collapsed and ruptured. Daylight cannot fall into the city. Since the establishment of the Zhongshuan Empire, there had never been such a tragic battle within the empire's boundaries. The harvest this time shouldn't be too small. When the great battle ended, Lu Qinxuan's mind moved, and the 5 Elements puppet immediately disintegrated, splitting into incomparably pure 5 Elements power that turned into nothingness in the air. And then both palms urged the devouring vortex, no longer absorbing the power of the sun's radiance falling from high above, but flipping it downward and aiming it at the place where the people of the Haoyang sect had fallen. Earth-grade spiritual weapon, martial spiritual rhythm, devouring. Chapter 134, 3 Yang's Realm, 9 Yang's Realm. Phew, 100 feet of pitch-black vortex, spinning rapidly at a height of 1,000 feet. Within the mess on the ground below, an invisible and qualitative spiritual rhythmic force, as well as the pure spiritual force contained in the earth-grade spiritual artifacts, was like a wild and furious wave, which merged into the center of the vortex under the tear of the devouring force. This was the materialization of the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, and the final destination of all the power naturally entered Lu Qinxuan's dantian. 1, 2, 3. Lu Qinxian stood in midair, a divine sense looking inward, concentrating on the changes within the dantian. Dan lines coalesce. The harvest this time was unexpected. The Haoyang sect was worthy of being the #1 force in Guangping Prefecture. LV Qilian actually carried more than 20 earth-grade spiritual artifacts in addition to the earth-grade medium-grade longsword he used, as well as more than 400 upper-grade Shan stones, plus the defensive spirit weapons on the 9 Yuan fetus martial artists, plus their life-preserving pills. At this moment, the secret lines on the surface of the Yuandan increased rapidly, eventually stopping at 108. The hidden realm above Yuandan was easily crossed over, and within the sea of consciousness, giant waves tossed and turned, and 9 orb silhouettes vaguely surfaced. 9. Lu Qinxuan's mind was shaken, and even the former strongest war god of the immortal world was having some difficulty maintaining his composure at this moment. Above the Yuandan, the tripod stands on the 3 suns, which is an irreversible iron rule from ancient times to the present day, and is the necessary path to step into the path of martial arts. However, at the moment, within his own sea of consciousness, he had actually condensed 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan, 3 times as many as an ordinary martial artist. 9 is the pole of numbers. After a short period of shock, Lu Qinxuan's eyes narrowed slightly as a single thought flew to the surface. For martial artists to cultivate, gain a long lifespan, and pursue the extreme of the martial way was to go against the heavens. However, whether it was the mortal world or the green sky immortal domain, there had never been an immortal in the true sense of the word. The cycle of all things, the great Tao is imperishable. The only thing that is truly supreme is the merciless and desireless avenue of heaven and earth, which overrides all beings and is older than eternity. In the past, the heaven-swallowing Divine Lord's predecessor, who had once fought against the heavenly Tao, ultimately lost with regret and turned into a speck of dust in the river of time. Since the cultivation of chaos-swallowing skill, the gathering of Qi, Yuandan, and the 3 suns, each realm has undergone a strange change, and the path that ordinary martial artists need to take seems to have the same root and the same origin, but the real strength, but it is absolutely incomparable, swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, condensing the 9 suns, It seemed that this was the true martial realm, truly going against the heavens. The current realm is Nine Suns Realm, first level. Although Lu Chenxuan's heart was in a state of shock, he quickly collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about anything else. It's too early to think about that when you're living forever against the odds. Since he had already cultivated the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, there was no turning back. The priority now was to continue to enhance his strength and kill his way back to the Green Sky Immortal Domain at an early date, so that Bei Muayu's father and son would pay the price they deserved. 10 days in the sky. 10 days in the sky. The moment his thoughts turned back, a cry of Nobi horror resounded continuously at the head of Luoyang City. Lu Chenxian raised an eyebrow and raised his head to look up at the sky as his pupils abruptly shrunk. 10 rounds of hot sun. Above the endless heights, 10 suns actually appeared at the same time. The one in the center was not unusual, while the 9 around it, which had apparently appeared out of nowhere, emitted endless light, seemingly illuminating the vaulted heavens further above, illuminating the heavens and the worlds. Is this something I caused? Lu Chenxian lowered his gaze, his fist slowly clenching. That doesn't bode well. The more amazing the phenomenon, the greater the sensation caused. At the same time as the condensation of the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan, the heart has been vaguely aware that the emergence of the 9 Yang realm for the heavens and earth will not allow, and will even bring about some unpredictable big crisis. There is no time to lose in upgrading your strength. It's time for the Su family to settle them down for good. Lu Chenxian made up his mind. The Thunder Rock's wings behind him vibrated rapidly, breaking into the air in the direction of Sanqing City. After advancing to the 9 Yang realm, the flying speed was more than a step faster than before. It definitely wouldn't take half a pillar of incense to rush from Luoyang County to Sanqing City. Sanqing City, Su family mansion. Above the ancestral shrine in the backyard, the three-sun soul-suppressing pagoda was in a state of disrepair and its surface was dull, yet it still protected the Su family to the death. There hadn't been any movement coming from outside for a long time, and it seemed that the people from the Haoyang sect had all left. However, inside the pagoda, Su Chenglong still had a lowered face and had no intention of walking out of the pagoda. Being careful is a good thing. Who knew if this was the Haoyang sect's ploy of suspicion, waiting for them to walk out of the tower door and throw themselves into the net? It was a pity that the Haoyang sect struck too quickly and was too strong, and Su Yu, who was in charge of the three-sun soul-suppressing tower, only protected the Su family's top and bottom and a dozen or so of the Su family's handymen when he reacted. Other than that, everyone within the Su residence had been killed by the Haoyang sect. Even the Su family property and the shopkeeper, fellows, they were uprooted. Hundreds of years of foundation destroyed. The tower, my tower. Above the ground inside the tower, Su Yu suddenly turned pale and let out a scream out of breath. Father, second uncle, all the elders, the three-sun soul suppression tower is out of control. The tower door is going to open. What? The faces of the Su family members changed abruptly, and they subconsciously looked in the direction of the tower door. Squeak! Not far ahead, the door to the tower slowly opened, and the air, thick with the scent of blood, hit his face. An incomparably familiar youth figure stood outside the tower door with a faint smile on his face. No need to worry. It's me, wise son-in-law, sister, brother-in-law, auntie, it's auntie. Auntie is back. The Su family people froze in place, and then immediately came back to their senses. Su Chenglong was trembling, and several Su family elders were agitated and in tears. Auntie is still alive. Auntie hasn't abandoned the Su family. But, where's the Haoyang sect? Where are they? They had killed their way up to the Su family in order to threaten Lu Chenxian and make him hand over his heavenly-grade spiritual armament. Now, Lu Chenxian has returned to the Su residence unharmed. Could it be that the heavenly spiritual weapon in his hand has been handed over, and the Haoyang sect has let him go? Haoyang sect, gone. Lu Chenxian obviously guessed the doubts of the Su clan's crowd and laughed softly. Before the marquis, I had already killed all of the Haoyang sect's supreme elder and patriarchal elder. Now within the Haoyang sect, there are only some shrimp soldiers left, and they are no longer enough to worry about. Boom! The few words in a flat tone were like rolling thunder in the sky, exploding loudly in the hearts of the Su family. Haoyang sect, destroyed? The supreme elders of the great round of the imperial heir, the 9 Yuan Tire Grand Masters, were killed by Lu Chenxian? Lu Chenxian, 7 days ago, when he left the Su family for the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he had only just advanced to the Yuan Dan realm. Even if one's talent was strong and one's cultivation speed was fast, how could one grow to such an extent in a mere 7 days? What kind of son-in-law has the Su family recruited? If he's not lying, then the Su family was really going to rise completely this time. Chapter 135, A Monk and Two Beggars. This time, when he returned to Sanqing City, Lu Chenxian nearly stayed at the Su family for a day. A day later, the Su family took care of everything, except for the town general Taimuchun, never notified anyone again, and quietly disappeared from Sanqing City. Even Temujin didn't know where they had gone. However, on the very day that the Su family disappeared, a major event occurred within the Guangdong prefecture. The two of the four great sects that used to dominate Luoyang County, the Nanshan sect, the Langia Jade Pavilion, and the former strongest sect in Guangdong prefecture, the Haoyang sect, it was uprooted in just 2 hours, although there is no evidence. But many good people have speculated that the one who slaughtered the three big clans must be Lu Chenxian, the son-in-law of the Su family. Sage son-in-law, is this what you said? A separate space? Deep within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the nameless valley where Lu Xingkong had fallen, Su Chenglong, with the Su clan crowd in tow, looked at the spatial vortex at the end of the mountain's belly and couldn't help but move slightly. You mean, let us enter this place and recuperate here? This was exactly what Lu Chenxian intended to do. This place was not far from Sanqing City, only about 500 miles away, and there were only a few scattered fourth-rank demonic beasts around, equivalent to human Yuan fetus martial artists. This independent space was created by the spirit of the 20 bridges and the moon, the bright moon, by virtue of the power of the core fragment of the innate treasure, which urged the spatial rules to open up. Above level 4 demonic beasts and Yuan fetus martial artists, all of them were unable to enter. Allowing the Su family members to cultivate here was called foolproof. This area of the mundane world, there was absolutely no one who could crack the spatial rules that Mingyu had cast, completely ensuring the safety of the Su family members. The Su family was Lu Chenxuan's only scales in the Xintian continent, and it was only by settling them here that he could completely let go and no longer have any scruples. The aura of heaven and earth here is very rich. After entering the independent spatial space, with the power of the debris within Lu Chenxuan's Dantian, after the spatial teleportation, all of the Su family members appeared at the core of the space, on top of the lofty stone platform floating in mid-air. Compared to the outside world, cultivating here was clearly twice the effort. Coupled with the nameless gong method personally taught by Lu Chenxian, even if the qualifications were poor, as long as one gave it time, one could definitely ascend to the upper realm without any suspense. It's time for me to leave. After settling the Su family's crowd, Lu Chenxian wore a smile on his face as he softly said, "The next time I come here, I will definitely accomplish all the things that need to be done. When the time comes, it's too early to tell you now. Take care everyone." As the words fell, the artifact spirit within the Dantian, Mingyu, once again activated the spatial rules, and Lu Chenxuan's figure vaporized, completely disappearing from in front of the Su family. Brother-in-law, Su Yu looked at the place where Lu Chenxian had disappeared, and couldn't help but look forward with great anticipation in his heart. Up and down the Su family, the one who knew the most about Lu Chenxian was definitely not the family head, Su Chenglong, or even Su Lier, who had followed the heavenly Xian holy maiden to the Holy Land to cultivate. Rather, it was him, Lu Chenxuan's brother-in-law, Su Yu, if the guess is right. When brother-in-law returns to this independent space again, the Su family will surely really rise, and even ascend to the upper world. A day later, under the rule of Guangdong Prefecture, Prince Li's fiefdom, Yongning County, the walls of the county city were heavily guarded, and the guarding general Wan Shangkuan led 3,000 iron-armored troops to defend the city, even pulling out the army's heavy weapon Thousand Ox crossbow and aiming it at the sky in the northwest direction. Northwest, that's the direction of Luoyang County. Just today, the Li Wangfu painter has drawn the portrait of the chaotic traitor Lu Chenxian and posted it widely within the county city, offering a reward of 100 top-grade Xian stones and ordering the county city forces to launch an endless pursuit of Lu Chenxian. And within Yongning County, the defensive military formation that possessed a Thousand Ox crossbow was definitely one of the strongest forces. Responsible for forging these Thousand Ox crossbows is the Ministry of War Divine Mechanism Battalion, with the Empty Realm Refining Masters, with 1,000 years of Xian iron and ironing Yuan Mother, plus the 5th Order Demonic Beast Red Training Jiao Spine Jiao Tendons, a total of only forged more than 100. As the personal nephew of the current saint, King Li had spent countless hours of effort to beg for 5,000 ox crossbow chariots from the Divine Mechanics Battalion, hitched to the bow arrows forged by Yuan Mu Taiying, which could easily shoot down martial arts powerhouses at the peak of the imperial air. If one were to be attacked by 3 crossbows and arrows at the same time, even a martial arts realist at the spiritual platform realm could be seriously injured and fall. General 1. A slim monk in a robe looked at the Thousand Ox crossbow carriage on the city's head and laughed lightly. But it's just to deal with the district's Lu Chenxian, and you've even invited this thing out? The poor monk came here for the reward. If General Wan killed Lu Chenxian, wouldn't it be a wasted trip for the poor monk? Beside the monk, there were also 2 old beggars in rags, a man and a woman, who looked to be around 60 years old, but in reality, they were both air-rocketing powerhouses with lifespans of 1,000 years or more. The reward of 100 top-grade xianxue offered by the Li royal family was definitely not a small temptation for them. Although Wan Changkuan was the town general, his strength was only at the third level of the Yuan fetus, while the monk and the beggar woman were both martial arts powerhouses of the great circle of the imperial heir. The monk's name is Zhixio. His skin is extremely pale, while the old beggar and the old beggar woman have dark skin color. Their mouths are missing a few incisors, and their smiles are snorting and leaking. Master Zhixio, you are not far away from the realm of the spiritual stage, are you? At our point, we need a maximum of 30 top-grade xian stones to open up the spiritual platform, comprehend the rules of the heavens and earth, and become a true martial arts realist. So many xian stones, you can't eat them yourself. Why don't the three of us join forces and split the xian stones equally after we finish Lu Chenxian? The three joined forces and it was foolproof. There is an old saying among martial artists: monks, women, children, disabilities and monstrous beggars provoke one of its death quickly, meaning that monks, Taoist priests, women, young children, people with disabilities, or beggars begging along the street, so dressed up, if the practice of martial arts, the strength of the often extremely horrible. As for Monk Zhixio and this beggar couple, they were renowned amongst the scattered cultivators of the martial arts path, each of them possessing very terrifying and deadly killing moves, and even many of the first-rate sects had recruited them vigorously. Joining forces, good. Monk Zhixio nodded slightly and recited Umat Ba Buddha under his breath before turning his head to the northwest with a flash of Buddhist light in his eyes. Two of you, Lu Chenxian has arrived. Rumble. The air roared. In the northwestern sky, a green-shirted silhouette broke through the air, and behind him, the Thunder Rock's wings flickered with electricity, and his figure almost transformed into a shadow. Such a speed was definitely no less than that of an imperial air power. Lu Chenxian. Above the Yongning County city head, the three major sky-surrounding realms rose up in the air and confronted Lu Chenxian across the sky. Monk Zhixio put his hands together, his body bathed in Buddha's light, and spoke with a smile. This path leads to ultimate happiness. Since you have arrived, let the poor monk give you a ride to meet Buddha in the western heaven. Chapter 136, The Might of the Nine Suns. Monks, beggars. In the sky above the city, Lu Chenxian's feathered wings vibrated, and the unsheathed wooden sword that hadn't been used for a long time slowly surfaced in his palm. A day ago, he consecutively annihilated the three major sects and devoured all of their spiritual rhythms. However, the Luanjia Jade Pavilion, South Mountain sect, but only one Yuan fetus Taishang elder, for the Lu Chenxian at this moment, the increase in strength was almost negligible. As for the top management of the Haoyang sect, all of them had already been decapitated outside of Luoyang County, and the remnants were just some lower generation disciples, with the same minimal amount of spirit rhythms. All of these devoured spiritual rhythms fused with the wooden sword in his hand, and the quality of this sword had already surpassed that of an earth-grade high-grade spiritual artifact, and was only one step away from a heaven-grade low-grade. Where's your five elements puppet? Monk Zhixio wore a smile on his face, and behind him, Buddha's light swirled, and a Buddha's silhouette that was 100 feet tall emerged. Lu Chenxian, if you don't make a move now, when will you wait? Let the poor monk learn the power of the five elements puppet, and see if the poor monk, the great mighty Buddha, can defeat your five elements secret technique. The mighty Buddha, with his amazing battle prowess. There are countless secret methods of martial arts, although the name of Buddhist cultivation, in fact, the same belongs to a kind of martial arts cultivation, with their own power of divine idea, the power of essence and blood, the power of the body, the three into one, cohesion of this powerful Buddha Dharma body. The secret technique grade, it definitely reached the high grade of the earth grade. Such a secret method, even for the Haoyang sect that had just been destroyed, only the Haoyang Grand Formation could barely match it. In terms of power, the strength of this great mighty Buddha was definitely no less than that of a martial realist below the third level of the spiritual platform. Master Zhixio, since you're going to take on Lu Chenxian, how can you forget about us? The old beggar and the old beggar woman, with the same wry smile on their faces. The former grasped a broken celadone bowl in his left hand, and pinched a jade spoon with a tattered edge in his right hand, while the latter held a mottled and faded dark green bamboo staff in his hand, which looked like a begging stick that was specially used to beat up dogs when begging. Jade spoon struck the broken bowl, issued a burst of crisp impact sound. The city above the thunder gusts. Obviously this old beggar's unique means. Five elements puppets. Lu Chenxian's face was expressionless, and he didn't summon out the five elements puppet. Using the five elements puppet to deal with them was certainly handy. However, he had just ascended to the Nine Yang realm. Exterminating the disciples of the three sects was just too easy, and it was just the right time to test the knife on the three of them today. Let's see just how powerful this Nine Yang realm, the only one in all realms since the beginning of time, can actually be utilized. Two old friends, don't nag him. Monk Zhixio mouthed the Buddha's name, and the Buddha's light under his eyes abruptly shook. Take a shot. Dang 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 dang. The old beggar did not hesitate. The hands of the jade spoon struck sharply. The celadone broken bowl slightly trembled, issued an incomparably sharp crisp sound. The sky above the shocking thunder dense. A channel of dark green lightning quickly cohesion, forming a dragon general dark green arc, thick as a bucket. Next to her, the old beggar woman wielded her bamboo staff and charged at Lu Chenxian. The surface of the bamboo staff was interwoven with secret patterns, and a current-like spatial ripples surfaced within a radius of 1,000 feet, desperately blocking Lu Chenxian's movements. Then there's Monk Jisu's Dawai Buddha, 100 feet high Buddhist shadow, 3 heads and 6 arms, each face covered with compassion, 6 palms either holding a precious pestle, or pinching a golden calabash, or 5 fingers flicking a flower, or holding a vase. Didn't come close to Lu Chenxian, but rather smashed down through the air, blasting out a radiant and dazzling piece of vast Buddha's light. The 3 great air-attacking powerhouses, their means came out in unison, dark green thunder and lightning dragon teeth and claws running down. The old beggar woman's bamboo staff broke the sky Buddha-like magnificent and vast, while Lu Chenxian's direction completely shrouded. With such might, even a 4th-level spiritual platform martial arts realist would have to fall on the spot. Even a pearl of rice emits light? Lu Chenxian opened his mouth indifferently, and his figure shook slightly. Whoosh! 9 suns in the sky. 9 blazing and magnificent Yuan Shenyang Dan rose from the top of Lu Chenxian's head, as if they contained the supreme will to disregard everything, overlooking the multitudes. Buzz! The heavens and the earth chirped and trembled. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, the rules of heaven and earth of the Xiantian continent seemed to have suddenly disappeared, and time, space, all of them fell into a momentary standstill. The old beggar's dark green thunder dragon, the bamboo staff in the old beggar woman's hand, and Monk Shishio's great mighty Buddha's light were clearly close to Lu Chenxian, but they could no longer advance an inch, and under the suppression of the 9 suns Yuan Shen, they completely lost the power they should have. The only one unaffected was Lu Chenxian himself. The thunder rock's wings on his back gently vibrated as he swept past the old beggar woman. A sword lord's. The old beggar woman's neck, which was easily severed by the unsheathed wooden sword, didn't have a head on the ground, didn't even shed blood, and remained in a bizarrely still state. As for Lu Chenxian, as if he was walking idly, he first beheaded the old beggar woman, then killed the old beggar, and finally flew in front of Monk Jishio, and with his hand on his sword, he similarly severed his neck. Buzz! The rules of the heavens and earth that had been temporarily shielded by the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan finally launched a counterattack, as if, the will of the Xiantian continent, sensing the fatal threat of the Yuan Shenyang Dan, the will of heaven and earth descended blatantly, crazily rejecting Lu Chenxian's martial will. This was a backlash from the power of heaven and earth, which did not allow the existence of transcendent rules. It's a move that you can do without or try not to use. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly. The 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan illusory disappeared. The static flow of time instantly returned to normal, and the air that had stopped flowing transformed into a gust of breeze that blew past Lu Chenxian. However, while the rules could be restored, it was impossible for the 3 imperial air powerhouses to come back from the dead. In mid-air, 3 headless corpses fell down powerlessly, their incomparably hard imperious bodies smashing the ground with dust, and at this time, a steaming column of blood spewed out from the location of their broken necks at the same time. Dead? Dead? What just happened? Shouldn't the one who died be Lu Chenxian? Above the Yongning County city head, the town general Wan Chengkuan, 3,000 soldiers guarding the city, all looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, and simply could not believe their eyes. When the 9 suns were in the air, not only spatial time, but even their consciousness stopped spinning, their thoughts still stuck in the moment when the 3 great sky immortal powerhouses struck. In their opinion, with the 3 great powerhouses joining forces, Lu Chenxian would inevitably die on the spot. However, Lu Chenxian was floating in midair with good intentions, and only his position had changed, appearing at the place where Master Jishio had previously been. On the contrary, the 3 Sky Sentinel powers actually landed on their heads and all of them fell. Next, it's your turn. The spirit chance of the 3 powerful men would not be lost with their deaths in a short period of time. Lu Chenxian wasn't in a hurry to devour it, but indifferently gazed at the 1,000-ox crossbow above the city. 5,000 bull crossbows? Very good. Releasing the crossbow just so I can feel if my current physique can block the power of the 1,000-ox crossbow. Chapter 137. A 1,000-ox crossbow is hard to injure. He going to try the power of a 1,000-oxen crossbow? No blinking, no dodging, no fending off. Above the city's head, Wan Chengkuan and the 3,000 soldiers guarding the city were first slightly stunned, with identical odd expressions appearing on their faces almost simultaneously. Lu Chenxian shouldn't be crazy, right? Each 1,000-ox crossbow could fire 10 crossbows at the same time. 3 crossbows would be enough to shatter an earth-grade low-grade spiritual artifact, and 10 crossbows could even blast cracks out of an earth-grade middle-grade spiritual artifact. If 30 crossbow arrows struck the target at the same time, even a super expert at the 7th level of the spiritual platform realm would surely fall on the spot if he didn't activate his protective spirit weapon. Only, the spiritual platform real person's divine soul was solid. Even if the physical body fell, the divine soul could still be seized, and the power of the 1000-ox crossbow was not enough to decimate the divine soul. However, Lu Chenxian was no spiritual platform realist, and 30 crossbow arrows fired in unison could definitely completely tear him to pieces. All generals obey. After a short hesitation, Wan Changquan's face sank, and he shouted lowly in a vertical voice, 1000-ox crossbows raise the strings, and the bowstrings are all drawn full. Boom, boom, boom. 3,000 soldiers defending the city, divided into 5 squads, gathering chi cultivation as one, forming a thick noose visible to the naked eye, pulling the winch mechanism of the 1000-ox crossbow, slowly pulling the crossbow bowstring forged by the red training auger tendons to full. The power of 1,000 oxen. This crossbow chariot, named the 1000-ox crossbow, is by no means an exaggeration. If it is the ordinary people's home captive farming oxen, at least 1,000, in order to pull one of the bowstring, and it is very strenuous, to pull the bowstrings of all 5 arrow carriages to full capacity, the 3,000 chi-gathering soldiers also had to go all out, and this was still with the help of the power of the winch. It was conceivable that once the crossbow was reflected, it would inevitably possess an extremely terrifying destructive power, and was the Zhongxian court's true military weapon of mass destruction. Squeaky, squeaky. After a full tea time, 5,000 ox crossbows with 30 bowstrings were finally fully drawn, and 3,000 soldiers were exhausted and drenched in sweat. It's ready! In the face of this kind of super-killing weapon, even Lu Chenxian was somewhat moved by it. Standing in mid-air, his eyes flickering with refined light, chaotic heaven swallowing skill, devouring everything and absorbing everything, although he didn't deliberately cultivate any body refining method. However, this specific spirit of his own now was by no means inferior to this unsheathed wooden sword in his hand. 30,000 ox crossbow arrows. If one could withstand it and come down, then, with one's current strength, even if one were to face a true spiritual platform realist, one would be able to steadily stand undefeated. This general is ordered by King Li to kill the rebels and traitors, and it is my duty to do so. At the head of Yongning County City, Wan Changquan hung a steel sword at his waist, staring deathly at Lu Chenxian in the air, and let out a furious roar from his mouth. Lu Chenxian, you originally had a chance to escape, but now you're the one who's asking for your own death. Release the arrows. Thumbs up. The air rips. The 5 guarding soldiers' faces were ferocious as they simultaneously released the arrow carriage's mechanism bracket. The 5,000 ox crossbows vibrated violently, and the auger bowstring suddenly tensed up from its full moon state, erupting a ripple of air visible to the naked eye in the air as if it were a shockwave, blasting down a large number of the surrounding soldiers, and the 30 crossbow arrows on top of the crossbow carriage. After the secret pattern of the arrow body was increased, the arrows of the bow forged by the iron Ing Yuan mother flashed with a scalp-numbing ghostly cold light, leaving an extremely blurred track of nothingness in the air. It instantly blasted in front of Lu Chenxian with a destructive momentum. Good coming! Lu Chenxian let out a low shout. His muscles tensed up, and indeed, he did not make any evasive maneuvers, using his own chest, colliding head-on with 30 crossbow arrows. Boom! The loud noise was shocking. In mid-air, Lu Chenxian was pushed against his chest by 30 crossbow arrows, like a meteor breaking through the sky, retreating more than 1,000 feet in an instant, and a turbulent white wave of air erupted from his chest, blasting out a zone of nothingness around him. Within the chest cavity, there was even a faint sound of a tiny rupture. In particular, at the corner of Lu Chenxian's mouth, a trace of blood was hidden. Obviously the internal organs were shaken, and blood was spilling out directly from his mouth. But, the injuries caused by the 1000 ox crossbow arrow had only reached this level, and it wouldn't take more than 2 breaths to completely recover. Thousands of feet in the air, Lu Chenxian breathed heavily, his eyes flashing with a strong color of excitement. After cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, this specific prana that was contained in it really did not let himself down. At just the 3rd stage of the martial path, the 9-yang realm, the strength of the physical body already exceeded the normal 9th level of the spiritual platform realm. Such strength, such a gong method, was truly heaven-defying. He actually didn't die? No, it's not that it's not dead, it's that, it's not dead at all. Impossible, impossible, how could there be such a freak in the world? He withstood the bombardment of 30,000 ox crossbow arrows. Above the city's head, the crowd's gazes were stagnant, and the sea of consciousness had even lost the ability to think. Even after seeing it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe the scene in front of them, and even wondered if their eyes were misreading it. Lu Chenxian, Was he the reincarnation of a Buddhist Vajra, or had he practiced the world's invincible body refining method? But, even those Holy Land sects in the legends couldn't possibly possess such a secret method of body refining. A strong body that even a 1,000-ox crossbow couldn't break through. Unless a spiritual platform realist made a move. Who could hurt him? King Knight. What kind of being has been invoked to be able to make me injured? The power of the 1,000-ox crossbow is very good. Lu Chenxuan's wings shook as he flew back over the city, looking down at Wan Changkuan and the 3,000 soldiers with a rich smile on his face. As a reward, you guys cannot die today. Now disarm and return to the field. Stop working for King Knight and be an ordinary man. Can't die. Wan Changkuan's face was complicated, and the 3,000 soldiers bowed their heads, no longer able to raise any fighting spirit. You're working for Lord Li? Even the 1,000-ox crossbow couldn't help Lu Chenxian, so what use could they, the qi-gathering soldiers, put it to? However, the Zhongshuan court's laws are strict, and desertion is punishable by death according to the law. What's the difference between dying at the hands of Lu Chenxian and dying under the law? Lu Chenxian. A low and majestic old man's voice slowly came from within Yongning County City. Why make things difficult for these ordinary soldiers? My old husband, Kong Lien, is a member of the Kong family, so I hope that Mr. Lu will sell his face and leave the Yongning County City at this point, and not to antagonize Prince Li again. On Prince Li's side, I will also intervene to persuade him to withdraw the reward and stop chasing after Mr. Lu. What does Mr. Lu think? The Kongs? Above the city's head, Wan Changkuan and the 3,000 soldiers looked revitalized, as if they had survived a robbery, and were filled with celebration. Lu Chenxian was indeed very strong, far beyond their ability to resist. However, since the Kong family had already stepped in, it was pointless for Lu Chenxian to be any stronger. The Kong family, even the current Songxian Holy Emperor, had to be courteous to them. Chapter 138, False Benevolence and False Justice. You're using the name of the Kong family to pressure me? In mid-air, the bottom of Lu Chenxuan's eyes flickered with purple and gold light as he looked from afar at a Confucian-robed old man above the long street of Yongning County City. I would like to ask, what is your Kong family counted as? Wow! Lu Chenxuan's voice was not very loud. However, it directly resounded throughout the entire county. The soldiers at the head of the city, the people in the city, and even the several offerings within the Li Wang mansion were all filled with shock. Lu Chenxian actually dared to provoke the Kong family? You should know that the Kong family is the descendants of saints. It is said that, at the beginning of the birth of the Xiantian continent, human beings eat blood, almost no different from the demonic beasts, until the Confucius family saints came out, teaching human beings, only gradually appeared in the dynastic succession, appeared civil and military officials, appeared in the civilization of the human race, is respected as the teacher of the human race. Moreover, this Kong family saint's martial arts talent was extremely amazing, and at less than 100 years of age, he shattered the void and ascended to a higher realm. For tens of thousands of years, although the Kong clan was unable to get in touch with this sage ancestor, however, before this sage ascended, he left behind a treasure of edification for his descendants, the Book of the Holy Word. This book records the life and learning of this Confucian sage, possessing the great merit of teaching and educating the human race, and even resulting in the birth of a unique school of martial arts called the Confucian sect. The world's readers all respect the Kong family as their teacher. Even the imperial teacher of the current Zhongshuan Empire's saint also came from the Kong family. Such a strong family, in the mouth of Lu Chenxian, actually counts for something. He was not only defying the Kong family, but also defying the world's readers. Lu Chenxian, you're reckless. Without waiting for the old man of the Kong family to speak, the people of the city were already filled with righteous indignation, especially the scholars on the long street, who let loose their voices and shouted angrily. Literati and scholars of the world, who dares to show disrespect to the Kong family? To disrespect the Kong family is to disrespect the imperial teacher, the court, and the world. Do you want to make an enemy of the court, of all the readers in the whole world? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 martial figures, flying high in the sky from outside the county city, stared coldly at Lu Chenxian and said in a chilling voice, Lu Chenxian, one must not be too arrogant. Even if you're invincible, how can you stop the long-winded mouths of the world's readers? In the history of the Xiantian continent, there will inevitably be a colorful entry for you, an entry that is definitely not something to write home about. Boom, boom, boom. Above the long street, those groups of excited readers, holding rotten eggs, rotten vegetable leaves. There are people from the side of the road casually pick up a few pieces of debris. There are also people copied along the street iron store door placed iron. Even groups of people to the direction of the city gates darted to the direction of the city, obviously want a Lu Chenxian shot. They are not martial arts practitioners, but just weak and unarmed scholars. Lu Chenxian, The wrath of the crowd is hard to bear. In the center of the long street, this Confucian-robed old man from the Kong clan gazed at Lu Chenxian with an expressionless face. Saints cannot be insulted, and the Kong clan cannot be offended. The old man spoke kindly to you, and you actually maligned him, even if the old man is magnanimous. These readers will not agree. You want to reason with me? Lu Chenxian stood in midair and suddenly laughed in a low voice. I killed my way up to Yongning County, killed the 3 major empty realms in a single move, and withstood 30,000 ox crossbow arrows unharmed. Prince Li is very flustered, isn't he? If it was Prince Knight who had the steady upper hand, may I ask, would your Kong family still step in and ask Prince Knight King to revoke the bounty and let me live? A saint's son may not speak falsely. Old thing, do you dare to tell the truth? The Confucian-robed old man's face changed, and his lips moved slightly, but he stiffly failed to spit out half a word. Of course he wouldn't dare. The collusion between Prince Li and the Haoyang sect in an attempt to snatch the heavenly spiritual instrument from Lu Chenxian's hands was of course impossible for ordinary people to know. But how could it be hidden from the eyes of the Kong family? What's more, the Xian-Tian continent is respected by martial arts. Prince Li can rely on the royal power to oppress Lu Chenxian. Why can't Lu Chenxian use his own force to retaliate against Prince Li? A prince who commits a crime is as guilty as the common people. Even Saint Song Xian could not ignore the law and act recklessly. Coercing me with readers? Simply stupid. Lu Chenxian let out a cold laugh and slowly raised the 5 fingers of his right hand. Let these so-called readers see the true face of your Kong family. One of the 3 self-created martial arts, the Great Luo Illusory Dream Poem. Above the long street of Yongning County City, a large group of readers stiffened, their gazes instantly bewildered, while the Confucian-robed old man's jaw dropped, his brow releasing an illusory projection of exactly what he had experienced not long ago. In the middle of the projection, a building was opulent and magnificent, and it was none other than the Night King's residence. In the main hall of the mansion, a middle-aged man wearing a python robe was arching his hand at this Confucian-robed old man, asking him to intervene to stop Lu Chenxian with a generous gift of 50 top-grade Xian stones. This middle-aged man was none other than the current Song Xian Saint's own nephew, Prince Knight. Although the Confucian-robed old man knew the cause of the whole thing, he didn't refuse Prince Li's invitation and received a pitch-black ring from the latter's hands before walking out of the royal residence and onto the long street, requesting Lu Chenxian to leave Yongning County in the name of the Kong clan. Above the long street, a large group of readers woke up as if in a dream, turning their heads to look at the Confucian-robed old man, full of unbelief. Was what you just saw real? The images that suddenly surfaced, and the voices in the images, were as if they were real, definitely not created out of thin air. Lu Chenxian. What tactics did he use? What's more, this Confucian-robed old man from the Confucian family is actually a hypocrite who is false benevolence and false righteousness. You've all seen it. Lu Chenxian stood in midair, his gaze sweeping all the readers, a low cry escaping his mouth. Now tell me, what saints do you honor and what books do you read? What is the best way to repay a grudge with virtue? Repaying kindness, with straightness. Prince Li bullied me with his power. I'm returning the favor with my sword today. What's wrong with that? Returning virtue for virtue. The voice was deafening, like a burst of thunder, exploding in the depths of this group of readers' minds. Even the 3 imperial air powerhouses that had just arrived had a blush appear on their faces. Although they respected the Kong family, they had never imagined that after being saints, this Confucian-robed old man's heart would be so despicable. Lu Chenxian, you believe in what you say and dare to maliciously slander the old man. The Confucian-robed old man was infuriated and shouted harshly under his breath. Don't believe him. Just now it was an illusionary secret technique that he performed. Don't be fooled by him. I have blood as proof. There is absolutely no collusion with Prince Li. It's clearly Lu Chenxian who defied the imperial power and the law of the imperial court, and wanted to drive the Yongning County town guards to extinction. The crowd was full of hesitation, turning their heads to look at Lu Chenxian and then at the Confucian-robed old man, obviously having difficulty in judging the authenticity of those images just now. Could it be that, just as this old man said, those were all secret techniques performed by Lu Chenxian? Upside down? Ha! Lu Chenxian stretched out his right hand and shook it in the air at the Confucian-robed old man, a cold laugh escaping his mouth. If those images are fake, then what explanation do you have for this thing? Chapter 139, The Book of the Holy Word. Swish! As Lu Chenxian reached out in the air, the Confucian-robed old man didn't make the slightest reaction at all, and the lapel of his Confucian robe was suddenly lifted, and a black and delicate compact ring floated out from under the lapel. It was the 50 top-grade Xianshi that Prince Knight had given him in the earlier image. That's Space Nerf. Above the long street, hundreds of readers, although not practicing martial arts, could tell with a single glance that this pitch-black ring was none other than a valuable spatial nano-ring. which possessed an independent space that could hold an unimaginably large amount of items. Now that the evidence is conclusive, what is the use of this Confucian-robed old man even if he is sophomoric? How dare he say blood is proof? He hasn't even shed a drop of blood so far. Messy, messy, messy. Being humiliated by Lu Chenxian in front of his face, the Confucian-robed old man was humiliated and angry. But unfortunately, his martial arts cultivation was not strong, so he was angry and cursed angrily. Lu Chenxian, even if your tongue blooms like a lotus flower, you can't change the fact that you disobeyed the imperial authority. Prince Li is the person, nephew of the current saint. If you dare to strike at the prince, you are defying the saint, the court, and the world's readers. If it had been just a moment ago, this rhetoric might have had a few effects. However, right now, the readers on the long street, all of their faces were red with rage as they glared at this Confucian-robed old man. It was not true that they were readers, but they were not fools to be fooled. The behavior of the Confucian-robed old man was not worthy of the identity of the son of a saint. Many mouths to feed, many ruins to destroy. Lu Chenxuan's face was indifferent as he coldly forced himself to look at the Confucian-robed old man. You want to use the mouths of the world's readers to insult my reputation? Though I am not afraid, I will not suffer the indignity. If you want to pin my bones, I will see how hard your bones are. Swish, as the words fell, the unsheathed wooden sword in his hand steeply shook, and a purple and gold sword light broke through the air, instantly chopping in front of the Confucian-robed old man's forehead. Just for a moment, word of the saints, an incomparably loud and clear voice suddenly resounded in the sky above Yongning County City. No weapons are allowed here. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook, and the laws retreated. Under this voice, the purple golden sword light that Lu Chenxian had chopped out actually dissipated instantly. Not even a single hair of the Confucian-robed old man was injured. As for the northern part of the county, a volatile golden light was slowly flying, and the shadow of an extremely ancient book was floating in the air. And the owner of the voice was a middle-aged Confucian with a green scarf on his head, holding an ivory plate in his left hand and his right hand behind him upside down. He looked graceful and so scholarly. The Book of Sacred Words, the treasure of indoctrination of the sages of the Confucius family, the Book of Sacred Words. At this moment, no matter if it was the guards at the top of the city, or the three air-vaulting powerhouses and the readers on the street, all of them bowed and saluted from afar, their faces incomparably respectful as they looked at the ancient book's silhouette in the air, the treasure of the saints. Although the Confucius sage has long since ascended to the heavens, however, his efforts to educate the human race deserve to be praised by all the people. As long as one possessed this ancient book, even if one's martial cultivation level was only at the chi-gathering realm, one could still exert the power of the holy word, and flying through the air was not a concern. This treasure left behind by a saint, the book formed its own rules and had already been recognized by the will of heaven and earth on the Xiantian continent. Mr. Lu, the middle-aged Confucian's face was calm. His feet stepped on the Book of Sacred Words, and slowly flew to 10 feet away from Lu Chenxian, and spoke softly. My name is Kong Lian. I am honored by your majesty's love, and inheriting my ancestors' holy name, I am the diffractive sage duke of the Kong family of the 608th generation. Seeing my district's thin face, please be merciful, Mr. Lu, as my Kong family's people have made mistakes, they should be dealt with by the Kong family itself. Yan Sheng Gong, although this title does not have real power, however, in the Songxian dynastic status is incomparably amazing, known as the first grade above, the head of the civil officials, can see the king does not kneel, enjoys the supreme licensed royal power. The status of the current emperor's imperial teacher is naturally incomparably honored. However, in front of this diffractive sage duke, he must likewise be a little inferior. What's more, the contemporary diffractive sage duke, Kong Lian, with a martial arts talent that could be described as once in 10,000 years, at only 35 years old, he had already reached the great circle of empty sky, and coupled with the infinite power of the Book of Sacred Words, he was sufficient to defend himself even when faced with a martial arts real person at the peak of the spirit stage. Within the Sichuan Empire, the three words diffractive sage gong were almost synonymous with invincibility. You want me to show mercy? Lu Chenxian held his wooden sword in his hand and laughed in a low voice under his breath. What if I don't agree? Kong Lian frowned lightly before speaking softly. You kill the people of the Kong family, and then the Kong family comes back to kill you. When will injustice end? Besides, since I have arrived, I'm afraid that Mr. Lu won't be able to kill anyone from my Kong family. Yeah? Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as the 9 yuan Shenyang Dan in his sea of consciousness slowly rotated, and his supreme will radiated steeply. Buzz. The heavens and the earth tremble. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, the rule restriction of no martial arts instantly dissipated, and above Lu Chen's Xuanmu sword, a purple and gold sword light burst out again, as if ignoring space, and directly swept past the Confucian-robed old man's neck. blood spurted and heads fell to the ground. Under the protection of the rules of the Book of Sacred Words, the Confucian-robed old man was easily killed under Kong Lian's eyes. Kong Lian's face changed, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. The Book of Sacred Words was a self-contained rule, and actually, it was cracked by Lu Chenxian? How is this possible? It should be known that the Kong family saint ancestor, although not a martial arts saint, but rather the Xiantian continent 10,000 people honored. But, the Kong family enjoys the incense of the 10,000 people, which can be considered as a great merit. Once the rules are cast, unless it is a life and death realm martial arts honored one who is about to ascend to the upper realm, it is absolutely impossible to break it. Lu Chenxian is a venerable lord of life and death? He didn't believe it to death. The Book of Holy Words? Nothing more than that. Lu Chenxian's wooden sword shook as he looked at Kong Lian indifferently. I kill the people of the Kong family, and the Kong family will come back to kill me again. There is no end to the grievances. If I kill all the people of the Kong clan, this grudge, will it be completely over? Kong Lian's body shook, and anger flickered in his eyes. He was the great perfection of the realm of emptiness, and in his hands, he held the Book of Sacred Words, so he could be called invincible in the realm of emptiness. However, even he was not fully confident that he could receive Lu Chenxian's sword just now. This man is not to be trifled with. Lu Chenxian. Kong Lian forced down his anger and spoke in a chilling voice. Today's matter, the Kong family will definitely not stop. I will report to the court and ask His Holiness to make a decision himself. As for Prince Knight, humph, before the words fell, the golden light of the Book of Sacred Words blossomed under his feet, and as if it was an instantaneous movement, his body shape quickly vaporized. This place is not to be stayed for long. Lu Chenxian's killing intent was too heavy and his methods were too ruthless. If he delayed for a moment longer, he, the diffractive sage duke, was even in danger of falling. Bereaved, Lu Chenxian looked at the location where Kong Lian had disappeared and shook his head with a cold smile before his mind urged him on. The 50 top-grade Xian stones that he had just obtained, as well as the monk Jishio that he had killed earlier, and the residual spirit chimes of the old beggar woman. Devouring. Chapter 140 King Knight's Cards. Within Lu Chenxian's dantian, the devouring vortex slowly rotated. Below the Yongning County city wall, the headless corpses of monk Jishio and old beggar, a spiritual rhythmic breath tore out and flew into the devouring vortex. The old beggar's broken bowl and jade spoon, as well as the bamboo staff in the old beggar woman's hand, all of them had become a spiritless scrap, no longer having any semblance of value. There were also the 50 top-grade Xian stones that had just been obtained. The aura contained in the Xian stone was extremely pure. However, Lu Chenxian's demand for spiritual chimes was incomparably huge as he promoted to the Nine Yang realm, and after devouring so much spiritual chimes and Xian stone aura, he had only slightly refined a tiny bit in the Nine Yang first-level realm. After the Nine Yangs comes the Yuan fetus realm. Even at this moment, Lu Chenxian was unable to predict whether certain unimaginable changes would still occur after his promotion to the Yuan fetus realm. As of now, the 9 Yuan Shen Yang Dan are gradually metamorphosing. Until the 9 Yangs unite and achieve a perfect Yuan Shen, the Yuan fetus will be conceived within the dantian. This is an important stage in the enhancement of the strength of the physical body, and is also the cornerstone of the path of martial arts. Only by stepping into the Yuan fetus realm will one be considered to be truly on the road to rise to prominence. Mr. Lu, in the midair in front of us, the 3 imperial air martial artists who had arrived earlier, their faces blanched slightly. We have no malicious intent, but we are just being righteous and straightforward. Having been hoodwinked by the people of the Kong clan earlier, I've come to my senses now, so please be merciful, Mr. Lu. After saying that, they all bowed and clasped their fists, their bodies trembling slightly. In a life and death situation, if you don't want to beg for mercy, you have to die. Although the bounty issued by Prince Li was tantalizing, even if the treasure was good, one must have the life to enjoy it. Lu Chenxian was even able to crack the Book of Sacred Words, so how difficult would it be to deal with a mere 3 empty realms? If you take the initiative to beg for forgiveness now, you might still have a chance of survival. Get out! Lu Chenxian let out a cold snort, no longer paying attention to these 3 people. Behind the back of the Thunder Rock wings stretched out and swept away in the direction of the Night King's mansion. King Knight, it's time to settle the score between us once and for all. In the center of Yongning County City, the Night King's mansion. In the main hall of the mansion, Prince Li was wearing a python robe, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with an 8-dragon golden seal on his knee, the surface of which had a hidden golden light, which contained 8 golden dragon's shadows, flying up and down in the golden light. Your Majesty, an imperial air offering, slowly walked to the front of Prince Li, spoke in a low voice. Diffractive Saint Gong escaped from the battlefield. Lu Chenxian will soon be killed to the royal residence. Subordinates have nothing to do. Prince Li opened his eyes, his face calm as usual. In fact, there was a lot of remorse in the mind. Just 3 days ago, how could he, the titular king, put Lu Chenxian in his eyes? Strength again, is only a district Yuandan realm, Haoyang sector, Li Wangfu also, anyone of the royal sky realm, can easily kill him, the hands of the heavenly spiritual weapon for himself. Who would have thought that Lu Chenxian had no so-called heavenly spiritual weapons in his hands at all, and his strength, even more so, had reached a mind-boggling point, actually crossing the two realms of the three Yangs and the Yuan fetus, uprooting the entire Haoyang sect up and down the line, and even Monk Zhuxiu and Beggar had all fallen. Although Lu Chenxian is strong, he is not unbeatable. Prince Li sighed softly, slowly stroking the 8-dragon golden seal, and whispered, "Get ready, it's time to show our bottom card." Swish, this imperial air provider was shaken, obviously somewhat incredulous, and after a short period of shock, he finally nodded and turned around to quickly walk out. The Night King's house's bottom card. Ever since the Six Kings seized the throne and the Grand Prince fell to a tragic death, Prince Li had held back for many years, never giving up on the Zongxian throne. This time, grabbing a heavenly grade spiritual armament was also precisely to add leverage to his grand plan of plotting rebellion. It was a pity that Lu Chenxian's strength was far beyond Prince Li's imagination, and instead of having a heavenly spiritual weapon, he had lost 3 martial arts offerings and the power of the Haoyang sect, and the real undercard of the Night King's house would only be unveiled when it was time to plot against the dynasty and usurp the throne, and that was a true superb killing weapon, even if it was the state master beside Saint Zongxian, the imperial master, plus the martial arts offerings within the imperial court. Even if all of the martial arts powerhouses all joined forces, Prince Li had complete certainty that he would be able to kill them all. "Your Majesty," the Mekong offering went and returned, holding a childless corpse in his arms, and gently placed it in front of the Night King. "The little king has fallen asleep." Little king. Prince Li looked at his son's corpse, a flash of pain in his eyes fleetingly disappeared. It's an inaccessible part inside the undercard. Only his direct bloodline can withstand the power of the bottom card. That is above the supreme power of the realm of the sky, is the biggest rely on his usurpation of the throne of the dynasty. Report! An incomparably panicked shout came from far away from the garden of the royal mansion. Lu Chenxian has already entered the Yongning County city, and is still 3 blocks away from the royal mansion. Report! 2 more blocks. Here we go. Lord Li took a deep breath and placed the 8-dragon golden seal on top of his son's corpse before taking a big step and walking out of the main hall with the Mekong provider, tilting his head up to look towards the sky. Whoosh! Extremely high in the sky, a feathered silhouette broke through the air and slowly came to a stop over the royal residence. Lu Chenxian, condescendingly looking down at Prince Knight, the essence of his eyes flickered. "You're finally here." With a lofty demeanor, Prince Li tilted his head to lock eyes with Lu Chenxian, his gaze not without appreciation. "Your strength is something that this king greatly admires, although I know it's unlikely. However, the king still wants to try. If this king apologizes to you now, can you and I both turn our differences into peace? Instead of fighting to the death, it's better to shake hands and make peace. It's better to resolve grievances than to tie them up. You should understand this." Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head. With a shake of his right hand, the unsheathed wooden sword emerged from his palm. Glancing downwards towards the main hall of the royal residence, his gaze narrowed slightly. "Is it too late to talk about this now? If you're ready, why do you need to pretend?" Prince Li raised an eyebrow before he was dumbfounded. Sure enough, I couldn't hide it from him. In order to seek self-preservation, he did not hesitate to kill his own youngest son and unleash his bottom card with the bloodline of his closest relatives, and the price had already been paid, so how would he stop so easily? Even if Lu Chenxian was willing to quell the troubles, the dead little prince would not be able to come back to life. This hatred has long been unshared. To be able to die for a great cause, he is considered loyal and filial. Prince Li sighed, then turned to face the main hall of the royal residence, bowing and arching his hand. His face incomparably respectful. Child respectfully invites father to return to his throne. Woo! The wind is howling. Obviously it is midday. The sky is suddenly gloomy. An incomparably cold and bizarre breath from within the main hall of the royal residence rises up. The main hall roof steeply broken. The young prince's just dead body actually floats up in the air. Behind the back of the hidden stood a great figure wearing a dragon robe. It was the Grand Prince who had been defeated and killed in the Six Kings battle for the throne back then, and the current Zongxian Saint's own brother. Yu. Chapter 141. Woe to Yongning County. Night. In the sky above the main hall of the Li King's mansion, Yu's figure was blurred and uncertain. His voice hoarse and gloomy. "It's too early to wake up this king. Why are you so hasty? Could it be for this man?" As he spoke, his 2 morose white eyeballs slowly rotated, his gaze fixed dead on Lu Chenxian, the body of a disgruntled soul. Lu Chenxian's eyes narrowed into a thin slit as he and Yu confronted each other across the air, his unsheathed wooden sword in his hand gripping tighter and tighter. Grievous souls are an extremely special existence in the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Before a martial artist dies, if his or her grievances are so great that by chance, the soul does not enter the wheel of reincarnation, but becomes a lone soul and a wild ghost, coming out day and night to wreak havoc on the earth. If this lone spirit, practicing some weird secret method, even the scorching sun in the sky cannot cause any harm to it, and it can even condense the body of the grudge soul, and as long as the grudge is not dispersed, it can be immortal and live forever in the world. What's even more terrifying is that the grieving souls can absorb the grudges of other dead people and constantly strengthen themselves, with almost never-ending strength. In the former Green Sky immortal domain, after the battlefield is conquered and killed, the battlefield must be thoroughly cleaned up to make sure that no residual souls remain. Otherwise, once the battlefield resentful souls appear, absorbing the residual resentment of the dead on the battlefield, their strength is bound to be extremely terrifying, and even able to cause tremors in the immortal realm. With the same realm, any single resentful spirit could easily slaughter 10 times more ordinary martial artists. Father, Prince Li Yuan Li, still maintaining the bowing posture, said in a low voice, since the fall of my father, the child secretly planned for more than 40 years. Within the Yongning County city, all the formation eyes are buried in the grading thing. As long as father activates the grand formation, the people of the entire county will be at my disposal, and father's ambitious endeavor will be successfully accomplished. I see. Yuan Yu gently nodded his head, and the body of the resentful soul gradually faded, forming a wisp of fuzzy green smoke that drilled through the 7 orifices of the young prince's corpse. Grievous souls take over. Martial artists cultivated to the 3 yang realm, as long as the soul is not flying away, they can perform the method of reanimation. Only, under the limitations of the rules of heaven and earth, a martial artist can only reclaim the body once in his life. If he reclaims the body again, it will inevitably cause the rules of heaven and earth to come down to annihilate the person who reclaimed the body completely. And the resentful soul to perform the method of seizing the body is even more demanding. Only the first bloodline can withstand the power of the resentful soul, otherwise the body collapses. The method of seizing the body immediately fails. Once the seizing of the body is successful, the strength of the resentful soul will increase exponentially, even beyond the original realm. At this moment, Yuan Yu had already completely fused with his own grandson, and not only could he perform all the secret techniques of the body of the grieving soul, but he could likewise perform all the martial arts techniques he had performed in his lifetime. Congratulations, father, on your new life. Yuan Li let out a loud shout, apparently not the slightest bit hurt by his son's death, and then reached out to point at Lu Chenxian, his voice steeply cold. Father, this person's name is Lu Chenxian, a stumbling block to father's achievement of the great cause. Please, father, take action and kill this man on the spot. Oh, yeah. In mid-air, Yuan Yu, who had just taken over the body and was reborn, appeared to be just an 8-year-old child, but his gaze flashed with awe-inspiring essence, and his voice became unusually shrill. This person has not conceived a Yuan fetus, and at most, he is only at the 3 Yang's great perfection, a mere mole cricket. With your royal dignity, you can't actually take this person? Not only can't take it, if we don't summon you out, the Night King's house is almost gone. Yuan Li did not hide. Immediately divine thought transmitting voice, the Li Wangfu and Lu Chenxuan's grudge flew to say once, and then arched his hand and said, Father, although Lu Chenxuan's realm is low, his strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. Even the 3 royal heir providers within the Wangfu were easily killed by him. 1,000 armies are easy to find, but 1 general is hard to find. Although the Night King's mansion had enormous wealth, however, the Sentinel Sky martial artists did not give a damn about worldly wealth, and only a large amount of medium-grade xianshi, or 10 or more top-grade xianshi, could make them willingly sell their lives. Yuan Li had been planning for many years, secretly recruiting private soldiers and mining small veins in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and so far he had only acquired more than 130 top-grade xianstones. The number of middle-grade xianstones was quite generous, and he had invited a total of 4 martial arts style offerings, all of which were martial arts style powerhouses of the empty sky realm. However, since he had messed with Lu Chenxian, 3 of the 4 royal sky realms had already gone, leaving only this royal housekeeper beside him, just 1 step away from the peak of the royal sky. And Prince Li's martial arts qualifications were not outstanding. Although the cultivation resources were given to him, he had only cultivated to the 4th level of the Yuan fetus. As a prince, he didn't need to kill personally at all, and practicing martial arts was only to increase his longevity. What he really cared about was the throne of the Tsunchuan Empire. 3 sons killing Mikado? Interesting. Yuan Yu laughed a few times in a low voice, and then he held his hand in the air, and the 8-dragon golden seal floated up from within the main hall of the royal residence, and landed steadily in his palm. The treasure of Qi. This 8-dragon golden seal was the imperial Qi that Yuan Yu had seized together with 2 of the emperors when the 6 kings seized the throne in the past, condensing the true dragon of Qi. and possessing an amazing power that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Moreover, it is also the core formation weapon of the Grieving Soul formation, a must-have for Yuan-Yu's usurpation of the dynasty and conspiracy. Only one dragon of Qi is missing from the 9 dragons golden seal. Yuan-Yu played with the 8 dragon golden seal, his childlike naive face revealing a hint of an evil sneer. Although the Qi is still poor, however, with this king's strength nowadays, it will be absolutely effortless to finish off that waste of a man. Yuan Chang, the current sage of Zhongxian. Yuan Chang, with the strength of the imperial sky realm, he sits in the imperial court, possesses the 9 dragons golden seal, and has thousands of good generals and millions of soldiers under his command. However, in front of the real martial arts powerhouse, those court generals and cannon fodder are no different. Millions of soldiers will also not be of any use. As long as the beheading of Yuan Chang, take out the imperial master and the imperial court offerings, civil and military officials can only be at their mercy. The current Yuan-Yu definitely had this backbone. Let me see what kind of surprises you can bring to this king with these 40 years of scheming. Yuan-Yu held the 8 dragon golden seal in his hand. His body was filled with a gloomy wind, and a sudden bellowing cry came out of his mouth. Grievance Soul formation. Start. Rumble. The earth shook. Underneath the Yongning County city's earth veins, there were a total of 81 formation eyes, and a grayish-white airflow rose up to the sky, quickly condensing high in the sky above the county city, forming a bleak canopy thousands of feet in circumference, completely shrouding the entire county city. Within the county city, whether it is a peddler, a marketplace vendor, or a town sergeant, a greenhouse kabuki, but all of the people who were covered by this bleak canopy, all freeze in place. The pupils of their eyes gradually turned a blood red, as if a wild beast let out an incomparably mournful horror hissing. Hundreds of thousands of the city's people, in an instant, all turned into Yuan-Yu's resentful soul puppets. Chapter 142. A sword destroys a city. Yongning County is a pity. In the sky above the Li King's mansion, Lu Chenchuan's face was lowered, and he secretly shook his head in his heart. Yuan Li's 40 years of scheming was not so easy to crack. Hundreds of thousands of people were brutally enslaved, although he couldn't bear it in his heart. However, the filth buried deep in the ground had long since penetrated the entire Yongning County city. Even if he had killed Yuan-Yu as father and son just now, he wouldn't have been able to change the fates of these innocent people in the city. Dynasties change, blood is spilled, and a general is killed. One could only say that in order to achieve their goal, Yuan-Yu's father and son really did do whatever it took. Not bad, very good. Yuan-Yu held the 8 dragon golden seal in his hand and laughed long and loud to the sky. With these pariahs to open the way, my father and son will certainly be as powerful as a bamboo wall when they kill their way to the capital. These pariahs don't know pain, and are so powerful that even soldiers of the Qi-gathering realm can be easily killed. After killing it, it will likewise turn into a resentful soul puppet, all within the control of this king. Those who were killed by the grieving soul puppet were unable to reincarnate into the next life, but instead became puppets that were easily manipulated by Yuan-Yu. He had clearly mastered the extremely terrifying secret method of the grieving soul, and even if the Zhongxian imperial court surrounded him with heavy forces, he had no fear. Lu Chenxian, after laughing, Yuan-Yu's gaze turned and coldly swept Lu Chenxian in front of him. This king will rise up to fight against the rebellion and will become a hegemon. You have outstanding talent in martial arts. You are a usable talent. As long as you submit to this king can promise to let you. The words came to an abrupt end. In mid-air, Lu Chenxuan's face was indifferent. The unsheathed wooden sword in his hand quietly disappeared, and he stretched out his right index finger, slowly aiming it at Yuan-Yu's forehead. You deserve to die. Yuan-Yu's face sank. Toast to the death? Could it be that you think that you can defeat this king with just a mere 3-yang realm? As long as this king's mind moves, the city full of untouchables will come rushing up. Unless you are a spirit stage realist, there is only one way to die. Dead? Lu Chenxian no longer said a single word, and his right index finger gently pointed. One of the 3 self-created martial arts. De Luo. Silent finger. Ever since falling down to the lower realm, this martial skill had only been used once, and it was still on top of the blood battle ring in the Green Mountain Grand Competition, where it had dissolved the martial skill that the 3 of them, Li Liahu, Luo Sihai, and Gu Feng, had teamed up to execute. The silent violet light reflects and cracks all the laws of the world. A purplish golden light filled with the aura of death blossomed from Lu Chenxuan's fingertips, as if it was the only light in the world, piercing through the grayish-white dull canopy that shrouded the sky above the county, piercing through Yuan-Yu's forehead, and piercing through the 8 dragon golden seal in his hand as well. Halao! Within the 8 dragons golden seal, the 8 Chi-Luck golden dragons seemed to have suffered fatal injuries, their mouths emitting incomparably mournful and miserable screams. The already extremely fuzzy dragon-shaped body faded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a blink of an eye, It completely disappeared from the golden seal. The body of the young prince that you had just seized did not appear to have any injuries on the outside. However, a hoarse roar like the cries of a severe ghost came out of his mouth. Obviously suffering from an unimaginably great trauma, the body of a resentful soul re-emerged from behind the young prince, and even the method of seizing the body had been completely cracked by Lu Chenxian. Father, your majesty, not far from the side, Yuan Li and Nikon providers' faces changed drastically. You're injured? More than injured. The power of the great Luo's silent destruction finger was simply not something that a martial artist from the mundane world like them could imagine. And all of the secret techniques that Yuan Yue had just performed were all reduced to nothingness under the reflection of the silent destruction purple light, as if they had never appeared in the world before. It was just that the people who had become the puppets of the resentful souls had been completely controlled by the fiendish qi. And now, although the control was lifted, their vitality was cut off, and it was impossible for even Lu Chenxian to bring them back from the dead. The current ones were just some unconscious walking corpses, merely retaining the general fighting instincts of wild beasts, and apart from the human form, there was no other difference from the real demonic beasts. Lu Chenxian, how dare you, how dare you! In the sky above the main hall of the royal mansion, Yuan Yue's body of resentful soul trembled violently. His voice was like an evil spirit. What kind of martial skill is this, and what secret technique did you perform? Above the Zhongxian continent, such a secret technique absolutely does not exist. Even the Confucius family's book of sacred words could not possibly crack this king's soul control technique. Whose disciple are you? Which great power is reincarnated? What realm are you from? He knows a lot. Lu Chenxian didn't pay the slightest bit of attention at all as the unsheathed wooden sword resurfaced in his palm. The thunder rock's wings behind his back steeply stretched, and his figure rushed up 1,000 feet into the air. Looking down at the hundreds of thousands of walking corpses within the county town, a hint of faint compassion flowing from the bottom of his eyes. Swish, the wooden sword crossed the sky, and the sword's light was extinguished. Dala Dala, muddy sky chop, a round purple and gold full moon, 100 feet in circumference, rose in the sky above Yongning County, and countless purple and gold sword lights descended and descended, like a rain of purple and gold swords, running through the city walls, through the people's houses, through the stores along the streets, and through everything in Yongning County. Likewise, it also ran through those mindless walking corpses and through the entire Night King's mansion. Floating corpses everywhere, rivers of blood. In just less than 2 breaths, Yongning County City fell into complete dead silence, with no more living beings existing. A sword made with a trusting hand easily destroyed a city. Even for a martial realist at the spiritual platform realm, to destroy a county city with a 10-mile radius, one would need to strike at least dozens of times. Lu Chenxian only used one sword. When he was outside of Sanqing City, defusing the danger of the beast tide, it was this martial skill that he had performed. Compared to the last sword, the power of this sword strike was definitely enhanced by more than 100 times. Lu Gongzi? The blood and water within the county city had already flowed out of the city, while in the distant sky, a rather familiar man's voice, somewhat trembling, rang out. This is what you did. It's late. I'm the one who's late. It's all my fault. Hey. Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows slightly and slowly turned his head in the air. General of the 3 green castles, Ironwood Chun, riding a second-stage demonic beast, the green-winged falcon, swept in from afar, looking at the miserable state of Yongning County City and screaming, I received news that you killed your way up to Yongning County City and clashed with the town guards. I didn't realize that you actually. Hey, I can't believe what? Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled, speaking softly, you're not late. I should say it's just the right time. Just now, the matter of Yuan Yu's father and son's rebellion was briefly stated, and then smiled. I quelled the rebellion, although not for a reward. However, should that holy emperor of your Zhongxuan Empire not express his gratitude, asking for too many things, he may not be able to take them out. So I'll just ask for 1,000 top-grade xianshi. To the Zhongxian court, this amount of thanks shouldn't be much, right? Chapter 143, Tianjing City. Yuan Yu transformed into the body of a resentful soul back to life from the dead, and princely rebelled, killing hundreds of thousands of people in Yongning County City. Everything Lu Chenxian said was like a thunderbolt from the ground, and Taimo Chun froze on the spot for a long time without coming back to his senses. 48 years ago, Yuan Yu, who had long since fallen, actually kept his grievances alive and became a resentful soul, but also wanted to rebel against the army and seek to seize the throne? If all of this was true, then Lu Chenxuan's merit in quelling the rebellion was enough to go down in history. Only, Mr. Lu, Taimo Chun blanched and hesitated. What you just said, can there be physical evidence? The witnesses are definitely gone. Hundreds of thousands of people in the county were slaughtered by Lu Chenxuan's move of the Purple Moon martial art, leaving behind only mutilated limbs and broken arms. Not even a single intact corpse could be found. and where to look for witnesses. Without human evidence, physical evidence is crucial, and if there isn't even physical evidence, then Lu Chenxian massacre hundreds of thousands of people's crime, no longer want to clear. The saint under the thunderous anger, at all costs, will also be sure to bring Lu Chenxian to justice. Physical evidence, well, there is. Lu Chenxian reached out and pointed at the county below, smiling slightly. Deep within the earth veins, a total of 81 formations were set up, called the 99 Resentment Souls Formation, with Yin Fury objects buried in each of the formations. Remove the Yin Fury and send it to the capital, and that saint of yours will judge for himself. It's good to have physical evidence. Tai Mu Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief, and as if he suddenly remembered something, his eyes glared round. Mr. Lu, just now you said that you hoped that His Holiness could reward you with 1,000 top-grade xianshi? You aren't kidding, are you? Top-grade xianshi. It was too rare. The Zhongshuan Empire has a vast territory, and basalt veins are not uncommon. However, the slightly larger basalt mines are basically in the hands of first-class clans, and the Imperial Court has quite a headache with this. If there were enough top-grade xianshi, there wouldn't be only a handful of air-crossing powerhouses in the dynasty. In front of the first-class sects, the Zhongshuan Empire's martial forces were not worth mentioning at all. 1,000. Is that a lot? Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows slightly. You're at Zhongshuan Court. You wouldn't even be unable to take out this amount of Xian stone, would you? Taimo Chun had a bitter smile on his face. Take is to take out, but the treasury at least to empty a large part. Song Xian, how the saint valued Lu Chenxian, but also cannot be so generous. Mr. Lu, you are in great need of top-grade xianshi? Taimo Chun pondered a little and tentatively asked. The situation of the national treasury, although I'm not quite sure. However, there must be quite a lot of medium-grade xianshi reserves. At the very least, there are 10 million or so. If Lu Chenxian immediately shook his head. Medium-grade xianstone. The aura contained was not pure enough. Although he was only in the Nine Yang realm, his demand for aura was extremely harsh. Devouring a medium-grade xianstone would do very little to enhance his realm. Even if he devoured a top-grade xianstone, the strength enhancement would be very limited. Devouring a martial artist's spiritual charm was of course the best option. However, even if one needed spiritual charm, one could not create killings for no reason. Otherwise, what was the difference between that and you? It's true that there aren't many top-grade xianstones within the treasury. However, I do know a place where there are definitely quite a few top-grade xianstones. Taimo Chun pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, that is a first-class sect, Spirit Element sect from thousands of years ago, leaving behind a place of trial called Spirit Element Tower, standing in the northwest corner of the capital, now in the hands of the Imperial Court. It opens up once a year, and as long as one is a martial artist under Yuan Dan, one can strive for a quota to enter the tower. It is said that the top of the tower stores a xianshi marrow mother, which can continuously catalyze the birth of top-grade xianshi, and the accumulation of thousands of years must be extremely rich, so that even the very best xianshi may be catalyzed. When I was young, I also tried to climb the tower, but unfortunately, swish, without waiting for Taimo Chun to finish speaking, Lu Chenxuan's wings behind his back spread out and he had already swept away in the southeast direction. Mr. Lu, Taimo Chun was slightly stunned and cried out in a loud voice, I haven't finished yet. You, Lu Chenxian didn't turn around at all, and his voice echoed endlessly between this part of heaven and earth. The top of the spirit elemental tower, the xianshi marrow mother. I'll take it. The capital of the Zhongshuan Kingdom, Tianjing City. As one of the most powerful empires in the Xian-Tian continent, the capital of the Zhongshan Empire was no less than several hundred miles in circumference, with millions of people in the city, making it an extremely majestic and huge city. Within the area of Guangdong Prefecture, there were only a handful of strong sky realm practitioners, and in the eyes of the common people, they were already immortal figures who flew through the sky and disappeared from the earth. However, within 1,000 miles of this heavenly capital city, there were hundreds of second-rate sects alone, and the number of first-rate sects was also in the dozens. Not only did they possess hundreds of Mekong elders, but there were also spiritual platform real persons sitting in the sects, with thousands of years of martial arts inheritance. Is this Tianjing City? At the western city gate, a green-shirted figure stepped in, looking at the lofty city wall in front of him, his gaze not without appreciation. Not bad. The city wall was 100 feet high, all of them were made of bricks weighing more than 10,000 pounds, with defensive formations engraved on the surface, which was enough to withstand the rush of level 4 demonic beasts, and at the head of the city stood tens of thousands of heavy crossbow chariots, which, although inferior to the 1,000-ox crossbows, were able to inflict fatal injuries on the level 4 demonic beasts. If it was a human Yuan fetus realm martial artist, unless there were thousands of them, they would definitely not be able to break through the defense of these crossbows. Of course, even the smallest city compared to the violet imperial dynasty of the celestial immortal domain could hold the heavenly capital in complete contempt. However, in this mundane world, to be able to establish such a huge city, the Songxian Empire's national strength was evident. "This gentleman, are you from out of town?" Just as he walked into the city gates, a sharp-tongued, monkey-cheeked, hem-clothed youth with a flattering face came forward. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time you've come to Heavenly Capital City, right? Seeking education and discussing martial arts, eating and drinking, the academy on West Street, the martial arts hall on East Street, the restaurants in South City, the gambling houses in North City, and the pretty girls in the 8 hutongs. There's no one I don't know. For a single ingot of gold, I promise to get you to the place." Lu Chenxuan's footsteps lurched, and the corners of his lips lifted up in playfulness. "Interesting, in this imperial city, actually also have this kind of walking the streets of the Pao Tai martial arts realm, although not high. However, this kind of people tend to form their own school, ear extremely well informed. The city of big things and small things cannot be hidden from their ears, searching for people to ask for things almost everything, just like this young man in hemp clothes in front of him. He had connections with almost all of the 3 religions and 9 streams within the heavenly capital, and could even enter and exit many of the important ministers' residences, and could even inquire about what was happening in the courtroom. "Tell me about it." Lu Chenxian casually threw out a gold ingot and smiled. "What new things have happened within the imperial city recently? Also, it is said that the spiritual Yuan Tower in the northwest corner of the imperial city, the top of the tower has a basalt pith mother. This thing is true?" Chapter 144, Running Amok. The hemp-clothed youth caught the gold ingots thrown out by Lu Chenxian with both hands, and was originally filled with joy. However, once he heard about the spirit elemental pagoda, especially when he heard the Xianshi Marrow Mother at the back, a few moments of awe appeared steeply on his face. Wary of handing the gold ingot to Lu Chenxian, he whispered, "My lord, you take the gold back. This time the sale, I won't do it." Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows and didn't take the gold ingot back, asking with a smile, "Why? What other taboos are there here? In that case, keep the gold ingots. I'll just find someone else to inquire." After saying that, he turned around and stepped in the northwest direction of Tianjing City. The hemp-clothed youth looked at the gold ingot in his hand, then looked at Lu Chenxuan's sprightly back, hesitated a little, and slowly followed. It wasn't until Lu Chenxian walked to a remote street with relatively few pedestrians that the hemp-clothed youth sped up his pace to catch up, surveying around for a few moments to make sure no one had noticed this side. He let out a sigh of relief and cautiously said, "My lord, you are lucky to have met me. If you had met someone else, you might have been in for some bad luck." Lu Chenxian took a step and smiled. "Little brother, the question just now, can you say it now?" The hemp-clothed youth let out a bitter smile and sighed. "I see that Gongzi is a cool person, and I can't bear the thought of Gongzi giving up his life in vain. Your Excellency, you're new here. You don't know the taboos in this heavenly capital city. Many great clans covet that Xianshi Marrow Mother. Ordinary people can't even mention it. If those big clans know that Gongzi is also playing with the idea of that Xianshi Marrow Mother, I'm afraid that in less than 3 days, Gongzi will be dead on the streets, and the city defense court won't even dare to collect Gongzi's body." "Oh?" Lu Chenxian was interested and asked with a smile. "In that case, within the spirit elemental tower, there really is such an Xianshi Marrow Mother, am I right?" The hemp-clothed youth first nodded his head and then frowned. "Whether there is or isn't, how could we, the common people, possibly know? However, that spirit elemental tower is opened once a year, and only 100 people can enter each time, and the competition for places is very fierce. It's just a pity that within this spirit elemental tower, martial artists can only enter once in their lifetime, and the interior possesses a powerful prohibition that only those below the Yuan fetus realm can enter the tower. Those who entered the tower and fought for it should be the Xianshi Marrow Mother." "I see." Lu Chenxian slowly nodded his head and asked with a smile once again, "When will the spirit elemental tower open and how will the spots be obtained?" "Little brother, you know these, right?" The hemp-clothed youth didn't hesitate this time, hemmed and hawed and laughed. "This is not a secret. Everyone in Tianjing City knows that these quotas are in the hands of those big clans, and inside the imperial court, there are only 10 reserved. As long as the candidates for the quotas are determined, the spirit elemental pagoda will naturally open up. If it was in previous years, it would normally be August or September, and the quota would all be issued. But this year is a bit special. It is said that Tai Zongtong, the Minister of War of the current dynasty, has just sent a message to the Holy Spirit to ask for a quota to enter the tower, saying that he wants to wait for a martial genius to come to the tower to ascend. I don't know when this genius will enter the capital. If he comes late, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until the end of the year for the opening of this year's spirit elemental tower. Iron Shangshu. Lu Chenxian was slightly stunned, and then he was dumbfounded. Tai Muchuan was a son of the Tai family, and he had quite a friendship with himself, and if his guess was correct, this quota should be the one that Tai Muchuan had notified the Tai Shangshu of, and specifically reserved for himself. Thanks a lot, little brother. Lu Chenxian was in a good mood and once again flung out a gold ingot. Where is the Tai Shangshu's residence? Please take the trouble to lead the way, little brother. Thank you, sir. Sir, wait a moment. The hemp-clothed youth was overjoyed and hastily accepted the gold ingot, while turning around and running out of the alley. Not long after, with two bearers, carrying a small sedan chair, the pace of light and fast came over. Gongzi, please get on the sedan chair. The Imperial City will be here in a while. This treatment is worthy of this ingot of gold. Lu Chenxian nodded with a smile, lifted his foot into the sedan chair. Two bearers shouted, get up sedan chair. One in front of the other lifted up Lu Chenxian, jogging towards the Shangshu house. Tai Zongtong, the secretary of the Ministry of War, has his residence located in the central and western area of Tianjing City, also known as the Imperial City. Tianjing City is huge. From the inside to the outside, are the Forbidden City where the Tsunchuan Saint lives, the Imperial City where the second grade and above officers and princes and nobles are located, the inner city where the fourth grade officers and the families of the officers and soldiers of the Imperial City reside, and the outermost periphery is the outer city where the ordinary people and merchants and hawkers reside. Different areas of the city were separated by walls, the gates were heavily guarded, and one had to have a clearance document, otherwise one could never enter or leave at will. My lord, I can only send you here, less than half an hour. The sedan chair stopped at the entrance of the Imperial City. The hemp-clothed youth invited Lu Chenxian out of the sedan chair, scratching his head and smiling. Although I have some access, I can only move around in the inner city. The Imperial City is full of dignitaries and nobles, and idle people can't just go in and out. You want to go to the Shangshu residence? I can think of a way to get you some, but I need to wait for a few more days. I will first talk to my brothers inside the Imperial City, and then, boom! A sudden loud noise cut the voice of the hemp-clothed youth abruptly. A white-robed young man with a long sword hanging from his waist blasted away all the soldiers guarding in front of the Imperial City's gates, and one of them flew up and kicked the tightly closed gates of the Imperial City directly into pieces, leading the crowd behind him and strutting in. Not far from the side, there were still a lot of people waiting for the city guard sergeant to check the clearance paperwork. Seeing this scene, hands and feet to help those city guard sergeants up, looking at those rampaging youths, eyes full of anger. The clan's children. Tianjing City was thousands of miles in circumference, with dozens of first-class sects, just about any one of which could defy imperial power and not put the Tsunchuan court in their eyes at all. Who dares to check their clearance papers? Even if they were to break into the Forbidden City hard, Saint Song Xian would only be able to turn a blind eye and allow them to do whatever they wanted. It's someone from the Green Cloud sect. A guarding sergeant was bleeding from the corners of his mouth and had a miserable smile on his face. They're used to being arrogant. It's just that they were unlucky this time and suffered an undeserved disaster. Isn't it just about that quota for Minister Tai Shangshu? We didn't mess with him. What's the point of taking it out on us? Lu Chenxuan's ears twitched as he took a big step in front of the city guard sergeant and asked softly, this military master, do you mean that those Qingyan sect disciples just now are going to find trouble with the Iron Shangshu? This city guard sergeant looked Lu Chenxian up and down and did not feel any hostility from the latter. Shaking his head with a helpless face, it's not a good idea to ask less questions than you should. Oh, right. Are you planning to enter the Imperial City? I'll kindly advise you that it's best to wait a few more days until the matter of the quota has passed. Inside the Imperial City now. Hey, there are some dead people. Chapter 145, Preferring Death to Submission. It seems that the Shangshu house is really in trouble. Lu Chenxuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he no longer paid attention to the city guard sergeant and stepped towards the shattered Imperial City gate. Hey, stop. Not far from the side, those soldiers who were helped to get up to guard the city, struggled to gather around. You want to enter the city you must show the clearance paperwork. Where is your paperwork? The clearance papers? Lu Chenxian shook his head. Whoosh! The thunder rock on his back stretched out, and in full view of everyone, he directly rushed up into mid-air, and with a slight flash of purple and gold light under his eyes, he quickly found out where the Iron Mansion was located, and then with a shock of his wings, he swept in the direction of the Iron Mansion. God! Outside the city gates, the young man in hemp clothes looked up at the sky and couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva as he watched Lu Chenxuan's figure break through the sky. He couldn't be the martial arts genius that Shangshu Tai was rumored to be waiting for. Outside the gate of the Iron Mansion, it was waterlogged. 3,000 forbidden soldiers from the Forbidden City, dead guarding the Iron Mansion behind them. The long street in front of them is littered with corpses, all of which are forbidden soldiers wearing iron armor, as well as distant onlookers from rich families, who can't help but talk to each other. Over 200 dead. His Holiness has obviously received the news, but these are the elite disciples of the four great sects. Even His Holiness doesn't dare to argue with them. He can only let the Forbidden Army come over to die for nothing. Who says it isn't? The Qingyun sect, the Horizontal Sword sect, the Evergreen View, the Four Seas sect, they are all first-class sects, and with the Spirit Stage realist at the helm, our Tsangxian court wouldn't dare to mess with them. Hey, I really don't know what Mr. Iron was thinking. Just hand over the quota. The young generation of the Iron family have all entered the Spirit Elemental Tower, and no one is going to go even if they get a place this year. They have to hold on to this quota. Isn't this intentionally inviting disaster to the Iron family? Say, who is that martial arts genius that Xingshu Tai told His Majesty about? It's not worth it to die so many forbidden soldiers. Their whispers, of course, did not escape Tai Zongtong's ears. At the entrance of the Iron Mansion, Tai Zongtong's face was green with iron, staring deathly at the four parties of forces above the Long Street, the bottom of his eyes as if they were spitting fire. Just 2 days ago, he received a message from Tai Mu Chun, knowing that Yuan Yui's grudging souls were causing a disturbance, and immediately played to the saint and sent people to Yongning County to investigate the matter. Similarly, it was also for the sake of allowing Lu Chenxian to smoothly enter the Spirit Elemental Tower that he had specifically begged for a quota to enter the tower from the hands of Saint Songxian. Never thought that it was such a not-so-important quota that the four great sects actually seized it by force, killing more than 200 soldiers of the Forbidden Army. It was important to realize that although these forbidden troops were directly under the orders of the Holy Lord, however, many of them came from the Iron family's command, and were the true direct lineage of the Iron family. To give His Holiness Songxian a face, that's why I called you Tai Xingshu. In front of our first-rate sect, you don't really think you're some high-powered minister of war, do you? On the side of the Horizontal Blade sect, a tanned young man in iron clothes had a face full of teasing. Tai Zongtong, hand over that quota and we, the Horizontal Blade sect, will turn around and leave. No nonsense at all. If you don't hand over, you Iron House up and down. Today I'm afraid it's gone. That's definitely not a threat. The first-class sects that have spiritual platform real people sitting in the town. The status is far above the major empires. Although the Zhangchuan court has strong soldiers and horses, and the first-class sects compared to that is also far less than any one of the spiritual platform real people, all possessed the terrifying power of burning mountains and boiling the sea. The human sea tactic was simply useless to them. Even if there were millions of troops, it would only take a little more time, and it wouldn't take more than 2 hours to massacre the army of martial artists. The so-called worldly imperial power was never a piece of paper in front of a truly strong person. Only a strong and incomparable force was the true authority on the Xiantian continent. Destroying a Shangshu house doesn't seem like a big deal to our 4C sect. A young man from the 4C sect clad in blue robes, with an ice blue longsword hanging from his waist, had the corner of his mouth tilted in a sneering arc. Tai Zongtong, why don't you guess right now? If I exterminate your Tai mansion up and down right now, will that Songxian sage dare to give you a head start? Of course I wouldn't dare. Saint Songxian's ambitious plans had always wanted to unify the world and take over all the sect forces. However, since assuming the throne, after 48 years of painstaking efforts, the most powerful in the dynasty was only an empty realm martial artist, and could not even invite a spiritual platform realist, so how could he dare to go against a first-class clan? What's more, even if His Holiness Songxian valued the Iron family, the dynastic court wasn't an ironclad one, and the Iron family also had quite a few rivals above the dynastic court. If the Iron family was destroyed, those rivals would wake up laughing in their dreams, and even if Saint Songxian wanted to give the Iron family a head start, these rivals would definitely try their best to stop it. The Iron family. The court officials in the eyes of the common people were not even a piece of in the eyes of the four great sects. The four great clans have bullied people too much. Tai Zongtong's chest rose and fell. His teeth clenched. Even if my Tai family were to be destroyed, you guys will never get the quota. A gentleman does what he wants, but not what he doesn't want. The people of the Iron family will never give in to you even if they don't spare their lives. As the words fell, more than 80 elite disciples from the four great sects all had sneering cold smiles appearing on their faces. All of them were at the Yuan fetus realm. As for Tai Zongtong, he has spent half of his life in the military, and his martial arts training has likewise not been put down, and his cultivation has long since reached the peak of the Yuan fetus. The Iron family's children revered martial arts and practiced incomparably hard, possessing more than 20 people in the Triple Yang realm, and 4 or 5 people in the Yuan fetus realm. Such strength can be said to be unparalleled in the courtroom. However, these 80-odd people present, even the weakest of them at the third level of the Yuan fetus, could defeat Tai Zongtong with their hands and destroy the Tai family with ease. The martial arts techniques and spirit weapon martial arts skills possessed by first-rate sects were simply not comparable to the Iron family. Since you are stubborn, there is no need for the Iron family to exist today. A Taoist-robed woman with a duster in her hand, extremely beautiful in appearance, with an unusually ruthless voice. Let's go out together, kill 3,000 forbidden soldiers, kill the entire Tai family, and get the quota, and then compete to decide the quota belongs to. Gentlemen, do it! Swish, swish, swish. A total of 83 Yuan fetus martial artists, which also included the white-robed youth from the Qingyan sect who had blasted through the city gates, had long swords in their hands and were immediately about to go on a killing spree. Just this time, Iron Shongshu, I've kept you waiting. A calm and indifferent man's voice came from high in the sky in the distance. Lu Chenchuan's wings behind his back retracted and his figure landed steadily, nodding his head in greeting to Tai Zongtang before turning to face the crowd of the four great sects and speaking softly. The Iron family's quota was prepared specifically for me. You want to destroy the Iron family, but only to snatch the quota, so destroy me and the quota will naturally fall into your hands. If it can't be extinguished, then, the only ones who will die will be you. Chapter 146 Sword Trial in Tianjing City. Him, who is he? In front of the Iron Mansion's gate, no matter if it was the onlookers or these 83 first-class sect disciples, the moment they saw Lu Chenxian, their gazes all couldn't help but shrink fiercely for a moment. Instead of traveling on a flying demonic beast, his wings were stretched out and he swept from mid-air. This person actually has a flying martial art? As early as tens of thousands of years ago, the Xintian continent above the flight martial arts has broken the inheritance. Even if there is some reservation, can only exist in those hidden from the world within the Holy Land sects. Where did he get his flying martial arts skills from? And, what did he just say? The spot that Tai Zongtang and Saint Song Xian had asked for was specifically for him? The martial arts genius that Tai Zongtang said was you? The blue-robed young man from the Four Seas sect sized up Lu Chenxian a few times and let out a snort under his breath. Possessing the secret method of flight is indeed a bit of a bluff. Unfortunately, our four great clans have joined forces to enter the Spirit Elemental Tower's quota this time. So whether you want to or not, you must hand it over, going against the four great sects at the same time. Do you have the guts? They, the core disciples of the Yuan fetus realm, were not considered terrifying in themselves. What was truly terrifying was the spiritual platform realist who sat within the sect. Provoking the four great sects was provoking the four spirit stage real persons, and unless one had reached the realm of life and death and was about to ascend to the upper realm of the superpower, it was tantamount to seeking one's own death. The four great clans can't be messed with. Above the long street in front of the Iron Mansion's gate, those onlookers who were watching the spectacle couldn't help but secretly shake their heads as they looked at these clan elites from afar. They besieged the Iron Mansion, violating the law of the court, which would have been a sure death. If Saint Song Xian issued an order to send out the Imperial Court's strongest air skimmers, it would naturally be easy to deal with these 80-odd Yuan fetus martial artists. However, just because they were afraid of the spiritual platform realist within the sect, they had no choice but to send out 3,000 forbidden troops to protect the Iron family as much as possible. If they really went on a killing spree and wiped out all 3,000 forbidden troops and the Iron family, Saint Song Xian could only hold his tongue and would never dare to turn against the four great sects. Not to mention the four great sects, any first-class sect possessed the terrifying strength to destroy the Song Xian Empire. You are, Mr. Lu Chenxian had just broken through the air, and Tai Zongtang was likewise slightly stunned, and after hearing him say the words he had said earlier, it was clear that he had already determined Lu Chenchuan's identity at this moment. Slowly taking a step forward, his voice was suppressed to an extremely low level. Mu-chan has already told me that you have an outstanding talent that is rare to see in 10,000 years. It's just that, the four great sects are unrivaled, and I'm afraid that this year's quota to enter the Spirit Elemental Tower may not be retained. My Iron family's face is a small matter, but Mr. Lu's safety is a big matter. If we put Mr. Lu in danger because of this quota, this is definitely not the Iron family's intention. This was said with great sincerity. If the quota was snatched away by the four great sects, it was the Iron family's face that would be lost, and those rivals in the Imperial Court would surely use this as a laughingstock and sneer at the Iron family. The Iron family could disregard their face, but they could not disregard Lu Chenchuan's safety. When Lu Chenxian hadn't come, the Iron family could have preferred to die, but now that they had shown up, the spearheads of these sect elites were no longer the Iron family, but rather aimed at Lu Chenxian. I'm sure Lu appreciates Shangshu Tai's thoughts. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly before looking at the people of the four great clans once again and spoke softly. Don't you all want the quota? Come, destroy me. Wow. Above the long street, there was an uproar. If anything, what Lu Chenxian had said earlier was nothing more than a matter of will. Then, the words that were being said now were a blatant provocation, treating these disciples of the four great sects as trash to be taken at will. Could it be that he really didn't know how terrifying the core elites of a first-class sect really were? Don't look at the fact that they were only at the Yuan fetus realm. Even if they met a second-rate sect's air-rocking powerhouse, they might not be without a fighting chance. first-class clan. They possessed Earth-grade high-grade martial arts and Earth-grade high-grade martial skills, and even the spirit weapons in the hands of many of them had reached the Earth-grade high-grade level. No tears until you see the coffin, no death until you see the yellow river. The blue-robed youth of the 4C sect flipped his wrist and steeply sheathed the ice-blue longsword on his waist. The tip of the sword pointed far away from Lu Chenxuan's forehead, and he laughed in a low voice under his breath. Gentlemen, since Lu Chenxian wants to die, let's be a good man and send him back to the west. Let's set the rules now. Whoever can handily defeat Lu Chenxian, the spirit elemental pagoda quota in his hands will go to whoever owns it. This rule is fine with you all, right? Swish swish swish. In total, there were 83 people, and all of the earth-grade spiritual weapons that they carried with them surfaced in their palms, their mouths laughing coldly. They were not considered to be the best within their respective clans, and although their clans possessed spirit elemental tower slots, it was simply not their turn to get their hands on them. Now that he could snatch the quota from Lu Chenxuan's hands by finishing him off, he certainly couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Very good. Lu Chenxuan's face did not change, quietly gazing at the people of the four clans, his unsheathed wooden sword slowly emerging in his palm. Not long ago, I had tested my sword in Luoyang County, and no one in the younger generation was able to take a sword from me. Today, I will test my sword in Tianjing City to see how many moves a first-class sect disciple can hold up under my sword. The winner gets the quota, the loser leaves his life behind. And if the clan behind you wants to take revenge, Mr. Lu is just as forthcoming. Test the sword of heavenly capital? Above the long street, the onlookers looked at each other, and after a short period of surprise, there was heartfelt admiration, regardless of what kind of cultivation this Mr. Lu actually had. If he had the guts to say such words, then he was definitely a resounding man. To know, this is not what Luoyang County can be compared to. This is the foot of the Son of Heaven. Is the Zhongshuan Imperial City? Thousands of miles in a radius of sects. Just first-class sects there are dozens of. Even in the younger generation, there were countless heavenly talents who could even cross over the levels and easily decapitate a sky-raising powerhouse with their Yuan fetus cultivation. He dared to test his sword here. Just this courage alone was enough to make people marvel. Mr. Lu, Tai Zongtong wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and sighed. That's all. When Tai Mu-chun sent the message, he had once personally said that this Mr. Lu was extremely determined, and as long as he made a decision, no one would be able to change it. It is certainly best if he can win. If he is unfortunate enough to die, the Iron family must collect his body even if it offends the four great clans. This is the backbone of the Iron family. It is better to bend than to break. Good guts, good bullying. The blue-robed youth held his long sword in his hand and laughed up to the sky. You don't even have the fetal breath chi. You're at best a triple young martial artist, and you actually dare to test the sword of heavenly capital city? I, Lan Tianyu, an inner disciple of the 4C sect, will see today what qualifications you have to be able to test your sword in Tianjing City. Swish! The ice-blue longsword was swung violently, and a harsh cry escaped his mouth. Die for me! Chapter 147, Provocation? A first-class sect, the 4C sect, whose martial arts technique contained the power of the 5 elements of decanter, and whose swords came out like an ocean. When Lan Tianyu struck out with his sword, the entire long street was filled with water light, instantly setting off a tens of feet high sword light water wave. The 4C sect's top secret, Earth-grade high-grade martial skill, Ho Hai Ting Long Sword. Amidst the sword light water waves, 4 deep blue water pillars rose up and coalesced into 4 vicious scaly dragons with teeth and claws, lunging down towards Lu Chenxian. Look out! Get out of the way! Protect the Iron Shangshu. Above the long street, many onlookers hastily backed up. Even the 3,000 forbidden troops all changed color, maintaining the formation of the military formation. To the rear of the backward fast, all blocked in front of Tai Zongtong. This sword is too powerful. Although Lan Tianyu was not the top genius of the 4C sect's inner sect, however, the vast Sitinglong sword sweeping across the 8 directions was a wide-range attacking martial skill that was definitely not something that could be resisted by them. These chi-gathering realm soldiers, even if they were to activate their combined attack formation, they had come to protect the Iron Mansion on the orders of the current emperor, and although they had no fear of life or death, they would not give up their lives in vain. In their opinion, under this move, even if they came to their aid, this Mr. Lu would definitely go up in smoke, and all they could do was to try to keep Tai Zongtong alive. A wide-range attack martial skill that kills even these onlookers? Lu Chenxian held the wooden sword in his hand and spoke faintly. With an evil heart, I can't keep you. The first sword of the test sword Tianjing City will take you. As the words fell, the sword light was like a rainbow. With this sword, Lu Chenxian did not utilize any martial arts techniques, and his body seemed to merge into the void, instantly disappearing from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already appeared behind Lan Tianyu, a sword to the throat. Lan Tianyu stiffened and subconsciously raised his left hand, slowly touching his neck. It's already too late. An imperceptible crack slowly emerged from his throat, steeply bursting out in a cloud of scarlet blood mist. He didn't even feel the pain, much less see how Lu Chenxian struck, merely a blur before his eyes, and his body felt the ultimate coldness. The power drains away with the blood. Under this throat-sealing sword, his martial Dao spiritual charm had been completely absorbed by Lu Chenxian, and while the blood mist was sprayed out, the divine splendor in his eyes had been completely extinguished, and even the ice-blue long sword in his hand had shattered into a pile of ice crystal debris, no longer having any semblance of power. Dead. As Lan Tianyu's body fell to the ground, the jaws of those onlookers around him were staggered, and many of them were even retreating in a sorry state, completely unaware of what had happened. How did he die? The water mist that filled the air, the tens of feet high sword-light water wave, and the auger water column that rushed out of the water wave. Why had they all disappeared? What did Lu Chenxian do? It's unbelievable. Mr. Lu, is this Mr. Lu's strength? Behind the 3,000 forbidden troops, Tai Zongtan was dumbfounded and simply could not believe what was happening in front of him. He had received a transmission from Tai Muchan and knew that Lu Chenxian's strength was superb and far from being able to be measured by realm. But even so, he never expected that Lu Chenxian was actually so strong to such an extent that he could kill an inner disciple of a first-class sect with a single sword so easily in the face of it. Elder brother Lan Tianyu is actually dead. What a fast sword. In front of the Iron Mansion's gate, those disciples of the four great sects who were eager to try their luck couldn't help but look at Lan Tianyu's corpse from afar, and couldn't help but feel numbness in their scalps, and their just risen fighting spirit instantly faded away. This Lu's surname, the sword is too fast, and his hand is too hard. They were all at the Yuan fetus realm, and although the gong methods of each clan were different, they were all at the high level of the earth level, and there was not much difference in strength between them and Lan Tianyu. Since the one surnamed Lu was able to kill Lan Tianyu with a single sword, of course he could effortlessly kill them as well. Who dares to keep clamoring? Whoever called is dead. Aren't you guys going to grab the quota for the spirit elemental tower? Lu Chenxian, one man and one sword, faced the 80 or so sect disciples and spoke indifferently. Come, exterminate me and snatch the quota away. Fight alone, or in groups, as you please. Group warfare? On top of the long street, the crowd of onlookers sucked in cool air and looked at Lu Chenxian with eyes that changed again and again. Is he crazy? In a fair one-on-one match, this Mr. Lu might be able to secure the upper hand. A group attack could be a completely different story. With these Yuan fetus martial artists joining forces, even decapitating an air-immortal powerhouse was no big deal. He actually dared to make such a boast and provoke the four great sects at the same time? I'm afraid that even 10 lives are not enough to die. Mr. Lu, never. Tai Zongtan's face tightened, hurriedly pushed away the forbidden soldiers in front of him and quickly walked to Lu Chenxian's side. Mr. Lu, Mr. Tai knows that you have amazing talent, but, without waiting for Tai Zongtan to finish, Lu Chenxian smiled and shook his head. This iron Shinshu certainly has good intentions. However, he absolutely could not imagine that the one standing in front of him was not some once-in-a-million years unparalleled genius, but the strongest war god of the immortal realm in the past, who had cultivated the supreme heaven-swallowing mysterious technique, and was a true heaven-defying person. What was the difference between a mere 80 or so Yuan fetus martial artists and mole crickets? Even if it was a spiritual platform realist within a first-class clan, he, Lu Chenxian, was still fearless. Lu, don't be too crazy. The white-robed youth of the Qingyan sect who had shattered the gates of the imperial city. His long sword in his hand shook violently, and his words were stern. Gentlemen, let's all join hands and let him see how powerful our four great sects are. A first-rate sect, absolutely not to be underestimated by anyone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as these words came out, the disciples of the four clans were excited. Their swords whistled in their hands, while some people also displayed their spiritual weapons in long sticks, or waved their dusters in their hands, and a ground-level martial arts skill was wildly launched. The 4C sect's greatest skill, the Hohai Tinglong sword, Green Cloud sect's strongest martial skill, Green Cloud Peerless Chop, Chanchun Quan's unique secret technique, Shaking Heavenly Flowing Cloud Sweep, Horizontal Blade sect's peak earth-grade martial skill, Broken River Splitting Mountain Blade. More than 80 strong martial arts techniques converged into a radiant torrent that covered the sky, enveloping not only Lu Chenxian, but likewise Tai Zongtan in the back, enveloping the entire Tai Mansion. It's over. The moment the crowd struck, those distant onlookers, as well as the 3,000 forbidden troops in front of the Iron Mansion's gate, were all filled with despair, and even put down the lances and halberds in their hands. Such an attack was already no less than the full strength of an imperial air power. In the face of such a terrifying attack, there was no point in resisting any further. They couldn't even rise to the thought of dodging. The outcome will no longer be in doubt. Today, These 3,000 forbidden soldiers of theirs, as well as this Mr. Lu and the Iron Mansion, will surely be pulverized. That's not a bad offense. Lu Chenchuan's gaze was calm, his left index finger pointed in the air, and he spoke indifferently. If all of you were at the Sky Realm, I might still be afraid for a moment or two, but it's a pity that it's only a district Yuan fetus. The might contained in these martial arts. I, for one, take it. Chaotic heaven swallowing skill. Nothing can be swallowed. The low prisoner's finger. Devour. Chapter 148. Stabbing the sky. The great Luo imprisoning heavenly finger. Imprisoning the heavens and trapping the earth. Forming its own space. In the past, during the Immortal World War, this martial art had once shown in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, trapping the strongest demonic father, Devil Wuji, and buying 3 months of time for the Violet Dynasty. It was also in the middle of this great battle that Lu Chenxian executed this fingering technique several times in a row, dividing the battlefield of the demon race, and the 10 million demon soldiers fought on their own, no longer able to pose the slightest threat to the millions of Xian heavenly armies. At this moment, although Lu Chenxian was less than 1/1000th of his peak strength, yet the ones he was facing were not those ferocious great demons, but rather the Yuan fetus martial artists of the district's mundane world. Buzz. The heavens and the earth tremble. Lu Chenchuan's finger fell, and a hidden purple gold cage emerged from the void, blocking all of the 80 or so Yuan fetus martial artists who had blasted out their martial skills. At the same time, within the purple gold cage, a pitch-black vortex appeared out of thin air, and an endless tearing force spread out, devouring the might contained in these martial arts quickly. What? What is that thing? Their martial arts have disappeared. No, not disappeared. They are locked by that cage. What is the vortex in the cage? Is it a heaven-level martial skill or a heaven-level secret technique? Oh my god. Mr. Lu, he actually blocked those people's attack. Above the long street, those who were onlookers from afar looked at the scene in front of them with jaws agape, feeling that their brains were not enough. Is this the true strength of Mr. Lu? It's really horrible. Incredible. Incredible. Behind Lu Chenxian, Tai Zongtang and the 3,000 forbidden soldiers were equally filled with shock, even somewhat doubting their eyes. It's not going to happen. Above the Xian Tian continent, no one had ever been able to accomplish such a feat. He, Duke Lu, whose martial cultivation hadn't even reached the Yuan fetus realm, had actually used his own strength to defuse the combined might of more than 80 Yuan fetus martial artists. Moreover, they are not ordinary Yuan fetus realm, but are elite disciples from first-class clans, cultivating Earth-grade high-level martial arts, cultivating Earth-grade high-level martial arts techniques, and some even have Earth-grade high-level spirit weapons. How many people can be identified in the younger generation with such strength? Even those demons in the Sacred Land sect might not be able to retreat in one piece under such an attack. It can't be. It's never going to happen. On the opposite side of the long street, the white-robed youth of the Qingyan sect, and the absolute Taoist nun holding a duster. The long sword and duster in their hands trembled slightly. Beside them, the dark youth with the strongest strength of the horizontal blade sect had the same incredulity written all over his face. The means displayed by Lu Chenxian was beyond their understanding. Even the Sky Sentinel elders within the sect, or even the supreme elders at the spiritual platform realm, could not possibly execute such an astonishing means. What kind of secret technique was it that could actually seal their martial arts? And what was the black vortex inside the purple golden cage again? Why was the might of the martial arts they had performed earlier disappearing rapidly? Surname Lu. This person must be hiding an unimaginably great secret. Devouring these martial arts is obviously far from enough. Lu Chenxian stood in place, feeling the changes within his sea of consciousness and secretly shaking his head in his heart. The power contained in these martial arts was really too little. After advancing to the Nine Yang realm, martial realm advancement had been extremely difficult. After successively devouring so many martial spirit rhythms and top-grade Qian stones, the first level of the Nine Yang realm was only slightly refined by a hair. After devouring Yuan Yue's 8 Dragon Golden Seal, he was only a hair's breadth away from the second level of the Nine Yang realm. Yet now, after successively devouring all of that Lan Tianyu's spiritual rhythms, coupled with the power of these people's martial skills, he actually still hadn't been able to advance to the second level. It seemed that after cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, one's martial Dao base was just too deep, and the difficulty of realm advancement was even more terrifying than expected. It's not polite to come and go. Lu Chenchuan's gaze sank as he swept over the appalled disciples of the 4 great sects and spoke indifferently. You were the ones who made the move just now, and now it's my turn as well. The trial of the sword is a matter of life and death. You guys, you can die. Boo. Left palm clenched in vain. No, Lu, stop it. Our 4 great clans. Ah. The moment Lu Chenxian swung his sword, the disciples of the 4 major clans were shocked and hissed loudly from their mouths. Some threatened the first-class clans behind them, Some waved their hands frantically to signal Lu Chenxian not to use his sword, while others turned to flee, and there were even those who cried and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. A huge semi-transparent palm emitting purple and gold light appeared out of thin air above this long street, and did not affect the surrounding houses and the verdant ground, nor did it damage those onlookers. The 5 fingers were like purple mountains and mountains, and the palm was like a 100-foot millstone, and the entire palm was steeply clenched in full view of everyone. Boom, 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 pulverized and shattered, with huge booms. Within the translucent palm, 82 Yuan fetus martial artists were instantly killed. Not even a single intact bone was left. All of them turned into cold corpses that were a blur of blood and flesh. Just at the moment of their death, the spirit rhyme in their body has been swallowed and absorbed by this palm, as well as the pills they carry, spirit weapons, and the medium-grade xianxure in the space nano ring. All of it, was stripped away by Lu Chenxian. Oh my god, Mr. Lu, he really made a move. Killing Alan Tianyu is even if it's not enough. He actually killed so many people from the 4 great sects altogether. The 4 great clans will go crazy. Mr. Lu has stabbed the sky. The onlookers on top of the long street, their eyes almost fell out of their sockets, looking at those blurred corpses that fell on the ground. Some people even couldn't help but cover their mouths, bending down to vomit profusely. On more people's faces, there was still lingering shock. Mr. Lu, how dare he? The sword trial Tianjin City, of course, was not incapable of killing people. However, since they had already divided the winners and losers, it was just as well to let them leave. Where on earth did Mr. Lu get the guts to actually dare to kill all of these elite disciples of the 4 great sects? Doesn't he know that inside the 4 great sects, there can be spiritual platform real persons in attendance, and any one of them can easily exterminate the entire heavenly capital city with a single strike? Mr. Lu, hey! Tai Zongtong's face changed again and again, and finally stepped forward quickly, urging in a low voice, today's matter, the 4 great sects will definitely not let it go, and it will be just as difficult for my Tai family to escape the disaster of extinction. Before the 4 great sects come, you hurry to leave Tianjin City and escape as far away as possible. I will immediately arrange for a few Tai family sons and daughters. I hope that Mr. Lu can take them with him to escape. At least, escape? Without waiting for Tai Zongtong to finish, Lu Chenxian smiled faintly. The matter started because of me, and naturally, it should end by me as well. If the 4 great clans come, Shangshu Tai just tell them that Mr. Lu is at the Spirit Elemental Pagoda, waiting for their arrival. Chapter 149, His Majesty's Choice. What time is this? And Mr. Lu actually wants to go to the Spirit Elemental Tower? Tai Zongtong was slightly stunned, and then filled with bitter smiles. Lu Gongzi, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? This time, the one who offended is not a second-rate sect in Guangdongfu, but a first-rate great sect that has a spiritual platform realist. I'll leave the aftermath to Mr. Iron. Lu Chenxian reached out and pointed to the corpses everywhere above the long street and spoke with a smile. The matter of the 4 great sects. Do as I say. If they come to the door, just push it all on me. Iron Shangshu. Farewell. After saying that, ignoring all the gazes of those onlookers and the 3,000 forbidden troops, the Thunder Rock's wings behind him stretched out and swept towards the Spirit Elemental Pagoda to the northwest of Tianjin City, and within its sea of consciousness, the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan vibrated slightly, and 2 arcane mystery patterns gradually surfaced on its surface. After devouring the spirit rhythms of more than 80 young geniuses of the Yuan fetus, the martial realm finally advanced to the 2nd level of the 9 Yang realm. In the northwestern suburbs of Tianjin City, the Spirit Elemental Pagoda. The tower is greenish-black, 99 feet high, a total of 9 layers. The bottom of the tower door is closed. The door stood 2 forbidden soldiers. The surrounding can also occasionally see some of the coming and going vendors. The existence of this tower has obviously been accustomed to. It's no wonder. Lingyuan Tower has existed for a long time. Sanchuan Empire before the establishment of the country has been located here. In addition to the annual opening day, the other time and the other buildings in the Tianjin city is not much different. The people are used to it. The tower standing for tens of thousands of years do not even have a lot of reverence. Swish! Extremely high in the sky, Lu Chenxuan's wings retracted and landed steadily in front of the tower door. Come on man, stop! A forbidden soldier immediately stepped forward, looked Lu Chenxian up and down, and droned in a deep voice. The Spirit Elemental Tower opens once a year. Didn't you know that? No one is allowed to enter the tower without His Majesty's decree. Leave quickly. The Spirit Elemental Pagoda was open, and the true power was not in the hands of Saint Song Xian. In the 1,000-mile radius of Tianjin City, there were dozens of first-rate sects and hundreds of second-rate sects, all of which wanted their sect disciples to climb the Spirit Elemental Tower and snatch the top-grade and extreme-grade Xianxure stones inside the tower. However, under the years of fighting, all the great clans had suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and finally came up with such a compromise, establishing 100 quotas to enter the tower every year, with the Tsongshuan Saint deciding on the opening time, which could also avoid certain greedy people from privately boarding the tower. It is worth mentioning that this tower is all in one, and it is heavy and incomparably heavy. Once there was a Holy Land clan powerhouse descending, wanting to forcefully take away this tower, and under the full force of their hands, they actually couldn't shake the slightest bit. Even the Holy Land powerhouses cannot help this tower. These first-class clans naturally cut off the idea, and the tower within the ban is also extremely strong. Only under the Yuan Tier can enter, at most, only to get a few top-grade Shinstone. The legendary Extreme Shinstone and Shinstone Marrow Mother is never seen. Your Majesty's decree? Lu Qinshuan's face was bland as he said softly, I'm not a member of the Tsongshan Empire, so why do I need a decree? Ha! The forbidden soldiers guarding the tower were slightly stunned, their faces filled with suspicion. If you're not from the Tsongshan Empire, then you're a disciple of the clan? However, the agreement of the major clans, no one in the clan disciples knew about it, and the Spirit Elemental Tower would only be opened if the Tsongshan Sacred Emperor sent down a decree. And this youth in front of him didn't even know about it? Are you from the Holy Land? The sergeant's heart shook, suddenly guessing a certain possibility, and his face immediately became incomparably respectful. My lord, if you are a disciple of any Holy Land, please show the Holy Land token, and I will immediately report to the saint, asking the saint to lower his decree and open it up for my lord alone. The majesty of the Holy Land reigns supreme. Xian Tian Continent 7 Empires. Tsongshan Empire is only one of them, while the Holy Land sects are only 3, each of which is far above the first-class sects. The Lord of the Holy Land are all the strongest in the realm of life and death. If they succeed in surviving the heavenly apocalypse, they will be able to ascend in place, ascending to the upper realm. Ever since the establishment of the Tsongshan Empire, disciples from the Holy Land had traveled to Tianjing City more than once precisely to climb the Spirit Elemental Tower. Every time this time of the year, the rule that the Spirit Elemental Tower was open once a year became a dead letter, and the Tsongshan sage would even come in person to escort the disciples of the Holy Land into the tower. And those first-class clans that set the rules didn't even dare to have the slightest objection to this. Who dares to cross the disciples of the Holy Land? In front of the Holy Land sect, the rules of a first-class sect were nothing more than a joke. I'm not from the Holy Land. Lu Chunxian smiled faintly and spoke again. This military master. You can report to that saint of yours right now and tell him that Lu Chunxian, the son-in-law of the Su family in Sanqing City, Luoyang County, has requested to open the tower door and climb the Spirit Elemental Pagoda. If he is truly majestic, then the tower doors will open today. This, being able to guard the tower door, these two sergeants were naturally the ones with a vivid mind, and their ability to observe words and colors could be said to be perfected. The two of them glanced at each other and then surveyed Lu Chunxian once again, their hearts secretly aghast. Ever since they came here to guard the town, they had seen no 10,000 or 8,000 people with a false reputation. However, this Mr. Lu had a calm demeanor, and although he didn't release any strong aura, he naturally exuded an outstanding stance that looked down on everything. Even the few sacred ground demons that he had met before seemed to be far inferior to this Lord Lu's temperament. Is he really a deep hideout? More terrifying than a Holy Land demon? The holy decree has arrived. Just as the two sergeants hesitated, a strange voice with a male duck's voice came from high above. Far away, an old eunuch in a brocade robe, holding a golden oracle in his hand, rode a fourth-ranked demonic bird and landed in front of the Spirit Elemental Pagoda quickly. Glancing at Lu Chunxian, his eyes brightened slightly and he hurriedly stepped forward to arch his hand in greeting. This must be Mr. Lu. Shangshu Tai has just informed the saint, knowing that Mr. Lu is going to enter the Spirit Elemental Tower. The saint specially decreed that our family should come and open the Spirit Elemental Tower. So Mr. Lu has waited for a long time. Oh, Lu Chunxian raised his eyebrows, the corner of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. Tai Shangshu was indeed a smart man, and this Tsongshan saint's vision was not bad. No wonder Tai Muchuan said that he was a once-in-a-lifetime wise monarch. Opening the Spirit Elemental Pagoda appeared to be a trivial and insignificant matter, but in reality, it concerned the attitude of the Tsongshan court and the choice of this saint, choosing to pull in Lu Chunxian, or choosing to submit to those first-class sects. This monarch clearly chose the former. Go back and tell him. Lu Chunxian looked at the imperial decree in the old eunuch's hand and laughed softly. Didn't he want to unify the world and subdue all the sects? When I get out of the tower, I'm going to walk up to the Forbidden City, and I can help him with what he wants to do. Now, open the tower. Chapter 150, Opening of the Spirit Elemental Pagoda. Mr. Lu, before our family left the palace, His Holiness specifically instructed that regarding the situation within the Spirit Elemental Pagoda, let us give an account with Mr. Lu. The old eunuch did not open the tower door immediately, but spoke respectfully. This spirit elemental pagoda, although it was owned by the spirit elemental sect thousands of years ago, however, it was not refined by the spirit elemental sect, but rather, tens of thousands of years ago, when the dome of the heavens was suddenly shattered. This pagoda fell down from the cracks of the dome of the sky. Back then, the spirit element sect was so powerful that it possessed a peak spirit stage martial arts realist who appropriated this tower for himself, forbidding anyone outside of the spirit element sect to enter, and gave it the name Spirit Element Tower. There are 9 layers of heaven and earth within the tower, and each layer is capable of illuminating a mirror image of the martial artist, and the realm of each layer of the mirror image is exactly the same as the martial artist himself, only, the strength of this mirror image cannot be judged by the realm. So far, all the martial artists on our Xiantian continent who have entered the tower have at most climbed to the 6th floor. Upper world treasures? Lu Chenchuan's gaze brightened slightly before he secretly shook his head. This spirit elemental pagoda in front of him, although its aura wasn't weak, but, compared to the treasures of the green sky immortal domain in the past, it was a far cry from the sky. Above the 3,000 small worlds are the middle 1,000 worlds, the great 1,000 worlds, and the immortal world is far above the great 1,000 worlds, and the treasures refined by any clan are far beyond this spirit element tower. When he was at his full strength, any immortal weapon in his hand would be able to destroy this tower easily. Even now, with that pure immortal power left behind by Shao Dingtian within his Dantian, this Xiantian continent might not even be able to withstand it if it was released. Based on the scent, this spirit elemental tower was clearly not a thing of the immortal realm, and its grade was at most a peak heavenly grade spiritual artifact. That saint of yours, have a heart. Lu Chenxian no longer thought much about it and stepped in front of the tower door. Eunuch, open the tower. The account has been accounted for. The old eunuch did not dare to delay, immediately took out a golden dragon token, far to the tower door. A tire breath of gas infused into the token. Mouth a low drink, open, rumble, pagoda shock. An incomparably magnificent pillar of Xianqi light shot up from the top of the tower, instantly reflecting the entire Tianjing city. The front tower door slowly opened, revealing the bottomless tower space. The inner wall is broken, projecting a blurred shadow. Seems to be the remains of the previous martial artists who entered the tower. Have to perform a variety of martial arts skills with different power. Just appear for a split second, and then immediately disappeared. Countless shadows floated in and out of existence, as if witnessing the mulberry outlet online this pagoda has experienced. But unfortunately the time of existence of the shadows is too short. To learn martial arts from these shadows, I'm afraid that it is simply impossible for anyone to complete. The spirit elemental tower is open. The arcane light rushes to the sky. It's a sign of the opening of the spirit elemental tower. How could Saint Sangxian suddenly open the tower? None of those first-rate Sex Yuan fetus disciples have come yet. Inside the Tianjing city, no matter if it was the outer city or the inner city, or the imperial city or the forbidden city, the princes, nobles and commoners within the 4 major areas all saw the Xuanqi light column released from the top of the tower and couldn't help but be filled with shock. There were a lot of good people who came running wildly from all directions, all wanting to see the spectacle of the opening of the spirit elemental pagoda. Only, this time, the opening of the spiritual Yuan Tower was exclusively for Lu Chenxian alone, and the Zhanshuan sage did not notify any clans. And now at the bottom of this pagoda, there were only a few people, and the imagined pomp of 10,000 people was very different. Mr. Lu, the old eunuch bowed slightly and struck an inviting pose, then spoke in a low voice, his words carrying great meaning. For the sake of Mr. Lu, His Holiness has not hesitated to offend all the great clans by opening the spirit elemental pagoda ahead of schedule. We will not say anything else. The heart of the holy Lord Lu, please. This old eunuch is quite loyal, and has not forgotten to say a good word to that saint of theirs. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly and stepped into the first floor of the spiritual Yuan Tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the midair of Tianjing City, a flying demonic bird broke through the sky, with a young figure standing on its back, staring from afar at the pillar of arcane energy light in the sky above the spirit elemental pagoda. His brows were all furrowed. What's going on here? According to the usual practice in previous years, every time the spirit elemental pagoda opened on the day, Saint Songxian would notify all the major clans. The 100 Yuan fetus martial artists who had gotten the quota departed from their respective clans and gathered at the Spirit Yuan Tower before the tower was officially opened. The vast majority of these young martial artists were from first-rate clans, and there were a few who were from top second-rate clans that had not received any news at all before the opening of the Spirit Elemental Tower. Could it be that Holy Lord of the Zhanshuan Empire really thought of himself as the master of the Spirit Elemental Tower? It's just ridiculous. Opening up the spirit elemental pagodas was a power bestowed upon the Zhongxian Empire by the major sects in order to maintain a superficial balance. In the end, the true owners of this spirit elemental tower were still the great sects. Senior Sister Joie. On the back of a peak 4th rank flying demonic beast, a handsome young man wearing blood-colored boxing gloves had an evil smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. You've already heard about what happened in the Iron Mansion, haven't you? The 4Cs sect, Evergreen View, Horizontal Blade sect, and Green Cloud sect, a total of 83 Yuan fetus disciples, were blown away by Lu Chenxian with a single palm strike. If my guess is correct, this time when the spirit elemental tower is suddenly opened, the person who entered the tower is definitely Lu Chenxian. The woman next to her stood on top of the back of a fiery red flying bird, playing with a small jade hairpin in her hand, her fine eyebrows gently frowning. She and this youth did not come from the same clan. Handsome young man named Ji Guang is the Blood River sect's inner sect genius, because of the late entry, until this year to get the Spirit Element Tower quota. However, his fame could never be measured by how early or late he was initiated. At the age of 5, Qi was gathered. At the age of 11, Yuan Dan was condensed. At the age of 15, the tripod was set up with 3 yangs, and at the age of 18, Yuan fetus was conceived, and now at less than 24, Yuan fetus has already reached the Great Circle, and in the younger generation of the Blood River sect, it is a well-deserved first person. It was said that after he got the quota to enter the tower, the Blood River sect's supreme elder had once personally asserted that Ji Guang could definitely rival the sacred ground demons and ascend to the 6th floor of the Spirit Elemental Tower, and it was even possible for him to go even further and ascend to the 7th floor. 7th floor of the spiritual Yuan Tower. There is a great chance of getting an extreme xianxue. The arcane stones in the tower are limited. The fewer people who ascend the tower, the better. The woman surnamed Zhua had a beautiful posture, and her voice was unusually cold. Ji Guang, after entering the tower, if you dare to make a move against me, I will not show any mercy. Although the Blood River sect is strong, our Changxia sect may not be afraid of you, although they were all first-class sects, but there were also strengths and weaknesses between each other. Within a 1,000-mile radius of Tianjin City, the Blood River sect was definitely one of the strongest sects, and the Changxia sect, which was almost entirely female, was not weak at all, and there was a spiritual stage Great Circle Taishang elder sitting in the sect, and this woman, Zhuo Qingxia, was similar in strength to Ji Guang, both being the contemporary pride within the sect. Senior Sister Zhua is overly concerned. The corner of Ji Guang's lips hooked, and the blood light under his eyes flickered. I don't care about Xianxue or anything else this time when I ascend the tower. What really interests me is Lu Chenxuan's head. Using his essence blood to refine pills, I'll have a much better chance of breaking through the sky realm. Chapter 151. The Blood River sect's secret method of refining pills with blood and swallowing pills to enhance their strength required an extremely high level of essence and blood. The stronger the talent of a martial artist, the more spirit charm their essence blood contained, as well as the demon blood of high-level demonic beasts, all of which were the main materials used by the Blood River sect to refine pills. It was only that the major clans were eyeing each other. Even the Blood River sect didn't dare to slaughter martial artists at will. Refining blood pills was mainly a matter of capturing demonic beasts, and only true core disciples, when they were breaking through the realm, would try to find ways to hunt down talented martial artists. Martial artists with a little bit of talent would basically worship first-rate sects, and the number of geniuses possessed by second-rate sects was minuscule, making it extremely difficult to hunt them down. Lu Chenxian was obviously not among them. Killing more than 80 people from the 4 major clans had already made him a target. If he hunted down Lu Chenxian and used his essence blood to refine pills, the other clans would definitely not have a problem with it, and the 4 major clans would even have to thank him for avenging their disciples. Climbing the Spirit Element Tower, obtaining the top-grade Xianxue, and taking care of Lu Chenxian in the process, refining the blood pills needed to advance to the Imperial Sky Realm. It was just like killing 2 birds with 1 stone for Ji Guang. There are quite a few people who want to kill Lu Chenxian. Zhuo Qingxia's eyes were lowered, and she said softly, those 4 great sects, they also have the same quota to enter the tower, and when a fellow disciple is killed, will they not be indifferent? If you want to kill Lu Chenxian, you'll have to hurry up before they get the jump on you. Ha ha, Ji Guang grinned, revealing 2 rows of white and neat teeth. A bloodlight flashed in his palm, and gave a light tap to the head of the flying demonic beast at the bottom of his feet. Go! Swish! This peak 4th stage flying demonic beast, its body covered in bloodlight, instantly increased its speed by a large margin, and flew extremely fast in the direction of the Spirit Element Tower. Oomph! Zhuo Qingxia grunted softly, flexing her fingers and flicking them slightly, releasing a brilliant haze of light. The flying demonic bird underneath his feet, bathed in the haze, had the same surge and speed, and was almost on par with Ji Guang's flying demonic beast. in front of the spiritual Yuan Tower. As time passed, more and more people from Tianjin City came to watch the bustle. Among them there was no lack of merchants, and likewise there were dignitaries from the imperial city, looking up at the towering green pagoda, with a strong shock surfacing on their faces. Fifth floor now. Since Lu Chenxian entered the tower, it has only been one incense stick so far, and he actually went up to the fifth floor in a row, with almost no stops in between. How did he ascend the tower so fast? One had to know that even the few sacred ground demons who had come before had taken more than 2 hours to ascend to the fifth floor. Has everyone heard about this? This youth who is now ascending the tower, named Lu Chenxian, seems to have come from a small place. What small place? That's called the Borderland. It's that Sanqing city on the edge of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Ha, you guys are quite well informed. But well, I know more than you guys. He is the door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family in Sanqing city, and only just gathered qi a month ago. What's the point of talking about all that? Let's just say that recently, almost an hour ago, Lu Chenxian killed more than 80 Yuan fetus disciples of the 4 major sects at the entrance of the Ministry of War's Taishangshu's residence. Wow! When these words came out, there was an uproar around the spirit elemental tower, and many onlookers' faces changed drastically as they subconsciously fell backward. A fire in the city gates is a calamity for the fish in the moat. Most of them were ordinary people. Martial artists were only a very small minority. Who would dare to get involved in the strife of the 4 great sects? Taking the fingers of one's feet, one could guess that after the arrival of the disciples of the 4 great sects, they would surely have a big fight with Lu Chenxian, and at that time, watching the spectacle would be a small matter, but one's own life and family would be a big matter. Didn't you hear people say that, in that big battle in front of the Iron Mansion's gate, if it wasn't for Lu Chenxian's amazing strength, the entire Long Street would have been destroyed by all the disciples of the 4 great sects. Look, the 6th floor. The 6th floor of the spiritual Yuan Tower is lit up. Lu Chenxian. That's Lu Chenxian. Among the crowd, I don't know who shouted out, and everyone reflexively raised their heads and stared dead ahead at the spirit element tower, their pupils contracting violently. On the 6th floor of the spirit elemental pagoda, arcane light blazed forth. On top of the tower wall outside, a marvelous youth figure was slowly emerging, and before this figure appeared, there were only 8 figures on the wall of the tower, a total of 6 males and 2 females. All of them were demons from the Holy Land sect, and after they successfully ascended to the 6th floor, this pagoda left behind a shadow figure for them. It was said that only those who left a shadow body diagram on the tower wall would be considered a true genius martial artist. Otherwise, the so-called name of genius was nothing more than boasting, and it didn't mean anything. Lu Chenxian is too fierce. Among the crowd, an exclamation rang out one after another. Everyone knows, right, that this spirit elemental pagoda fell from a crack in the sky, and is an upper realm treasure. What is a genius in our Xiantian continent? It's just an ordinary qualification in the upper realm. To be recognized by the spirit elemental tower, that would be a truly amazing qualification. Even if one were to ascend to the upper realms, one would still be able to not be left behind. It seems that this Lu Chenxian is really extraordinary. Actually, I don't know who it was that let out a cry of incomparable horror. Where's Lu Chenxian's shadow body diagram? It was just there. How come it's gone? The shadow body map disappeared. The image of Lu Chenxian that had just surfaced above the tower wall had actually disappeared strangely, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes just now, at this moment, they would even wonder if that figure had ever appeared at all. Just appeared, now disappeared. What is happening within the Spirit Dollar Tower? At this moment, within the Spirit Elemental Tower, on the 6th floor, Lu Chenxian's divine sense swept around, instantly covering the entire space, totaling over 470 top-grade xianshi, and 2 extreme-grade xianshi, all of which were included in his dantian. You are not from this realm. Within the 6th layer of space, an incomparably old voice was slowly ringing out. The old man has descended to this realm for more than 43,000 years, and has never encountered such a situation before. You, who the hell are you? Lu Chenxian smiled faintly. From the 1st layer, until the current 6th layer, just as that old eunuch had said, Lu Chenxian's mirror image body had appeared on every layer. Only, these mirrors were false, merely the 1st level of the 3 Yangs realm, and not the 9 Yangs realm that Lu Chenxian had at the moment. Moreover, in addition to the different realms, these mirrors were likewise unable to perform any of Lu Chenxian's martial arts, and could only fight by instinct, with a strength that was even less than 1% of Lu Chenxian himself. Your realm, martial arts, I actually can't copy all of them, and I can't even leave your shadow body diagram behind. The tone of the old voice was incomparably shocked, and it seemed to vaguely guess a certain incredible possibility. Could it be that you are a strong person from the great world? Why can you descend to the district's mortal realm? The rules of heaven and earth. Why haven't you been expelled from this realm? this tower spirit old man. The problem is not a little too much. Lu Chenxian shook his head and laughed, ignoring the artifact spirit of this spirit elemental pagoda as he stepped towards the steps leading to the 7th level of space. The higher the tier, the more Xian sure the space inside the tower contained. Breaking through the 3rd level of the Nine Yang realm was just around the corner. Chapter 152, The Pagoda Spirit pleads with Elder to show mercy. Stop! You stop! The moment Lu Chenxian stepped out, the tower spirit old man's voice was incomparably agitated, letting out a continuous roar. Don't continue to climb the tower. I won't allow you to continue to climb. The old man doesn't want to die. Oh, Lu Chenxuan's footsteps lurched and his eyebrows gently raised. You'll die if I ascend to the 7th floor? The tower spirit old man was silent. A moment later, it let out a sigh, its voice full of helplessness. Although the old man can't take shape, his spirit has been open for hundreds of thousands of years, and he has some guesses about your identity. You must be a martial arts powerhouse who descended to this realm from the great thousand worlds, and you should know that heavenly grade spiritual artifacts can give birth to an artifact spirit, and even advance in grade to become immortal artifacts in existence. 50,000 years ago, the old man's master and his opponent had a life and death duel, shattering the dimensional barrier, and although the master fell, the old man was not completely damaged, and fell through the dimensional rift and crashed into the Xintian continent. 50,000 years ago, the Middle Kingdom World Guanghan World Martial Arts Powerhouse, Guanghan Z, and the out-of-boundary Heavenly Devil broke out in a shocking battle. The treasured Guanghan Tower suffered heavy damage, fell into the Xintian continent, after tens of thousands of years of recuperation, so far have not been fully recovered. All of the martial arts inheritance left behind by Guanghanzi was placed at the top of the Guanghan Pagoda, as well as the core of this pagoda, a Xianshi marrow mother. The tower spirit old man guarded this tower, using the Xianshi in the tower as bait to attract young martial artists above the Xintian continent, hoping that someone could meet Guanghanzi's requirements and continue the martial arts inheritance. However, over the tens of thousands of years, there had been countless talented martial artists who had climbed this tower, and those who had been able to climb to the 6th floor were only those 8 demons from the Holy Land sect. There wasn't even one who ascended to the 7th floor. Your martial arts have exceeded the limits of the master. The tower spirit old man let out a bitter laugh. Ever since you entered this tower, the mirror image bodies were all killed by you in a single move, not coveting the martial arts secret techniques recorded in the tower, but merely collecting the arcane stones in the tower. If old me guessed correctly, you fell into this realm and need the Xian stone to restore your cultivation, and that Xianshi marrow mother at the top of Lao Fu's pagoda is the core. If you take it away, the pagoda's main body will collapse and Lao Fu will fall with it. Heaven has the virtue of good life. The old man pleads with the senior. Show mercy. I see. Lu Chenxian slowly nodded his head, feeling quite a bit of sympathy for this tower spirit old man. Peak heavenly grade spiritual artifacts. The birth of an artifact spirit was not a rare thing, only that for treasures at this level, the strength of the artifact spirit was very low, and only by cooperating with the owner could the treasure's proper power be brought into play. After the fall of Guanghanzi, this old man of the artifact spirit was able to remember the love of master and servant and search for the person who inherited the legacy for Guanghanzi. This sentiment was quite rare. Arcane stones are important to me. After Lu Chenxian pondered, he smiled and spoke. When I climbed the tower, every time I climbed a layer, the tower would blossom with arcane light, which could be seen by those outside the tower. Now continue to ascend the tower, and Xian Guang should not continue to appear. Do you understand? The tower spirit elder was slightly stunned, and then immediately understood. Pretend to be a pig in a poke. If those outside the tower were to discover that this senior could ascend to the top of the pagoda, wouldn't it reveal that the senior's martial arts qualifications were even more terrifying than those so-called Holy Land demons? It was bound to be shocking and bring certain unnecessary troubles to the senior. Only, senpai. The tower spirit old man let out a cry of alarm. His voice was full of supplication. The old man. No, the late generation. The late generation has already indicated everything to the predecessor. Why does the predecessor still insist on climbing the tower? The Xianshi marrow mother at the top of the tower, sustaining the late generation's body from destruction, can never be taken away? Please be gracious. Be gracious. Senior. Lu Chenxian smiled. Don't worry. He stepped onto the steps, his tone cloudy and light. Top-grade Xianstone. Extreme-grade Xianstone. It's not very useful to you, so I naturally won't be polite. As for that Xianshi marrow mother, I'll leave you a small half of it, and the pagoda proper will certainly not collapse. Leave a little bit behind? The tower spirit old man was about to speak, but the words that reached his mouth were eventually swallowed back. The Xianshi marrow mother was so hard that even if Guanghanzi was alive, he could not damage it in the slightest. However, this senior's strength at his peak was bound to be above that of Guanghanzi, and could perhaps split the Xianshi marrow mother in two, even though it was only a small half. that was better than taking it all away. As long as the pagoda's body could be guaranteed not to be destroyed, the owner's martial way would have a chance to be passed on. As an artifact spirit, there was only so much it could do. Time flew by. In just less than half a column of incense, Lu Qinchuan's footsteps did not stop, and he successively ascended the 7, 8, and 9 floors of the Guanghan Tower. The 7th and 8th floors possessed quite a number of top-grade Xian stones, reaching a staggering 1,800 odd, and the number of extreme-grade Xian stones was also more than 60, and within the 9th layer of the tower top space, the top-grade Xianshi have 10,000, extreme spirit stone over 100, and floating in the pagoda center above the Xianshi Marrow Mother, looks crystal clear. The surface exudes a magnificent and mysterious luster of various colors. The mother of all basalt marrows is of great value. On top of the Xiantian continent, veins with Xianshi Marrow Mother were extremely rare, and large veins could often spawn a single extreme-grade Xianshi, which in turn continuously spawned superior-grade Xianshi and medium-grade Xianshi, and then an unending stream of them, which were taken by martial artists for cultivation. As for the Xianshi Marrow Mother, not only could it catalyze extreme Xianshi, but it could also be used to refine heavenly-grade spiritual weapons, only that the difficulty of refining the weapon was so high that even a strong life and death realm practitioner who was about to ascend to the upper realm would have a hard time refining it successfully. The aura contained in the Mother of Marrow is abundant. Lu Qinxian stepped forward, quietly gazing at the Xianshi Marrow Mother, his mind quietly urging, chaotic heaven swallowing technique, devour. An incomparably strong tearing force was released from within the Dantian, wrapping around the Xianshi Marrow Mother in front of him, absorbing the pure spiritual qi contained within it rapidly. 10%, 20%, 30%, enough to absorb about 70% of it, leaving only the last 30% of the aura to ensure that this Guanghan Tower didn't cause it to collapse due to the flow of aura. 30%. The tower spirit old man's voice sounded once again, with a few moments of relief and the same indescribable shock. This senior in front of me, the secret method is truly amazing. It didn't even notice how Lu Qinxian had struck, merely sensing that the aura within the Xianshi Marrow Mother was rapidly dissipating. Clearly some kind of extremely terrifying secret method that could easily siphon off the aura without needing to damage the Xianshi Marrow Mother. There was no such secret method in the middle thousand worlds, and it might not even exist in the higher level of the great thousand worlds, the third level of the Nine Yang realm. After devouring so many Xian stones, Lu Qinchuan's mood was soothed and a few more smiles appeared on his face. The total number of arcane stones in the tower was more abundant than expected. At this moment, the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan within the Sea of Consciousness had already condensed 3 Dan lines, and the 4th Dan line also appeared with a few fine lines. Even if he no longer devoured the Xian stone and only cultivated on his own, he would still be able to successfully advance to the 4th level of the Nine Yang realm within half a month. Chapter 153, A Gathering of Geniuses. Lu Qinchuan's ascent to the top of the broad cold tower was not known to those outside the tower. They didn't even know the real name of this pagoda, and still followed the previous name, calling it Spirit Yuan Pagoda. Did Lu Qinxian ascend to the 6th floor or not? Outside the Spirit Elemental Tower, many onlookers tilted their heads and watched, with a strong sense of doubt on their faces. Lu Qinchuan's shadow body diagram had once surfaced on the wall of the 6th floor tower. However, it only existed for an instant and immediately disappeared. No one knew the specifics of the tower, and even the sect geniuses who possessed the qualifications to enter the tower were equally ignorant. It's limited by the rules of the tower. The Spirit Elemental Tower opens once a year, lasting about 3 days each time, and doesn't allow more than one person to ascend the tower at the same time. Only after the first person to enter the tower showed up could the others enter one after another. At this moment, the tower entry qualification holders from all the major clans had all rushed outside the Spirit Elemental Tower, their brows furrowed tightly, apparently unaware of the situation inside the tower. Those who arrived the earliest, like those onlookers, saw the abnormality that appeared on the 6th layer of the tower wall. Lu Qinxian, could his martial Dao qualifications be comparable to those Holy Land demons who had ascended to the 6th floor of the Spirit Origin Tower? No one can guess the real answer. Look, the tower door is open. Among the crowd, I don't know who suddenly let out a cry of alarm. It's Lu Qinxian. He's out of the tower. Squeak! The doors of the tower, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened in full view of everyone. Lu Qinchuan's face was calm as he stepped out from the entrance of the Spirit Element Tower, ignoring those sect's young geniuses and onlookers as he walked straight towards the direction of the Forbidden City. That's his promise. Help Saint Song Xian to unify the world. You are Lu Qinxian? An extremely gloomy young man's voice rang out coldly from behind Lu Qinxian. Since we've already left the tower, shouldn't the account between us be properly settled? After killing so many people from our 4 clans, you still want to leave the Spirit Elemental Tower alive? That's a naive thought. Swish, swish, swish. In total, more than 20 figures slowly walked out from the crowd, the genius disciples of the four great sects, and the people from their affiliated sects. Within the boundaries of this heavenly capital city, each first-rate clan possessed 2 places in the tower, while those second-rate clans that were dependent on the first-rate clans could possess 1 place in the tower. As a vassal, one must be aware of the times and know when to advance and retreat. And only just after this shadowy young man opened his mouth, the disciples of the 4 major sects and those affiliated sects had all shown up, instantly making their positions clear. Lu Chenxian dared to offend the 4 great clans, and likewise offended them. That's interesting. In front of the tower door, a delicate young girl in red suddenly turned back to Lu Chenxian and giggled. Lu Chenxian, this girl has no friendship with the 4 great sects, and originally didn't want to go against you. However, you must have gotten quite a few top-grade Xian stones just now when you ascended to the 6th floor of the Spirit Elemental Tower. Though the things are good, you must have a life to enjoy them. Are you not afraid of being hot when you hold them in your hands? Swish swish swish. Another dozen or so figures leapt out and stood behind this red-clothed girl. Between first-class sects, the fights were extremely fierce. This girl is called Chu Honglian, is the daughter of the Red Lotus Patriarch, only 18 years old, has already been promoted to the Yuan Fetus realm. The body has at least 3 pieces of high-grade spirit weapons, truly offensive and defensive integration, no weaknesses. The second-rate clans that were dependent under the Red Lotus sect had even reached a dozen, and each of them had gotten a quota to enter the tower. And at this moment, Chu Honglian had set out her attitude, so they naturally gave their full support. Lu Chenxian had only just appeared, and all the forces had already pressed on to Lu Chenxuan's harvest within the Spirit Elemental Tower. Senior Sister Zhua and I, we are equally interested in the top-grade Xian stone in your hand. The Blood River sect's first genius, Ji Guang, wore bloody gloves on both hands and slowly walked out from the crowd with an evil smile on his face. Sister Zhua, don't you think so? Ji Guang, Zhuo Qingxia, they joined forces? With the joint appearance of Ji Guang and Zhuo Qingxia, the faces of those present instantly underwent a few subtle changes. Even Chu Honglian frowned slightly, clearly quite scandalized by the fame of these two. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Ji Guang's fame was skyrocketing, vaguely the number 1 person of the younger generation in the capital city as it was today, while Zhuo Qingxia was equally not to be underestimated, being one of the future candidates for the sect leader of the Changxia sect, possessing the terrifying strength to kill the imperial air realm by crossing the levels. The two of them, when they joined forces, were definitely the strongest fighting force in this place. And me, a thin youth with a pale face, his figure fluttered as if he was shrouded in a cloud of shadows. Lu Chenxian, I don't want much, as long as you take out half of the top-grade Xian sure you obtained within the Spirit Elemental Pagoda. I naturally won't make a move against you. As for whether or not you can escape under their siege, that's not something I have to think about. At the same time this person opened his mouth, a dozen more people came out from the crowd, all standing behind this person. He was the Heavenly Spectre Valley's supreme genius, Shun Feng. Tianyu Valley Gong method is special. Killing means is not considered to be the strongest first-class sects. However, body martial arts is absolutely second to none. Life preservation means endless, even if the fight is not can also leave gracefully. In the first-class sects is recognized as difficult to deal with, as long as one was targeted by the people of the Heavenly Spectre Valley. Unless one tied their hands, they would definitely be immortal. That's a lot of people. Lu Chenxian swept his eyes over the crowd, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. You all want to get the top-grade Xianshur, so don't you want the very top-grade Xianshur? Truth be told, I've obtained a handful of extremely high-grade Xian stones from within the Spirit Elemental Tower, and the lure of this item should be quite a bit stronger than the top-grade Xian stones, right? Swish! The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed abruptly, even Ji Guang and Zhuo Qingxia. Their breathing was vaguely shortened by a few points. Extreme Xianshur. Within the first-class sects, Extreme Xianshur was not completely absent. However, even if there were 1 or 2 of them, they were all in the hands of the Supreme Elders. One must know that a single extreme Xian stone was equivalent to a medium-sized mining vein, and its benefits to martial artists could not be overstated. For the top-ranked few first-class sects, the most important thing for the Supreme Elders to be able to cultivate to the spiritual platform realm Grand Circle, apart from their own talent, was that they all possessed extremely high-quality Xian stones. Hand over the extreme Xian stone. The shadowy young man who was the first to speak. His gaze was incomparably greedy as he stared at Lu Chenxian. As long as you hand over the extreme Xian stone, the grudges between you and the 4 great clans can be set aside, and the killing of the clan's disciples can be written off as well. Whoosh! Before this person finished speaking, Ji Guang, Zhuo Qingxia, Chu Honglian, Shun Feng, the 4 of them had already swooped out, leading the disciples of the affiliated sects to surround Lu Chenxian, seal off all directions and cut off any possibility of escape. Lu Chenxian couldn't fly with his wings. Chapter 154, Teasing. It's such a big battle. I'm a little scared. The corners of Lu Chenxuan's lips hooked up, a touch of playfulness surfacing on his face. You guys believe me so easily when I say I possess an extreme Xian stone? Truth be told, the extreme Xian stones I obtained from within the spirit elemental tower are no more, no less, exactly 4. And you, 1, 2, 3, not too coincidental actually is a 5-party power. These extreme Xian stones, how should I distribute them? This is a bit difficult to do. 5 forces, for extreme basalt stones. Even if Lu Chenxian was willing to give up his hand, one of the forces would only be able to return empty-handed, and the Xian stone would simply not be enough to share. This, among the onlookers in the distance, some glanced toward Ji Guang and Zhuo Qingxia and the others, while others looked at Xin Feng and Chu Honglian thoughtfully, their eyes flashing with excitement that was difficult to conceal. Lu Chenxian, regardless of whether what was said was true or false, just such a light sentence has already triggered a conflict between the 5 forces. Extreme Xianshi. It was just too expensive, even for the heavenly pride disciples within these first-class sects. Being able to possess 1 or 2 top-grade Xianshi was the limit, and anyone who could obtain a top-grade Xianshi would definitely be an unimaginably great feat for the sect behind them. Even if the news reached those first-rate sects, even their supreme elders were likely to personally take action. The value of a single extreme Xian stone was almost equivalent to a martial realist at the spiritual platform realm. Only 4. The red-clothed girl, Chu Honglian, knitted her fine eyebrows slightly and looked back and forth on Lu Chenxuan's face, as if she was trying to judge the truth of these words. The temptation of an extreme Xianshi was certainly something she couldn't resist. However, even she was a bit indecisive at the moment, and didn't even dare to go easy on Lu Chenxian. She possessed absolute confidence in her own strength. Even if Lu Chenxian was able to ascend to the 6th floor of the Spirit Elemental Tower, and his martial arts qualifications could be comparable to a sacred ground demon. However, Lu Chenxian was not a Yuan fetus martial artist, and at the most, he would only be at the peak of the 3 Yang's realm. A supreme genius of the Yuan fetus realm was enough to cross the level to kill the Imperial Sky realm, so would he not be able to take down a mere triple Yuan? Only, even if she could kill Lu Chenxian in a second, what should she do next? Ji Guang and the others were watching intently from the side. Whoever snatched the extremely high-grade Xianshi from Lu Chenxuan's body would definitely replace the latter and become the target of the other 4 forces. No matter how confident she was, she definitely wouldn't dare to make enemies of the 4 directions at the same time. What? Are they all hesitant? Lu Chenxuan's gaze turned and swept past the faces of the crowd, the corners of his mouth curling higher and higher. Swish! For crystal light flickering extremely high-grade Xianshi suddenly surfaced in the center, gently shaking at the crowd. His tone was quite emotional. Of course I know this is good stuff, but unfortunately the skills are not as good as the people, and the stuff is even better than the people, and they can't enjoy it. Everyone, decide for yourselves, who should we give these arcane stones to? I don't dare to offend any of the 5 forces, so the belonging of the Xian stone, then you'll have to decide for yourselves. Gobble, gobble. The crowd instantly breathed heavily as the extremely high-grade Xianshi appeared, and an incomparably frantic light of greed flickered in their eyes. Mouthfuls. Just now, Lu Chenxian had personally admitted that he possessed the extreme Xianshi, and although their hearts were moved, they were still skeptical. After all, even though the 6th floor of the Spirit Elemental Tower might be able to give birth to extreme Xian stones, but the true situation was only known to those Holy Land demons who had once ascended to the 6th floor. Now that Lu Chenxian took the initiative to take out the extreme Xianshi, they no longer had any doubts. Promote to the Sentinel realm and break through the spiritual platform realm. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is at hand. Lu Chenxian, the shadowy young man from the 4C sect, was the first to press on, an azure blue longsword steeply surfacing in his palm. Hand over the extreme Xianshi, and my 4 clans will spare you from death. 1. I just want one. Offering an extreme Xian stone. Such a merit is enough to offset all the crimes you've committed. I can report to the Supreme Elder and ask him to send down a decree that anyone who dares to do anything against you is going against the 4 Supreme Elders of our 4 great sects. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as these words came out, the blood-colored gloves in Ji Guang's hands were immediately clenched. The tiny hairpin in Zhuo Qingxia's hands glowed with haze, and Xin Feng's figure seemed to merge into the void, and a pitch-black dagger likewise appeared in his hands. Battle spirit rises. Regarding the extreme Xianshi, there is absolutely no room for the slightest carelessness. Even if a great clan war breaks out, Yang Lian, unlike the other celestial pride, the red-robed girl, Chu Honglian, didn't seem to have the intention of making a move, but instead stared at the shadowy young man with a petulant laugh under her breath. Any of your 4 great clans' great elders have reached the 7th level of the spiritual platform? Even if the 4 join forces, they may not be able to defeat my grandfather. You guys take 1 extreme Xianshi. What about us? The 5 of us will each rely on our own means, compete fairly, and decide where the Xianshi belongs according to our strength, which is the best choice. The shadowy youth, Yang Lian, instantly frowned as a few moments of hesitation appeared on his face. In terms of strength, although he was confident, he didn't think he could defeat Chu Honglian. What's more, present at this moment, there was also the first person of the younger generation recognized by the first-class sects, Ji Guang. If it was a fair competition, he would most likely be ranked at the bottom of the list and lose out on the extreme Xianshi. Even the four great clans could not afford such a loss. Not to mention him. Wait a minute. Zhuo Qingxia held the hairpin in her hand and kept sizing up the extremely high-grade Xianshi in Lu Chenxuan's hand, and suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Lu Chenxian, he's lying. How in heaven can there be such a coincidence? We have 5 forces gathered together and he just happens to have only 4 Xianshi? As I see it, he's clearly fanning the flames and making us kill each other. The crowd's hearts and minds flinched as they once again looked toward Lu Chenxian with murderous gazes. Lu Chenxian, this person is really not a good person. Zhuo Qingxia's guess might not be accurate. However, from the time he walked out of the tower door, Lu Chenxian was always calm as usual. Facing the 5 forces, he actually did not show the slightest fear, and was clearly set in his mind. What gives him such a strong case? As long as he stirred up trouble and caused a melee to break out among the 5 forces, he would be able to fish in troubled waters and look for an opportunity to escape. Lu, you dare to tease us. Yang Lian's temperament was the most tyrannical. The azure longsword in his hand steeply shook. His voice was like a roar. Say, just how many extreme Xian stones did you get within the spirit element tower? If there's half a lie, you'll be disembodied and will not enter the wheel of reincarnation. This woman is somewhat interesting. Under the temptation of the extreme Xianshi, actually still able to maintain her sanity. Lu Chenxian completely ignored Yang Lian and merely swept a glance towards Zhuo Qingxia as he smiled and spoke. Of all the people present, you deserve a commendation for being the first to see through my little trick. Take it. As the words fell, the palm of his hand gently waved, and 4 extreme Xian stones flew up in the air, landing steadily in Zhuo Qingxia's hands. Chapter 155, Seeking Death by Yourself? Swish, eyes like electricity. The moment the 4 extreme Xian stones landed in Zhuo Qingxia's hands, whether it was the onlookers from afar, or Ji Guang and Chu Honglian and the others, countless gazes were like lightning, staring at Zhuo Qingxia's palms in death. Extreme metaphysical stone. Lu Chenxian actually gave all 4 of the extreme Xianshi to Zhuo Qingxia. No. The incident happened suddenly. Zhuo Qingxia reflexively grabbed the 4 Xianshi, and the color of surprise that had just appeared on her face had not yet faded, and a touch of suspicion immediately surfaced in her eyes. This thing in his hand, from the looks of it, it was indeed an extreme Xianshi, right? But she didn't detect even the slightest bit of aura from this thing. That is to say, this thing is not what it looks like. The aura inside has long since completely disappeared. It is nothing more than a worthless waste stone. Asshole, damn it. Zhuo Qingxia's pretty face contained anger, and she slammed the 4 extremely high-grade Xian stones onto the ground, with a chirp under her breath. Lu Chenxian, these Xian stones are devoid of any spiritual qi. They don't even compare to the lower-grade Xian stones. How dare you tease us again and again? Are you really not afraid of death? Teasing? They got screwed again? Ji Guang raised an eyebrow, casually holding his hand in the air, taking the 4 Xianshi that fell to the ground into his hands, and after his divine sense probed, his face became steeply gloomy. Boo! For extreme Xian stones, devoid of aura, were crushed by his palm as he stared deathly at Lu Chenxian. Surname Lu, you seek death. Fake. Indeed. The distant onlookers, as well as the red-clothed maiden Chu Honglian and the illusory Shin Feng, coldly forced Lu Chenxuan's eyes, and his body gradually filled with killing intent. Lu Chenxian, what a nerve! Facing 5 major forces at the same time and actually daring to play these teasing tricks? Simply don't know how to spell death. Such an arrogant person. Killing him wouldn't even be able to vent his anger. He had to be thwarted and let him completely go up in smoke. Extreme Xianshi. I do have quite a few more in my hands. Lu Chenxian wore a smile on his face. His palm glittered with crystal light, and an extremely high-grade Xianshi continuously surfaced. 10, 20, 30, all of the harvest within the spirit elemental tower. A total of more than 160 extreme Xian stones, all of them slowly floated above the palm of his hand, emitting an incomparably splendid Xian stone radiance. Oh my god, my goodness. So, are those all extreme Xian stones? How can there be so many of them? Did Lu Chenxian really just ascend to the 6th floor of the spirit elemental tower? A sacred land demon once said that the 6th level of space has extremely strong pressure and blocks off the divine mind, making it extremely difficult to find Xian stones, and it's heavenly luck to be able to get a piece of it. How could Lu Chenxian get so many? It's simply unbelievable. Seeing so many extreme Xianshi, the onlookers were frozen on the spot. Their mouths could hardly close. As for Ji Guang and Zhuo Qingxia and the others, Their pupils contracted almost simultaneously and their heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Are these extremely high-quality xianxue real or fake? Is the aura inside still there? Viewing with the naked eye alone, it is impossible to judge. Only by holding it in the hand and probing it with the divine mind can one feel it a little. Such a great temptation. Such a great fortune. If all of these extreme xian stones were real, it could even allow them, the first-class clans, to soar into the sky and directly cultivate a Holy Land clan. Lu Chunxian. Yang Lian was almost completely frantic. His voice couldn't help but rush. Give it to me. Give it all to me. I'll take all of these extreme xianxue. What things do you want? I can trade with you. I can give you everything you want. Martial arts, secret methods, martial arts techniques, and the position of elder. As long as you hand over these xianxue, you are the offering of our 4 great clans, a unique and great meritocracy. He was about to be incoherent, becoming a sacred ground sect. Such a temptation had already washed over him. What is there that can compare to the value of so many extreme xian stones? Even a little cutie. There was no way it could be exchanged with him. Fake. It must be all fake. Lu Chenxian is trying to tease us again. After all, Shuo Qingxiao was still the most sensible. The color of madness in her eyes quickly faded. Her teeth clenched and cackled. Wealth does not reveal itself, and it's a crime to harbor it. If it were me, having so many extreme xian stones, I would hate to hide them in my stomach, and would definitely not let anyone find out. Lu Chenxian is only a mere third yang realm. How could he dare to bring out the xian stone in full view of everyone? Fake. It can only be fake. She has a point. Not to mention a triple yang martial artist. Even if it was a spiritual platform supreme elder of a first-rate sect that possessed so many extreme xian stones, he would definitely not dare to show them off so easily. It was the wisest choice to be silent and absorb the xian stone aura in seclusion to secretly break through the life and death realm. Like Lu Chenxian, who was blatantly displaying his wealth, he was either looking for his own death, or, these xian stones were not even half as valuable, and were not worth anyone's snatch. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chenxian laughed aloud and threw away the discarded xian stone suspended in his palm before speaking with a smile on his face. It's quite fun to tease you juniors. Now that it's been recognized, it's no fun. Swish. As the words fell, the unsheathed wooden sword appeared in his palm, gazing indifferently at all the heavenly pride. Who wants to be the first to seek death? Stand out. Wow. At the far end of the spiritual Yuan Tower, the crowd of onlookers was in an uproar. There were quite a few smart people within them who had already guessed that all those extreme xianxue were fake. However, even they had never expected that Lu Chenxian would actually take the initiative to admit it, and even dare to take the initiative to provoke. Does he know who he's dealing with? Just those who were present today. There were 9 first-class sects, and they were also the most core heavenly pride disciples, which even included Ji Guang, the number 1 person of the younger generation. Lu Chenxian is finished. Some people secretly shook their heads and were filled with regret. To be able to face a first-class heavenly pride without changing his face, Lu Chenxuan's heart is obviously extraordinary, but it's a pity that heart doesn't represent strength. Even if his talent is strong, he's still only a triple yang realm. Yes, someone beside him immediately agreed, sighing in a low voice, with such a heart, as long as he doesn't die in the middle of the journey, his future achievements are unlimited. It's just that he offended the 9 great sects so badly today that even if His Holiness personally came, it would be impossible to save his little life. Hey, there is no longer any meaning in saying this now. Lu Chenxian is probably also broken. Knowing that he is bound to die, it would be better to die a sprightly death. The whispers of the crowd certainly couldn't escape the ears of these heavenly prides. Yang Lian held the azure longsword in his hand and raised the tip of the sword to point at Lu Chenxuan's forehead. His face incomparably hideous. Lu Chenxian, today is a certain death. Even the Heavenly King can't save you. In front of the Iron Mansion Gate, you killed more than 80 people from the 4 major clans with a single slap, and became famous in Tianjing City. Come, now let me see if that secret palm move of yours can destroy me. Yang Lian, Chapter 156 Sky Spectre Body Technique. When Yang Lian's words landed, Ji Guang and the others' faces changed slightly and subconsciously took a few steps back. They had all received news of what had happened in front of the Iron Mansion's gate, where Lu Chenxian had executed an extremely powerful palm martial skill, exterminating more than 80 Yuan fetus martial artists with a single palm strike. The prestige is too great to be ignored. Although they were all the pride of first-class sects and were extremely confident in their strength, even they didn't think that they would be able to remain unharmed under this martial arts move. Now that Yang Lian wanted to be the one to stand out, they just happened to take a look to see if this palm move of Lu Chenxuan's was as terrifying as it was rumored to be. Want to see my palm technique? Lu Chenxian swept a glance at Yang Lian and shook his head with a smile. Don't misunderstand. I'm not just talking about you right now, but everyone present. You don't deserve it. Wow. Above the long street, there was an uproar. Those who were onlookers from afar looked at Lu Chenxian as if they were dumbfounded, wondering if their ears had heard wrong. What did he just say? No? Does he realize what he's facing now? Each of the celestial pride present is a first-class sect des true core elite, possessing the terrifying strength to kill the Imperial Air Realm over the level, and actually, does not deserve to see his palm technique? One can be arrogant, but not ignorant, to provoke so many heavenly prides at the same time, unless he was a spiritual platform realm martial realist. Otherwise, if the crowd joined forces to surround him in a fit of rage, even if he was at the peak of the sky realm, he would never want to leave the spirit elemental pagoda alive. Unworthy? Oh. Yang Lian smiled angrily and sharply, the azure longsword in his hand violently crossed, his body wrapped in a layer of blue water mist, and he directly rushed towards Lu Chenxian with his sword. His speed was extremely terrifying. This layer of water vapor on the surface of the body was obviously some kind of secret method to increase the speed of the body, and almost the instant he moved to rush out, the air in front of Lu Chenxian began to turn blurry. Yang Lian's figure seemed to have steeply coalesced into a real body from the state of aerosol, and the azure longsword stabbed out from the void, already approaching Lu Chenxian's throat. Thumbs up! Right at the same time that Yang Lian had struck his sword, a peculiar sound of a sword chirping quietly sounded out. The wooden sword broke through the air. A plain and ordinary wooden sword emerged from Lu Chenxian's palm without the slightest bit of smoke and fire, and gently swept past Yang Lian's neck. Yang Lian's body stiffened. A crimson line of blood slowly appeared on his neck, and the gleam in his eyes faded fast. The azure longsword in his hand. The tip of the sword was less than an inch away from Lu Chenxian's throat. However, this inch was the mote of heaven, turning into a chasm that could no longer be crossed. Senior brother Yang Lian, that sword, not far around. The pupils of Ji Guang and Zhuo Qingsha contracted, and the disciples of the four great sects were even filled with shock. Yang Lian died. Lu Chenxian's sword, which appeared to be extremely slow, didn't seem to have any power, while Yang Lian's sword strokes were sharp and unrivaled, and he was the first to strike, so he clearly had the upper hand. In the end, why was Yang Lian dead while Lu Chenxian was unharmed? And, on Yang Lian's body, he clearly possessed defensive treasures, so why didn't it work? Space rules. Must be space rules. Ji Guang's eyes narrowed tightly, and a low cry suddenly escaped from his mouth. Everyone be careful. Lu Chenxian's methods are bizarre. He can ignore spatial rules and defensive spirit weapons. What? The crowd reflexively backed up, staring at the wooden sword in Lu Chenxian's hand, unable to resist a layer of fine sweat on their foreheads. Ignoring the rules of space. One must know that in the Tsangshuan continent, only the strongest of the life and death realm who were about to ascend to the upper realm were able to initially grasp the power of rules, and by executing the rule mysteries, they could easily crush all the spirit platform realms. However, Lu Chenxian hadn't even reached the Yuan fetus realm, so how could he ignore space? It's unbelievable. Space rules? Interesting. The skinny youth with a pale face, Heavenly Spectre Valley's absolute genius, Shin Feng, laughed lowly and coldly a few times under his breath. No wonder he could exterminate more than 80 Yuan fetus in one move. So it was because he used the power of the rules. It seems that in order to kill this person today, it will be necessary for this genius to make a move after all. As he spoke, his figure blurred at times and solidified at others, seeming to keep changing between the unreal and the real. Clearly a unique secret technique of the Sky Spectre Valley. Shin Feng is going to make a move. Their Heavenly Spectre Valley's secret method may not be considered the strongest for frontal battles, but it's absolutely unbeatable for assassinations in the dark. The power of spatial rules is almost ineffective against the Sky Spectre Valley secret method. So let Shin Feng deal with Lu Chenxian. It must be easy. The many Celestial Pride were obviously quite familiar with the Heavenly Spectre Valley's methods, and when they saw Shin Feng make a move, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. The big picture is set. Previously, there was some fear of Lu Chenxian. That was because, knowing too little about him, he knew almost nothing about his martial arts. Now that it was known that his martial skill was related to the rules of space, even if the secret method of rules was strong, it wasn't invincible. Any first-class sect had its own unique features. Just like this Heavenly Spectre Valley, the method of changing reality and falsehood was exquisite, unless it was a life and death realm grand circle that had completely mastered the rules of space. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible to kill them in a second with a single move. As long as they didn't die in one move, they could immediately counterattack. And what Heavenly Spectre Valley was best at was killing in one strike. Lu Chenxian. Pity. Yes, the Sky Spectre Valley disciples out of the sword will kill Lu Chenxian, although the means strange. But, hey, that was a spatial rule just now, wasn't it? Not even Yuan Fetus Realm actually can grasp a trace of the power of rules. Lu Chenxian's martial talent is really amazing, but the Sky Spectre sect's stance is too bizarre. Even the spatial rules can't take them. Lu Chenxian is in danger. the onlookers whispered, and many of them looked regretful, clearly not optimistic about Lu Chenxian. The Heavenly Spectre Valley was too famous, and the Heavenly Spectre body technique was unique in the world, so unless the sacred ground demons, who within the same realm could securely win against them, what's more, Shenfeng was a contemporary heavenly pride of Sky Spectre Valley, and was also at least one great realm higher than Lu Chenxian. Lu Chenxian, being able to die under the Heavenly Spectre body technique is enough for you to be proud of yourself. Shenfeng's figure vaporized as if it merged into the void. The pitch-black dagger in his hand flashed with mysterious light, and the distance between Lu Chenxian and Lu Chenxian gradually closed to within 10 feet. Swish! Void to real conversions. Before Shenfeng struck, his figure was still hidden in the void. However, the moment he struck, the state of vaporization was instantly lifted, and the pitch-black dagger steeply emerged from the void, directly stabbing into Lu Chenxian's throat. Ah! Lu Chenxian is finished. His throat is gone. No blood? In the distance around, those onlookers couldn't help but cry out in shock. However, there are also sharp-eyed people, staring at Lu Chenxian's throat, both eyes steeply rounded. He's not injured. That's not his real body. Of course not. At this moment, Lu Chenxian stood within the void, looking at Shenfeng, who was full of consternation, and spoke faintly. The void's secret technique. Is it rare? You, too weak. Chapter 157, A Wise Choice. At the same time Lu Chenxian opened his mouth, the dismay on Shenfeng's face was gradually stiffening. It was still the same plain and unimpressive wooden sword that emerged from the void behind Shenfeng, stabbing into the back and piercing through the heart, revealing a blood-stained sword tip from the chest. Until then, no one had seen the wooden sword. When he saw it, Shenfeng's life breath had completely disappeared, including his martial spirit charm, and likewise the earth-grade spiritual artifacts on his body, which were all absorbed by the devouring power contained in the wooden sword. Hiss! Shenfeng died without resting in peace. His body slowly fell to the ground, and a sound of pouring cool air resounded around him. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! The sword that killed Yang Lian had exerted the power of spatial rules, and the sword that decapitated Shenfeng had easily cracked the Heavenly Spectre body technique. Lu Chenxian, just how many more secret techniques are there? How many more secrets are there? This is a bit of a bad idea. Ji Guang's blood-colored gloves on his hands slowly clenched, and his gaze towards Lu Chenxian became more and more cautious. Among the first-rate sects in the 1,000-mile radius of Tianjing City, he was recognized as the number one person of the younger generation. But even if it was him, although he could defeat Shenfeng, it would definitely not be as simple as Lu Chenxian. If he were to go one-on-one with Lu Chenxian, his chances of winning would be very slim, and there was even a possibility that he might flip the boat in the gutter. However, Ji Guang's fist shook as he turned his head to look at Zhuo Qingxia and Chu Honglian, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Lu Chenxian's methods are bizarre. It's difficult for one person to defeat. The three of us will join forces and completely kill this Feng, and the extremely high-grade Xian stone on him will be split equally between the three of us. Extreme Xianshur. The temptation was too great. Lu Chenxian had taken out quite a few waste stones earlier, but who dared to guarantee that he didn't have any real extreme Xian stones on him? Shenfeng and Yang Lian had already been killed one after another, and the four great sects and the Heavenly Spectre sect were obviously not among Ji Guang's considerations. Blood River sect's Ji Guang. Changxia sect's Zhuo Qingxia, Red Lotus sect's granddaughter of the Supreme Elder, the red-robed maiden Chu Honglian. They were the strongest people in this place. Swish! Without hesitation, Chu Honglian drew out a red flickering colored silk from her waist, while Zhuo Qingxia was still playing with the tiny jade hairpin in her hand, and her expectant eyes flickered with a silky cold light. Join hands! The three heavens pride's battle intent rose, and the affiliated sect disciples behind them similarly jumped into action, tightly gripping the spirit weapons in their hands. Having witnessed the deaths of Shenfeng and Yang Lian with their own eyes, they no longer underestimated Lu Chenxian. However, they had more faith in the strength of the three heavens pride. It's over. The three great heavenly prides have indeed joined forces. What did I say? Lu Chenxian had a chance to escape, but he was so arrogant and cocky that he said something about testing the sword of heavenly capital city, and now it's so good that he can't escape even if he wants to. The onlookers from afar shook their heads and sighed, no longer having any illusions about Lu Chenxian. Martial techniques were part of strength, and many secret techniques were even stronger than martial techniques. The martial skill, the secret technique, that Lu Chenxian had just executed was enough to make people marvel. However, even if he had more means and more talent, in the end, he was only at the regional 3 Yang realm. There was no triple Yang martial artist that could withstand the combined might of the three great heavenly prides. Even the demons of the Holy Land sect couldn't. Joining forces, that was a wise choice and saved me a lot of time. Lu Chenxian's feathered wings stretched out behind his back and his figure stood in mid-air, faintly looking down at the three heavenly prides. The sky will be dark. I still have things to do. I've already delayed here long enough. Now, die, hands up and swords down. A brilliant sword light of gold and purple suddenly lit up the long street, like a brilliant rainbow rising after a rain, illuminating everyone's eyes. It illuminated the spirit element tower, illuminated Tianjing City, and even illuminated the entire sky. The strongest war god in the immortal world in the past, one of the three self-created martial arts, killing the strongest, Deluo, prairie sword. That's. Ji Guang subconsciously raised his head, and his eyes instantly went black. His head, neck, torso, limbs, under the shroud of this sword light, like a thoroughly weathered sand sculpture, flesh and blood body flying fast sand, a piece of fine sand from the body constantly stripped, the same including the clothes on his body, all turned into a pile of sand on the ground. Zhuo Qingxia and Chu Honglian were no exception. The two young women who looked like flowers in jade, as well as the disciples of the affiliated sects behind them, were not any different from Ji Guang, and all of them were annihilated into sand, and fell to the ground with a rustling sound. They saw Lu Chenxian strike, but none of them were able to make any movements of resistance, and they didn't even have the chance to execute the Earth-grade martial skills they were so proud of. The defensive spirit weapon that he had brought along with him similarly did not exert the slightest amount of power. The power of this sword was beyond everyone's imagination. Dead. Dead? Ji Guang, Zhuo Qingxia, that girl in red from the Red Lotus sect, all dead? Lu Chenxian is crazy, extremely high in the sky. The long rainbow sword light did not dissipate for a long time, and above the long street, those onlookers who stood in the distance had their open mouths unable to close for a long time. Lu Chenxian, how dare he? How could one dare to be so heartless, killing so many people at once, killing the heavenly pride of three first-class sects, and killing hundreds of talented disciples of affiliated sects? Among them, there was even the daughter of the Red Lotus Patriarch, the personal granddaughter of the Supreme Elder. With the crazy retaliation that would ensue from these sects, was Lu Chenxian not afraid at all? Did he know how terrifying a spiritual platform realist sitting in a first-class sect was? District minor geniuses, their spirit rhyme is still too little. At this moment, Lu Chenxian didn't care in the slightest about the reactions of the crowd. The pitch-black vortex within his dantian slowly rotated, swallowing the martial spirit rhythm of these geniuses and the aura contained in the earth-grade spiritual weapons quickly. For the current realm, the spiritual rhythms of these little geniuses were merely a drop in the bucket. Within the sea of consciousness, the fourth secret pattern of the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan had begun to appear. However, after devouring these spiritual rhythms, the secret pattern wasn't completely finished, and was still slightly short of the fourth level of the 9 Yang realm. A realm was divided into 9 levels, and every 3 minor realms was an extremely obvious watershed. The amount of spiritual rhythm needed to advance to the fourth level of the 9 suns was obviously extremely huge. Now, it's time to go. After doing this, Lu Chenxuan's feathered wings shook as he swept in the direction of the Forbidden City. In today's battle, the most rewarding thing was of course the Xian stone within the spirit element tower, especially the huge spiritual chi contained in that Xian stone marrow mother, which allowed himself to smoothly advance 2 small realms. As for the martial Dao spiritual rhythm of these young geniuses, it could only be considered as the icing on the cake. In order to return to the immortal world and seek revenge on North Underworld's father and son, the current strength was still far from enough. Next, go to the Golden Hall of the Forbidden City and meet that Lord of Zhangxian. Let's see if he is really that ambitious, and if he has enough vigor to completely unify the world, or even open up the boundaries of the Zhongshuan Empire to cover the entire Xian-Tian continent. Chapter 158, His Holiness Zhangxian. It was about to get dark. The gates of the Forbidden City were closed, and the entrance was heavily guarded. 80 elite forbidden soldiers, firmly guarding both sides of the city gates. The person at the head was a young general wearing golden armor. The golden light under his eyes was hidden. His martial strength was obviously extremely uncommon. Is that a flying martial art? At some point, the young general's face suddenly changed, and he looked up to the distant heights with a stern cry under his breath. Forbidden City heavy ground. No flying. It's not that you can't fly, but you're not allowed to. The Forbidden City is where the Imperial Palace is located. It is the place where Zhangxian's saint lives and resides, and there are no less than 100 imperial princes and noble consorts. It is an important place for the royal family, and if you dare to fly over the Forbidden City, it is to provoke the royal authority and defy the royal power. A great power in the air could fly in the sky and hide in the ground. However, when they arrived outside the Forbidden City, they also had to land on the ground and walk. Even if it was a first-rate clan that possessed a spiritual platform realist in its midst, those elders of the imperial sky would have to give a few points of face to Zhangxian Shengshang, and wouldn't blatantly violate the ban. Imperial power is granted by heaven, and chi is transformed into dragons. Although the current saint was only at the Yuan fetus realm, he was blessed with good fortune and was nearly invincible within the Forbidden City. Even spiritual platform realists would not easily mess with him. and this was precisely the Zhongxian court's greatest backbone. Whoosh! Extremely high in the sky, Lu Chenchuan's feathered wings stretched out, ignoring this general and flying directly into the Forbidden City. No good. The young general's face was filled with shock and anger, and he immediately let out a hiss. There's an assassin! Swish! 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 Within the Forbidden City, a team of forbidden army like a great enemy, from all directions quickly converge. Within the palace is rising for strong breath. All reach the peak of the realm of the emperor. Is the visitor Mr. Lu? Deep within the palace, in the middle of a brightly lit palace, a rather majestic middle-aged man's voice faintly sounded. Mr. Lu is my friend. There is no need for you to be alarmed. A friend? The four strong auras instantly dissipated, and all the forbidden soldiers breathed a long sigh of relief. And this young general's face changed a few times before he finally swallowed his breath. His Holiness had spoken personally, so what did he have to complain about? Only that his status was rather special. Being the son-in-law of the Minister of Rights of the current dynasty, he paid extra attention to the great rights of kings and ministers. In his opinion, even if he was a friend of the saintly emperor, he could not ignore the law and fly over the Forbidden City at will. Your Holiness, in the imperial study, a stout man with a sword hanging from his waist glanced in the direction Lu Chenxian flew from, and let out a cold grunt under his breath. This son defies the imperial court. He is bold and daring. In my opinion, you can't trust Taimo Chun's side of the story on the Yongning County side either. Lu Chenxian killed a city full of people and put all the blame on Prince Yu. What 99 resentful souls array? All nonsense. What happened in Yongning County caused a huge uproar in the Zhongshuan court. 48 years ago, the chief villain of the Six Kings' takeover of the throne, the great Prince Yuan Yu, actually transformed into the body of a resentful soul and plotted a rebellion in Yongning County? Who would easily believe such a non-legacy thought? Saint Zhongxian had already sent out reliable people to find the Yin Fury Great Fierce Thing from the depths of Yongning County's ground, which seemed to be able to be used as physical evidence. However, the people of the city were all dead, and Yuan Yu's father and son were likewise killed on the spot, so there was no way to find any witnesses at all. Sage brother, you seem to have preconceived notions about Lu Chenxian. Zhongxian Saint, Yuan Jin, put down the folders in his hand and smiled. Is it because he is too close to the Iron family? The burly man let out a cold snort. Above the court, the civil and military officials have their own factions, and the largest too. It is the Ministry of War Secretary Tai Zongtan, headed by the Iron faction, and the Ministry of Justice Secretary Lang Shiwan, headed by the Lang faction. This man's name was Xiong Kaijiang, a close friend of Yuan Jin's when he was a teenager, and his position in the court was quite special. Although not belonging to any faction, his wife was Lang Shiwan's own sister. Tai Zongtang is loyal. I never doubt that. Yuan Jin waved his hand and said with a smile, the old imperial master named Yu Kaifeng. I also hope that I can open up the frontier and expand the land. Those generals of the Iron faction are all brave and good at fighting. Those nerds of the Lang faction are only thinking about competing for power and profit. Sage brother, tell me yourself, who should I favor? Of course it favors Tai Zongtan. Since Yuan Jin sat on the throne, Zhongxian country is strong. Personal force is not inferior to the founding emperor. It is even more ambitious, wanting to take all the first-class sects within the boundaries, and then the imperial army will conquer all of this Zhongxian continent. It was a pity that the first-class sects were too strong, and there were Holy Land sects above them, so it was not possible for him, a secular emperor, to fight against them. However, now, Lu Chenxian came out of nowhere and did not pay homage to any sect, yet he displayed a shocking potential that was no less than that of a demon from a Holy Land. Such a talent, if he could work for the Zhongxian Empire, his Yuan Jin's ambitious and domineering career would no longer be a daydream. Your Holiness, Xiong Kaijiang's face sank low as he said in a chilling voice, although Lu Chenchuan's talent is strong, but after all, he's only a third Yang realm, and he's also a troublemaker. He just arrived in Tianjing City today, offended the four major clans in front of the Iron Mansion, and killed the little girl from the Red Lotus sect at the Spirit Element Tower, and caused such a big trouble. How dare the Holy Emperor use him? Yuan Jin smiled faintly. Lu Chenxian had provoked so many first-class sects. Wouldn't that be just what he wanted? Outsiders only knew that the Zhongshuan court possessed the state master Taisher, as well as two imperial sky providers. In fact, he, Yuan Jin, had been holding back for many years, paying a huge price, and secretly had long since recruited more than 20 Sky Realm and 6 Spirit Terrace real persons, and sooner or later, he would make a great show of success and completely suppress those first-class sects. Lu Chenchuan's appearance brought this time forward significantly. Saint Zhongxian, outside the imperial study, Lu Chenchuan's figure landed on the ground and looked at the two people in the room. Speaking softly, let this person leave, and I'll talk to you alone. The muscles on Xiong Kaijiang's face twitched as he fiercely gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. What are you? And you dare to tell me to recuse myself? Don't think that just because you have a few talents, you can be wild in front of me. This is the Tsongxian Palace, the Holy Lord's royal study, and I am the Holy Lord's sworn brother, titled King Jinyang, brothers in arms. Lu Chenxuan's face didn't change at all. His tone as flat as ever. What I have to say, apart from His Holiness, only the dead can listen. Are you, sure you want to hear it? Swish! Xiong Kaijiang's face was filled with violent anger. His sword was steeply sheathed, and the tip of the sword was pointed directly at Lu Chenxuan's throat. Your Holiness, this son is treasonous. How arrogant! Please ask His Holiness to give the order. I'll cut him down with one sword. Cocky? Which of the real geniuses is not a high-minded person? People are not frivolous and wasted. Mr. Lu, Yuan Jin left his seat, gently moved the sword in Xiong Kaijiang's hand, and smiled. I can more or less guess what you are going to say. Before you open your mouth, I would like to ask you, if I don't agree, will you kill me? Chapter 159, The Power of Luck. Boom, 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 boom. Yuan Jin's words landed on the ground, and 4 strong auras instantly enveloped the entire imperial study. It was the 4 imperial air powerhouses guarding the imperial palace, all of them activating their divine thoughts and locking onto Lu Chenxian to death. As long as Lu Chenxian dared to show the slightest bit of disrespect, they would absolutely not hesitate to strike and kill him with a single blow. The 4 major imperial air realms, and 1 spirit platform real person. Lu Chenxuan's face did not change as he spoke faintly. Is this the full power of the palace? The news circulating outside is apparently not very accurate. Yuan Jin raised his eyebrows and a rich smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Awesome! The palace had long since received news that, at most 2 months ago, the Su family's flunky Lu Chenxian was said to be no more than a lowly martial artist of the first level of Qi gathering. However, within such a short period of time, he actually promoted to the Triple Yang realm, first leveled Sanqing City, then shocked Luoyang County, and recently tried his sword on Tianjing City, killing the first-class sect's heavenly pride like a dog. Now you can even feel the presence of that spirit platform real person in the palace? With such strength, it definitely deserved the name of genius. Even those demons in the Holy Land sect were afraid that they were nothing more than that. Sage, Yuan Jin raised his hand and waved it, and said softly, Mr. Lu is not malicious. I will talk with Mr. Lu alone. You can retire first. Xiong Kaijiang let out a cold snort. Although he was rough, he was quite loyal to Yuan Jin. Putting away the matching sword in his hand, he glared viciously at Lu Chenxian, before turning around and leaving the imperial study room. The remaining anger in his heart had not yet subsided. He raised his foot and kicked the small eunuch at the door down. Are you deaf? I have retired. What are you doing here? Have you had enough of staying with your head on your neck? The little eunuch was so scared that his face was white, hurriedly climbed up from the ground to close the door to the imperial study, and flew away after Xiong Kaijiang. At the same time, the auras of the 4 imperial air powerhouses, and the divine thoughts of that spiritual platform realist, similarly withdrew from the imperial study. Yuan Jin's safety didn't really need to be worried about. This was the Forbidden City, where the Tsongxian Empire's dragon energy was located, and as long as it wasn't a powerful person from the life and death realm who was approaching, Yuan Jin could be called invincible. Mr. Lu, please sit down. Yuan Jin, the king of a country, did not have the slightest frame at this moment. Waving his hand to make an inviting gesture, he returned to sit behind the desk himself and smiled. I'm curious to know, are you really not afraid at all of offending so many first-class sects? Also, the Su family of Sanqing City suddenly disappeared. Even my scouts couldn't find their whereabouts. Mr. Lu must have settled them already? Worthy of being Saint Tsongxian, he was really well informed. Lu Chenxian sat across from Yuan Jin and did not answer these questions, but slowly raised a finger. Half a year. Yuan Jin first froze, his eyes steeply brightened. Mr. Lu, what do you mean? Could it be? Lu Chenxian slowly nodded his head. At most half a year, I will help you to unify the country. All the first-rate sects will all submit, and the second-rate sects will not be able to make a difference. What you need to do is to collect Xianstones for me. Don't want the lower grade, medium grade, just the upper grade and extreme grade. As for the Xianstone Marrow Mother, Sanchuan Empire's power is not enough. I can just figure it out myself. Half a year. Yuan Jin's eyes flickered rapidly, deeply skeptical of Lu Chenxian's words. Other than a superpower of the realm of life and death, who would dare to boast such a promise? One must know that within the boundaries of the Sanchuan Empire, there were 80 first-rate sects without 100, and each of them had a spiritual platform realist in attendance. Yuan Jin had been planning for more than 40 years and had never dared to start the war lightly. That is, he was afraid of the strength of these spiritual platform real people. Within the Forbidden City, he was invincible as he was protected by the imperial dynasty's Qi. Once he left the Forbidden City, not to mention those spirit stage real persons. Even an air-immortal powerhouse could easily take his life. Lu Chenxian is a life and death powerhouse? Apparently not. I've already read Taimuchun's Sangha. Yuan Jin pondered for a moment and said softly, Mr. Lu solved the rebellion in Yongning County for me and demanded 1,000 top-grade Xian stones as payment. It seems that Mr. Lu's demand for Xian stones is not small, although the imperial court is rich, but all the martial Dao offerings and the court's military generals, gold, silver, and wealth mean nothing to them, and the Xian stones needed for cultivation are just as many. The basalt veins, almost all of them are in the hands of first-class sects, so, his meaning is clear enough. If he really wanted to obtain a large amount of Xian stones, then he had to conquer all of those first-class sects. Otherwise, Yuan Jin had the heart to fulfill Lu Chenxian's request. There was a deeper meaning. Although he didn't say it on his lips, Lu Chenxian naturally knew it in his heart. For the two sides to reach cooperation, their strengths had to be equal. And he, Lu Chenxian, had to at least show enough strength. Merely killing some Yuan Fetus Realm junior geniuses was obviously far from enough. So I need to prove my worth. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly as his right palm suddenly shook. Phew! An incomparably strong devouring force appeared as if out of thin air, and from the void of the imperial study room, a small, living golden dragon was grabbed out stiffly, its eyes full of terror, struggling desperately in Lu Chenxian's palm. This, Yuan Jin's body trembled violently as he looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. The dragon vein takes shape. Even he had to use the Tsang Xian state seal to summon the dragon vein chi within the Forbidden City. Lu Chenxian actually managed to make the dragon vein take shape and reveal its true form with a casual grab? And, looking at the appearance of this dragon vein, it was obvious that it was extremely fearful of Lu Chenxian, as if it had encountered a deadly threat. Lu Chenxian actually mastered such a terrifying secret method. Your Holiness, Lu Chenxian's fingers loosened, and the golden little dragon was like an amnesty, instantly escaping back within the dragon vein, quietly looking at Yuan Jin and softly saying, I heard that you are ambitious and hope to unify the continent. The biggest obstacle, besides those first-class sects, is naturally the dragon veins of the major empires. Does the so-called invincibility within the Forbidden City mean anything in front of me? Of course not. For thousands of years, the major empires have been at peace with each other, and although there are frequent border wars, they are just friction within a small area, and there are rarely any large-scale conflicts, precisely because, under the suppression of the dragon vein, even if the army captured the capital, they absolutely could not hit the capital half a step. If you can't get a country's dragon vein, with war and chaos within the territory, and many sects watching, who would be willing to do this kind of unappealing thing? However, the secret method that Lu Chenxian had revealed happened to be able to subdue the dragon veins and coalesce all of the major empires' qi. Unifying the Xiantian continent was no longer a distant dream. You can catalyze qi. You can actually catalyze qi. Yuan Jin was breathing heavily, even as the 9 to 5. He couldn't help but be all agitated at the moment. Mr. Lu, since you possess such a secret method, then, my long-cherished wish of many years has finally had a chance to be realized. 10,000 Buddha Mountain Dragon Transformation Pool. Has Mr. Lu heard of it? Chapter 160 Dragon Hardening Pool Selection. 10,000 Buddha's Mountain. Dragon Pond? Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head. Ever since he was betrayed by the father and son of Bei Muayu and obtained the heaven-swallowing God Master's inheritance within the mysterious space, it had only been more than 2 months since he crashed into the Xiantian continent. The previous 3 years were muddled in the Su family, knowing very little about the situation on the Xiantian continent, and the 10,000 Buddha Mountain and the Dragon Transformation Pool were even unheard of. 10,000 Buddha's Mountain. Yuan Jin looked at the expression on Lu Chenxian's face. His heart suddenly realized, and immediately said, before this dynasty was founded, before the establishment of the Tsang Xian Empire, the empire that controlled this territory was called the 10,000 Buddha Imperial Dynasty, including the king of the dynasty, almost all the royal children of the heart to Buddha, the construction of a large number of temples within the dynasty, but also in the 10,000 Buddha Mountain enshrined 1,000 feet of Buddha. The core is a piece of Xianchur medulla mother of pearl. The bottom of the mountain range is contained in the 10,000 Buddha dynasty of a country's destiny. After thousands of years, Buddhism in the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty has flourished, and the civilian population is heavily taxed, with the vast majority of the offerings going to the Buddhist, Taoist, and martial arts practitioners on 10,000 Buddha's mountain, and there is constant warfare within the borders, with many of the people rising up. In the end, it was that founding emperor of the Tsangshuan Empire who led his generals to fight in the south and north, quelling the wars in various places, overthrowing the 10,000 Buddha's imperial dynasty, and establishing the current Tsangshuan Shangshi. Only, The 10,000 Buddha dynasty has a deep heritage, although it has already been destroyed. But the imperial dragon vein is not completely destroyed. But through the power of the faith of the beings accumulated over the years, the dragon vein will be suppressed under the 10,000 Buddha mountain. And the Xian Empire, although the army is strong and powerful, has never been able to control all of the dragon veins within the boundaries. The 10,000 Buddha mountain. It's like a forbidden city. The remnants of the 10,000 Buddha imperial dynasty can catalyze the power of the dragon vein and are invincible within the mountain range. Yuan Jin sighed and said softly, "Over the years, I have sent troops to besiege the mountain many times, with heavy casualties among the soldiers, but I have never been able to take down 10,000 Buddha mountain. Instead, the remnants of the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty have intensified their efforts, utilizing that Xianshi marrow mother to massively cultivate Buddhist disciples with the intention of restoration. Within the Xian boundary, every year, there are many martial geniuses who travel to the 10,000 Buddha mountain, and as long as they pass the dragon transformation pool selection, they can be rewarded with top-grade Xian stones or even extreme Xian stones. These rewards are nothing. However, after the rise of these martial geniuses, they will be grateful to 10,000 Buddha mountain, which will be extremely unfavorable to my Xian imperial dynasty." Lu Chenxian secretly nodded his head. "It's only natural to know what you're getting into. Wanfo Mountain has the Xianshi marrow mother, constantly generating extremely high-grade Xianshi and top-grade Xianshi. The cultivation resources can be said to be unceasing. The strength is by no means inferior to that of any first-class sects, using Xianshi to pull together martial arts geniuses, laying a solid foundation for the dynasty's restoration, and once the time is ripe, it will inevitably rise up and rebel." No wonder Yuan Jin was so worried. The remaining members of the 10,000 Buddha imperial dynasty, the person with the strongest strength, what realm is he in? Lu Chenxuan's face was calm as he spoke lightly. "Also, the dragon transformation pool selection, when will it begin?" Yuan Jin smiled bitterly and said, "I once sent the imperial air provider to explore, and just after entering the 10,000 Buddha's mountain range, he was blasted back 1,000 feet by the dragon vein's chi, and never dared to go deeper. And the dragon transformation pool selection is said to be fueled by the pressure of the dragon vein chi, allowing those martial arts geniuses participating in the selection to go deeper and deeper under the pressure. If you enter the dragon pool for 100 feet, you can get a top-grade Xianshi, and if you go 1,000 feet deeper, you can get an extremely high-grade Xianshi. If one is able to enter the place where the dragon vein is transformed into a form, one can go to worship the great Buddha and cultivate the peak earth-grade body refining secret method collected by the 10,000 Buddha imperial dynasty. The 8 heavenly dragons technique, the secret method of body refining?" Lu Chenxian laughed a little, apparently unconcerned about it. "Not to mention, after cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, one's own body was incomparably strong, and one didn't need to purposely refine one's body at all. And even if one needed to, all of those body refining techniques practiced in the immortal realm back then were all immortal martial arts of immeasurable value, and were far more than the martial artists of the mundane world could ever imagine." What he was really interested in was, of course, the core of that great Buddha, the Xianshi marrow mother, the dragon transformation pool selection. The time is not fixed. As long as the number of participants reaches a certain number, the dragon transformation pool will open at any time. Yuan Jin sighed and said helplessly, "I have also sent out young military generals to try to blend in at the time of the selection, to see what the remaining 10,000 Buddhas are plotting and scheming. It's just a pity that the 10,000 Buddha remnants have extremely high requirements for martial geniuses, and those generals of the imperial court, with their extremely limited martial qualifications, aren't qualified to participate in the selection." "I see." Concerning the Xianshi marrow mother, of course Lu Chenxian would not delay and asked softly, "Where is the 10,000 Buddha mountain located?" "Directly north of Tianjing city, about 2,000 miles away." Yuan Jin's spirit was revitalized. His gaze was vaguely expectant, and he casually took out a spatial nano-ring. "Mr. Lu, I hope that you can bring back to me an accurate news. How many forces have the remaining 10,000 Buddhas contacted, and when do they intend to rebel? As long as you are under the Sky Sentinel realm, you can participate in the selection. Mr. Lu doesn't have to be in a hurry. I can take out 100 top-grade Xian stones, and with Mr. Lu's talent, within a short period of time, you will surely be able to advance to the Yuan fetus realm." "Promote the Yuan fetus?" Lu Chenxian smiled. If it was an ordinary Triyan realm, 100 top-grade Xian stones would indeed be able to cultivate into a Yuan fetus realm. However, he himself was not some 3 Yangs, but the only 9 Yangs realm since the beginning of time. Not to mention advancing to Yuan fetus, a mere 100 top-grade Xian stones would be good enough to advance oneself to a small realm. "Promote the Yuan fetus even." Lu Chenxian casually grabbed the nascent ring in Yuan Jin's hand and then smiled. "I will immediately depart for the 10,000 Buddha mountain range." Your Holiness's side should also do something to cooperate, and let the wind out slightly to leak my whereabouts. There shouldn't be very few people participating in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection. Yuan Jin froze slightly, and instantly came to a realization. Duke Lu is really smart. If the number of people was too small, the 10,000 Buddha remnants did not open the Dragon Transformation Pool. As for Lu Chenxian, he had offended many first-class sects by trying out his sword in Tianjin City, and knowing that he was heading to the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, how could he sit back and watch? If expected correctly, once the news was spread, the heavenly prides of all the great clans would inevitably gather at 10,000 Buddha mountain. At that time, the Dragon Transformation Pool would surely open immediately, and Lu Chenxian would be able to secretly investigate the schemes of the remaining 10,000 Buddhas. Mr. Lu, I thank you very much. Yuan Jin clasped his fists with both hands. His tone was incomparably sincere. I will definitely act according to the plan, and I wish Mr. Lu success. Lu Chenxian no longer said more. Striding out of the imperial study, the thunder rock wings behind him stretched out and swept away in the direction of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range. Come on, man. When Lu Chenxian's figure disappeared, Yuan Jin let out a low shout. Pass on my word. The palace's secret sons will set off at once, and let the wind out in Tianjin City. Make sure to let those first-rate sects know that the flunky son-in-law of the Su family of Sanqing City, Lu Chenxian, has already traveled to 10,000 Buddha's mountain and is preparing to participate in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection. I'm going to take a good look at whether Lu Chenxian is worth trusting or not. Chapter 161. Clouds from all sides. The night was not destined to be peaceful. As Yuan Jin's oral message spread, and the palace's secret sons were ordered to do so, the news about Lu Chenxian spread, and overnight, it flew throughout the entire Tianjin City. Lu Chenxian, departing. On top of the Four Seas sect's main hall, the Four Seas sect master, Luo Tianhao, quietly gazed at the three youths at the bottom of the steps. My clan's disciples, in front of Tai Zongtang's mansion, were exterminated by Lu Chenxian with a single palm strike, and again outside the spirit elemental pagoda. They were slaughtered by him wantonly. The shame must be washed away. Lu Chenxian must die. You guys, do you understand? Swish. The three youths half-kneeled at the same time and said in unison, disciples understand. Very good. Luo Tianhao gently nodded his head and looked up again to the outside of the great hall, softly saying, three senior brothers, Mr. Luo has been waiting for you for a long time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distant sky, three streams of light broke through the sky and landed at the entrance of the great hall. Three majestic men, each leading four elite disciples, slightly arched their hands after entering the main hall. Their voices incomparably grave. Senior brother Luo, the disciples of the various sects are ready to depart at any time. Li Changlong, Lord of the Evergreen Watch, Hungdao Patriarch Yanju, Chengyun Patriarch Qi Tianfeng. The four great clans were all in the same breath. The supreme elders were all at the sixth level of the spiritual platform realm, and only by joining forces with the outside world could they have a foothold amongst the first-class clans. Otherwise they would have long since been annexed by those clans that possessed the peaks of the spiritual platforms. In front of the Iron Mansion's gate, outside of the Spirit Element Tower, the disciples of the four clans were heavily damaged and had been reduced to a laughingstock. At this moment, Lu Chenxian traveled to the 10,000 Buddha's mountain range to participate in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection. The four great clans naturally would not let him have his wish, and specially selected outstanding sons and daughters to kill Lu Chenxian on the spot on the day of the selection. Lu Chenxian's talent is terrifying. Luo Tianhao waved his hand in a gesture and took his seat successively with the three patriarchs before speaking softly. He's only at the Three Yang realm, yet he can cross over and kill Yuan Fetus disciples. Needless to say, these disciples are all inner sect elites, with earth-grade spiritual weapons protecting their bodies. It would be very difficult to kill them even if they were ordinary sky realm. Such a martial genius should never be allowed to grow, or there will be endless consequences. So, speaking here, his palm gently flipped, and a golden talisman appeared in his palm. This is the Shadow Body Talisman that Master Uncle personally refined. It can summon Master Uncle's divine thoughts to detach. Everyone, how are you preparing for this? Swish swish swish. The three great patriarchs reached out at the same time, and sure enough, they all took out identical talismans, and smiled at each other. In order to deal with Lu Chenxian, the Supreme Elder went out of his way to deal with him. And if this talisman can't even kill Lu Chenxian, the four great clans of ours will have lost all their face. It's just a joke. The Spirit Terrace Realist's Divine Thought Doppelganger possessed at least 10% of the strength of the main body, and could easily kill people below the fourth level of the Sky Realm. If it was a talisman that contained essence blood, the summoned doppelganger could even exert 30% of the main body's power, enough to kill the peak of the Imperial Sky. 4 talismans. Such a stroke could definitely wipe out a second-rate clan. The threat must be stifled inside the cradle. The four great clans would never allow Lu Chenxian to continue to grow. Ryodo, Luo Tianhao held his palm in a false grip, taking all the talismans in the hands of the three great patriarchs into his hands and handing them all over to a handsome young man in front of him. You're a personal disciple of this clan, only half a step away from being able to advance to the Sky Realm. These four talismans are all given to you to use. Even if Lu Chenxian is capable of much more, you can definitely make him lose his soul. You, don't let this clan down. The 4C's sect's candidate for the next sect leader. An unprecedented genius seen once in 10,000 years. Liang Du, putting the four talismans away into a spatial nano ring, he fiercely bowed and clasped his fists. Don't worry, Master, even if my disciple's body is shattered to pieces, before I die, I will definitely pull Lu Chenxian to cushion my back. The prestige of the four great clans must not be dishonored, and the disciples have no fear of life or death. That's good. Luo Tianhao nodded his head in satisfaction, and with a slight movement of his divine thoughts, a fifth-level flying demonic beast, equivalent to a human martial artist's air-permitting realm, landed at the entrance of the main hall, a gale-fire-winged eagle with a wingspan of about 10 feet. Go on, he gently waved his hand, his gaze looking far away in the direction of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range. This clan and the three patriarchs are waiting here. Bring back Lu Chenxian's head. Swish, the gale-fire-wing eagle spread its wings and rushed into the sky, with 12 Yuan fetus celestial pride from the four great sects standing on its back, breaking through the air in the direction of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, about 500 miles away. The Red Lotus sect, Lianer, dead. At the Black Lotus peak in the back of the mountain, Red Lotus sect leader Chu Bai stood in front of the cave with a bow, his voice sorrowful and angry. I wanted to personally avenge Lianer's death, but Lu Chenxian has already traveled to the 10,000 Buddha mountain range to take part in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection. The remnants of the 10,000 Buddha dynasty back then, son, can do nothing about it. The remaining members of the 10,000 Buddha dynasty are extremely powerful. Within the mountain range, urging the remnants of the dragon vein chi of the 10,000 Buddha dynasty, he could be called invincible under the life and death realm, and even if he was a great perfection of the sky realm, he would not dare to easily mess with it. Old man, got it. Within the cave, a childlike voice softly sounded, wait outside for a moment. About half a column of incense later, phew, a seven-petaled lotus of pitch-black color slowly flew out from the cave entrance, and immediately took root after landing, and the seven-petaled black lotus gradually unfolded, and on top of the lotus platform sat a 7 or 8-year-old pink child, looking no different from an ordinary child. This black lotus split of the old me is only at the Yuan fetus realm. Within the cave, the child's voice resounded once again, Night Child, you will take a strand of your divine thoughts and integrate it into the Black Lotus split, bring along a few Yuan fetus disciples, and head to the 10,000 Buddha mountain range to kill Lu Chenxian. Remember, after killing Lu Chenxian, secretly sneak into the 10,000 Buddha hall, and if you have the chance, snatch the Xianshi marrow mother within the 10,000 Xian Buddha. As long as I get the mother of marrow, I'll be 10% sure that I'll be able to break through life and death, and lead my Red Lotus sect, to be promoted to a Holy Land sect. Swish, Chu Bei did not hesitate. A divine thought was released and drilled into the Lotus child's brow, and his eyes immediately opened. He knew the power of this Black Lotus doppelganger, although it was only a Yuan Tai. However, it was able to exert the terrifying strength of a great circle of the sky realm, and it was also able to exert some of the prowess of a spirit terrace realist. It was absolutely easy to kill Lu Chenxian. Father, my son will set out now. After leaving Black Lotus Peak, Chu Baiyao's divine thoughts emanated, and the two personal disciples immediately went to the sect's main hall and departed with the Black Lotus child, riding a fifth-order flying demonic bird, flying rapidly towards the 10,000 Buddha mountain range. The four major sects led by the 4C sect, the Red Lotus sect, the Changxia sect, the Heavenly Spectre Valley, the Blood River sect, the Soul Refining Hall, and the Ethereal Sword Pavilion. Within a 1,000-mile radius of Tianjing City, almost all the first-class clans were out in full force, and the clans' heavenly prides each had their own cards, gathering in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Participating in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection was only one of the goals. More importantly, this year's Spirit Elemental Tower was open, and the top-grade and extreme-grade Xianshi that Lu Chenxian had obtained from the tower. They were determined to win. Chapter 162 Rules of the 10,000 Buddha Mountain Range. 10,000 Buddha's Mountain Range. Within a radius of 100 miles, there stood 72 majestic peaks, all carved into stone statues of Buddha, regimentally arching over a large basalt Buddha in the center. Wan Xian Buddha. It is said that this Buddha is made from a Xianshi marrow mother as the core, giving rise to thousands of extremely high-grade Xianshi and countless high-grade Xianshi. The 10,000 Buddha's imperial dynasty has labored and spent thousands of years to finally build this great Buddha, suppressing the imperial dynasty's qi, and the chi still won't dissipate even after the destruction of the country. In front of the great Buddha, there existed a deep foggy pool and marsh, which was the legendary dragon transformation pool. Legend has it that when the 10,000 Buddhas dynasty was in its heyday, the royal children continued to enter the dragon pool to cultivate, giving birth to a total of 8 powerful air victims, known as the 8 heavenly dragons. Since the destruction of the 10,000 Buddhas dynasty, the 8 heavenly dragons have fallen with their bodies. However, the remaining 10,000 Buddhas, with the help of the dynasty's fortune, have hunkered down within the 10,000 Buddhas mountain range, and the Songxian Empire has sent troops to attack several times, but they have not been able to take them in any way, and the dragon pond has not suffered any damage as well. Over the past 1,000 years, the dragon transformation pool had been opened countless times, and every time the trials were opened, there would always be many martial arts geniuses buried here, as well as quite a number of people strangely disappeared, becoming an unsolvable mystery. It was also for this reason that fewer and fewer martial arts geniuses came to participate in the trials, and the dragon transformation pool trials were no longer as prosperous as they used to be. This year, it's pretty much the same as previous years, deep within the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, within the magnificent Buddha hall constructed of lapis lazuli, a white-browed old man in a robe, his eyes flashing with golden light, looked at the scene over the dragon transformation pool from afar and spoke softly. Extreme Xianshi, how great the temptation is. Those martial geniuses should be rushing after it. However, in the last few years, there have been very few people coming to participate in the trials, which is very unfavorable to the revival of our 10,000 Buddha imperial dynasty. In front of the robed old man, 2 yellow-robed old monks slowly nodded their heads. As sons of the 10,000 Buddha imperial dynasty, overthrowing the Songxian Empire and restoring the glory of the 10,000 Buddhas was their innate mission. Opening the dragon transformation pool and attracting martial arts geniuses to come and participate in the trials was precisely to grow their strength. So far, the restoration has been planned for 1,000 years and is just one chance away from rising up in rebellion. As long as there was anyone in the 10,000 Buddhas mountain range who could break through life and death and become a supreme power in the realm of life and death, they could attack the heavenly capital city, snatch the Songxian dynasty's fortune, and completely restore the 10,000 Buddhas dynasty. Ha! The white-browed old man suddenly froze slightly, and a few moments of doubt appeared on his face. Is that a flying martial art? Swish, swish. The 2 yellow-robed old monks, if they were aware of something, simultaneously looked toward the distant heights. Lu Chunxian, a green shirt, with feathered wings stretching behind him, swept from mid-air and slowly landed in front of the dragon transformation pool. At this moment, the silhouettes around the dragon transformation pool were sparse, with a total of only 24 young martial artists of the Yuan fetus realm, carrying spirit weapons of low grade, the strongest of which were only of the low grade of earth grade. It was obvious that these martial artists should not be from a first-class clan, or at least not core disciples, or else they would definitely not be so shabby. Whoosh! Lu Chenxian had just landed on the ground when a few cracking sounds in succession sounded once again. Very high up in the sky, 3 flying demonic beasts were approaching rapidly, and on their backs stood a young figure, exuding the unique tire breath aura of a Yuan fetus martial artist, and the pressure of the spirit weapons on their bodies was astonishing, and all of them had reached the high grade level of the earth grade, first-class clan pride. They had been ordered to come, and each of them possessed strong cards, and almost the instant they landed, their gazes all converged on Lu Chenxian. That's him, for the dragon transformation pool selection. Even if one could go 100 feet deeper, at most, one would only be able to harvest a single extreme Shenstone. However, Lu Chenxuan's climb up the spirit elemental pagoda had yielded countless harvests of extremely high-quality Shenstones, and it was obvious that killing Lu Chenxian had yielded even more tantalizing rewards than entering the dragon transformation pool. The dragon transformation pool hasn't been opened yet, so it seems like we can do something else first. A Yuan fetus celestial pride, his long sword steeply sheathed at his waist, gave Lu Chenxian a grim smile. 2 senior brothers, since we have already encountered this person, we don't need to talk nonsense. Let's directly strike to kill. Get the extreme Shenstone and immediately return to the clan to resume your orders. This dragon transformation pool selection, don't participate. Swish, 2 senior brothers at the same time to light up the sword. The sword body chilling, is the Sky Cold Sword clan unique martial arts. Ba. Just as the 3 of them were about to strike, a grand Buddhist cry resounded in mid-air. The white-browed old man and the 2 yellow-robed old monks came through the air and slowly floated above the dragon transformation pool, their faces showing compassion. Gentlemen, since you've come here, you're destined to be with the Buddha. The important land of the Buddhist sect needs to be compassionate, and within the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, no unauthorized use of force is allowed. If you all have any grudges, it won't be too late to strike after entering the dragon transformation pool. The 3 celestial pride raised their eyebrows, and Lu Chenxian similarly frowned darkly. You can't do anything in the 10,000 Buddhas mountain range, but you can after you enter the dragon transformation pool? What kind of rules are these, gentlemen? The surplus old man seemed to be about to say something else, but suddenly, if he felt something, he raised his head once again to look into the distance. The demonic bird shrilled. High up in the sky in the distance, a flying demonic beast flew in succession. A total of hundreds of Yuan fetus celestial pride, each standing on the back of a demonic bird. Changxia sect, Sky Spectre Valley, Blood River sect, Soul Refining Hall, Yellow Sand Valley. Before the demonic birds even landed on the ground, all of their attention was on Lu Chenxian. The white-browed old man's gaze was surprised, clearly not expecting the scene before him. Who was this man in the green shirt? Why were so many Yuan fetus celestials hostile to him? And the dragon transformation pool selection had clearly lost its appeal, so how could so many people come to participate this year? Was it the dragon transformation pool that attracted them? Or was it this plain green-shirt man, Master Whitebrow? A young celestial pride from the Yellow Sand Valley slightly arched both hands and said with a low smile, "Senior doesn't know. This Lu Chenxian is a marvelous big shot. He killed more than 80 Yuan fetus disciples from the 4 major sects with a single palm, and then he tried his sword on Tianjing City, decapitating Yuan fetus geniuses like slaughtering dogs. He's going to participate in the dragon transformation pool selection, so how could we not come?" Oh, the white-browed master was slightly stunned, and the 2 yellow-robed old monks next to him were similarly shocked. Killing a genetically engineered child is like slaughtering a dog? Even for the 3 of them, as great perfection of Sky Sentinel, although they could easily kill Yuan fetus, but, without relying on external objects, it was by no means easy to kill more than 80 Yuan fetus realms of first-class sects in a single move. Did this Lu Chenxian is actually a shocking genius like a demon from the Holy Land? If this person could be subdued, their great cause of restoration of the 10,000 Buddha imperial dynasty would certainly be able to go further. Ba. The white-browed master's eyes were lowered. The thoughts in his heart naturally would not have the slightest reveal, and he spoke softly, regardless of who it is. Since they have entered the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, they must abide by the rules of this place. If you want to take a shot at this Master Lu, when the dragon transformation pool opens, you can naturally enter it and compete with Master Lu. Chapter 163, Dragon Pond Steps. The rules of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range were such that no one dared to violate them, not even the pride of these first-class sects. Within the mountain range, the remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas manipulated the dragon vein and were invincible, splitting life and death in the dragon pool. Lu Chenxian didn't say a word and secretly shook his head in his heart. It's not right. Ever since he entered the range of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, he was vaguely able to detect that an extremely obscure and powerful aura seemed to exist at the bottom of this dragon transformation pond. The divine sense that had just been released was blocked by the power of Qi, and was unable to probe the bottom. This white-browed master, on the other hand, was not aware of his divine sense probing. That is to say, that the person who controls the Qi of the 10,000 Buddhas is not Master White Eyebrows, but someone else. We naturally abide by the rules of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range. The young pride of the Yellow Sand Valley, Huan Tanchang, had the corner of his mouth curled in a cold arc. It's just a matter of waiting some more time. We can afford to wait. Time passes quickly. In just less than a tea break, more than 20 more flying demonic beasts arrived one after another, and the number of Yuan fetus celestial pride participating in the dragon transformation pool selection had already reached more than 200. Among them, Liang Du, the personal disciple of the Four Seas Patriarch, the Black Lotus child controlled by a wisp of Chu Baiyao's divine idea, the 3 women's heavenly pride of the Changxia sect, the 3 inner geniuses of the heavenly Spectre Valley, and the 2 twin brothers of the Blood River sect. Almost the instant he arrived at this place, his body's murderous aura had already risen up to the sky, and his divine thoughts were deadlocked on Lu Chenxian. Scholar Lu seems to have made quite a few enemies. White-browed master folded his hands. His tone was quite kind. After the opening of the dragon transformation pool, Master Lu still has to be careful. All the heavenly prides are murderous. The poor monk is very worried. Lu Chenxian's face did not change, and he secretly sneered in his heart. What is this? Pulling the strings? If you really want to pull yourself together, simply take out the Xianshi marrow mother, wouldn't it be better? What kind of medicine are these 10,000 Buddha remnants selling in their gourds? When they enter the dragon pool, they must find out what he has to say. Senior brother, it's getting late. There shouldn't be any more people coming. A yellow-robed old monk stepped forward and softly said, Dragon transformation pool. It can now be opened. The white-browed master slowly nodded his head and took a deep look at Lu Chenxian before he clenched his fingers in his hand and gently released them into midair. Thumbs up. In midair, an invisible barrier instantly dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the dragon transformation pool. The fog in front of the eyes of the crowd pool marsh. Suddenly water mist tossing. The interior does not have half a drop of pool water. but the waves of the sea stirring the general peculiar sound. The bottom of the pool marsh is a gust of dragon roar. Seems to really exist a real dragon. Gentlemen, white-browed master smiled. The dragon transformation pool has been opened, so all of you can enter at will. Once you enter the dragon pool, you can't live or die by yourself. If any of the monks can't withstand the pressure of the dragon vein, please don't force yourself and leave as soon as possible. If there are any accidents, the poor monk will not be held responsible. Inside the dragon transformation pool, the pressure was extremely strong. At this moment, even before entering the pool, already felt a substantial and amazing oppression. The sound of the dragon's roar as if seducing the soul, constantly invading the sea of consciousness of the people. It was conceivable that once one entered the pool, the pressure of the dragon vein that one endured was bound to be even stronger, and if one forced oneself to go deeper, the sea of consciousness might even collapse on the spot. Ha! An unsuspecting gaze went towards Lu Chenxuan's body and continuously sized it up. More than 200 yuan feet is celestial pride. Indeed, not a single one of them had entered the dragon transformation pool, but instead, they were closely staring at Lu Chenxuan's every move. From the outside, it looked like the dragon pond was only 10 miles in circumference, but in reality, there were other places inside. After entering the pool, you will immediately enter a small independent world, no less than 1,000 miles in circumference, with one step under your feet. Under the pressure of the dragon vein, finding Lu Chenxuan's figure was bound to be extremely difficult. However, as long as they tracked Lu Chenxian from the location where he had moved, the difficulty would definitely be much less. And this was exactly the unanimous intention of the Yuan Fetus Celestials. All waiting for me? Lu Chenxian swept his eyes over the crowd and smiled faintly. In the dragon transformation pool, life and death do not matter. Whoever wants to be the first to beg for death, then feel free to come to me. After saying that, he leapt gently with his body and instantly disappeared in the mist. Swish swish swish. More than 200 Yuan Fetus Celestial Pride hardly hesitated, closely following behind Lu Chenxian in jumping into the dragon transformation pool. The fog churned. As all the people entered the pool, the invisible barrier in mid-air reappeared, completely blocking the entire dragon transformation pool. The white-browed master folded his hands and gazed closely at the dragon transformation pool, the corners of his mouth suddenly curving up into an eerie arc. This batch of young geniuses, their qualifications are not bad, especially that Lu Chenxian. He's no worse than the sacred land demons. After absorbing all of them, that lord will definitely be able to advance to the realm of life and death. As for Lu Chenxian, it depends on whether that lord looks at him or not. Inside the dragon transformation pool, the steps loomed large. A bottomless greenstone staircase spread out from under Lu Chenxuan's feet, stretching all the way to the endless depths that were unobservable to the naked eye. An incomparably terrifying oppressive force covered the entire step, as if it was a 10,000-pound boulder, deadening Lu Chenxian. This kind of oppression is almost equivalent to the pressure of the first level of the imperial air. Lu Chenxian stood on top of the steps and took this pressure easily. His face did not change half a bit. The stronger the pressure, the better. Chaotic heaven swallowing skill. It could be said that nothing could be swallowed. All the mighty energy that came from the pressure was easily swallowed by the Dantian vortex, and all of them were turned into the nutrients of the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan within the sea of consciousness. While devouring it, he kept going deeper and deeper, finally walking through 100 steps. The height of each step was exactly 1 foot. According to Zhongxian sage Yuan Jin, after going 100 feet deeper, one would be able to obtain a top-grade Xianshi. However, at this moment, there was nothing different about the steps underneath his feet, and there was no so-called Xianshi in sight. Are you looking for this thing? Not far from the side, the dense mist suddenly dispersed and a young figure slowly emerged. It was none other than that Huangsha Valley's heavenly pride, Yuan Fetus Great Circle, Huang Tiancheng, holding a dusky yellow stone stick in his right hand. His left hand was playing with 2 top-grade Xian stones, and his mouth was filled with sarcasm. I originally thought that you were some kind of extraordinary character, but I didn't realize that you were actually so slow. This bit of pressure in the dragon transformation pool is hard for you to bear, isn't it? I've been waiting here for you for a long time. It did take a bit longer. The deeper one went into the dragon transformation pool, the stronger the dragon vein pressure above the steps became, and the time needed to devour it naturally increased gradually, which delayed the speed of walking down the steps. Huang Tiancheng's luck wasn't sure if it was too bad or too good. As he searched quickly within this independent small world of 1,000 miles in circumference, he was actually the first to encounter Lu Chenxian. Wait, then die. Lu Chenxian didn't bother to talk more nonsense with him and directly raised his right hand, gently shaking it at Huang Tiancheng's head. Boo! Huang Tiancheng didn't react at all, and his head exploded into a mass of crushed sand on the spot. Chapter 164, Shadow Body Talisman, comparable to a Holy Land demon. Ha! Lu Chenxian, is this your strength? Huang Tiancheng, whose head had burst into pieces, actually did not die. The Yellow Sand Valley secret method. The body transforms into sand. In mid-air, the shattered sand made from the exploding head recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Huang Tiancheng was unharmed. Even his breath had not declined in the slightest. The first-class sect, Yellow Sand Valley, was not considered the strongest in terms of attacking means, and their body martial arts were not considered bizarre, with the only method being the method of transforming the body into sand, which was their unique mastery. The means of self-preservation was definitely the best amongst the first-class sects. Since you can't kill me, you can only be killed by me. After his head recovered, Huang Tiancheng had an undisguised sneer on his face. Swish, the dusky Yellowstone stick in his hand swung violently, and a piece of gravel appeared out of thin air. Each grain of fine sand weighed more than 1,000 pounds, carrying a hunting gale, and blasting furiously towards Lu Chenchuan's chest. Earth-grade high-grade martial arts, mountain-heavy sand. As a Yuan fetus great perfection, he was only half a step away from the realm of the Imperial Air, and could already utilize some of the means of the Imperial Air powers. This move was definitely the strongest strike Huang Tiancheng had ever made. Even a true empty sky realm would definitely be seriously injured if he took it head-on. As for the district's 3 Yang's realm, if you are hit by a few grains of sand and dust, you are bound to go up in smoke. That's an interesting tactic. Lu Chenchuan's face did not change as he grabbed his right palm in the air. Chaotic heaven swallowing technique. Devour. The fine sand that came blasting wildly seemed to have lost all its might, falling powerlessly from midair and turning into nothingness before it could reach the steps at its feet. The power of the Yuan fetus contained within it was easily absorbed by Lu Chenxian without any difficulty at all. The third layer of chaotic heaven swallowing skill was enough to devour any Yuan fetus martial artist's martial skill, even if they were facing the Royal Sky Realm, or even a spirit stage realist. As long as what they were performing was not a heavenly level martial skill, they could just as easily devour it. This can't be. Huang Tiancheng's face changed abruptly, both eyes glaring round. In his opinion, the mountain-heavy sand just now, even if he couldn't kill Lu Chenxian, he could at least bombard him with his hands and feet. However, the strongest strike that he was so proud of had actually failed to exert half of its power, and had been lightly neutralized by Lu Chenxian. Is this the true strength of a demon comparable to a holy land? No wonder he could exterminate so many multiple fetal geniuses with a single slap. You made me. Huang Tiancheng's teeth snapped together, and a golden talisman steeply surfaced in his palm. Shadow Body Charm. The Yuan fetus martial artists who came to participate in the Dragon Transformation Pool selection were all true pride within the first-class clans, and those supreme elders of the spiritual platform realm naturally would not hide anything, and they did not hesitate to split a strand of their Yuan spirit and refine an incarnation of their divine thoughts within the talisman. Any Shadow Body talisman summoned a divine idea avatar that possessed at least 10% of the strength of the Supreme Elder himself. This was the most powerful undercard of the major heavenly prides. Supreme Elder, please show yourself. Huang Tiancheng casually tossed the golden talisman and threw it in midair to slowly burn, and then immediately bowed. His face full of fury. Disciple has found Lu Chenxian. Please Tai Shang Elder to take action and kill this Fang. Buzz. Spatial oscillations. Within the space of the dragon pool, a space ripple slowly dispersed. The golden talisman burned into ash. Faint smoke. Cohesion into a white-haired yellow-robed old man. Looks real and illusory. Obviously not the real form. Is this the dragon transformation pool? After appearing, the yellow-robed old man did not immediately strike at Lu Chenxian, but instead scanned the surrounding area, his brows slightly furrowed. This place is quite bizarre. Something seems to exist at the bottom. That's just it. The old man's main body can't enter this place, and this divine thought incarnation won't be able to exist for long. Lu Chenxian, you suffer death. The words fell, and the fingers flicked. The power of the spiritual platform. Any spiritual platform real person is a transcendent and terrifying powerhouse, with the sea of consciousness opening up the spiritual platform mirroring the Dantian, initially sensing the rules of the heavens and the earth, and lifting their hands and throwing their feet possessing the terrifying power of overturning mountains and overturning oceans. This divine idea avatar in front of him, although his physical strength was only 1/10 of that of his main body, his mastery of the power of rules was not any different from that of his main body. Rule martial skill. Soul-shattering sand. Although the martial skill was only an earth product, it was a special means of the spiritual platform realist, directly attacking the sea of consciousness. Unless one possessed a soul defense treasure or performed a soul defense secret method, one blow would surely kill them. There was no exception. A divine soul split? Nothing more than that. Lu Chenchuan's face did not change, and his mind pushed violently. Boom! 9 suns in the sky. There was no need to perform any defensive secret techniques at all, directly bringing the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan to the surface, the 4 secret patterns on the surface flickering faintly, completely ignoring this move of the soul-shattering martial technique. On the contrary, the yellow-robed old man, This divine thought detachment became extraordinarily illusory under the suppression of the 9 suns. It seemed that it was no longer possible to continue to exist within this dragon transformation pool. 9 suns? The yellow-robed old man was stunned, and the Huang Tiancheng next to him was even more shocked. When did this realm appear in the path of martial arts? 9 suns realm? In the history of the Xian-Tian continent, the Qi gathering, Yuan Dan, 3 Yangs, Yuan fetus, and royal heir, martial arts system is incomparably perfect, and it is the accumulation of the experience of countless sages, which has pointed out the cultivation paths to the later generations of martial artists. However, at the moment, in front of them, a brand new realm that had never been seen before actually appeared. What does that mean? Meaning, all the martial arts cultivators throughout the ages, the path of martial arts they embarked on, all went wrong. Surprised? Lu Chenchuan's face was expressionless as he similarly stretched out a finger, gently pointing it at the yellow-robed old man and Huang Tiancheng. It's useless to be surprised. It won't change any endings. Die. One of the 3 self-created martial arts. Deluo. Silent finger. An incomparably brilliant silent purple light shone through 1,000 feet in a circle. Huang Tiancheng. The yellow-robed old man detached. Under the illumination of this purple light, it was like a snowflake encountering magma. Instantly annihilated and disappeared. Not even a bit of residue was left behind. Only the dim yellow stone stick in Huang Tiancheng's hand, and a small, delicate white porcelain vase, fell to the footsteps. Meanwhile, deep in the yellow sand valley, in the middle of a rock wall that had been weathered for many years, the yellow-robed old man's face turned pale as he sprayed out a large mouthful of heart blood. A wisp of his yuanshan was destroyed and his main body suffered a backlash. His injuries were quite light. Moreover, after the yuanshan was divested, there was no connection to the main body, and he didn't even know what exactly happened within the dragon transformation pool. Much less could he know that there actually existed another martial arts system in the world that far surpassed the system of the Xian-Tian continent. Even the divine thought split is willing to take it out. Those old guys from the various great sects have really put in their blood. Dragon pool steps. Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled, and then his mind urged. The devouring power emanated out, quickly swallowing and sucking Huang Tiancheng's spiritual artifact stone stick and the pills within the white porcelain bottle. However, buzz, an extremely bizarre fluctuation emanated from the steps underneath his feet, actually containing the same devouring power, completely enveloping the spirit weapon stone stick and the white porcelain vase. Chapter 165, Domesticated Figures. Whoa! The moment this devouring force appeared, Lu Chenchuan's heart was slightly moved. Interesting. Within this dragon transformation pool, there was indeed a rather special existence lurking, actually wanting to snatch the spirit rhythm with himself. It was a pity that this devouring avatar was too shallow, and was simply not comparable to the chaotic heaven swallowing skill. It was like a martial artist of a higher realm forcibly absorbing the cultivation of a lower-ranked martial artist, and it wasn't even considered to be a divine ability, but rather a suppression of the martial realm. If you hadn't met me, these spirit rhythms would really be in your pocket. Lu Chenxian shook his head and smiled as his mind quietly urged on. Rumble. Within the Dantian, the devouring vortex rotated at a steeply accelerated speed, and the power of devouring was 3 times stronger. Whoosh! Huang Tiancheng's residual martial arts spiritual rhythm, the spiritual weapon stone stick, and the pills within the white porcelain bottle, everything, torn out by the power of devouring, was instantly absorbed and refined, and the devouring might emanating from the steps of the dragon transformation pool didn't even snatch half a bit of spiritual rhythm. All of it was useless. Ha! At the bottom of the dragon transformation pool, an extremely blurry pale figure suddenly had a flash of surprise appear on its face. For all the dragon transformation pool selections, he had secretly lurked around, specializing in devouring the spirit rhythms of those martial Dao prides, and had never been exposed. Under the accumulation of days and months, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the spiritual platform realm, only half a step away from being able to survey life and death, and become the supreme power on the Xian-Tian continent, leading the remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas and restoring the glory of the past. And yet, this time, it missed? This sun's gong method is bizarre. If I continue to let it go, it will certainly jeopardize my grand plan. In this dragon transformation pool, the pale figure was like a juggernaut, easily locking onto Lu Chenchuan's location, his gaze steeply hardening. The change is steep. Within the dragon transformation pool, the ubiquitous rolling mist suddenly violently churned, including Lu Chenxian. The scene in front of everyone was instantly blurred, as if some sort of bizarre change had occurred in the rules of space. The steps underneath their feet did not move. However, the specific orientation of each person was inevitably affected by the rules of space and began to change rapidly. This seems like a deliberate attempt to target me. Lu Chenxian stood in place, gazing at the rolling mist in front of him, his gaze slowly narrowing. The rules of space would not change at will, and it was obviously that bizarre existence at the bottom of the dragon transformation pool that had cast a secret spatial technique. With such strength, it must be a spiritual platform realist, and above the 7th level of the spiritual platform realm. Phew! As the mist tossed before his eyes, the three figures gradually became clearer and were less than 10 feet away from Lu Chenxian, the three celestial pride of the Netherworld Sword Pavilion. They obviously didn't expect to actually meet Lu Chenxian here. After freezing for a moment, he was filled with surprise. It's a great way to get your hands on something. Ever since entering the dragon transformation pool, they had been searching for Lu Chenxian's whereabouts, but unfortunately, the fog filled the area, isolating their divine sense from probing, and they did not find any traces of Lu Chenxian. However, after the spatial rules had changed, they stood still and did not make any light moves, and Lu Chenxian's figure unexpectedly appeared in front of them? That's quite a bit of luck. Lu Chenxian, a celestial pride carrying a long sword, flashed with excitement in his eyes. Since we've met us, escaping is definitely not an option. We have no grudges in the past, and we don't want to make things too difficult for you. As long as you hand over the extreme and top-grade Xianxure you obtained within the Spirit Elemental Tower, we can let you live. How about that? Is that merciful enough? As this person spoke, the other two simultaneously held their swords in their hands, their gazes dead set on Lu Chenxian. The three people stood in an orientation, just presenting a zigzag shape, blocking all the way. You didn't want to kill me as long as the Xianxure? Lu Chenxian was not in a hurry to make a move and smiled. Are you guys sure? Of course. Not sure. This heavenly pride was full of sneers. If you honestly hand over the Xianstone, we indeed won't kill you. And after we abolish your cultivation, we'll give you to the 4 great sects, so we can at least exchange for a favor. But if you resist, then you won't have to go through all that trouble, and this is where you'll be buried. Swish! As he spoke, the long sword behind his back was steeply sheathed, emitting a dragon-like sword roar, clearly an earth-grade spiritual weapon of notable quality. The three of them, with 3 swords, had already set up the ethereal sword sect's 3 extreme sword formation. These little geniuses, in order to get the Xianxure, they really do not know how to die. Lu Chenxian shook his head as his unsheathed wooden sword surfaced in his palm and he waved his hand. Dairo, points lightsaber, 3 purple and gold sword lights, flickering in the air, were indescribably fast. Among them, it even contained the devouring power of the chaotic heaven swallowing skill. Almost the instant the sword light appeared, it had already wiped across the throats of the 3 young geniuses. The youth in the lead froze, the power in his body draining away rapidly, and he couldn't even move a single trace of his fetal breath. He carried with him the shadow body talisman that the Misty Sect's Supreme Elder had personally refined. However, at this moment, even the shadow body talisman could not be activated, and as he watched Lu Chenxian in front of him, his field of vision dimmed rapidly. Boo! The 3 bodies fell to the ground almost simultaneously, killed by Lu Chenxian with a single sword strike. Buzz! The moment the 3 died, the extremely strange swallowing and suction force immediately appeared, seemingly rushing to absorb all of their spirit chants before Lu Chenxian did. Unfortunately, it's too late. The devouring power contained within the sword light had long since devoured everything they had, even the shadow body talisman on their bodies. The wisp of the Misty Sect's Supreme Elder's Yuanshan detachment, although powerful and formidable, was nothing more than a dead thing at the moment, and was devoured and refined by Lu Chenxian after only a little bit of resistance. The Yuanshan Yang Dan within the Sea of Consciousness, the 4th Dan line coalesced completely, successfully advancing to the 4th level of the 9 Yang realm. Failed again. At the bottom of the dragon transformation pool, the pale figure was obviously not surprised by this result. Sitting cross-legged on top of a scaly dragon skeleton, his already low face becoming more and more unsightly. Having failed to devour 2 times in a row, he had completely understood. As long as Lu Chenxian didn't die, he would definitely not gain anything from this dragon transformation pool trial. To kill 3 Yuan Fetus Junior geniuses with 1 sword, old me really underestimated you a bit. The pale figure whispered to himself, a sardonic smile slowly surfacing at the corner of his mouth. If 3 won't do, then let's have a few more. The more you devour, the bigger the harvest will naturally be when the old man closes the net. And this devouring method, I will likewise take it for myself. It's much stronger than my own secret method. Rumble. The old voice gradually disappeared, while within the dragon transformation pool, the mist once again violently tossed and turned, and a dozen or so figures, one after another, slowly surfaced on the steps in front of Lu Chenxian. The person at the head of the group was the personal disciple of the Four Seas patriarch Luo Tianhao, who possessed 4 shadow body talismans in his hands. Liang Du, a Yuan Fetus Heavenly Pride. Chapter 166, 4 Great Bodies. Lu Chenxian? On top of the steps of the dragon transformation pool, Liang Du's face was extremely gloomy. Ever since entering the dragon transformation pool, The 12 heavenly prides of the 4 great clans had not scattered and had been joining forces to search for Lu Chenxuan's whereabouts. And now it's so coincidental that they've run into each other? Obviously. Someone in the shadows is pushing them and playing them as killing tools. The feeling of being taken advantage of was getting to him. Someone from the 4 great clans? From what they were wearing, Lu Chenxian easily judged their identities. The spirit is still alive. Ever since exterminating more than 80 Yuan fetus disciples from the 4 major sects with a single slap in front of the Iron Mansion gate, they had been like gangrene on the bone, retaliating again and again. The spiritual Yuan Tower was like this, and now that it had entered the dragon transformation pool, it was still like this. He had never taken the initiative to provoke the 4 great clans. It was they who begged for death. Swish, the shame suffered by the 4 great clans had to be washed away, and without hesitation, Liang Du directly revealed 4 shadow body talismans. The strongest bottom card is the one that comes out. For him to become Luo Tianhao's personal disciple and a candidate for the 4C sect's next patriarch, he definitely relied on more than just his superior talent, but more importantly, his mind. When a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Lu Chenxuan's reputation and strength was unfathomable, and he would never allow himself to fall in the gutter. The 4 shadow body talismans, all of which contained the heart essence blood of the 4 great sect's supreme elders, summoned out divine soul doppelgangers that could utilize 30% of the body's strength. With such an undercard, even if he encountered a spiritual platform realist below the 7th level, he would be able to win the battle. Boom, 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 boom. In Liang Du's hands, 4 shadow body talismans exploded at the same time, and 4 pale figures slowly emerged. The 4C sect's supreme elder, a 6th level real person of the spiritual platform realm, Gu Wangyang, Qingyun sect spiritual platform realist, spiritual platform 5th level, Nailan Songyun, horizontal blade sect supreme elder, spiritual platform 5th realm, bastard blade, elder master of Changchun Quan, 4th level of the spiritual platform, Lu Zai. The 4 spiritual platform real persons figures were illusory, and their spiritual platform pressure was vast and majestic, pressing down on Lu Chenxian to death. The 4 great spiritual platform realms. Lu Chenxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he secretly had a high opinion of Liang Du. This person's heart was quite extraordinary, and the decisions he made were very decisive. If it was any other heavenly pride that possessed 4 shadow body talismans, it would definitely be used as a life-preserving card, and would never be used easily until the last moment. However, he actually had no qualms about directly lifting all 4 major undercards. This kind of boldness to break through was rare even in the green sky immortal region of the past. Are you Lu Chenxian? Gu Wanyang was clad in a gray robe, and although he was a divine soul doppelganger, his tone and demeanor were no different from his body. Lightly gazing at Lu Chenxian, he spoke softly, talented and young, even the sacred ground demons are nothing more than that. Unfortunately, since the old man has already descended, no amount of struggling on your part will be of any use, so you might as well tie your hands. The old man remembers that you have an exceptional qualification, so he can make an exception for once and accept you as a registered disciple. You, what do you think? Disciple, or credited? Lu Chenxian was dumbfounded. The former strongest god of war in the immortal world, worshipping a spiritual platform martial artist from the mundane world as his teacher? And let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about this master-disciple karma. Can he afford it? Master ancestor is above. Liang Du bowed and cupped his fists. The light under his eyes flickered. Disciple believes that Lu Chenxian is arrogant and has no respect for my 4 great sects. Keeping it will only continue to cause trouble. Please, Master Ancestor, take action. Cut off the roots and eliminate all future troubles. He has selfishness. If Lu Chenxian really worshipped under the Supreme Elder, wouldn't he be 1 generation higher than him? With Lu Chenxuan's qualifications, coupled with the personal teaching of the Supreme Elder, in time, breaking through the sky realm would definitely not be a problem. And he would even have the chance to open up the spiritual platform and become a martial realist of the spiritual platform realm, with a status even higher than that of the patriarch. The power of the 4C sect must not fall into the hands of Lu Chenxian. Taking out Lu Chenxian and redeeming the dignity of the 4 great sects was the best plan. Senior Gu, the 3 divine thought incarnations simultaneously arched their hands. Their tones were the same, although the son is overly talented. His heart is inscrutable. If he were to be admitted to the sect, I'm afraid that he would be raising an overcrowded tiger. It would be better to get it over with and kill this son on the spot, and save the night from growing long. The 3 of them, the spiritual platform realists, were all playing the exact same game. Lu Chenxian could not be allowed to enter the 4C sect. The 4 great sects were in the same breath, and their status appeared to be equal, but in reality, Gu Wanyang was the strongest, and they naturally took the lead of the 4C sect. Secretly, who doesn't want to be the strongest of the 4 clans? If Lu Chenxian enters the 4C sect, It will be less than 10 years, more than 100 years, to advance to the royal sky realm and open the spiritual platform. The three great sects would never be able to turn around again, and would always be a head shorter than the 4C sect. This is an outcome that they clearly do not want to see. It seems that the three old friends' minds are already made up. Hey, Gu Wanyang's heart was like a clear mirror, and he had an insight into the thoughts of Liang Du and the three great real people. After a sigh, he looked towards Lu Chunxian with a rather regretful expression. The old man originally had the heart to love talent. However, the four great sects are like one, and even the old man can't be bent on having his own way. Old me will give you a painful death today. As the words fell, he swung his palm down gently. Earth-grade high-grade martial skill, for Xi Xinyu palm, although it was only a divine idea bilocation. However, he was able to exert 30% of his body's power, and by activating the power of the rules, it was enough to crush a great perfection of emptiness, and even kill any martial artist below the 7th level of emptiness. The wind rises and the clouds are destroyed. Rift blade, withering palm. The other three divine soul splitters struck out almost simultaneously, all displaying the strongest martial arts in their lives. They have a long lifespan and have experienced countless large and small battles. If it is the body that descends, perhaps it will still be a little bit of a test, otherwise it will definitely not go all out as soon as it strikes. However, at this moment, it was merely a bilocation that could not exist for long in the first place, so there was no need to retain his strength, and he directly wiped out Lu Chenxian with a single move. Want to kill me? You're not even close. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was indifferent as he pointed his finger in the air. For divine soul powers, I, for one, am smiling. Buzz. Spatial oscillations. A huge cage glittering with purple and gold light emerged from the surrounding mist, sealing all of the martial arts they had performed, as well as these four divine idea splitters. Within, Dala, imprisoned heavenly fingers, the spiritual soul detachment of the spiritual platform realist, even with today's chaotic heaven swallowing technique, was unable to completely devour it in a short period of time. Sealing it with the great Luo imprisoning heavenly finger and then slowly devouring it was definitely the best option. Shifu? The three seniors. What kind of martial art is this? Including Liang Du, the 12 disciples of the four great sects were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them, simply unable to believe their eyes. The four supreme elders' divine thought branches, as well as the strongest martial arts that they had unleashed, actually couldn't even injure a single hair on Lu Chenxuan's head? Lu Chenxian, what the hell kind of freak is that? Chapter 167 Unsheathed Wooden Sword? A heavenly spiritual weapon. Lu Chenxian, let the old man out. What the hell kind of martial arts are you doing? The power of the old man's divine soul. In the middle of the purple and gold prison, the four divine soul splitters screamed in a continuous stream of misery. Even though they were only doppelgangers, they were able to feel the passing of the power of their divine souls in the same way as their main bodies. Within the prison, the incomparably strong devouring power was constantly devouring their strength, and it was simply impossible to stop it. Lu Chenxian, not far from the side, Liang Du and a group of Yuan fetus celestial pride, stood in place with their hands and feet trembling, not even having the courage to make a move. Touchy-feely, the scene that happened earlier had completely destroyed their confidence. The four supreme elders' divine soul detachments were actually sealed by Lu Chenxuan's casual hands? This is beyond their understanding, and is not the strength of the three Yang's realm at all. The divine soul power of the spiritual platform realm isn't very useful for raising the martial Dao realm. At this moment, Lu Chenxian ignored Liang Du and the others as his unsheathed wooden sword slowly emerged in his hand. The most significant effect of raising the martial Dao realm was devouring martial spirit rhythms, followed by devouring Xian stones. In the district's mundane world, basalt pith mothers could be encountered but not sought after, and extremely high-grade basalt stones were quite rare, with top-grade and middle-grade basalt stones being of minimal use. The fastest way to increase strength in a short period of time was not to raise the realm, but to raise the grade of this wooden sword. Phew! Lu Chenxuan's mind moved, and the devoured divine soul power was like a torrential river, surging into the wooden sword. Buzz! In the palm of his right hand, the unsheathed wooden sword trembled slightly, as if it possessed its own emotions, obviously extremely excited. When he hadn't even left Luoyang County, the grade of this wooden sword had already reached the peak of the earth grade. The 100 top-grade Xian stones gifted by Zhongxian Kingdom Lord Yuan Jin, with all the spiritual qi contained within, had likewise been given to this wooden sword, which was just a hair's breadth away from being a heavenly grade spiritual artifact. It's not even close. With the passage of time, the four divine mind branches within the purple gold cage finally dissipated completely, and the wooden sword was already infinitely close to a heavenly spiritual artifact, as if it was separated by a layer of window paper, and it was hard to break through. Celestial spirit weapons are too rare. Like the first-class clans within 1,000 miles of the heavenly capital city, the art of weapon refining was extremely exquisite. Each clan possessed a specialized weapon refining hall, yet no one was able to take out a single heavenly-grade spiritual weapon. Even the towering Taishang Elder, who was a noble spiritual platform realist, was only using a peak Earth-grade spiritual artifact, peak Earth-grade, and low heaven-grade, with seemingly only a small grade difference in between. The power of the two was worlds apart. Any heavenly-grade spiritual artifact, after a long period of time, could nurture an artifact spirit, connecting with the owner's mind and exerting unimaginably amazing power. If one was good at refining weapons, they could also continue to melt them down and use heavenly materials and treasures to raise the grade of the heavenly spiritual weapon once again. It could be said that as long as it reached the heavenly grade level, it could completely become a martial artist's innate spirit weapon. And unless one encountered an innate weapon like the 24 Bridges and the Night of the Moon, there was no longer a need to replace the innate spirit weapon. Grass and wood aura condensed into a sword. The material should also be upgraded a bit to be good. Lu Chenxian thought for a moment, and his right hand suddenly grabbed in the air. Phew! An unstoppable devouring force seemed to be born out of thin air, instantly enveloping Liang Du and the others. Devouring. Liang Du and the 11 Heavenly Pride's martial spiritual rhythms were torn out by the devouring force, and all of them entered Lu Chenxuan's sea of consciousness. And the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dawn glistened as the fifth secret pattern gradually revealed its shape. As for the earth-grade spiritual artifacts they carried with them, the grass and wood essences contained in the pills were quickly absorbed by the sheathless wooden sword. Me, my metaphetus, senior brother Liang, my fetal breath chi has been drained by Lu Chenxian, my green gang sword. No! Liang Du and the others trembled violently, feeling the weakness coming from themselves, and then looking at the scrap iron in their hands, their faces were appalled. Is this Lu Chenxuan's tactic? They lost everything they once had. Buzz. At this moment, in Lu Chenxuan's hands, the unsheathed wooden sword was undergoing an amazing metamorphosis. The originally dull and lightless wooden sword body gradually released the unique luster of the metal material, and an extremely special pressure was slowly released from within the sword body, and with the passage of time, the intensity of the pressure was also increasing rapidly. Rumble. Heavenly thunder shook. In the sky above the dragon transformation pool, a blackened thundercloud with a circumference of 1,000 feet was rapidly taking shape, and in the middle of it was brewing a column of thunder like the thickness of a water bucket, like a sinuous and twisted thunder dragon that swooped down from the cloud mass. Spirit weapon Thunderbolt. Lu Chenxian saw this and with a faint smile on his face, he threw the long sword in his hand up in the air. Go! Whoosh! The long sword broke through the air and flew, colliding head-on with the pitch-black thunder dragon, and a layer of intertwined and densely woven pitch-black thunder patterns rose on its surface. Under the baptism of the thunderbolt, the longsword was not damaged at all, and its power was strengthened by another 3 points. Rumble. The thunderbolt came fast and dispersed fast, and almost in an instant, the thunderclouds over the 10,000 Buddha mountain range had dissipated, restoring the previous clear sky. And within the dragon transformation pool, and likewise including the white-browed master and the 2 yellow-robed old monks outside the dragon transformation pool, all saw the scene of the thunderbolt descending. Thunder Tribulation. It's the legendary spirit weapon Thunder Tribulation. White-browed master's tone was urgent. His face was vaguely red. The birth of a heavenly spiritual weapon is within the dragon transformation pool. Celestial spirit weapon. The 2 yellow-robed old monks looked at each other, all seeing the blazing heat in each other's eyes. This year's dragon transformation pool selection. Someone actually refined a heavenly grade spiritual weapon? With those little geniuses of the Yuan fetus? It's unbelievable. Heavenly spiritual weapons. At the bottom of the dragon transformation pool, the pale figure's face shook dramatically as he slowly rose from the true dragon skeleton, tilting his head and gazing at the sky above, his 2 eyes flickering with substantial rays of greed. The temptation of such a treasure was too great. One must know that on top of the Zhongxian continent, even the 3 great holy places possessed only a handful of heavenly grade spiritual weapons. Not everyone possessed even the most powerful person who had explored life and death. The value of a heavenly grade spiritual artifact definitely exceeded the 10,000 Xian Buddha in the 10,000 Buddha mountain range, and exceeded all the reserves of a first-class sect. Heavenly spiritual artifacts appear in the world. This is the will of heaven. The pale figure's lips mumbled, and the color of excitement on his face grew thicker. He had held back for 1,000 years, recuperating at the bottom of the dragon transformation pond, and his greatest wish was to restore the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty and completely destroy the Zhongxian Empire. If he could obtain this heavenly grade spiritual artifact, he would definitely be like a tiger with wings, and after advancing to the realm of life and death, he could even establish the 4th Holy Land above the Xiantian continent, letting his name spread through the ages. The heavenly grade spiritual weapon is in the hands of that 3 Yang realm kid. After a short period of surprise, the pale figure flew to calm down. The power of the rules was once again activated, and the mist in the entire dragon transformation pool began to boil crazily. Spatial shifting. At this moment, the scene in front of the eyes of all the martial Dao Celestials participating in the Dragon Transformation Pool trial began to change rapidly. The targets they moved to were all exactly the same. Lu Chunxian, Chapter 168, Name of the Sword, Xindi, Rumble. Beneath Lu Chenxuan's feet, the steps of the Dragon Transformation Pool shook slightly, and the surrounding mist tumbled violently as a figure emerged quickly from the void. Changxia Sect, Sky Spectre Valley, Blood River Sect, Soul Refining Hall. There was also the Red Lotus Patriarch Chu Baiyao, the Black Lotus Child under his control. The moment they saw Lu Chenxian, a trace of bewilderment appeared on everyone's faces. What's going on here? Since entering the Dragon Transformation Pool, although all of them were searching for Lu Chenxuan's traces, they were not in the same location and did not think that they could find Lu Chenxian without any problems. Yet now, the spatial rules in the Dragon Transformation Pool had actually sent Lu Chenxian to them? Who was the one who struck in the dark? Who was the one who catalyzed the rules of space? It's hard not to be suspicious. This place is very weird. A black-clothed youth from the Soul Refining Hall swept his gaze over the crowd and slowly spoke. Someone is secretly making a move to purposely make us meet up with Lu Chenxian. Although we all want to deal with Lu Chenxian, but this feeling of being manipulated, I dislike it. His name was Go Zimo, one of the Soul Refining Hall Master's personal disciples, with a strength of Yuan Fetus Great Circle. In his left hand, he held a black ink stone, and in his right hand, he pinched a golden brush, all of which were Earth-grade high-grade spiritual artifacts. Whoever struck, this doesn't matter. A young woman wearing the costume of the Heavenly Spectre Valley quietly looked at Lu Chenxian. All I want to know right now is whether or not the spiritual weapon lightning tribulation just now was caused by you? You refined a heavenly grade spiritual weapon? This was a question shared by all present. A heavenly spirit weapon is a matter of great importance. All of them had sensed the spiritual weapon thunder tribulation that appeared just now, and they could conclude that this heavenly grade spiritual weapon must have just been born, which was why it caused the thunder tribulation to descend. It was impossible for such a treasure to exist in the Dragon Transformation Pool. Otherwise, those remaining 10,000 Buddhas guarding this place would not know about it. If there really was a heavenly spiritual weapon, the white-browed master outside the Dragon Transformation Pool, the yellow-robed old monk, was afraid that he would have already taken the spiritual weapon. It was obvious that the heavenly grade spiritual weapon that appeared just now was definitely refined by someone and was not nurtured by heaven and earth. You want? Lu Chenxian held the longsword in his hand, gently shaking it at the Heavenly Spectre Valley woman and smiled. This is the Heavenly Spirit Sword. If you want it, just go ahead and do it. I'm afraid that you don't have the guts to do it. The young woman's face changed slightly, and she really didn't act rashly. The gazes of the others, on the other hand, converged in unison on this longsword in Lu Chenxuan's hand. This is the heavenly grade spirit sword that was just born, a super treasure that even Holy Land clans valued immensely. This is from the 4 great clans? It wasn't until this moment that someone finally spotted the corpses of Liang Du and the others, and once again looked at Lu Chenxian, a few moments of scorn appearing on his face. Lu Chenxian, did you kill them all? And how exactly was this heavenly great spirit sword born? Could it be that you really made it yourself? As they spoke, the 70 to 80 Yuan Fetus Celestial Pride's faces varied, and without moving, they moved a few points closer to each other. Between first-class sects, there was the same kind of open and secret fighting. However, at this moment, their common goal was this heavenly grade spirit sword in Lu Chenxuan's hand. No one knew what kind of power a heavenly grade spiritual weapon actually possessed, and no one wanted to be the one to stand out. It was the best way to watch from the wall and wait for the others and Lu Chenxian to fight to the death, so that he could reap the benefits of a fisherman. You guys have so many questions, so many questions. Lu Chenxian shook his head indifferently and lifted his foot towards the lower steps. Since you don't dare to make a move, then I won't accompany you. If anyone is bent on death, they might as well try their hand at it. Under the heavenly spirit weapon, absolutely no survivors will be left alive. Pop, pop, the sound of footsteps. Under the eyes of everyone, Lu Chenxian stepped down and continued to go deeper and deeper into the Dragon Transformation Pool along the green stone steps, as if he were idly walking, ignoring all of these so-called martial Dao prides, including the Black Lotus Child. It was surprisingly hard that no one dared to make a move. The prestige of the heavenly grade spiritual weapon had completely subdued them. Damn! The Black Lotus Child clenched his teeth as a touch of ruthlessness surfaced under his eyes. This Black Lotus doppelganger was personally refined by the Red Lotus sect's supreme elder, Chu Tentming, and was controlled by Chu Baiyao's divine soul, which was capable of exerting the terrifying power of the 3rd level of the spiritual platform realm. But even he, although he was confident that he could defeat Lu Chenxian, who possessed a heavenly spirit sword, he didn't dare to guarantee that this Black Lotus doppelganger could remain unharmed. The Black Lotus split. The stem is too big. Any spiritual platform real person, as long as they didn't accidentally fall, could have a long lifespan of 5,000 years. Xu Pangming is now over 700 years old, not far from the end of his lifespan, and has specifically refined this Black Lotus child in preparation for taking over his body and rebuilding it. Once the Black Lotus child was damaged, how could Xu Pangming carry out the seizing of the body when his great day had come? Lu Chenxian killed his daughter's revenge. Although Chu Baiyao was resentful to the extreme, he did not dare to strike easily at this moment. Watching a heavenly grade spiritual artifact slip away from under your noses. You guys can tolerate it, but I can't. The person who opened his mouth was none other than a disciple of the Sky Spectre sect, Go Zemo. The golden pen in his right hand was lifted, dipped in the pitch black ink in the ink stone in his left hand, and waved it quickly in the air. Swish swish swish, more than 10 gray and black shadows floated out from mid-air, each possessing the astonishing strength of a Yuan fetus great circle, emitting the sound of severe ghost cries from their mouths as they pounced towards Lu Chenxuan's back. However, there was a soft buzz. These ghosts condensed by the secret method had just entered within 3 feet of Lu Chenxian, and the latter seemed to be oblivious to the fact that the long sword in his hand flashed with spiritual light, sweeping these ghosts away. A ghost with the strength of a Yuan fetus great perfection actually couldn't even get close to Lu Chenxian. Daring to take a shot at me? You have a lot of courage. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was calm as he turned his head to look at the shocked Go Zemo, and spoke faintly. Unfortunately, courage does not represent strength, and since he has already struck out, he must pay the price. Thumbs up. The sword light broke through the air. A purple golden sword light, released from the heavenly grade long sword, instantly swept past Go Zemo's throat. Killed on the spot. Go Zemo had reacted quickly enough. His right hand gripped the brush tightly and dipped the tip into the inkstone in his left hand. But that's about it. He didn't even have the time to wield his brush and perform his favored martial arts skill before Lu Chenxuan's sword light had cut his throat and swallowed everything he had. Dangling. The inkstone and the brush fell to the ground at the same time, their eyes revealing extreme horror as their bodies slowly fell to the ground. The 2 Earth-grade high-grade spiritual weapons were reduced to scrap and lost all their power at the same time they landed on the ground. All of the spiritual rhythm contained within it entered this long sword in Lu Chenxuan's hand. It was only that the grade of the heavenly grade spiritual weapon was too high and its power was too great. And even after devouring the inkstone and brush, the enhancement was almost negligible. The power is not bad. Lu Chenxian gazed at the longsword in his hand. A trace of appreciation spread across his face as he whispered softly to himself under his breath. Since refining you out, there has been no name for you. Your name, then, is Chopper Emperor. Chapter 169. 2 Great Patriarchs' Schemes. The Emperor's Sword of Chopping. This long sword in his hand finally had its own name. The ones it wanted to behead, of course, were not the emperors above the Xian-Tian continent, but the immortal emperor of the Ziwei imperial dynasty of the Qing-Tian immortal domain, the treacherous villain, Bei Meiwei and his son, the Sword of the Chopper. Upon hearing this name, the crowd showed shocked faces. Some secretly speculated about the meaning of the sword's name, while others looked at Go Zemo's fallen body on the ground and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts. The heavenly spirit sword is really powerful. The soul refining hall was powerful and ranked at the forefront amongst the first-class sects, and its unique psionic soul secret method was unbeatable. Even those other first-class sects' heavenly prides were incomparably afraid of it. However, under this heavenly grade spirit sword, it actually couldn't even last a single move. Lu Chenxian, with this spirit sword, who would dare to go against him? Gentlemen, that young woman from the heavenly Spectre Valley, staring tightly at Lu Chenxian, spoke in a chilling voice. As everyone can see, the heavenly grade spirit sword is extremely powerful, and is definitely a rare and precious treasure. Lu Chenxian is only a mere third Yang realm, and with the power of the spirit sword, he was actually able to kill Go Zemo in a single move. How can everyone let go of such a spirit sword? Wow! There was a commotion in the crowd. In the face of such a treasure, their greedy hearts had long been unable to hold back. However, at this moment, Lu Chenxuan's strength could definitely not be measured simply by realm. Just the spirit sword in his hand was enough to kill the vast majority of those present. If he can kill one, can he still kill us all? The heavenly Spectre Valley woman flipped her palm. A jade longsword appeared in her palm, and shouted sternly. Everyone work together to kill Lu Chenxian. The return of the heavenly spirit sword will be discussed after killing Lu Chenxian. Sons and daughters of the Jianghu must not be afraid of the end. Life and death have their destiny. Wealth and honor are in heaven. Swish, swish, swish. Once this statement was made, at least 30 or so celestial pride, all of them lit up their earth-grade spiritual weapons. Life and death have their own destiny, and wealth and riches are in the hands of God. Just now, they had already seen the power of the Emperor beheading sword, and they all knew in their hearts that as long as they made a move on Lu Chenxian, it would definitely be impossible for all the people present to retreat in one piece, and at the very least, a small half of them would have to fall. However, who is sure that it will be you who will die? But where there was a 1 in a million chance, they would never let it go. No one could resist the temptation of a heavenly grade spirit sword. If we can obtain a heavenly spiritual artifact, even if we lose this Black Lotus incarnation, Father will definitely be able to advance to the life and death realm. Red Lotus Patriarch Chu Baiyao. His divine thoughts clung within the Black Lotus child's sea of consciousness, and the light under his eyes flickered rapidly. The Black Lotus split is certainly important. However, compared to a heavenly grade spiritual artifact, even if it was discarded, so what? Chu Pengming's great limit was approaching, and after seizing the Black Lotus split, his cultivation was only at the Yuan fetus realm, and it was hard to say whether he could recover his spiritual platform cultivation. If he could snatch Lu Chenxuan's heavenly grade spirit sword into his hands, Chu Tengming, with the help of the spirit sword's power, would most likely be able to break through the barrier of life and death, and become a supreme powerhouse on top of the Xian-Tian continent. Master is above. The 2 Yuan fetus celestial pride of the Red Lotus sect, who were also the very same personal disciples of Chu Baiyao, had a strand of divine thought transmission that sounded simultaneously in the latter's sea of consciousness. Please, Master, cast a forbidden spell to seize the heavenly spiritual artifact. As long as the sect prospers, disciples do not hesitate to die. Chu Baiyao's heart was suddenly shaken. Red Lotus sect's secret method. To be able to become the best amongst the first-class sects, the Red Lotus sect had its own unique features, just like the Black Lotus body that Chu Pengming had refined, as well as the forbidden technique that the 2 personal disciples had said, all of which were amazing secret techniques that were hard for ordinary people to imagine. With just the 3 of them, it would be very difficult to defeat Lu Chenxian even if they cast a forbidden art. Today, however, it's not a solo fight, it's a group siege. With so many multi-fetal prides joining forces, Lu Chenxian would definitely be in a bitter battle no matter how capable he was, and that would be their Red Lotus sect's chance. Your thoughts? No. After a short period of silence, Chu Baiyao's divine sense transmitted and said in a deep voice, this sect promises that after your sacrifices, you will be the sect's greatest benefactors. Your clan relatives. This clan will definitely make proper arrangements. Those with outstanding talent must be carefully cultivated, and those without talent, let them enjoy a lifetime of glory. The Red Lotus sect's forbidden art must voluntarily sacrifice blood, flesh, and soul, and after the fall cannot be reincarnated into the next life, not into the cycle of reincarnation. Giving such a promise, the 2 Red Lotus sect celestials no longer had any worries and smiled at each other. Ready. As long as Chu Bei cast a forbidden technique, they would immediately initiate the sacrifice and vow to kill Lu Chenxian. Patriarch Chu. Not far from the side, a red-haired young man from the Blood River sect similarly transmitted his divine thoughts and sounded in a low voice in the depths of Chu Bei's sea of consciousness. You have the Black Lotus split, I have the Blood River body, and this heavenly spirit sword of Lu Chenxian. How should I distribute it? Blood River Patriarch. Wu Tian Blood. Tianjing City Danyuan Tower. Blood River sect's #1 person of the young generation, Ji Guang, was sent to the sky by Lu Chenxian with a single sword prairie, and not even half of his ashes were left, although the sect had other heavenly prides. However, even Ji Guang was no match for Lu Chenxian, so what use could these young disciples be put to? For this dragon transformation pool selection, Wu Tian Blood and Chu Baiyao's intentions coincided, using the clan's unspoken secret to manipulate the Blood River body with their divine thoughts, intending to personally strike out at Lu Chenxian. Brother Wu. Chu Baiyao's face sank slightly, and a wisp of divine thought transmitted back. My father's deathbed is approaching, and the heavenly spirit sword is a must-have. Elder Tang of the Blood River sect. He's slightly less powerful than my father. Wu Tian Blood stagnated slightly, then laughed silently and coldly. People who are about to die are capable of doing anything, no matter how crazy. Although Chu Bei didn't say it explicitly, however, the meaning had been expressed very clearly. If Wu Tianxiu dared to hit the idea of the heavenly spirit sword, Chu Tingming would definitely go completely insane and go on and on with the Blood River sect. The heavenly spirit sword is related to the survival of our clan. Chu Baiyao stared tightly at Wu Tianxiu and once again transmitted his voice in a chilling tone. I can make a martial Dao oath. As long as Brother Wu helps me snatch the heavenly spirit sword, after my family's father surveys life and death, this spirit sword will surely be lent to the Blood River sect for Elder Tang and Brother Wu to comprehend for 1,000 years. Of course, Brother Wu and Senior Tang must also swear that after 1,000 years, they must return the spirit sword. What does Brother Wu think? Lend it to the Blood River sect and refer to it for 1,000 years. Wu Tian Blood narrowed his eyes as a single thought flashed through his mind. The heavenly grade spiritual sword was of course a good thing. However, after surveying life and death, one could have 10,000 years of lifespan, and if one could ascend to the upper realms, one's cultivation could be raised again, and it would be much easier to search for other heavenly grade spiritual weapons. After 1,000 years of enlightenment, he and the Supreme Elder, Tang Tao, would definitely be able to enter the realm of life and death. For him, the deal wasn't a loss. Plus 10 more extreme Xianxue. Wu Tian blood made up his mind, and a wisp of divine thought was transmitted into Chu Baiyao's sea of consciousness. You and I, now swear at the same time, with heaven and earth as our witnesses, that we will never break our promise. After swearing, this spirit sword in Lu Chenxuan's hands, I will go all out to help you snatch it. Chapter 170, An Illusory Dream. While the two great sect masters exchanged divine thoughts, the many Yuan fetus celestials were already on the same page. Swish swish swish, one after another, earth-grade spiritual weapons were lit up, and there were also people whose faces were filled with viciousness, directly taking out the shadow body talismans bestowed by the Supreme Elder. There were also a dozen or so heavenly prides, whose status within the sect was clearly extraordinary, actually possessing earth-grade high-grade defense spiritual weapons, and a lofty pagoda and huge palace floated in the air. This included the woman from the Heavenly Spectre sect, Lu Chunxian. The woman from the Heavenly Spectre sect stood under a bronze bell, holding a black ribbon in her hand, and shouted coldly in a low voice, "Hand over the Heavenly Spirit Sword and I'll spare you from death. If you are recalcitrant to the end, you will only die." Snap! Lu Chunxian paused in his steps. At this moment, he had gone dozens of feet deeper along the steps at his feet, with his back to everyone. The woman's voice was murderous, and a group of celestial pride's battle intent surged, while Lu Chunxian seemed to be unaware of it and didn't even return his head. Too weak. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what Fairy Miao said? A handsome young man from the Iron Thread sect, holding a piece of chilly gold wire in his hand, shouted harshly, "Hand over the Heavenly Spirit Sword, or else." Thumbs up. Violet light flashed. Lu Chenxuan's signature martial art, the Golden Xian Finger. A fuzzy pillar of light that shimmered with a purple-gold hue pierced through the forehead of this youth, containing an irresistible devouring power that instantly deprived him of everything. The number one person of the younger generation of the Iron Thread sect, the peak Yuan fetus Heavenly Pride, LV Yinchuan, didn't even finish a complete sentence before he was exterminated by Lu Chenxian with a single finger. The various celestial pride present didn't even see when Lu Chenxian turned around, much less how he struck. Lu Chenxian, the woman from the Heavenly Spectre sect, the myriad fairy Su Miao, slightly tightened the black ribbon in her hand, her heart secretly aghast. The Iron Thread sect and the Heavenly Spectre sect had been friends for generations, and there had once been two supreme elders who had been married to each other, and the techniques and martial arts practiced by the two sects were quite similar. In terms of strength, she and LV Yinchuan were indistinguishable. Aside from this bronze giant clock floating above her head, her and LV Yinchuan's undercards were almost no different, both being shadow body talismans personally refined by the Supreme Elder. However, in the face of the finger technique performed by Lu Chenxian, Lu Yinchuan actually didn't even have time to activate the shadow body talisman. Such tactics are simply appalling. Fairy Miao, don't let him break you on each side. Let's all go together. Another young celestial pride wearing a golden robe with a golden crown on his head suddenly let out a roar from his mouth. Phew! The folding fan in his hand swung violently, fanning out a fierce astral wind visible to the naked eye. Heavenly Wind Ghost Valley, Earth-grade high-grade martial skill, soul-destroying wind. Everyone, stop reserving your strength and strike. Must kill Lu Chenxian. Kill Lu Chenxian first, then decide where the Heavenly Spirit Sword belongs. Everyone joins forces. At this moment, many heavenly prides cried out in unison, and their earth-level martial arts went crazy, all of them displaying their strongest moves, and the shadow body charm. At least more than 30 heavenly prides simultaneously activated the shadow body talisman in their hands. An illusory figure appeared in the void, either a white-haired old man, a wrinkled crone, or a middle-aged scribe in white clothes, all of which were the great elders of the various sects. Almost the instant they appeared, the divine souls of these spiritual platform realists' detachments. Some waved their invisible long swords, some had their fingers like flickering flowers, striking out a powerful spell, while others recited in a low voice under their breath, seemingly casting some kind of rule secret method. The tricks are all out, the cards are all up. In order to kill Lu Chenxian, they had already done their best, and there were even a dozen or so celestial pride that directly threw out the earth-grade spiritual weapons in their hands, urging the spiritual weapons to self-detonate. A desperate attempt to do something about it. Facing Lu Chenxian, who possessed a heavenly-grade spirit sword, they were definitely not half careless. The power that erupted at this moment was definitely capable of blasting an empty sky great circle powerhouse to dregs, and even if it was a true spirit terrace realist, it was very likely that he would fall on the spot. In order to kill me, you actually even exploded an earth-grade high-grade spiritual armament? You guys are really generous. Lu Chenxian held the sword in his right hand and gently raised his left hand. The purple and gold light under his eyes flickered slightly, striving for fame and fortune, cultivating against the heavens. In the end it's nothing but an empty game. This palm will make your hearts happy. Buzz. Heaven and earth are misty. A strange fluctuation without form or quality emanated from Lu Chenxuan's palm, instantly enveloping all of the heavenly pride, and likewise enveloping all of the means that they had exerted. In the past, one of the three major self-created martial arts skills that spread across the Qingtian immortal domain, the Dala, illusory dream palm, Lu Chenxian, is dead. Extreme ecstasy suddenly surfaced on the face of that golden-robed heavenly pride with a folding fan in his hand. In front of his eyes, Lu Chenxian was bombarded by hundreds of martial skills at the same time, directly shattering his body into pieces and completely annihilating even his soul. The heavenly grade spirit sword, under the bombardment of these martial skills, did not show the slightest damage, but instead tumbled and threw itself in the air, and coincidentally landed in his hands. Congratulations, senior brother Jean. Su Miao, with a blush on her face, quickly walked over and softly said, Senior brother Jean obtained the heavenly spirit sword. He is blessed with a profound fortune. In time, he will definitely be able to break through life and death and ascend to the upper realm. Su Miao is willing to nominate herself to be a Taoist couple with senior brother Jean. Please don't dislike senior brother Jean. While saying that, she gently undid her skirt, revealing her delicate body that was like sheep's fat white jade. Ha ha, the gold-robed youth laughed to the heavens and took the unclothed Su Miao into his arms, and just as he was about to make a move, his body suddenly shook. No, it's not right. If he obtained the heavenly grade spirit sword, how could those first-class sex heavenly pride be indifferent? Surely they would make a move to snatch it. And, Su Miao's temperament was high and cold. Even if he got the heavenly spirit sword, he would definitely not be false to him, and more likely, he would kill and seize the treasure, and they would completely break up with their heavenly wind Ghost Valley. Is what's in front of you a fake? Without realizing it, he had fallen into Lu Chenxuan's illusion. Thumbs up. A long sword with flickering spiritual light suddenly emerged from Su Miao's hand and directly passed through the heart of the gold-robed youth. You are not Su Miao. You are Lu Chenxian. The gold-robed youth's eyes were wide with anger, and the Su Miao in front of him was gradually vaporizing. In its place was none other than the indifferent Lu Chenxian, taking so long to react. Your martial will is too poor. Lu Chenxian put away his longsword and didn't immediately devour the golden-robed youth's martial Tao spiritual rhythm, but instead spoke faintly, real and unreal, only in a thought. What's real and what's not? You, now do you understand? The gold-robed youth covered his chest with his hand and staggered back a few steps, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Dead. All dead, including Su Miao. All of the people who had struck out just now had all fallen to the ground and died horizontally on the steps. Their earth-grade defense spirit weapons did not have the slightest effect at all. The only ones who could still stand on top of the steps were the Red Lotus Sect's Black Lotus child and two young disciples, as well as the Blood River Sect's red-haired youth, and the two Yuan fetus celestials. Chapter 171 Two Great Secret Arts. What just happened? Chu Bei and Wu Tian Blood, along with the four Yuan fetus celestials behind them, were dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold before them. The Great Luo illusory dream poem, the flow of time within the illusory realm, was very different from the real world, and was completely mastered by Lu Chenxian. Those heavenly prides who had died earlier, everything they experienced in the illusionary realm varied. Some only experienced an instant, while others even spent their entire lives, and the time spent in the real world is not even a blink of an eye. Real, unreal. The gold-robed youth covered his chest, the power in his body was rapidly flowing away from the wound, and the last trace of glimmer in his eyes gradually faded away, until his consciousness dissipated. He was unable to comprehend how a mere three-yang realm could cast such a terrifying illusion that even they, the Yuan fetus celestials, were unable to resist. Is there really such a freak in the world? Lu Chenxian definitely far exceeded the demons within those Holy Land sects. Brother Wu, on the other side, Chu Baiyao manipulated the Black Lotus child's body and no longer used divine thought to transmit sound, but instead directly opened his mouth in a cold voice. Having just executed such a powerful secret technique, Lu Chenxian must have consumed a great deal. Take him while he's sick. Now's your chance. Boom, boom. Behind Chu Baiyao, the two true disciples didn't hesitate as a blazing fire steeply appeared on their body surface. Sacrifice. Their essence and blood, souls, bodies, and wills instantly burned out, forming two faintly humanoid silhouettes that merged into this Black Lotus body of Chu Bei. Click, clack. The Black Lotus child's body shook, the bones in his body bursting like thunder, and both sides of his ribs slowly opened up, each extending two lotus root-like arms. At the same time, his shoulders were breaking apart at a rapid pace, and two identical heads grew on either side of his skull. 3 heads and 6 arms. This was the Black Lotus child's strongest state, the strongest secret technique of the Red Lotus sect. Come on. Not far from the side, Wu Tian Blood casually made a move. The eyes of the two disciples behind him abruptly stiffened, and their bodies involuntarily, directly exploded into 2 clouds of blood mist. The roiling blood chi quickly coalesced and merged with Wu Tianxue's blood river body. The original normal-sized body suddenly skyrocketed, forming a lanky body under 3 feet tall, with blood light entwined around his body, and his breath instantly broke through the imperial sky realm. Don't underestimate the airspace. One must know that in this dragon transformation pool, the rules and prohibitions were extremely strong, and it was impossible to enter above the Yuan fetus realm. The blood river secret technique that Wu Tianblood had performed had broken this limitation, and with the empty realm body, it was enough to perform 70% of the might of the blood river body, and the peak blood river body was equivalent to a spirit platform 9th level. Finally couldn't resist? Lu Chenxian held his spirit sword in his hand and looked faintly at the 2 great sect masters, the corner of his mouth curving up into a playful arc. They think they're consumed now? How stupid. Just now, after killing so many little geniuses, the chaotic heaven swallowing skill has long been activated, and the spiritual rhythms of the martial Tao that came from devouring them, the might of spiritual weapons, within their own sea of consciousness, and the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dawn have already successfully condensed the 5th secret pattern, advanced to the 5th level of the 9 Suns realm. What's more, the great Luo illusory dream poem, which was well activated, had almost no consumption of its own. It's a joke that they want to take advantage of the situation. Lu Chunxian, the 3-headed, 6-armed Black Lotus child, his mouth emitted Chu Baiyao's furious roar. Under the spirit elemental pagoda, you killed my beloved daughter. This hatred will not be shared. Hand over the heavenly spirit sword now, and this clan will give you a pain in the ass. Don't think that just because the spirit sword is in your hand, you can fight against this clan. The Black Lotus split that Lord Father personally refined can definitely make your life worse than death. Next to him, Wu Tianxu urged his blood river body, his 2 fists blossoming with bloodlight, obviously brewing some kind of extremely powerful martial art. His hatred for Lu Chenxian wasn't as crazy as Chu Baiyao's. However, the two had long since made a vow to join forces to kill Lu Chenxian without fail. You could have stayed dead. Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head and softly said, the so-called hatred was originally their own fault, and it is only natural that a person who is not as skilled as they are should die. Now that you have personally taken action, the 2 great sects' fortunes are considered to be completely at an end. Chu Baiyao and Wu Tianxu were stunned at the same time before their faces were filled with sardonic smiles. What does that mean? He actually wanted to destroy the 2 major clans? The Red Lotus sect's supreme elder, Chu Tungming, and the Blood River sect's supreme elder, Tang Tao, with 1 spiritual platform Great Circle and 1 spiritual platform 9 Peak, the 2 of them joining forces, unless they encountered a life and death realm supreme powerhouse, they would definitely not be defeated. Brother Chu, there's no need to bull **** with him anymore. At this moment, the 3-foot-tall blood-colored giant held a ball of scarlet bloodlight in each of his hands, and his voice resounded like thunder. The secret method of this clan has been completed, ready to strike at any time. It takes time to cast secret spells. Chu Bei's angry scolding just now was by no means just the hatred of his daughter's murder, but more importantly, it was to buy time for Wu Tianblood to cast the secret method. This clan is also finished. The Black Lotus child's 6 arms shook at the same time, each hand pinching up a different seal, and a rapidly rotating Black Lotus flower coalesced above his head, releasing a powerful pressure no less than that of a spiritual platform realist. The Red Lotus sect's forbidden art, a soul attack method sacrificed by 2 Yuan fetus disciples, the Lotus of Reincarnation. As long as you are hit by the Lotus platform, your soul will definitely be dispersed, and you will never be spared. Lu Chenxian, suffer death. Wu Tianblood let out a low roar, and the blood-colored giant's arms shook crazily, and 2 clusters of blood light blossomed fiercely, forming an incomparably dazzling blood-colored canopy that completely shrouded a radius of 1,000 feet. Under this canopy, it was as if the force of rules had lost its effect, and even the pressure above the green stone steps of the dragon transformation pool had vanished. If it was an ordinary Yuan fetus martial artist, his body would have completely collapsed from the mere pressure of the canopy. Even if it was a sky realm powerhouse, under the canopy's shroud, the essence blood in the body would likewise burst through the surface of the body, and the blood vessels of the entire body would burst. This was the Blood River sect's secret blood evocation technique, which specialized in targeting the essential blood within martial artists and demonic beasts, and never missed a beat. Die for me! Chu Baiyao shouted furiously, and the Black Lotus child's finger technique was urged, and the Lotus platform of reincarnation rotated rapidly, slicing through the air in a jet-black stream of light, shooting toward Lu Chenxuan's chest. This Lotus platform of reincarnation was not truly a tangible object, but rather, it was transformed by divine thoughts. As long as it wasn't a treasure that specialized in killing souls, even a heavenly spirit sword wouldn't be able to resist it. The strongest forbidden techniques of the 2 great sects, one specialized in targeting the body's essence and blood, and the other struck directly at the soul, and when the 2 joined forces, it was a true killing blow for any martial artist. That's not bad for this kind of power. Lu Chenchuan's face was bland, and he didn't make a move to resist, but instead, his divine thoughts transmitted a sound that sounded softly in the depths of his dantian. Miss Mingyue, suppress these two secret techniques. I'm going to swallow them. Chapter 172, The Remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas. Akatsuki Girl. In the past, in the Green Sky Immortal region, Xiao Ding Tian, the immortal king of the free immortals, was the spirit of the 24 bridges and bright moon night, an innate spiritual treasure. Since obtaining the core fragment of the 20 bridges bright moon night within the 10,000 beasts mountain range, Mingyue had taken the initiative to promise that as long as Lu Chenxian kept his promise to help Xiao Dingtian restore his Yuanshan, she would willingly allow herself to be driven by Lu Chenxian. However, Mingyue and Xiao Dingtian are obviously not as simple as the relationship between a spirit and its owner, and Lu Chenxuan's means are endless, so naturally he won't easily order Mingyue. This time is different. The forbidden arts that Chu Baiyao and Wu Tianblood had executed were quite astonishing, and the power contained within them was definitely no less than those Heaven's Pride spirit rhythms that they had just slain. Casting other means, although they could be easily dissolved, they would inevitably waste that power. By allowing the bright moon to strike, he would be able to completely seal these two forbidden arts, and then slowly devour them. Smothering them, Akatsuki obeys. Within the dantian, the core remnants of the 20 bridges and the night of the bright moon emitted the voice of the bright moon. Buzz. The core fragment vibrated slightly. The innate artifact is wonderfully useful. An invisible and qualitative confining force emanated from Lu Chenchuan's dantian, easily enveloping 1,000 feet of space, suppressing everything and blocking everything. Chu Bei's Black Lotus Child, Wu Tianshue's Blood River Body, and the two major secret arts they just cast out, instantly lapsing into absolute stillness. It suddenly flickers for a moment and then vanishes into thin air. Only two blank-faced divine soul shadows remained, standing in place at a loss for words. What's going on here? On top of the steps of the dragon transformation pool, Chu Bei's divine soul silhouette was filled with stagnation, not knowing what had happened at all. This wisp of his divine thought, obviously fused within the Black Lotus Child's body. Why would it unfuse and suddenly appear in the outside world? Where's the Black Lotus Child? Where did it go? Me, my Blood River Body. Wu Tianxian Blood's divine soul silhouette was similarly jaw-dropped. The Blood River sect's strongest secret method, the Blood River split that Supreme Elder Tang Tao had worked so hard for thousands of years to refine with great difficulty, had actually disappeared? His fusion with the Blood River Body was forcefully broken by Lu Chenxian? How is this possible? There is much more in this world that you cannot understand. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was calm as he spoke faintly. After the dragon transformation pool matter is over, I will personally go to the two major sects and settle things with you completely. Now, die. The sword rose and fell. A purple golden sword light, fleeting in the air, instantly annihilated the divine thoughts of Chu Bei and Wu Tianxue. Dala, decapitating sword. Almost at the same time, the two major sects that were more than 2,000 miles away, within the Red Lotus sect's main hall, Chu Baiyao let out a miserable scream as his face lost all blood color, and within the blood pool at the back of the Blood River sect's mountain, Wu Tianblood's body shook violently, and a strand of black blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. In the middle of another even more massive blood pool, the Supreme Elder Tang Tao, his pale body trembled slightly, and a wisp of blood similarly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The two forbidden arts were broken, their divine thoughts were destroyed, and their essence suffered a severe backlash. The two great secret laws. Inside the dragon transformation pool, Lu Chenxian was vaguely expectant as the Dantian devouring vortex slowly rotated, and the devouring power escaped and directly entered the core remnants of the night of the 20 bridges and the moon. Devouring. Within the debris, the Black Lotus boy, who had lost the control of his divine mind, was like a dead thing, devoid of spirituality. The Blood River Body did the same, standing frozen in place, its eyes blank. 1 breath, 2 breaths, time passes slowly. After about half a pillar of incense had passed, the Black Lotus Child and the body of the Blood River completely dissipated, and all the might contained in the two forbidden arts entered the devouring vortex, and were completely refined and absorbed by Lu Chenxian. It's done! Lu Chenxuan's gaze brightened slightly, and he was in a good mood. These two secret bodies really did contain a lot of spiritual energy. At this moment, the 9 Yuan Shenyang Dan within the Sea of Consciousness had already condensed the 6th secret pattern, and the martial realm had also successfully advanced to the 6th level of the 9 Yang realm. It was only that there was an extremely obvious watershed between the 6th and 7th levels of each great realm, and the amount of martial Dao spirit energy required to continue advancing was bound to be extremely staggering. Even if they were to devour extreme Xian stones, they would need at least 1,000 of them. The Arcane Stone. That 10,000 Xian Buddha in the 10,000 Buddha mountain range contains quite a lot of arcane stones. The corner of Lu Chenxuan's mouth curled up, and he was not in a hurry to leave the dragon transformation pool, but stepped out and continued deeper towards the bottom of the dragon transformation pool. At the bottom of the dragon pool, the old guy who didn't dare to show himself, it was time to bring him out. This son is really scary. The lowest level of the dragon transformation pool, above the augur skeleton, the old figure sat cross-legged, a lingering shock surfacing on his wrinkled face. He had a long lifespan, having survived for more than 700 years, and belonged to the strong contemporaries of the great first-class sects Taishan elders. It was not to say that he knew the secret forbidden techniques of all the great sects as well as he knew them, but he also had a deep understanding of them. Back then, during the battle to destroy the country, Emperor Xian led 1 million elite soldiers, with 3 spirit platform real persons, more than 20 sky sentinel powers, and tens of thousands of Yuan fetus generals under his command, and paid a heavy price to break through the dragon vein defense of the heavenly capital city. The foundation of the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty was destroyed. As for him, as the last guardian of the 10,000 Buddha dynasty, after escaping with his life, he relied on the remaining dragon vein power of the 10,000 Buddha mountain range to survive to this day. And with the help of the dragon transformation pool trial, he secretly seized the spiritual rhythms of those Yuan fetus celestial pride, and his strength continued to recover. According to his scheme, in at most another 100 years, he would be able to shed his body and leave this dragon transformation pond, absorb the Xianshi marrow mother within the 10,000 Xian Buddhas, and survey life and death to become a supreme power above the Tsang Xian continent. Never would I have thought that this dragon transformation pool trial had actually produced such a freak, who not only discovered his existence, but also refined a heavenly spirit sword, and cracked the 2 forbidden techniques of the Red Lotus sect and the Blood River sect. Such strength was nothing short of terrifying. Whoosh! After an unknown period of time, a green shirt figure stepped down along the green stone steps. Lu Chenxian, quietly looking at this old man, he softly said, 10,000 Buddha remnants? Ha! The old man laughed hoarsely and floated up from the scaly dragon skeleton, his figure looming. The old man has been waiting for you for a long time, and you, at last, have come. As he spoke, the augur skeleton trembled slightly, and the hollow eye sockets lit up with 2 clusters of ethereal fire, like the eyes of an augur dragon. On the surface of its bones, a golden flame rose up, gradually forming real-like flesh and blood in golden dragon scales, with golden whiskers flying on both sides of the dragon's mouth, and the 4 golden dragon claws shrinking slightly, as if they were about to come back from the dead. Even more terrifyingly, as its blood and dragon scales continued to fill up, its breath climbed rapidly. In just a few breaths, his breath had already reached the great circle of the sky realm, and far from stopping, he flew to the spirit platform realm. Chapter 173, The Ghostly Flame Dragon. 6th ranked demonic beast, Phantom Fire Blood Jiao. Looking at the soon-to-be resurrected scaly dragon in front of him, Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows, and his gaze became a bit more playful. The former 10,000 Buddha dynasty was actually an empire founded by demonic beasts? 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. So that's it. Luoyang County was adjacent to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, and Sanqing City and the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range directly bordered each other, while Luoyang County was the most remote place in the Tsangshuan Empire. When Emperor Tsang Xian had just established his empire, the waves of beasts impacted the cities in succession, killing and injuring the major cities, until the empire was stabilized and the qi coalesced around the dragon vein. The scale of the beast tides in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range gradually decreased, and the number of times became less and less. The root of it all. It turns out, back then, the 10,000 Buddha dynasty was not established by a human martial artist at all, but by a 6th-ranked demonic beast within the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, the spectral flame Blood Jiao. And this old man in front of him, in his original form, was this soon-to-be-resurrected Jiao Python. Those royal children of the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty rarely show up in the court, and more often than not, they live in seclusion in the 10,000 Buddha's mountain range, proclaiming their belief in Buddhism, but in reality, they are in closed-door cultivation, striving to transform into a form at an early date. The so-called dragon transformation pool was precisely the place where those royal children got rid of their demonic beast bodies and transformed into human forms. It's not easy for demonic beasts to cultivate. The old man's figure was illusory, slowly floating above the head of the spectral flame Blood Jiao as he sighed softly. Back then, the old man didn't take on a form, but seized someone else's body and left his main body here. Originally, I wanted to keep a life-preserving card for myself, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. That old fellow, Yuan Bei, actually reached spiritual stage perfection and led the 3 great real persons to break through the 10,000 Buddha dragon vein. Under serious injury, the old man's Yuanshan broke out of its shell and returned to this place again, ready to recover his strength and fuse with his body again. I didn't realize. Unexpectedly, This time, the dragon transformation pool trial actually appeared Lu Chenxian as a variable, and he could no longer continue to keep his secret, so he simply fused his body directly and restored his demonic beast body. And the name of this 10,000 Buddha dynasty should be more properly called 10,000 Beasts Dynasty. Your secrets are of no interest to me. Lu Chenxuan's gaze was indifferent as he softly said, the current Sangshuan Kingdom Lord, Yuan Jin, made a deal with me. As long as you keep your peace and honestly stay under this dragon transformation pond, it is not impossible for you to explore life and death in the future. Transform your augur body into a dragon body, and ascend to the upper realm. I have come here to take away only one thing. Million Zuanfo, 10,000 Xian Buddhas. The core Xian Shi Marrow Mother is extremely valuable. A Xian Shi Marrow Mother can continuously catalyze the very best Xian Shi, worse upper, middle and lower grade, catalyze even more countless, equivalent to carrying a large vein of minerals. The benefits of martial arts cultivation is self-evident. Ever since cultivating the chaotic heaven swallowing skill, the amount of aura needed to raise the martial realm was extremely huge, and a single Xian Shi Marrow Mother was merely a drop in the bucket. However, it is better than nothing. If one isn't enough, then two. If two isn't enough, then three. As long as one explored life and death and advanced to the life and death realm again, one could ascend to the middle thousand worlds, where the mineral resources were even richer, and it was no longer any Xian stone, but rather a spirit stone nurtured by heaven and earth. Spirit stones contain aura that is more pure and dense than metaphysical stones, and ordinary lower-grade spirit stones are comparable to the metaphysical stone Marrow Mother of the lower realm, only that they can't catalyze resources and can only be used as a one-time use. You want the basalt Marrow Mother? The old man was dumbfounded and his tone was not without mockery. Kid, do you think that the mother of marrow is a Chinese cabbage sold by street vendors in Tianjin City, so you can take it away if you want to? Old me surveyed the life and death barrier. Heavenly grade spirit weapons are as important as the Xian Shi Marrow Mother. That heavenly grade spirit sword in your hand. Old me likes it very much. As he spoke, his figure almost completely vaporized and began to merge rapidly with the augur body below. As long as the fusion was completed, one could immediately regain their peak strength, equivalent to the peak of the spiritual platform realm, a strong demonic beast at the top of the 6th level. I wasn't going to kill you. Lu Chenxian slowly shook his head and softly said, the Xian stone is of great use to me. I came to the 10,000 Buddha mountain range originally to obtain the spirit stone Marrow Mother. The strong are honored in martial arts cultivation, and while it's not wrong to bully the weak, it's also not a good thing. But in the dragon transformation pool, you activated the power of the rules and intentionally allowed those little geniuses to kill me. That's where you're wrong. Now you want to snatch my heavenly spirit sword. Spectral flame blood Jiao. Are you really not afraid of death? At this moment, the spectral flame blood Jiao's main body had been completely revived, and the two dragon eyes showed a humanized sneer. Kid, being able to recognize the old man's main body. Then, do you know what strength the old man was at his peak? A heavenly grade spirit sword is certainly terrifying, but it also depends on who is using it. A mere 3 yang realm. Ha! Even if I were to lie down here and let you slash at me, how would you be able to damage one of my scales? Demon beast physique. Extremely strong. Compared to human martial artists, demonic beasts had a much longer lifespan, and even the most common first-order demonic beasts could have a lifespan of more than 300 years. However, what comes with a long lifespan is a greater difficulty in martial arts cultivation. Over the past tens of thousands of years, there had been at least a dozen human life and death realms that had ascended to the upper realm, while there had been at most 3 demonic beasts that had ascended to the upper realm, all of which were ancient bloodlines that had lived for more than 100,000 years. Like this head of phantom fire blood Jiao, the body contains ancient true dragon bloodline. In the demonic beasts belongs to the top of the qualification, just born as the 4th level demonic beast, after thousands of years of cultivation, but also only reached the peak of the 6th level. Even if he obtained the Xian Shi Marrow Mother and the heavenly spirit sword, whether or not he would be able to survey life and death was still a matter of opinion. In this realm, there is an important person for whom I have endowed the Void Phoenix ancestral vein. Recalling Su Lier's delicate appearance, a touch of warmth appeared on Lu Chenxuan's face, and his face immediately recovered. Your demon soul demon blood is not a small benefit to her. Therefore, I won't kill you today, and will temporarily imprison you until the time of reunion with her. Then I will take your demonic soul and demonic blood to add to her cultivation. Imprisonment? The spectral flame blood Jiao opened its large mouth and let out a rampant laugh. Kid, are you going to perform your previous tactics again? Just like suppressing the blood river split in the Black Lotus child, to suppress the old man? Ridiculous. The old man returned to his original body, and although his strength hasn't fully recovered, it's not comparable to those 2 secret incarnations. Do you know, how big is the old man's real body? Phew, the dragon's body skyrocketed. The body of the augur dragon. which was originally only 10 feet long and short, expanded rapidly in front of Lu Chenxian, and the air currents around it whistled, almost forming an astral wind. In just a few breaths, the body of the spectral flame Jiao dragon reached 100 feet in length, and just one of its claws was dozens of times larger than Lu Chenxuan's body. In front of this behemoth, human martial artists were like insignificant ants. There was no need to perform any secret techniques, just the weight of this body would be able to directly crush a Yuan fetus martial artist. 100 feet of body. Ha! Lu Chenxian shook his head and laughed, rather speechless at this scaly dragon. What is this? In the past, in the Green Sky Immortal region, great demons with bodies of tens of thousands of feet could be found everywhere, and the main body of the Lord of the Demon race even covered the sky, reaching a staggering 1,000,000 feet. Compared to this phantom fire Jiaolong was nothing more than a pathetic little earthworm. So how hard could it be to suppress it? Come on! Lu Chenxian casually waved his hand, and 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night was once again activated. Collect for me. Chapter 174, Eliminating the Remnants. What kind of power is this? Ah, the suppressive power exerted by an innate treasure, even if it was only a core fragment, was by no means something that a low-level demonic beast like the Phantom Flame Blood Jiao could resist. A mere miserable scream escaped from his mouth, and he disappeared out of thin air from where he was, easily sealed by the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon debris. Miss Mingyue, hard work. Lu Chenxian divine thought transmission, and then no longer stay. Behind the back of the Thunder Rock feather wings stretched out, toward the dragon pool rushed up in the sky. Leave this place and return to the 10,000 Buddha mountain range to take the 10,000 Xian Buddha. Beyond the dragon pool, the old ancestor's aura has disappeared. The moment the spectral flame Blood Jiao was sealed, the white-browed grandmaster's face changed abruptly, and the two yellow-robed old monks were similarly filled with horror. They were all the remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas, and after their cultivation reached the realm of the sky, they were transformed within the dragon transformation pool and transformed into human beings. It was natural to know the existence of the spectral flame Blood Jiao by heart. However, just a moment ago, the aura of the spectral flame Blood Jiao had actually completely disappeared from within the dragon transformation pool, which was simply an impossible thing to happen. In the dragon transformation pool, what exactly happened? The white-browed master's body went cold, and an indescribably great fear welled up in his heart. There were so many bizarre things about this dragon transformation pool selection. The great pride disciples of the major first-class sects, the Lu Chenxian quite hostile. After the opening of the dragon pool, the internal rules have changed many times, and before that there was a spiritual weapon Thunderbolt. It was the possessor of a heavenly grade spiritual weapon that decapitated the Blood Jiao ancestor? With old ancestor's strength, even if it was a heavenly spiritual artifact, it was impossible for him to fall easily. Whoosh! A green-shirt silhouette, with feathered wings stretching behind him, swept out from the dragon transformation pool mist and landed steadily in front of the three people. It was Lu Chenxian. It's you? The white-browed master's pupils shrunk, and the two yellow-robed monks subconsciously took 3 steps back as if they were facing an enemy. The dragon pool selection is over? Why did the sun suddenly appear? Where are the other Yuan fetus pride? And, is the disappearance of the blood scale ancestor's breath related to this person? That phantom flame Blood Jiao at the bottom of the dragon transformation pool is your old ancestor? Lu Chenxian's gaze was indifferent, quietly gazing at the 3 people in front of him. Then, what is your original body? And what is it? Boom! The 3 people's faces changed drastically, and their hearts were set ablaze. It's him. It's really him. He had already been to the lowest level of the dragon transformation pool, met the true form of the old ancestors, and even knew their details. Then, the disappearance of the Blood Jiao ancestor's breath was indeed related to this person. Scholar Lu, white-browed master forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and carefully opened his mouth. Although the poor monk is the body of a demonic beast, however, there are no past grievances or recent enmities with Sure Master Lu, and the two sides are not hostile. I don't know Lu Sure Master. Ha! Lu Chenxian smiled coldly. Not hostile? Do you dare to say that again? The white-browed master's tone stagnated, and his face changed one after another. The dragon transformation pool selection was originally a trap set against the Yuan fetus heavenly pride. The dragon pool has been opened for many times, and the pride of all the great clans rushes to fight for the extremely high-quality spirit stones, and kills desperately within the dragon pool. However, all those who fell were devoured by the phantom fire Blood Jiao, and those who survived were often less than 1 or 2 out of 10. Now that Lu Chenxian had seen through everything, how could he act perfunctorily? What the hell do you want? White-browed master's teeth snapped together and he simply stopped resisting. How is the Blood Jiao ancestor doing? What happened in the dragon transformation pool? The spirit weapon Thunder Tribulation that appeared earlier, was it also something you messed up? Lu Chenxian was non-committal as his gaze crossed over the 3 and landed far above the Buddha statue in the center of the mountain range. Wan Xian Buddha. The core was a Xianshi marrow mother, carved from countless top-grade Xianshi and tens of thousands of very high-grade Xianshi, containing an extremely dense spiritual qi, which was the greatest reliance for the restoration of the 10,000 Buddha dynasty. After devouring it, one's realm could definitely break through the 7th level of the 9-yang realm. What do you want? If the white-browed master was aware of this, he and the 2 yellow-robed old monks rose up in the air and stopped Lu Chenxian dead in front of him. You want to hit the Wanxian Buddha? Swish. Lu Chenxian casually waved his hand, and the Dantian fragment shook slightly as the power of suppression spread out, sealing the 3 people directly. 3 fifth-order demonic beasts. Although she had already transformed, the demon blood and demon Dan in her body still existed, and Su Lier had the void phoenix ancestor blood, so only by continuously unlocking the shackles of the Great Tao could the phoenix ancestor bloodline be completely awakened. Their demon blood and demon pills were greatly beneficial to Su Lier, Xianshi marrow mother. Receive it. Lu Chenxian once again reached out, his palm aimed at the distant statue of Wanxian Buddha, and the power of devouring instantly emanated. Phew! An incomparably large amount of pure spiritual energy emanated from the Wanxian Buddha statue, and was attracted by the force of tearing, flying into Lu Chenxian's Dantian. Buzz. In the sea of consciousness, the 9 Yuanshan Yang Dan spun rapidly, 6 secret lines flashed rapidly, and the 7th slowly emerged, completely stabilizing on the surface of the Yuanshan Yang Dan as time passed. 7th level of the 9 Yang realm. After successfully advancing, the spiritual power contained in the 10,000 Xian Buddha statue did not all dissipate, and it was only when the 8th secret pattern prototype appeared on top of the Yuanshan Yang Dan that the spiritual power was completely exhausted. Except for the basalt medulla, this item could continuously catalyze the generation of extremely high-grade Xianshi, equivalent to a large mining vein. Lu Chenxian naturally would not kill the chicken to get the eggs. With a slight tremor in his palm, he captured the Xianshi marrow mother in his palm, and then he put it into his Dantian, warming it with his own Xian Qi. As long as it took time to catalyze an unending source of basalt, this would be the greatest utilization of the basalt marrow mother. Who did this? The 10,000 Xian Buddha statue has collapsed. Where's old man Whitebrow? What happened to the dragon transformation pool? Deep within the 10,000 Buddha's mountain range, a voice of alarm and anger rose and fell. It was the remaining 10,000 Buddhas lurking within the mountain range, all of which were class 4 demonic beasts that hadn't transformed into forms. As the aura of the Xianshi dissipated and the Buddha statue collapsed, they all sensed it and rushed out from within the mountain range, not caring about hiding their traces. Unfortunately, the strength is too weak. Lu Chenxian's mind moved, and the 24 bridges bright moon night debris slightly shook. The power of suppression spread out, and the hissing of those demonic beasts instantly disappeared altogether, sealed by all the remnants of the supreme treasure. Not a bad haul this time. Completing all of this, Lu Chenxian's divine sense looked inward, looking at the countless demonic beasts sealed within the debris, his gaze quite satisfied. A rank 6 blood augur, 3 rank 5 demonic beasts, and hundreds of rank 4 demonic beasts. The next time he saw Su Lier, he would be able to unlock at least 3 shackles for her, allowing her martial realm to increase dramatically. Now, it's time to go back. Lu Chenxian no longer delayed. The feathered wings behind him shook, and his body broke through the air and flew in the direction of Tianjing City. Return to the Forbidden City and go to Yuanjin. The remaining 10,000 Buddhas had all been eradicated, and the agreement with Yuanjin had been successfully completed, so it was time to fulfill his promise. Chapter 175. The Kong family makes a move. Tianjing City, the Forbidden City. Above the Golden Palace, Yuanjin sat in the 9 and 5 dragon chair, his gaze looking down on the Great Hall, a trace of sullenness hanging on his face. Today's early morning court has infuriated him greatly. Your Holiness. At the bottom of the steps, a gray-robed old man with a Confucian scarf on his head did not kneel and salute, but straightened his back and spoke vehemently. Lu Chenxian ignores the majesty of the saints and disregards the laws of the court. He must be severely punished according to the law. The world's readers will never allow this man to colorize the superlative. Please, Your Majesty, rule. This person was aggressive and appeared to be respectfully invoking the holy will, but in fact, his tone was devoid of respect. However, standing on top of the Golden Palace full of civil and military, including Tai Zongtong, all silent, do not dare to argue with this person, because he's so special. Kong Fengru, a son of the Confucius family, the father of the emperor's teacher and the uncle of the contemporary diffractive sage Kong Lian, enchanter. Yuanjin forced himself to hold back his irritation and said in a deep voice, I have already met Lu Chenxian. This person has outstanding natural talent and a straightforward nature, and is not like what Ensure said. Furthermore, in the matter of Yongning County's rebellion, Lu Chenxian's credit lies in the countryside. When did he violate the court's laws? Even if there are some minor points, the merits and demerits can be offset, so don't count on it. Enshu, he said politely, But in fact, in his heart, he had already cursed this old bastard Kong Fangru 10,000 times. Stupid! Who is Lu Qinxian? Within the Forbidden City is where the Dragon Vein is located. Relying on the power of the Dragon Vein, even if it is a first-class sect, those spirit platform real people are difficult to break through. Songxian Empire can stand. However, to Lu Qinxian, the power of the Dragon Vein was nothing. So how could the Songxian Empire have any might to speak of? What's more, he had already made a gentleman's pact with Lu Qinxian to rely on his special secret method to accomplish the great cause of unifying the continent for the ages. How can the ambitious plans of a generation of emperors be destroyed by this old man? If it wasn't for the fact that he was his teacher, he would have already had the Golden Temple's forbidden troops blow him out. Your Holiness, a middle-aged Confucian with a Confucian crown on his head, his left hand on an ivory board and his right hand resting on an ancient scroll, stepped in from the entrance of the Golden Hall. If Mr. Kong comes here uninvited, His Holiness won't blame him, will he? It was the contemporary diffractive sage duke, the head of the Kong family, Kong Lien. Swish swish swish. When this person appeared, all the military generals all bowed their heads, all the civil ministers bowed in unison, and even Yuan Jin stood up from his dragon chair. No honor to this man, honor to the saints. Kong Lien himself was of course nothing great. However, the book of sacred words in his hands was the treasure of the Confucius family's saints' teachings, representing the endless prestige of the supreme saint of the human race, and was highly admired by all the people. Even the emperor of the day must maintain due deference before the book of the holy word. It wasn't just Yuan Jin who was like this, even the kings of the other 6 empires were no exception. Diffractive Sagegong is after the saints. I welcome it is too late. Why blame it? Yuan Jin ordered the eunuchs to give him a seat before he sat back in the dragon chair with a smile on his face. Diffractive Sagegong, I was about to discuss with you. In your opinion, what is a good official position for Lu Qinxian to be given? Preconceived notions. As the king of a country, how shrewd Yuan Jin's mind was. Kong Lien had definitely come over this time to deal with Lu Qinxian. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, he directly showed his attitude that Lu Qinxian had merited the country and must be heavily rewarded. Gag Kong Liam first. Your Holiness is wrong. Kong Lian's face did not change, and he said softly, Lu Qinxian disrespects the saints, and his eyes are incapable of seeing. How can he be rewarded? Not too long ago, Mr. Kong once personally stepped in to indoctrinate this person with the words of a sage. However, this person does not follow the teachings, not to mention the rights of a ruler and a subject, and is simply lawless. May I ask your majesty, if he is allowed to join the court as an official, will he not be able to plug the world's long drawn-out mouth? Where will the world's readers be put? Sharp words. Back in Yongning County, when he had stepped in to stop Lu Qinxian and exerted the power of the sacred speech book rule to no avail, the Kong clan had lost all of its face. So what if Lu Qinxian is strong in martial arts, offending so many first-class clans, coupled with the influence of the Kong family, as a way to coerce Yuan Jin, a woeful name, using the power of the Dragon Vein, to completely kill Lu Qinxian? Diffractor. Tai Zongtong wanted to say something, but in the end, he stepped forward and arched his hand. Lu Qinxian calmed down the Yongning County rebellion, and his credit cannot be ignored. What does it matter if such a martial arts genius is a bit eccentric in temper? His Holiness cherishes talent and loves talent, and does not take small matters into account. So why should Diffractive Sagegong deliberately make things difficult for His Holiness? Could it be that it is because the Kong family has lost face, so it is false publicity? Buzz. In Kong Lian's hand, the holy word book flashed with light, and Tai Zongtong's lips opened and closed up and down, but he could no longer make any sound. The rules of indoctrination are not to be spoken. Under the suppression of the rules of the Book of Holy Words, Tai Zongtong, a Yuan fetus martial artist, didn't even have the slightest power to resist. Your Holiness. Kong Lian held the Book of Holy Words in his hand, his face calm as usual. If His Holiness is bent on having his own way, the world's readers will inevitably be chilled, and the gods of the earth and grain are bound to be in turmoil. The Kong family represents the world's readers. Please be clear-minded, Your Holiness, and at least abolish Lu Qinxian's cultivation. What's more, that Sanqing City Su family would have been guilty in the body. Lu Qinxian is a son-in-law of the Su family flunky. If you enter the dynasty as an official, the name is not right. It is difficult to convince the public. Aha! Yuan Jin's face changed slightly. Triple Green City Su. Guilty? Hundreds of years ago, His Holiness hadn't yet ascended the throne, so it's only natural that he didn't know about it. Kong Lian faintly said, the Jizhou Su clan is a martial arts family, and the imperial court has favored them with the Marquis of Wushu gold plaque. That year Su family's commoner son, Su Yunza, caused havoc in the Su family after drinking heavily, damaging the gold plaque banner and deceiving the king. The late emperor was merciful and pardoned the Su family for their great sins, while the old master of the Su family, in a fit of rage, banished the Su Yunzi lineage to Sanqing City, forbidden to return to Jizhou for all eternity. The current head of the Su family, Su Chenglong, is none other than Su Yunzi's metaphysical grandson from back then, and Lu Chenxian is Su Chenglong's son-in-law. I see. Yuan Jin pondered for a moment and waved his hand with a smile. Since the late emperor has already pardoned the Su family's sins, the expulsion of Su Yunzi's lineage is nothing but a private matter of the Su family and has nothing to do with the court. Today's courtroom deliberation, we only discuss the merits and demerits. Yongning County Rebellion. Lu Chenxian credit must be rewarded. Kong Lian's face changed slightly as he slowly shook his head. Mr. Kong believes that this matter must not be allowed. Lu Chenxian. Swish. Without waiting for Kong Lian to finish, the wind whistled at the entrance of the Great Hall and a feathered figure descended from the air. Lu Chenxian. He stepped into the Great Hall and did not even look at Kong Lian, simply nodding his head at Tai Zongtan. He then turned his head to look at Yuan Jin and spoke softly. The remaining 10,000 Buddhas have all been eradicated, and the remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas dynasty's chi can be taken in at any time by your holiness. In addition, the Red Lotus sect, the Blood River sect, the two major sects are on the verge of being destroyed, so your holiness can also go there in person and subdue the two sects' chi. I hope that your holiness will not forget our agreement, the promise that your holiness made. I don't want to wait too long for Lu. Chapter 176, Those who have dissenting hearts will be killed. Lu Chenxuan's words landed on the ground, and the entire Golden Hall fell dead silent. What did he just say? The remaining 10,000 Buddhas within the 10,000 Buddhas mountain range were all eradicated by Lu Chenxian, and the residual dragon veins could be collected at any time? And the Red Lotus sect and the Blood River sect are about to be destroyed? What a joke! The remnants of the 10,000 Buddhas have been a scourge for thousands of years, possessing residual chi, and even Yuan Jin is at his wit's end. The military generals in the dynasty are at a loss, and the martial arts offerings do not dare to make an enemy of them. With just one Lu Chenxian, you can solve the heartache of the Zongxian court? The Red Lotus sect and the Blood River sect were even more needless to say. Each of them were first-class sects that had been inherited for tens of thousands of years, and with a spiritual platform realist in attendance, they could be described as solid as gold. Within the Forbidden City, Yuan Jin was invincible, but outside the Forbidden City, he was just an ordinary Yuan fetus martial artist. So on what basis could he compete with a first-class clan? Although the imperial court secretly enshrined 3 spirit stage masters, however, they wouldn't easily make an enemy of a strong person of the same level. With the two great sects joining forces, destroying all the frontiers outside the forbidden cities of the Zongxian imperial court was definitely not a difficult task. Bold Lu Chenxian, how dare you believe what you say? This is a great offense of deceiving the king. After a short period of shock, Kong Fengru let out a stern cry. Your Holiness, this person is full of lies, not to be trusted, and must be severely punished immediately. Offending a first-class sect and erecting a great enemy for the court. Death is not enough. Behead this man and send his head to the two major clans in order to calm their anger and preserve the foundation of the court. Hiss. Above the Golden Palace, the military generals were silenced, and the civil ministers were dumbfounded, and no one dared to make a single sound. When a first-class clan is involved, things can be too serious. Although the Sichuan Empire was strong, it was only relative to other empires. In front of a first-class sect, what was a secular imperial dynasty? Any clan that made a move would be enough to shock the imperial court, and there was absolutely no empire that dared to go against a first-class clan. Minister Tai, you seem to have some hard feelings? Lu Chenxian scanned the crowd, and only then did he notice that Tai Zongtan was not quite right, and the purple and gold light under his eyes flickered slightly. Swish, Tai Zongtan's body shook. The power of the Book of Sacred Words confinement instantly dissipated, and a roar snapped out of his mouth. Kong Lian, to give you face and call you diffractive sage duke, but without it, you're nothing more than a Yuan fetus martial artist. Without the Book of Sacred Words, you may not be able to defeat Mr. Tai. And what kind of skill is it to imprison Mr. Tai with a treasure? He's all pissed off. On top of the Golden Palace, in front of the Holy Spirit, was confined on the spot by Kong Lian. He, the secretary of the Ministry of the Army. His face is gone. If it wasn't for Lu Chenxian lifting his confinement, he still didn't know when he would be able to regain his freedom. This humiliation was worse than killing him. Oomph. Kong Lian let out a cold snort and stared coldly at Lu Chenxian again. Mr. Kong once said that you have offended the saints and disrespected the teachings. Mr. Kong will definitely not settle with you. Now above the Golden Palace, you lie and deceive the king, intending to stir up a dispute between his holiness and the two great sects. What exactly do you intend to do? Kong Lian. Lu Chenxian raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping over the faces of Kong Lian and Kong Fengru. After saints, even if they were not strong, their influence could not be underestimated, especially in the secular world. The merits of indoctrination are incomparably honored. and all the world's readers respect it, and the civil officials above the court are even more incomparably revered. The Kong family's status, not to say it was transcendent, was definitely not far off. Imperial plans for hegemony, worldly fame, is like a fish in bear's paw, you can't have both. Lu Chenxian retracted his gaze and said softly, Your Holiness, if you want to unify the continent, you will inevitably spill blood on the sands. Above the history books, the merits and demerits are left to be judged, the saliva of the world's readers, and the Zhongxian Empire's 10,000 times imperial map. You, now, can choose. When he said these words, Lu Chenxuan's heart was not calm. It's not the first time he said it. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, he was not yet the strongest war god in the immortal realm, and Bei Meiyue was not an immortal emperor of the Violet imperial dynasty, and the two of them shared the same interests, and became brothers with different surnames. At that time, Bei Meiyue was ambitious and attempted to conquer the Green Sky immortal region, but did not want to fall into the name of a tyrant. Lu Chenxian carried everything on his back and bore everything, leading millions of Xian Tian army to fight in the south and the north, fighting for most of the Ziwei dynasty, not only becoming the strongest god of war, but likewise the ruthless god of murder in the mouths of the 10,000 races in the immortal realm. Want fame or the world? He, Yuan Jin, had to make a choice. You can't have it both ways. Above the dragon chair, Yuan Jin's face changed again and again, obviously incomparably difficult. Trust Lu Chenxian, or trust Kong Lian, trust Kong Fangru? Unifying the Xian Tian continent. This was a temptation that could not be refused. However, did Lu Chenxian really have the strength to help him accomplish this majestic and dominating task that no one had ever done before? The Book of Holy Words in Kong Lian's hand. That is a treasure of indoctrination that is comparable to the Qi of the imperial dynasty, and is the faith of the world's readers. Mr. Lu, Yuan Jin hesitated again and again, rose from the slow dragon chair, striding down the steps, and Lu Chenxuan's four eyes. If, indeed, you can help me, help the Zhongxuan Empire, and establish a supreme hegemony that will last for 10,000 generations, I, for one, am willing to take a blood oath with you, with heaven and earth as an oath, and 8 bows as a friendship. On the day the hegemony is completed, you will be the only side-by-side king of the Zhongxuan Empire, equal to me, without distinction. Rumble. The moment the words fell, Yuan Jin's finger ruptured, and a drop of blood-emitting golden light floated in midair, containing the Zhongxian Empire's dragon vein of qi, invoking the resonance of heaven and earth. Words of utmost sincerity can be judged by heaven and earth, especially since everything he had just said was almost exactly the same as Bei Meiyue back then. Tying the knot, Lu Chenxian was silent, his heart filled with emotion. North Underworld Yui's father and son had betrayed their trust, and sooner or later, he himself would have to kill his way back to the Green Sky immortal domain to completely clear his name for the millions of Xian heavenly armies, for those brothers in arms and legs, and for the king of the South Realm, Nan Wushuang. At that time, the Ziwei dynasty would inevitably be in turmoil, and who would assume the position of immortal emperor? The immortal world is definitely not the end of one's own martial arts, and Yuan Jin seems to be a good choice. Before long, you'll be glad you chose today. Lu Chenxian let out a sigh of relief and spoke softly. Worship is not necessary. A gentleman's friendship is in the heart, not in the mind, and it is enough that you have this mind. Remember, the first step to achieving hegemony is to doubt people and use them, and those who are dissenting will be killed. Must kill. Kong Lian and Kong Fangru trembled, as if they were in great trouble. Their mouths roared. Your Holiness mustn't. You absolutely mustn't believe Lu Chenxuan's bull ********. He's only a mere 3-yang realm. What makes him unify the Xian heaven continent? Please ask the saint to issue a decree to behead Lu Chenxian. My Kong family. The words came to an abrupt end. Lu Chenxian let out a cold snort and swung his finger in the air to stab. 2 snorts. One of the signature martial arts techniques of the past. The big Luo. Whole sky finger. 2 purple and gold rays of light easily pierced through the skulls of the 2 men, and the book of sacred words in Kong Lian's hand had no effect at all, being killed by Lu Chenxian in a single move. The so-called treasure of indoctrination, which contains special rules, was nothing in front of Lu Chenxian. Chapter 177, Strange Blood Shadow, Imperial Master, Diffractor, Lu Chenxian, how dare you? How dare you commit murder in the Golden Palace? As the bodies of Kong Lian and Kong Fangru fell to the ground, the civil ministers above the courtroom were filled with horror and roared. There was even someone who knelt on both knees and kowtowed to Yuan Jin, crying, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Lu Chenxian disregarded imperial authority and acted recklessly. He even killed Duke Diffractive and the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master. He is the teacher of His Majesty. Confucianism's 5 constants. Heaven and earth, ruler and teacher. Even in the courtroom, the Emperor teacher has performed the great salute of the ruler and the minister kneeling. Yuan Jin also have to perform the disciples' salute again. This is to give the world readers to make the example. The emperor-teacher's status position can be seen. Although diffractive sage Duke was only an imaginary position, he represented the saintly inheritance, and could see the emperor without worshipping him, and his status was higher than the emperor's teacher. However, Lu Chenxian actually killed both of them on top of the Golden Palace? To say it's treasonous is an understatement. What is the decency of crying and wailing above the Golden Hall? Tai Zongtong, as the head of the military generals, stared coldly at those civil ministers with a low grunt, waists with no hands, their brains all kicked by donkeys? Mr. Lu made a move that even the Book of Sacred Words couldn't withstand. Do you guys know what that means? Bunch of idiots. The Book of the Holy Word. A group of civil ministers were shaken dramatically, and only then did they gradually react somewhat. Lu Chenxian killed Kong Lian, who possessed the Book of Sacred Words. The Book of Sacred Words was the treasure of the human race's indoctrination, a legacy item left to the Kong clan by the Kong clan's sages before they ascended, possessing the rules of indoctrination, unless he met a peak powerhouse of the realm of life and death who was about to ascend. Even the power of the Zongxian Empire's dragon vein would never want to injure him in the slightest. However, Lu Chenxian was actually able to ignore the rule power of the Book of Holy Words. His strength, has reached the realm of life and death, but he clearly hadn't even reached the Yuan fetus realm. I am very saddened by the unexpected deaths of Duke Diffractor and Imperial Master. Yu Wenjin's gaze was calm, slowly sweeping from the faces of a group of civil ministers, and softly said, passing on my decree, the eldest son of Duke Diffractive Sage, Kong Ming, will inherit the position of Duke Diffractive Sage. Give the two men a generous burial, make it known to the world, and then send ambassadors out to the countries to let the lords know about it. Do you have any more objections, my lords? A group of civil ministers were silenced, and no one dared to make a sound anymore. Yu Wenjin's attitude was already obvious. The deaths of Kong Lian and Kong Fangru were merely an accident and had nothing to do with Lu Chenxian. Inform the world. Inform the emperors of various countries. The new diffractive sage Gong immediately took office, to plug the world of readers of the long mouth. They died in vain. Mr. Lu. Yu Wenjin no longer paid attention to these civil officials and turned his head towards Lu Chenxian, his gaze vaguely urgent. Just now, you said that you wanted me to be ready to collect the Blood River sect and the Red Lotus sect's chi? As long as Mr. Lu has confidence, then I can depart at any time. Lu Chenxian smiled faintly and didn't say much nonsense as he directly turned around and walked out of the entrance of the Golden Hall. Yu Wenjin was slightly stunned, and then his face was filled with ecstasy as he let out a loud cry from his mouth. Pass on my decree. The two great sects have disobeyed the court. I will march in person to establish authority for the court. Wow! A group of military generals were charged with wariness and immediately rushed out of the Golden Palace, gathering their generals and converging quickly at the Imperial City's pointing generals platform. In just less than half a day, a total of 200,000 iron-armored forbidden troops, as well as the 23 sky-resisting great powers and 6 spirit terrace real persons enshrined by the Zongxian Imperial dynasty, under the leadership of Yu Wenjin, killed their way out of the heavenly capital in great numbers. The first battle of the extermination of the sect, the Blood River sect. Northwest of Tianjing City, Blood River sect. The blood mist rises. At the edge of the blood pool in the back of the mountain, the Blood River sect's supreme elder Tang Tao silently looked at the boiling blood pool, his brows furrowed, as if he was waiting for something. Swish, swish, swish. I don't know how long it took, but a total of more than 400 figures, breaking through the sky from the distant sky, all landed behind Tang Tao. Strong people are like clouds. The Zongxian Empire's large army was on the move, and naturally, it couldn't be hidden from the ears of these first-class sects. If it was usual, first-class clans fought with each other openly and secretly, and even if there was some cooperation, they would definitely not be on the same page. However, now, Yu Wenjin had made it known that he was about to attack the Blood River sect. A mere secular dynasty dares to disrespect a first-class sect? All the first-class sects absolutely cannot tolerate it. Brother Tang, the Red Lotus sect's supreme elder, Chu Tentming, slowly walked up to Tang Tao and said in a low voice, Yu Wenjin is very ambitious and has long been looking at us in a bad light. He's cowering within the Forbidden City, and with the dragon vein chi protecting his body, there's naturally nothing we can do. Now that he has left the Imperial City, it is tantamount to seeking his own death. The Zhongshuan Empire is out of gas. With just him and Tang Tao, it was of course impossible to have such a great bottom line. However, at this moment, within 1,000 miles of the heavenly capital city, almost all of the top powerhouses from all the first-class sects were present, and there were more than 80 spiritual platform real persons alone. With such a powerful force, unless the Holy Land sect stepped in, the Zongxian Empire would definitely lose. Gentlemen, Tang Tao couldn't take his eyes off the pool of blood in front of him. and said in a deep voice, "The Zhongxian Empire is a small matter, and even though Lu Chenxian possesses a heavenly great spirit sword, it's not worth mentioning. The first order of business is to figure out this pool of blood in front of us. I have a hidden feeling that the land of the blood pool origin. It seems that there is a change." Swish, swish, swish. The 80-odd spirit platform real persons changed color in unison, their gazes all converging on Tang Tao's face. The origin of the Blood River sect was extremely mysterious. It was said that this blood pool at the back of the Blood River sect's mountain had existed for an incomparably long time, and no one knew when it appeared, much less where it led to. The secret methods inherited by the Blood River sect were all derived from this blood pool, which would occasionally leak some kind of extremely special bloody aura that would allow the Blood River sect's disciples' strength to increase dramatically. It was only that all the great clans had their own underpinnings, and although this blood pool was strange, they didn't covet it much. But now, Tang Tao had actually felt the Blood River origin strange? What is its origin? 9 heavens and 13 earths, 21 realms. This, Father has finally arrived. An incomparably hoarse and bizarre voice suddenly rang out from the bottom of the blood pool. Within the blood pool, the blood water swirled crazily, forming a bottomless whirlpool of blood waves, like an incomparably deep tunnel leading to a bizarre and unpredictable unknown place. As the voice fell, a 9-foot-tall blood-colored shadow slowly rose from the center of the vortex. Rumble! The moment the blood-colored shadow appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth shook violently. A golden chain, the thickness of a bucket, stretched out from the void and deadlocked itself on top of this silhouette. The will of heaven and earth of the Zhongxian continent. This apparent shadow was so powerful that even the Zhongxian continent did not allow it to descend, and the will of heaven and earth condensed rule chains to suppress it alive. Chapter 178 Blood Demon. Rule chains. Damn it! Under the suppression of the will of heaven and earth, the blood-colored silhouette roared madly, and its originally strong and unparalleled aura fell rapidly. 1 breath, 2 breaths. In just less than half a pillar of incense, its breath had fallen to the imperial sky realm, while the rule chains finally slowly dissipated, seemingly accepting its presence. Such strength would no longer affect the dimensional stability of the Xiantian continent, and although it was strong, it was clearly not a match for the will of heaven and earth. Brother Tang, what is it? Throughout the entire process, the 80 or so spiritual platform real persons present held their breath and stared, none of them daring to act rashly. Before the will of heaven and earth descended, the aura of this blood-colored shadow was too terrifying. Far beyond all of them, the old man doesn't know. Standing side by side, Tang Tao and Shu Tentming couldn't help but feel terrified as they looked at the shadow in the center of the blood pool. Although he was the Blood River sect's supreme elder, however, all the canons within the sect did not have any records of the scene in front of him. Even the Blood River sect's founding ancestor did not know the roots of this blood pool. Damn. At this moment, the vortex within the blood pool was fading fast, and the deep passage slowly closed. The blood-colored silhouette was furious, looking up at the sky above, clearly hating the Xiantian continent's heaven and earth will extremely much, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was ordered by the chief, and after a lot of hard work, it managed to pass through the dimensional barrier and successfully descended to the Xiantian continent. But now, being suppressed by the will of heaven and earth, he couldn't even exert 1/10,000th of his strength. What is to be accomplished by the chief's mission? The will of heaven and earth, cutting off the connection between my father and the chief, blocking the spatial passage. A moment later, the blood-colored shadow slowly lowered its head and looked at the blood pool vortex that had disappeared, once again setting off a monstrous rage. Dead heavens, thieving heavens, don't let my father regain his strength, or else I will definitely report to the chief and wipe out this realm completely. What? Around the blood pool, a large group of spiritual platform real people had pale faces, obviously frightened by the shadow. Before it was suppressed by the will of heaven and earth, its strength was terrifying enough. There's actually a chief up there? According to it seemed that this chief could easily destroy the Xiantian continent? It's what it really is. Blood River breath. In midair, the blood-colored shadow seemed to have suddenly sensed something, and its 9-foot body slowly rotated, its gaze landing on Tang Tao all of a sudden. Similarly, the 80-odd spiritual platform real persons behind Tang Tao were also spotted, as well as the hundreds of Imperial Air Elders. Thief god, is this your great gift to my father? The blood-colored shadow let out a wild laugh. This father was just now worried about how to regain his strength. Now it seems. Swallow me. Boom. The blood-colored silhouette abruptly burst into pieces, transforming into countless bright red bloodlights, like incomparably dexterous vipers, instantly drilling into those spirit terrace real people and Imperial Air Elders. Blood-devouring avatar. These martial Dao real persons who had condensed their spirit platforms already belonged to the top powerhouses in the Xian Heaven continent, just below the life and death realm exalted. However, The blood-devouring avatar cast by the bloody shadow was completely beyond their understanding. Any means of defense were all ineffective, and were easily enveloped by those bloody lights, rapidly depriving them of their spiritual rhythm, depriving them of everything, except for Tang Tao, including Chu Tentming, more than 80 spiritual platform real persons and more than 400 sky-resisting powerhouses, in less than 10 breaths in total, were all devoured by this blood-colored shadow, and even their peak Earth-grade spiritual weapons weren't spared, leaving a patch of dry corpses and a piece of a spiritless waste treasure in its place, and the blood-colored shadow's aura recovered rapidly, instantly reaching the spiritual platform Great Circle. The ants of the lower realms are too weak. Until this moment, the blood-colored shadow finally solidified again, and was no longer illusory and vague, but presented a real-like flesh and blood body. It had a hideous head the size of a millstone, with 2 blood-colored horns borne on top of its head, covered in blood-colored scales, without any clothing on its body, with a black and red body surface that looked like solidified magma, as well as a bizarre secret pattern that flickered endlessly, for muscular black and red arms, 2 thick and majestic thighs, and paws that resembled tiger claws, with 4 incomparably sharp, blood-colored spiked bones sticking out. This was a monster that had never appeared in the Zhongxian continent. Tang Tao stood at the edge of the blood pool, his liver and gall blown apart in fear. He was at the peak of the spiritual platform, only a layer of window paper separating him from the great perfection, and the difference between his realm and this monster's at this time was similar. However, this monster's aura was at least 10 times stronger than him. At the same spiritual platform realm, the difference in strength was simply unimaginable. He had no doubt that if he dared to provoke this monster, he would definitely kill himself in one move. You cultivate the martial Tao of blood? The monster floated in mid-air, looking down at Tang Tao, his blood-colored pupils reflecting his form, and laughed lowly and sardonic. I never thought that I, Reincarnation Abyss, would actually have an heir in this realm. Oh, I almost forgot. You should not know the identity of my father. You may address this father as Lord Blood Demon, Lord Blood Devil? Tang Tao was shaken and hurriedly knelt on the ground, shouting in a loud voice, Latecomer pays homage to Your Excellency. Your Excellency's strength is monstrous. 10,000 lifetimes. The Blood River sect has been passed down for 10,000 years, and there is no record of this so-called Blood Demon Lord at all. But what does it matter? In front of this murderous and terrifying monster, it was good to be able to stay alive. Tell me now. The Blood Devil's figure landed on the ground, and blood light flickered under his eyes. In this realm, is there any heir to the heaven-swallowing God Lord? Or is there anyone who specializes in the method of devouring? Who can devour all things and cultivate extremely fast, possessing a strong strength far beyond the same realm? This matter is of great importance. If we can find this person, the chief will surely reward him heavily. Heaven-swallowing God Master, the method of devouring? Tang Tao knelt on the ground, his mind racing with thoughts. He had never heard of the name Heaven-swallowing God Master, and he didn't know anything about the method of devouring. However, to say that his cultivation speed and strength far exceeded that of his peers, he really did know of such a character. Lu Chunxian. About 3 months ago, Lu Chunxian was still just a mere chi-gathering martial artist who was new to the martial way, and to this day, he could actually kill a Yuan fetus in seconds, and even suppressed his blood river bifurcation, suppressing the Black Lotus incarnation of Chu Pengming. Could it be that he was the target that Lord Blood Demon was looking for? The heir to the heaven-swallowing God Master? Lord Blood Demon. The late generation has remembered someone. Tang Tao didn't dare to hesitate and recounted Lu Chenxuan's news quickly, while his face was filled with ruthlessness. This person harbors a sinister intent and has already joined forces with the Lord of Zhongxian, and the Imperial Army is on its way to exterminate my Blood River sect. Please, Senior, take action to exterminate the Zhongxian Empire and kill Lu Chenxian. Chapter 179, The Abyssal Blood and Bone Race. Lu Chenxian? The Blood Demon grinned a low grin, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. It doesn't matter what the name is. Importantly, when the dimensional passage was opened, the chief had once solemnly explained that it was better to kill 10,000 people by mistake than to let one go. As long as it is suspected to be the heaven-swallowing God Master's successor, it is of course best if it can be captured alive. If not, then it will be directly killed. Concerning the chaotic heaven-swallowing skill, it was necessary to completely nip any possible dangers within the cradle. If this Lu Chenxian you speak of is indeed the person I'm looking for, then... The Blood Devil looked down at Tang Tao and suddenly smiled grimly. With my current strength, I'm not sure of victory. I must absorb some more blood food. The number of disciples in your sect seems to be quite large. Tang Tao's body shook, and his face no longer had any semblance of blood on it. It wants to devour the disciples of the Blood River sect. The Blood River sect had a long history of inheritance, and the sect's incense was flourishing. Besides the already fallen Wu Tianxiu, there were still 4 empty Sky Elders in the sect, as well as hundreds of Yuan fetus geniuses and tens of thousands of Yuan Dan disciples. With the nature of this blood demon, I'm afraid that he will devour them all and leave no one behind. With all the people dead, what legacy does the Blood River sect have left to speak of? He, Tang Tao, was the Blood River sect's eternal sinner. Lord Blood Demon, the late generation, obeys the order. After a short period of thought, Tang Tao fiercely gritted his teeth, breaking and entering. Anyway, the Blood Demon had already devoured so many spiritual platform realists and Imperial Air Elders, and there was no longer any clan within 1,000 miles of Tianjing City that was a match for the Blood River sect, as long as it could keep its end of the bargain. Kill Lu Chenxian and exterminate the Tsunchuan Empire. It would only be a matter of time before the Blood River sect would rise again. If the Blood Demon was willing to help, he could even establish a super clan comparable to the 3 Holy Lands and become the most powerful person the Blood River sect had ever seen. Come on, man. Tang Tao no longer hesitated, and a wisp of divine thought transmission sounded in the sea of consciousness of all the sect's disciples at the same time. Blood River sect's top and bottom, all of them head to the back of the mountain. Immediately, swish, 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 inside the Blood River sect, all the young disciples, the elders of the Imperial Air, had no doubt about Tang Tao's summons, and converged quickly from all directions, moving ever closer to the blood pool at the back of the mountain. Ha ha! Without waiting for those disciples and elders to enter the back of the mountain, the Blood Demon laughed up to the sky, and his 9-foot body suddenly dissipated, once again forming countless spirit serpent bloodlights, like a blood-colored canopy that covered the sky, directly drilling into their bodies. Blood-eating. These poor Blood River sect disciples, who didn't even know what was happening. The moment they were enveloped by the bloodlight, their body's essence and blood instantly dried up, turning into a dry corpse of skin and bones. The 4 Imperial Air Elders were no exception. They were flying in the air and had only just reached the vicinity of the blood pool when they were pierced through their bodies by the bloodlight that shot out, devouring all of their essence and blood cultivation. In just less than an incense stick, there was no longer half a living person in the entire Blood River sect, except for the Supreme Elder Tang Tao. You're doing great. The Blood Demon regrouped his body, sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking his lips, obviously quite satisfied. Even without your help, this father can still devour them all. But after all, you saved this honored one a lot of time, so naturally this honored one won't be stingy. Now, this honored one will shed your bones and make you a true Abyssal clan member. The words fell, not even caring whether Tang Tao agreed or not. The dustpan-sized blood-colored palm swung in the air, and a bright red bloodline directly blasted into Tang Tao's body. Tang Tao's body shook violently and he couldn't help but scream miserably. His human martial artist body expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly reaching a height of 3 feet. The robes on his body shattered on the spot. The surface of his skin appeared with deep cracks like stones breaking apart, in which the color of magma was rolling vaguely. His palms and feet also turned abnormally rough, and the 2 sharp horns pierced through his scalp and grew out quickly. Even, a tailbone gradually protruded out from behind him, all in the color of blood, which was the typical characteristic of the Abyssal Bloodbone clan. From today, you are a member of the Abyssal clan, the Blood and Bone Vein. The Blood Demon heatedly smiled lowly and waved his large hand. Now set off with my father and head to kill Lu Chenxian. After this is accomplished, my father will find a way to contact the chief and ask Lord Chief to open the dimensional passageway and take you back to the God realm. God's world? The severe pain in Tang Tao's body had just disappeared, and when he heard the Blood Demon's words, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Blood Demon Lord, it came down here from the divine realm? Jesus, one must know that the Xiantian continent was only one of the 3,000 small worlds of the mortals, and even if one cultivated to the great perfection of the life and death realm and succeeded in crossing the life and death heavenly tribulation, one would only be ascending to the middle 1,000 worlds. There are still great worlds up there, immortal worlds, heavenly worlds. If he hadn't been suppressed by the Xiantian continent's heaven and earth will, what level of strength would Lord Blood Demon have reached? Where's that chief he was talking about? It's unimaginable. The Blood Demon stood in midair, bloodlight churning under his feet. Originally about to lead Tang Tao to Tianjing City, he suddenly curled the corners of his mouth as if he had discovered something interesting. It seems that our luck is really not normal. They're coming. At this very moment, outside the Blood River Sect's mountain gate, the Zhongxian Empire's army was pressing in. Zhongxian Saint Yuanjin's imperial chariot was surrounded by 200,000 Qi-gathering soldiers clad in iron armor, thousands of Yuan Dan generals, hundreds of Yuan fetus generals, as well as 23 imperial sky providers and 6 spiritual platform real persons. In total, 8 major military formations were arranged. Stop! In front of the battle formation, Lu Chenxuan's brows suddenly furrowed as he stared tightly in the direction of the blood pool and said in a deep voice, "This place is unknown. Retreat 100 miles under the Royal Air Realm. Quick!" Ha! Within the Imperial carriage, Yuan Jin's face changed slightly as he tightly gripped the dragon seal in his hand. The 9-dragon jade seal. This was the Tsongxian Empire's item for suppressing its qi, and this time when the army was on the march, as long as it successfully annihilated the Blood River sect, it would be able to use this jade seal to take all of the Blood River sect's qi. Now that the Blood River sect was still more than 20 miles away, it actually retreated 100 miles without a fight? The setbacks are minor. The effect on morale is the big deal. As the saying goes, if one drum is used, then it will fail again, and then it will fail again. If we retreat now, won't it make the full blood of the generals cool down instantly? Mr. Lu, one of the 6 spiritual platform real persons, the white-robed old man holding the Bagua mirror in his hand, had a rather unpleasant tone. The sacred emperor is obedient to your words, and as an offering, I originally did not want to say much. However, marching to war and fighting as a martial artist are two completely different things, and one cannot be spontaneous. If you retreat at this time, it will inevitably damage your morale. Mr. Lu, you must think twice. Lu Chenxian shook his head categorically. The purple gold light under his eyes flickered slightly, staring dead ahead at the sky, as if a layer of haze was pressed on his heart. In the past, when he conquered the Immortal Realm and established the Violet Imperial Dynasty, he had fought against countless clans, and his battle experience was incomparably rich. However, the bizarre aura that lingered over the Blood River sect was something that even he had never seen before.